Chapter 1 of The Sorrows of Satan, or The Strange Experience of One Geoffrey Tempest, Millionaire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Statler, Temple, Pennsylvania. The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. Chapter 1. Do you know what it is to be poor? Not poor with the arrogant poverty complained of by certain people who have 5,000 or 6,000 a year to live upon, and who yet swear they can hardly manage to make both ends meet, but really poor, downright, cruelly, hideously poor, with a poverty that is graceless, sordid, and miserable. Poverty that compels you to dress in your one suit of clothes till it is worn threadbare, that denies you clean linen on account of the ruinous charges of washerwomen, that robs you of your own self-respect and causes you to slink along the streets vaguely abashed, instead of walking erect among your fellow men in independent ease. This is the sort of poverty I mean. This is the grinding curse that keeps down noble aspiration under a load of ignoble care. This is the moral cancer that eats into the heart of an otherwise well-intentioned human creature, and makes him envious and malignant, and inclined to the use of dynamite. When he sees the fat, idle woman of society passing by in her luxurious carriage, lolling back lazily, her face mottled with the purple and red signs of superfluous eating, when he observes the brainless and sensual man of fashion smoking and dawdling away the hours in the park, as if all the world and its millions of honest, hard workers were created solely for the casual diversion of the so-called upper classes, then the good blood in him turns to gall, and in his suffering spirit rises in fierce rebellion, crying out, "Why in God's name should this injustice be? Why should a worthless lounger have his pockets full of gold by mere chance and heritage, while I, toiling wearily from morn till midnight, can scarce afford myself a satisfying meal? Why indeed? Why should the wicked flourish like a green bay tree? I have often thought about it. Now, however, I believe I could help to solve the problem out of my own personal experience. But such an experience! Who will credit it? Who will believe that anything so strange and terrific ever chanced to the lot of a mortal man? No one. Yet it is true, truer than much so-called truth. Moreover, I know that many men are living through many such incidents as have occurred to me, under precisely the same influence, conscious perhaps at times that they are in the tangles of sin, but too weak of will to break the net in which they have become voluntarily imprisoned. Will they be taught, I wonder, the lesson I have learned? In the same bitter school, under the same formidable taskmaster? Will they realize, as I have been forced to do, I, to the very fibers of my intellectual perception, the vast, individual, active mind, which, behind all matter, works unceasingly, though silently, a very eternal and positive God? If so, then dark problems will become clear to them, and what seems injustice in the world will prove pure equity. But I do not write with any hope of either persuading or enlightening my fellow men. I know their obstinacy too well. I can gauge it by my own. My proud belief in myself was, at one time, not to be outdone by any human unit on the face of the globe, and I am aware that others are in similar case. I merely intend to relate the various incidents of my career in due order, exactly as they happened, leaving to more confident heads the business of propounding and answering the riddles of human existence as best they may. During a certain bitter winter, long remembered for its Arctic severity, when a great wave of intense cold spread freezing influences, not alone over the happy isles of Britain, but throughout all Europe, I, Geoffrey Tempest, was alone in London and well nigh starving. Now, a starving man seldom gets the sympathy he merits. So few can be persuaded to believe in him. Worthy folks who have just fed to repletion are the most incredulous, some of them being even moved to smile when told of existing hungry people, much as if these were occasional jests invented for after-dinner amusement. Or, with that irritating vagueness of attention which characterizes fashionable folk to such an extent that when asking a question they neither wait for the answer nor understand it when given. The well-dined groups, hearing of someone starved to death, will idly murmur, "How dreadful!" and at once turn to the discussion of the latest fad for killing time, ere it takes to killing them with sheer ennui. The pronounced fact of being hungry sounds coarse and common, and is not a topic for polite society, which always eats more than sufficient for its needs. At the period I am speaking of, however, I, who have since been one of the most envied of men, knew the cruel meaning of the word hunger too well. The gnawing pain, the sick faintness, the deadly stupor, the insatiable animal craving for mere food, all of which sensations are frightful enough to those who are, unhappily, daily inured to them, but which, when they afflict one who has been tenderly reared, and brought up to consider himself a gentleman, God save the mark, are perhaps still more painful to bear. And I felt that I had not deserved to suffer the wretchedness in which I found myself. I had worked hard. From the time my father died, leaving me to discover that every penny of the fortune I imagined he possessed was due to swarming creditors, and that nothing of all our house and estate was left to me except a jeweled miniature of my mother who had lost her own life in giving me birth. From that time, I say, I had put my shoulder to the wheel and toiled late and early. I had turned my university education to the only use for it which I seemed fitted: literature. I had sought for employment on almost every journal in London, refused by many, taken on trial by some, but getting steady pay from none. Whoever seeks to live by brain and pen alone is, at the beginning of such a career, treated as sort of a social pariah. Nobody wants him. Everybody despises him. His efforts are derided. His manuscripts are flung back to him unread, and he is less cared for than the condemned murderer in jail. The murderer is at least fed and clothed. A worthy clergyman visits him, and his jailer will occasionally condescend to play cards with him. But a man gifted with original thoughts and the power of expressing them appears to be regarded by everyone in authority as much worse than the worst criminal, and all the Jacks in office unite to kick him to death if they can. I took both kicks and blows in sullen silence, and lived on, not for the love of life, but simply because I scorned the cowardice of self-destruction. I was young enough not to part with hope too easily. The vague idea I had that my turn would come, that the ever-circling wheel of fortune would perchance lift me up some day as it now crushed me down, kept me just wearily capable of continuing existence, though it was merely a continuance and no more. For about 6 months I got some reviewing work on a well-known literary journal. 30 novels a week were sent to me to criticize. I had made a habit of glancing hastily at about 8 or 10 of them, and writing one column of rattling abuse concerning these thus casually selected. The remainder were never noticed at all. I found that this mode of action was considered smart, and I managed for a time to please my editor, who paid me the munificent sum of 15 shillings for my weekly labor. But on one fatal occasion I happened to change my tactics, and warmly praised a work which my own conscience told me was both original and excellent. The author of it happened to be an old enemy of the proprietor of the journal on which I was employed. My eulogistic review of the hated individual, unfortunately for me, appeared, with the result that private spite outweighed public justice, and I was immediately dismissed. After this I dragged on in a sufficiently miserable way, doing hack work for the dailies, and living on promises that never became realities, till, as I have said, in the early January of the bitter winter alluded to, I found myself literally penniless and face to face with starvation, owing a month's rent besides for the poor lodging I occupied in a back street not far from the British Museum. I had been out all day trudging from one newspaper office to another, seeking for work and finding none. Every available post was filled. I had also tried unsuccessfully to dispose of a manuscript of my own, a work of fiction which I knew had some merit, but which all the readers in the publishing offices appeared to find exceptionally worthless. These readers, I learned, were most of them novelists themselves, who read other people's productions in their spare moments and passed judgment on them. I have always failed to see the justice of this arrangement. To me, it seems merely the way to foster mediocrities and suppress originality. Common sense points out the fact that the novelist reader, who has a place to maintain for himself in literature, would naturally rather encourage work that is likely to prove ephemeral, than that which might possibly take a higher footing than his own. Be this as it may, and however good or bad the system, it was entirely prejudicial to me and my literary offspring. The last publisher I tried was a kindly man who looked at my shabby clothes and gaunt face with some commiseration. "I'm sorry," said he, "very sorry, but my readers are quite unanimous. From what I can learn, it seems to me you have been too earnest, and also rather sarcastic in certain strictures against society. My dear fellow, that won't do. Never blame society. It buys books. Now, if you could write a smart love story, slightly risque, even a little more than risque for that matter, that is the sort of thing that suits the present age." "Pardon me," I interposed somewhat wearily, "but are you sure you judge the public taste correctly?" He smiled a bland smile of indulgent amusement at what he no doubt considered my ignorance in putting such a query. "Of course I am sure," he replied. "It is my business to know the public taste as thoroughly as I know my own pocket. Understand me, I don't suggest that you should write a book on any positively indecent subject. That can be safely left to the new woman." And he laughed. "But I assure you, high-class fiction doesn't sell. The critics don't like it, to begin with. What goes down with them and with the public is a bit of sensational realism told in terse newspaper English. Literary English, Addisonian English, is a mistake." "And I am also a mistake, I think," I said with a forced smile. "At any rate, if what you say be true, I must lay down the pen and try another trade. I am old-fashioned enough to consider literature as the highest of all professions, and I would rather not join in with those who voluntarily degrade it." He gave me a quick side glance of mingled incredulity and depreciation. "Well, well," he finally observed, "you are a little quixotic. That will wear off. Will you come on to my club and dine with me?" I refused this invitation promptly. I knew the man saw and recognized my wretched plight, and pride, false pride if you will, rose up to my rescue. I bade him a hurried good day, and started back to my lodging, carrying my rejected manuscript with me. Arrived there, my landlady met me as I was about to ascend the stairs, and asked me whether I would kindly settle accounts the next day. She spoke civilly enough, poor soul, and not without a certain compassionate hesitation in her manner. Her evident pity for me galled my spirit as much as the publisher's offer of a dinner had wounded my pride, and with a perfectly audacious air of certainty I at once promised her the money at the time she herself appointed, though I had not the least idea where or how I should get the required sum. Once past her, and shut in my own room, I flung my useless manuscript onto the floor, and myself into a chair, and swore. It refreshed me to swear, and it seemed natural, for though temporarily weakened by lack of food, I was not yet so weak as to shed tears, and a fierce, formidable oath was to me the same sort of physical relief which I imagine a fit of weeping may be to an excitable woman. Just as I could not shed tears, so was I incapable of apostrophizing God in my despair. To speak frankly, I did not believe in any God, then. I was to myself an all-sufficing mortal, scorning the time-worn superstitions of so-called religion. Of course, I had been brought up in the Christian faith, but that creed had become worse than useless to me since I had intellectually realized the utter inefficiency of Christian ministers to deal with difficult life problems. Spiritually, I was adrift in chaos. Mentally, I was hindered both in thought and achievement. Bodily, I was reduced to want. My case was desperate. I myself was desperate. It was a moment when if ever good and evil angels play a game of chance for a man's soul, they were surely throwing the dice on the last wager for mine. And yet, with it all, I felt I had done my best. I was driven into a corner by my fellow men, who grudged me space to live in. But I had fought against it. I had worked honestly and patiently, all to no purpose. I knew of rogues who gained plenty of money, and of knaves who were amassing large fortunes. Their prosperity appeared to prove that honesty, after all, was not the best policy. What should I do then? How should I begin the Jesuitical business of committing evil that good, personal good, might come of it? So I thought, dully, if such stray, half-stupefied fancies as I was capable of deserve the name of thought. The night was bitter cold. My hands were numbed, and I tried to warm them at the oil lamp my landlady was good enough to still allow me the use of, in spite of delayed cash payments. As I did so, I noticed 3 letters on the table, one in a long blue envelope suggestive of either a summons or a returned manuscript, one bearing the Melbourne postmark, and the third a thick square missive coroneted in red and gold at the back. I turned over all 3 indifferently, and selecting the one from Australia, balanced it in my hand a moment before opening it. I knew from whom it came, and idly wondered what news it brought me. Some months previously I had written a detailed account of my increasing debts and difficulties to an old college chum, who, finding England too narrow for his ambition, had gone out to the wider New World on a speculative quest of gold mining. He was getting on well, so I understood, and had secured a fairly substantial position, and I had therefore ventured to ask him point-blank for the loan of £50. Here, no doubt, was his reply, and I hesitated before breaking the seal. "Of course it will be a refusal," I said half aloud. "However kindly a friend may otherwise be, he soon turns crusty if asked to lend money. He will express many regrets, accuse trade and the general bad times, and hope I will soon tide over. I know this sort of thing. Well, After all, why should I expect him to be different to other men? I've no claim on him, beyond the memory of a few sentimental arm-in-arm days at Oxford. A sigh escaped me in spite of myself, and a mist blurred my sight for the moment. Again I saw the grey towers of peaceful Magdalen, and the fair green trees shading the walks in and around the dear old university town where I and the man whose letter I now held in my hand, strolled about together as happy youths, fancying that we were young geniuses born to regenerate the world. We were both fond of classics. We were brimful of Homer and the thoughts and maxims of all the immortal Greeks and Latins. And I verily believe, in those imaginative days, we thought we had in us such stuff as heroes are made of. But our entrance into the social arena soon robbed us of our sublime conceit. We were common working units, no more. The grind and prose of daily life put Homer into the background, and we soon discovered that society was more interested in the latest unsavory scandal than in the tragedies of Sophocles or the wisdom of Plato. Well, it was no doubt extremely foolish of us to dream that we might help to regenerate a world in which both Plato and Christ appear to have failed. Yet the most hardened cynic will scarcely deny that it is pleasant to look back to the days of his youth, if he can think that at least then, if only once in his life, he had noble impulses. The lamp burned badly, and I had to retrim it before I could settle down to read my friend's letter. Next door someone was playing a violin, and playing it well. Tenderly, and yet with a certain amount of brio, the notes came dancing from the bow, and I listened, vaguely pleased. Being faint with hunger, I was somewhat in a listless state bordering on stupor, and the penetrating sweetness of the music appealing to the sensuous and aesthetic part of me drowned for the moment mere animal craving. "There you go," I murmured, apostrophizing the unseen musician, "practising away on that friendly fiddle of yours, no doubt for a mere pittance which barely keeps you alive. Possibly you are some poor wretch in a cheap orchestra, or you might even be a street player and be able to live in this neighborhood of the elite starving. You can have no hope whatever of being the fashion and making your bow before royalty. Or if you have that hope, it is wildly misplaced. Play on, my friend, play on. The sounds you make are very agreeable and seem to imply that you are happy. I wonder if you are, or if, like me, you are going rapidly to the devil." The music grew softer and more plaintive, and was now accompanied by the rattle of hailstones against the window panes. A gusty wind whistled under the door and roared down the chimney, a wind cold as the grasp of death and searching as a probing knife. I shivered, and bending close over the smoky lamp, prepared to read my Australian news. As I opened the envelope, a bill for £50, payable to me at a well-known London banker's, fell out upon the table. My heart gave a quick bound of mingled relief and gratitude. "Why, Jack, old fellow, I wronged you!" I exclaimed. "Your heart is in the right place after all." And profoundly touched by my friend's ready generosity, I eagerly perused his letter. It was not very long, and had evidently been written off in haste. "Dear Jeff, I'm sorry to hear you are down on your luck. It shows what a crop of fools are still flourishing in London, when a man of your capability cannot gain his proper place in the world of letters, and be fittingly acknowledged. I believe it's all a question of wire pulling, and money is the only thing that will pull the wires. Here's the 50 you ask for, and welcome. Don't hurry about paying it back. I am doing you a good turn this year by sending you a friend, a real friend, mind you, no sham. He brings you a letter of introduction from me, and between ourselves, old man, you cannot do better than put yourself and your literary affairs entirely in his hands. He knows everybody, and is up to all the dodges of editorial management and newspaper cliques. He is a great philanthropist besides, and seems particularly fond of the society of the clergy. Rather a queer taste, you will say, but his reason for such preference is, as he has explained to me quite frankly, that he is so enormously wealthy that he does not quite know what to do with his money, and the reverend gentlemen of the church are generally ready to show him how to spend some of it. He is always glad to know of some quarter where his money and influence—he is very influential—may be useful to others. He has helped me out of a very serious hobble, and I owe him a big debt of gratitude. I've told him all about you, what a smart fellow you are, and what a lot dear old Alma Mater thought of you, and he has promised to give you a lift up. He can do anything he likes very naturally, seeing that the whole world of morals, civilization, and the rest is subservient to the power of money, and his stock of cash appears to be limitless. Use him. He is willing and ready to be used, and write and let me know how you get on. Don't bother about the 50 till you feel you have tided over the storm. Ever yours, Boffles. I laughed as I read the absurd signature, though my eyes were dim with something like tears. Boffles was the nickname given to my friend by several of our college companions, and neither he nor I knew how it first arose. But no one except the Dons ever addressed him by his proper name, which was John Carrington. He was simply Boffles, and Boffles he remained even now for all those who had been his intimates. I refolded and put by his letter and the draft for the £50, and with a passing vague wonder as to what manner of man the philanthropist might be who had more money than he knew what to do with, I turned to the consideration of my other 2 correspondents, relieved to feel that now, whatever happened, I could settle up arrears with my landlady the next day as I had promised. Moreover, I could order some supper and have a fire lit to cheer my chilly room. Before attending to these creature comforts, however, I opened the long blue envelope that looked so like a threat of legal proceedings, and unfolding the paper within, stared at it amazedly. What was it all about? The written characters danced before my eyes. Puzzled and bewildered, I found myself reading the thing over and over again without any clear comprehension of it. Presently a glimmer of meaning flashed upon me, startling my senses like an electric shock. No, no, impossible! Fortune never could be so mad as this, never so wildly capricious and grotesque of humor. It was some senseless hoax that was being practiced upon me, and yet, if it were a joke, it was a very elaborate and remarkable one, weighted with the majesty of the law, too. Upon my word, and by all the fantastical freakish destinies that govern human affairs, the news seemed actually positive and genuine. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Steadying my thoughts with an effort, I read every word of the document over again deliberately, and the stupefaction of my wonder increased. Was I going mad or sickening for a fever? Or could this startling, this stupendous piece of information be really true? Because if indeed it were true, good heavens, I turned giddy to think of it. And it was only by sheer force of will that I kept myself from swooning with the agitation of such sudden surprise and ecstasy. If it were true, why, then the world was mine. I was king instead of beggar. I was everything I chose to be. The letter, the amazing letter, bore the printed name of a noted firm of London solicitors, and stated in measured and precise terms that a distant relative of my father's, of whom I had scarcely heard, except remotely, now and then, during my boyhood, had died suddenly in South America, leaving me his sole heir. The real and personal estate now amounting to something over 5 millions of pounds sterling, we should esteem it a favour if you could make it convenient to call upon us any day this week, in order that we may go through the necessary formalities together. The larger bulk of the cash is lodged in the Bank of England, and a considerable amount is placed in French government securities. We should prefer going into further details with you personally, rather than by letter. Trusting you will call on us without delay, we are, sir, yours obediently. 5 millions? I, the starving literary hack, the friendless, hopeless, almost reckless haunter of low newspaper dens, I, the possessor of over 5 millions of pounds sterling. I tried to grasp the astounding fact, for fact it evidently was, but could not. It seemed to me a wild delusion, born of the dizzy vagueness which lack of food engendered in my brain. I stared round the room. The mean, miserable furniture, the fireless grate, the dirty lamp, the low truckle bedstead, the evidences of penury and want on every side, and then the overwhelming contrast between the poverty that environed me and the news I had just received struck me as the wildest, most ridiculous incongruity I had ever heard of or imagined, and I gave vent to a shout of laughter. "Was there ever such a caprice of mad fortune?" I cried aloud. "Who would have imagined it? Good God! I of all men in the world, to be suddenly chosen out for this luck? By heaven! If it is all true, I'll make society spin round like a top on my hand before I am many months older." And I laughed loudly again, laughed just as I had previously sworn, simply by way of relief to my feelings. Someone laughed in answer, a laugh that seemed to echo mine. I checked myself abruptly, somewhat startled, and listened. Rain poured outside, and the wind shrieked like a petulant shrew. The violinist next door was practising a brilliant roulade up and down his instrument. But there were no other sounds than these. Yet I could have sworn I heard a man's deep-chested laughter close behind me where I stood. "It must have been my fancy," I murmured, turning the flame of the lamp up higher in order to obtain more light in the room. "I am nervous, I suppose. No wonder! Poor Boffles! Good old chap!" I continued, remembering my friend's draft for £50, which had seemed such a godsend a few minutes since. "What a surprise is in store for you! You shall have your loan back as promptly as you sent it, with an extra 50 added by way of interest for your generosity. And as for the new Maecenas you are sending to help me over my difficulties, well, he may be a very excellent old gentleman, but he will find himself quite out of his element this time. I want neither assistance, nor advice, nor patronage. I can buy them all. Titles, honours, possessions, they are all purchasable. Love, friendship, position, they are all for sale in this admirably commercial age, and go to the highest bidder. By my soul, the wealthy philanthropist will find it difficult to match me in power. He will scarcely have more than 5 millions to waste, I warrant. And now for supper. I shall have to live on credit till I get some ready cash. And there is no reason why I should not leave this wretched hole at once and go to one of the best hotels and swagger it. I was about to leave the room on the swift impulse of excitement and joy, when a fresh and violent gust of wind roared down the chimney, bringing with it a shower of soot which fell in a black heap on my rejected manuscript, where it lay forgotten on the floor, as I had despairingly thrown it. I hastily picked it up and shook it free from the noisome dirt, wondering as I did so what would be its fate now when I could afford to publish it myself, and not only publish it but advertise it, and not only advertise it but push it in all the crafty and cautious ways known to the inner circles of booming. I smiled as I thought of the vengeance I would take on all those who had scorned and slighted me and my labor. How they should cower before me, how they should fawn at my feet like whipped curs, and whine their fulsome adulation. Every stiff and stubborn neck should bend before me. This I resolved upon, for though money does not always conquer everything, it only fails when it is money apart from brains. Brains and money together can move the world. Brains can very frequently do this alone without money, of which serious and proved fact those who have no brains should beware. Full of ambitious thought, I now and then caught wild sounds from the violin that was being played next door, notes like sobbing cries of pain, and anon rippling runs like a careless woman's laughter. And all at once I remembered I had not yet opened the third letter addressed to me, the one coroneted in scarlet and gold, which had remained where it was on the table almost unnoticed till now. I took it up and turned it over with an odd sense of reluctance in my fingers, which were slow at the work of tearing the thick envelope asunder. Drawing out an equally thick small sheet of notepaper, also coroneted, I read the following lines written in an admirably legible, small and picturesque hand. Dear Sir, I am the bearer of a letter of introduction to you from your former college companion, Mr. John Carrington, now of Melbourne, who has been good enough to thus give me the means of making the acquaintance of one who, I understand, is more than exceptionally endowed with the gift of literary genius. I shall call upon you this evening between 8 and 9 o'clock, trusting to find you at home and disengaged. I enclose my card and present address, and beg to remain, very faithfully yours, Lucio Rimanez. The card mentioned dropped on the table as I finished reading the note. It bore a small, exquisitely engraved coronet and the words, Prince Lucio Rimanez, while scribbled lightly in pencil underneath was the address, Grand Hotel. I read the brief letter through again. It was simple enough, expressed with clearness and civility. There was nothing remarkable about it. Nothing whatever, yet it seemed to me surcharged with meaning. Why, I could not imagine. A curious fascination kept my eyes fastened on the characteristic bold handwriting, and made me fancy I should like the man who penned it. How the wind roared, and how that violin next door wailed like the restless spirit of some forgotten musician in torment. My brain swam and my heart ached heavily. The drip, drip of the rain outside sounded like the stealthy footfall of some secret spy upon my movements. I grew irritable and nervous. A foreboding of evil somehow darkened the bright consciousness of my sudden good fortune. Then an impulse of shame possessed me. Shame that this foreign prince, if such he were, with limitless wealth at his back, should be coming to visit me, now a millionaire, in my present wretched lodging. Already, before I had touched my riches, I was tainted by the miserable vulgarity of seeking to pretend I had never been really poor, but only embarrassed by a little temporary difficulty. If I had had a sixpence about me, which I had not, I should have sent a telegram to my approaching visitor to put him off. But in any case, I said aloud, addressing myself to the empty room and the storm echoes, I will not meet him tonight. I'll go out and leave no message, and if he comes he will think I have not yet had his letter. I can make an appointment to see him when I am better lodged, and dressed more in keeping with my present position. In the meantime, nothing is easier than to keep out of this would-be benefactor's way." As I spoke, the flickering lamp gave a dismal crackle and went out, leaving me in pitch darkness. With an exclamation more strong than reverent, I groped about the room for matches, or, failing them, for my hat and coat, and I was still engaged in a fruitless and annoying search, when I caught a sound of galloping horses' hoofs coming to an abrupt stop in the street below. Surrounded by black gloom, I paused and listened. There was a slight commotion in the basement. I heard my landlady's accents attuned to nervous civility, mingling with the mellow tones of a deep masculine voice. Then steps, firm and even, ascending the stairs to my landing. "The devil is in it!" Chapter 3 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The door opened, and from the dense obscurity enshrouding me, I could just perceive a tall, shadowy figure standing on the threshold. I remember well the curious impression the mere outline of this scarcely discerned form made upon me even then, suggesting at the first glance such a stately majesty of height and bearing as at once riveted my attention. So much so, indeed, that I scarcely heard my landlady's introductory words, "A gentleman to see you, sir," words that were quickly interrupted by a murmur of dismay at finding the room in total darkness. "Well, to be sure, the lamp must have gone out," she exclaimed. Then, addressing the personage she had ushered thus far, she added, "I'm afraid Mr. Tempest isn't in after all, sir, though I certainly saw him about half an hour ago. If you don't mind waiting here a minute, I'll fetch a light and see if he has left any message on his table." She hurried away, and though I knew that of course I ought to speak, a singular and quite inexplicable perversity of humour kept me silent and unwilling to declare my presence. Meanwhile the tall stranger advanced a pace or two, and a rich voice with a ring of ironical amusement in it called me by my name. "Geoffrey Tempest, are you there?" Why could I not answer? The strangest and most unnatural obstinacy stiffened my tongue, and concealed in the gloom of my forlorn literary den, I still held my peace. The majestic figure drew nearer, till in height and breadth it seemed to suddenly overshadow me, and once again the voice called, "Geoffrey Tempest, are you there?" For very shame's sake I could hold out no longer, and with a determined effort I broke the extraordinary dumb spell that had held me like a coward in silent hiding, and came forward boldly to confront my visitor. "Yes, I am here," I said, "and being here I am ashamed to give you such a welcome as this. You are Prince Rimenez, of course. I have just read your note which prepared me for your visit, but I was hoping that my landlady, finding the room in darkness, would conclude I was out, and show you downstairs again. You see, I am perfectly frank." "You are indeed," returned the stranger, his deep tones still vibrating with the silvery clang of veiled satire. "So frank that I cannot fail to understand you. Briefly, and without courtesy, you resent my visit this evening, and wish I had not come." This open declaration of my mood sounded so brusque that I made haste to deny it, though I knew it to be true. Truth, even in trifles, always seems unpleasant. "Pray do not think me so churlish," I said. "The fact is, I only opened your letter a few minutes ago, and before I could make any arrangements to receive you, the lamp went out, with the awkward result that I am forced to greet you in this unsociable darkness, which is almost too dense to shake hands in." "Shall we try?" my visitor inquired, with a sudden softening of accent that gave his words a singular charm. "Here is my hand. If yours has any friendly instinct in it, the twain will meet, quite blindly and without guidance." I at once extended my hand, and it was instantly clasped in a warm and somewhat masterful manner. At that moment a light flashed on the scene. My landlady entered, bearing what she called her best lamp, alit, and set it on the table. I believe she uttered some exclamation of surprise at seeing me. She may have said anything or nothing. I did not hear or heed, so entirely was I amazed and fascinated by the appearance of the man whose long slender hand still held mine. I am myself an average good height, but he was fully half a head taller than I, if not more than that, and as I looked straightly at him, I thought I had never seen so much beauty and intellectuality combined in the outward personality of any human being. The finely shaped head denoted both power and wisdom, and was nobly poised on such shoulders as might have befitted a Hercules. The countenance was a pure oval, and singularly pale, this complexion intensifying the almost fiery brilliance of the full dark eyes, which had in them a curious and wonderfully attractive look of mingled mirth and misery. The mouth was perhaps the most telling feature in this remarkable face. Set in the perfect curve of beauty, it was yet firm, determined, and not too small, thus escaping effeminacy. And I noted that in repose it expressed bitterness, disdain, and even cruelty. But with the light of a smile upon it, it signified, or seemed to signify, something more subtle than any passion to which we can give a name, and already, with the rapidity of a lightning flash, I caught myself wondering what mystic undeclared something might be. At a glance I comprehended these primary details of my new acquaintance's eminently prepossessing appearance, and when my hand dropped from his close grasp, I felt as if I had known him all my life. And now, face to face with him in the bright lamplight, I remembered my actual surroundings. The bare cold room, the lack of fire, the black soot that sprinkled the nearly carpetless floor, my own shabby clothes and deplorable aspect, as compared with this regal-looking individual, who carried the visible evidence of wealth upon him in the superb Russian sables that lined and bordered his long overcoat, which he now partially unfastened and threw open with a carelessly imperial air, the while he regarded me smiling. "I know I have come at an awkward moment," he said. "I always do. It is my peculiar misfortune. Well-bred people never intrude where they are not wanted, and in this particular I'm afraid my manners leave much to be desired. Try to forgive me if you can, for the sake of this." And he held out a letter addressed to me in my friend Carrington's familiar handwriting. "And permit me to sit down while you read my credentials." He took a chair and seated himself. I observed his handsome face and easy attitude with renewed admiration. "No credentials are necessary," I said, with all the cordiality I now really felt. "I have already had a letter from Carrington in which he speaks of you in the highest and most grateful terms. But the fact is—well, really, Prince, you must excuse me if I seem confused or astonished. I had expected to see quite an old man." And I broke off, somewhat embarrassed by the keen glance of the brilliant eyes that met mine so fixedly. "No one is old, my dear sir, nowadays," he declared lightly. "Even the grandmothers and grandfathers are friskier at 50 than they were at 15. One does not talk of age at all now in polite society. It is ill-bred, even coarse. Indecent things are unmentionable. Age has become an indecent thing. It is therefore avoided in conversation. You expected to see an old man, you say. Well, you are not disappointed. I am old. In fact, you have no idea how very old I am. I laughed at this piece of absurdity. Why, you are younger than I said, or if not, you look it. Ah, my looks belie me, he returned gaily. I am like several of the most noted fashionable beauties, much riper than I seem. But come, read the introductory missive I have brought you. I shall not be satisfied till you do. Thus requested, and wishing to prove myself as courteous as I had hitherto been brusque, I at once opened my friend's note and read as follows. Dear Geoffrey, the bearer of this, Prince Ximenes, is a very distinguished scholar and gentleman, allied by descent to one of the oldest families in Europe, or for that matter in the world. You, as a student and lover of ancient history, will be interested to know that his ancestors were originally princes of Chaldea, who afterwards settled in Tyre. From thence they went to Etruria, and there continued through many centuries, the last scion of the house being the very gifted and genial personage who, as my good friend, I have the pleasure of commending to your kindest regard. Certain troublous and overpowering circumstances have forced him into exile from his native province, and deprived him of a great part of his possessions, so that he is, to a considerable extent, a wanderer on the face of the earth, and has travelled far and seen much, and has a wide experience of men and things. He is a poet and musician of great skill, and though he occupies himself with the arts solely for his own amusement, I think you will find his practical knowledge of literary matters eminently useful to you in your difficult career. I must not forget to add that in all matters scientific he is an absolute master. Wishing you both a cordial friendship, I am, dear Geoffrey, yours sincerely, John Carrington. The signature of Boffles had evidently been deemed out of place this time, and somehow I was foolishly vexed at its omission. There seemed to be something formal and stiff in the letter, almost as if it had been written to dictation and under pressure. What gave me this idea I know not. I glanced furtively at my silent companion. He caught my stray look and returned it with a curiously grave fixity. Fearing lest my momentary vague distrust of him had been reflected in my eyes, I made haste to speak. This letter, Prince, adds to my shame and regret that I should have greeted you in so churlish a manner this evening. No apology can condone my rudeness, but you cannot imagine how mortified I felt, and still feel, to be compelled to receive you in this miserable den. It is not at all the sort of place in which I should have liked to welcome you. And I broke off with a renewed sense of irritation, remembering how actually rich I now was, and that in spite of this I was obliged to seem poor. Meanwhile the prince waved aside my remarks with a light gesture of his hand. "Why be mortified?" he demanded. "Rather be proud that you can dispense with the vulgar appurtenances of luxury. Genius thrives in a garret and dies in a palace. Is not that the generally accepted theory?" "Rather a worn-out and mistaken one, I consider," I replied. "Genius might like to try the effect of a palace for once. It usually dies of starvation." "True, but in thus dying, think how many fools it afterwards fattens. There is an all-wise providence in this, my dear sir. Schubert perished of want, but see what large profits all the music publishers have made since out of his compositions. It is a most beautiful dispensation of nature, that honest folk should be sacrificed in order to provide for the sustenance of knaves." He laughed, and I looked at him in a little surprise. His remark touched so near my own opinions that I wondered whether he were in jest or earnest. "You speak sarcastically, of course," I said. "You do not really believe what you say." "Oh, do I not?" he returned, with a flash of his fine eyes that was almost lightning-like in its intensity. "If I could not believe the teaching of my own experience, what would be left to me? I always realize the needs must of things. How does the old maxim go? Needs must when the devil drives. There is really no possible contradiction to offer to the accuracy of that statement. The devil drives the world whip in hand, and oddly enough, considering that some belated folk still fancy there is a God somewhere, succeeds in managing his team with extraordinary ease." His brow clouded, and the bitter lines about his mouth deepened and hardened. Anon he laughed again lightly and continued, "But let us not moralize. Morals sicken the soul, both in church and out of it. Every sensible man hates to be told what he could be and what he won't be. I am here to make friends with you, if you permit, and to put an end to ceremony. Will you accompany me back to my hotel, where I have ordered supper?" By this time I had become indescribably fascinated by his easy manner, handsome presence, and mellifluous voice. The satirical turn of his humour suited mine. I felt we should get on well together, and my first annoyance at being discovered by him in such poverty-stricken circumstances somewhat abated. "With pleasure," I replied. "But first of all you must allow me to explain matters a little. You have heard a good deal about my affairs from my friend John Carrington, and I know from his private letter to me that you have come here out of pure kindness and goodwill. For that generous intention I thank you. I know you expected to find a poor wretch of a literary man struggling with the direst circumstances of disappointment and poverty, and a couple of hours ago you would have amply fulfilled that expectation. But now things have changed. I have received news which completely alters my position. In fact, I have had a very great and remarkable surprise this evening." "An agreeable one, I trust?" interposed my companion suavely. I smiled. "Judge for yourself," and I handed him the lawyer's letter which informed me of my suddenly acquired fortune. He glanced it through rapidly, then folded and returned it to me with a courteous bow. "I suppose I should congratulate you," he said, "and I do. Though of course this wealth which seems to content you, to me appears a mere trifle. It can be quite conveniently run through and exhausted in about 8 years or less. Therefore it does not provide absolute immunity from care. To be rich, really rich in my sense of the word, one should have about 1 million a year. Then one might reasonably hope to escape the workhouse." He laughed, and I stared at him stupidly, not knowing how to take his words, whether as truth or idle boasting. 5 millions of money a mere trifle? He went on without apparently noticing my amazement. "The inexhaustible greed of a man, my dear sir, can never be satisfied. If he is not consumed by desire for one thing, he is for another, and his tastes are generally expensive. A few pretty and unscrupulous women, for example, would soon relieve you of your 5 millions in the purchase of jewels alone. Horse racing would do it still more quickly. No, no, you are not rich. You are still poor, only your needs are no longer so pressing as they were, and in this I confess myself somewhat disappointed, for I came to you hoping to do a good turn to someone for once in my life, and to play the foster father to a rising genius. And here I am, forestalled, as usual. It is a singular thing, do you know, but nevertheless a fact, that whenever I have had any particular intentions toward a man, I am always forestalled. It is really rather hard upon me." He broke off and raised his head in a listening attitude. "What is that?" he asked. It was the violinist next door playing a well-known Ave Maria. I told him so. "Dismal, very dismal," he said with a contemptuous shrug. "I hate all of that mawkish, devotional stuff." "Well, millionaire as you are, and acknowledged lion of society as you shortly will be, there is no objection, I hope, to the proposed supper, and perhaps a music hall afterwards if you feel inclined. What do you say?" He clapped me on the shoulder cordially and looked straight into my face. Those wonderful eyes of his, suggestive of both tears and fire, fixed me with a clear, masterful gaze that completely dominated me. I made no attempt to resist the singular attraction which now possessed me for this man whom I had but just met. The sensation was too strong and too pleasant to be combated. Only for one moment more I hesitated, looking down at my shabby attire. "I am not fit to accompany you, Prince," I said. "I look more like a tramp than a millionaire." He glanced at me and smiled. "Upon my life, so you do," he averred. "But be satisfied. You are, in this respect, very like many another Croesus. It is only the poor and proud who take the trouble to dress well. They and their dear, naughty ladies generally monopolize tasteful and becoming attire. An ill-fitting coat often adorns the back of a prime minister. And if you see a woman clad in clothes vilely cut and colored, you may be sure she is eminently virtuous, renowned for good works, and probably a duchess." He rose, drawing his sables about him. "What matter the coat if the purse be full?" he continued gaily. "Let it once be properly paragraphed in the papers that you are a millionaire, and doubtless some enterprising tailor will invent a Tempest ulster colored softly like your present garb, an artistic mildewy green. And now come along. Your solicitor's communication should have given you a good appetite. Or it is not so valuable as it seems, and I want you to do justice to my supper. I have my own chef with me, and he is not without skill. I hope, by the way, you will at least do me this much service, that pending legal discussion and settlement of your affairs, you will let me be your banker." This offer was made with such an air of courteous delicacy and friendship that I could do no more than accept it gratefully, as it relieved me from all temporary embarrassment. I hastily wrote a few lines to my landlady, telling her she would receive the money owing to her by post next day. Then, thrusting my rejected manuscript, my only worldly possession, into my coat pocket, I extinguished the lamp, and with the new friend I had so suddenly gained, I left my dismal lodgings and all its miserable associations forever. I little thought the time would come when I should look back to the time spent in that small, mean room as the best period of my life, when I should regard the bitter poverty I then endured as the stern but holy angel meant to guide me to the highest and noblest attainment, when I should pray desperately with wild tears to be as I was then, rather than as I am now. Is it well or ill for us, I wonder, that the future is hidden from our knowledge? Should we steer our ways clearer from evil if we knew its result? It is a doubtful question. At any rate, my ignorance for the moment was indeed bliss. I went joyfully out of the dreary house where I had lived so long among disappointments and difficulties, turning my back upon it with such a sense of relief as could never be expressed in words. And the last thing I heard as I passed into the street with my companion was a plaintive, long-drawn wail of minor melody, which seemed to be sent after me. Chapter 4 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Outside, the prince's carriage waited, drawn by 2 spirited black horses caparisoned in silver, magnificent thoroughbreds which pawed the ground and champed their bits, impatient of delay. At sight of his master, the smart footman in attendance threw the door open, touching his hat respectfully. We stepped in, I preceding my companion at his expressed desire, and as I sank back among the easy cushions, I felt the complacent consciousness of luxury and power, to such an extent that it seemed as if I had left my days of adversity already a long way behind me. Hunger and happiness disputed my sensations between them, and I was in that vague, light-headed condition common to long fasting, in which nothing seems absolutely tangible or real. I knew I should not properly grasp the solid truth of my wonderful good luck till my physical needs were satisfied and I was, so to speak, once more in a naturally balanced bodily condition. At present my brain was in a whirl. My thoughts were all dim and disconnected, and I appeared to myself to be in some whimsical dream from which I should wake up directly. The carriage rolled on rubber-tired wheels and made no noise as it went. One could only hear the even, rapid trot of the horses. By and by I saw in the semi-darkness my new friend's brilliant dark eyes fixed upon me with a curiously intent expression. "Do you not feel the world already at your feet?" he queried, half playfully, half ironically. "Like a football, waiting to be kicked? It is such an absurd world, you know, so easily moved. Wise men in all ages have done their best to make it less ridiculous, with no result, inasmuch as it continues to prefer folly to wisdom. A football, or let us say a shuttlecock among worlds, ready to be tossed up anyhow and anywhere, provided the battledore be of gold." "You speak a trifle bitterly, Prince," I said, "but no doubt you have had a wide experience among men?" "I have," he returned with emphasis. "My kingdom is a vast one." "You are a ruling power then?" I exclaimed with some astonishment. "Yours is not a title of honour only?" "Oh, as your rules of aristocracy go, it is a mere title of honour," he replied quickly. "When I say that my kingdom is a vast one, I mean that I rule wherever men obey the influence of wealth. From this point of view, am I wrong in calling my kingdom vast? Is it not almost boundless?" "I perceive you are a cynic," I said. "Yet surely you believe that there are some things wealth cannot buy? Honour and virtue, for example?" He surveyed me with a whimsical smile. "I suppose honour and virtue do exist," he answered, "and when they are existent, of course they cannot be bought. But my experience has taught me that I can always buy everything. The sentiments called honour and virtue by the majority of men are the most shifty things imaginable. Set sufficient cash down and they become bribery and corruption in the twinkling of an eye. Curious, very curious. I confess I found a case of unpurchasable integrity once, but only once. I may find it again, though I consider the chance a very doubtful one. Now to revert to myself, pray do not imagine I am playing the humbug with you or passing myself off under a bogus title.
I am a bona fide prince, believe me, and of such descent as none of your oldest families can boast. But my dominions are long since broken up, and my former subjects are dispersed among all nations. Anarchy, nihilism, disruption, and political troubles generally compel me to be rather reticent concerning my affairs. Money I fortunately have in plenty, and with that I pave my way. Some day, when we are better acquainted, you shall know more of my private history. I have various other names and titles besides that on my card, but I keep to the simplest of them, because most people are such bunglers at the pronunciation of foreign names. My intimate friends generally drop my title and call me Lucio simply.
"That is your Christian name?" I began.
"Not at all. I have no Christian name," he interrupted swiftly and with anger. "There is no such thing as Christian in my composition."
He spoke with such impatience that for a moment I was at a loss for a reply. At last, "Indeed?" I murmured vaguely. He burst out laughing.
"Indeed? That is all you can find to say? Indeed, and again indeed, the word Christian vexes me. There is no such creature alive. You are not a Christian. No one is really. People pretend to be, and in so damnable an act of feigning are more blasphemous than any fallen fiend. Now, I make no pretenses of the kind. I have only one faith."
"And that is?"
"A profound and awful one," he said in thrilling tones. "And the worst of it is that it is true as the workings of the universe. But of that hereafter. It will do to talk of when we feel low-spirited and wish to converse of things grim and ghastly. At present, here, we are at our destination, and the chief consideration of our lives—it is the chief consideration of most men's lives—must be the excellence or non-excellence of our food."
The carriage stopped and we descended. At first sight of the black horse and silver trappings, the porter of the hotel and 2 or 3 other servants rushed out to attend upon us, but the prince passed into the hall without noticing any of them, and addressed himself to a sober-looking individual in black, his own private valet, who came forward to meet him with a profound salutation. I murmured something about wishing to engage a room for myself in the hotel.
"Oh, my man will see to that for you," he said lightly. "The house is not full. At any rate all the best rooms are not taken, and of course you want one of the best."
A staring waiter, who up to that moment had been noting my shabby clothes with that peculiar air of contempt commonly displayed by insolent menials to those whom they imagine are poor, overheard these words and suddenly changed the derisive expression of his foxy face, bowed obsequiously as I passed. A thrill of disgust ran through me, mingled with a certain angry triumph. The hypocritical reflex of this low fellow's countenance was, I knew, a true epitome of what I should find similarly reflected in the manner and attitude of all polite society. For there the estimate of worth is no higher than a common servant's estimate, and is taken solely from the money standard. If you are poor and dress shabbily, you are thrust aside and ignored. But if you are rich, you may wear shabby clothes as much as you like. You are still courted and flattered and invited everywhere, though you may be the greatest fool alive, or the worst blackguard unhung. With vague thoughts such as these flitting over my mind, I followed my host to his rooms. He occupied nearly a whole wing of the hotel, having a large drawing room, dining room and study en suite, fitted up in the most luxurious manner, besides bedroom, bathroom and dressing room, with other rooms adjoining for his valet and 2 extra personal attendants. The table was laid for supper, and glittered with the costliest glass, silver and china, being furthermore adorned by baskets of the most exquisite fruit and flowers,
and in a few moments we were seated. The prince's valet acted as head waiter, and I noticed that now this man's face, seen in the full light of the electric lamps, seemed very dark and unpleasant, even sinister in expression. But in the performance of his duties he was unexceptionable, being quick, attentive, and deferential. So much so that I inwardly reproached myself for taking an instinctive dislike to him. His name was Emile, and I found myself involuntarily watching his movements. They were so noiseless, his very step suggesting the stealthy gliding of a cat or a tiger. He was assisted in his work by the 2 other attendants who served as his subordinates, and who were equally active and well trained, and presently I found myself enjoying the choicest meal I had tasted for many and many a long day, flavoured with such wine as connoisseurs might be apt to dream of, but never succeed in finding. I began to feel perfectly at my ease, and talked with freedom and confidence, the strong attraction I had for my new friend deepening with every moment I passed in his company. "Will you continue your literary career now you have this little fortune left you?" he inquired, when at the close of supper Emile set the choicest cognac and cigars before us, and respectfully withdrew. "Do you think you will care to go on with it?" "Certainly I shall," I replied, "if only for the fun of the thing. You see, with money I can force my name into notice, whether the public likes it or not. No newspaper refuses paying advertisements." "True, but may not inspiration refuse to flow from a full purse and an empty head?" This remark provoked me not a little. "Do you consider me empty-headed?" I asked with some vexation. "Not at present. My dear Tempest, do not let either the Tokay we have been drinking or the cognac we are going to drink speak for you in such haste. I assure you I do not think you empty-headed. On the contrary, your head, I believe, from what I have heard, has been and is full of ideas, excellent ideas, original ideas, which the world of conventional criticism does not want. But whether these ideas will continue to germinate in your brain, or whether, with the full purse, they will cease, is now the question. Great originality and inspiration, strange to say, seldom endow the millionaire. Inspiration is supposed to come from above, money from below. In your case, however, both originality and inspiration may continue to flourish and bring forth fruit. I trust they may. It often happens, nevertheless, that when bags of money fall to the lot of aspiring genius, God departs and the devil walks in. Have you never heard that? Never, I answered, smiling. Well, of course the saying is foolish, and sounds doubly ridiculous in this age when people believe in neither God nor devil. It implies, however, that one must choose an up or a down. Genius is the up, money is the down. You cannot fly and grovel at the same instant. The possession of money is not likely to cause a man to grovel, I said. It is the one thing necessary to strengthen his soaring powers and lift him to the greatest heights. You think so? And my host lit his cigar with a grave and preoccupied air. Then I'm afraid you don't know much about what I shall call natural physics. What belongs to the earth tends earthwards. Surely you realize that. Gold most strictly belongs to the earth. You dig it out of the ground, you handle it and dispose of it in solid wedges or bars. It is a substantial metal enough. Genius belongs to nobody knows where. You cannot dig it up or pass it on, or do anything with it except stand and marvel. It is a rare visitant and capricious as the wind, and generally makes sad havoc among the conventionalities of men. It is, as I said, an upper thing, beyond earthly smells and savours, and those who have it always live in unknown high latitudes. But money is a perfectly level commodity, level with the ground. When you have much of it, you come down solidly on your flat soles, and down you stay. I laughed. "Upon my word, you preach very eloquently against wealth," I said. "You yourself are unusually rich. Are you sorry for it?" "No, I am not sorry, because being sorry would be no use," he returned, "and I never waste my time. But I am telling you the truth. Genius and great riches hardly ever pull together. Now I, for example, you cannot imagine what great capabilities I had once, a long time ago, before I became my own master." "And you have them still, I am sure?" I averred, looking expressively at his noble head and fine eyes. The strange subtle smile I had noticed once or twice before lightened his face. "Ah, you mean to compliment me," he said. "You like my looks. Many people do. Yet, after all, there is nothing so deceptive as one's outward appearance. The reason of this is that as soon as childhood is past, we are always pretending to be what we are not, and thus, with constant practice from our youth up, we manage to make our physical frames complete disguises for our actual selves. It is really wise and clever of us, for hence each individual is so much flesh wall through which neither friend nor enemy can spy. Every man is a solitary soul imprisoned in a self-made den. When he is quite alone, he knows and frequently hates himself. Sometimes he even gets afraid of the gaunt and murderous monster he keeps hidden behind his outwardly pleasant body mask, and hastens to forget its frightful existence in drink and debauchery. That is what I do occasionally. You would not think it of me, would you?" "Never," I replied quickly, for something in his voice and aspect moved me strangely. "You belie yourself and wrong your own nature." He laughed softly. "Perhaps I do," he said carelessly. "This much you may believe of me, that I am no worse than most men. Now, to return to the subject of your literary career. You have written a book, you say. Well, publish it and see the result. If you only make one hit, that is something. And there are ways of arranging that the hit shall be made. What is your story about? I hope it is improper." "It certainly is not," I replied warmly. "It is a romance dealing with the noblest forms of life and highest ambitions. I wrote it with the intention of elevating and purifying the thoughts of my readers, and wished, if I could, to comfort those who had suffered loss or sorrow." Rimânez smiled compassionately. "Ah, it won't do," he interrupted. "I assure you it won't. It doesn't fit the age. It might go down, possibly, if you could give it a first night of it, as it were, to the critics, like one of my most intimate friends, Henry Irving. A first night combined with an excellent supper and any amount of good drinks going. Otherwise it's no use. If it is to succeed by itself, it must not attempt to be literature. It must simply be indecent. As indecent as you can make it without offending advanced women. That is giving you a good wide margin. Put in as much as you can about sexual matters and the bearing of children. In brief, discourse of men and women simply as cattle who exist merely for breeding purposes, and your success will be enormous. There's not a critic living who won't applaud you. There's not a schoolgirl of 15 who will not gloat over your pages in the silence of her virginal bedroom." Such a flash of withering derision darted from his eyes as startled me. I could find no words to answer him for the moment, and he went on. "What put it into your head, my dear Tempest, to write a book dealing with, as you say, the noblest forms of life? There are no noble forms of life left on this planet. It is all low and commercial. Man is a pygmy, and his aims are pygmy like himself. For noble forms of life seek other worlds. There are others. Then again, people don't want their thoughts raised or purified in the novels they read for amusement. They go to church for that, and get very bored during the process. And why should you wish to comfort folks who, out of their own sheer stupidity, generally get into trouble? They wouldn't comfort you. They would not give you sixpence to save you from starvation. My good fellow, Leave your quixotism behind you with your poverty. Live your life to yourself. If you do anything for others, they will only treat you with the blackest ingratitude. So take my advice, and don't sacrifice your own personal interests for any consideration whatever." He rose from the table as he spoke, and stood with his back to the bright fire, smoking his cigar tranquilly, and I gazed at his handsome figure and face with just the faintest thrill of pained doubt darkening my admiration. "If you were not so good looking, I should call you heartless," I said at last. "But your features are a direct contradiction to your words. You have not really that indifference to human nature which you strive to assume. Your whole aspect betokens a generosity of spirit which you cannot conquer if you would. Besides, are you not always trying to do good?" He smiled. "Always. That is, I am always at work endeavouring to gratify every man's desire. Whether that is good of me or bad remains to be proved. Men's wants are almost illimitable. The only thing none of them ever seem to wish, so far as I am concerned, is to cut my acquaintance." "Why, of course not. After once meeting you, how could they?" I said, laughing at the absurdity of the suggestion. He gave me a whimsical side look. "Their desires are not always virtuous," he remarked, turning to flick off the ash of his cigar into the grate. "But of course you do not gratify them in their vices," I rejoined, still laughing. "That would be playing the part of a benefactor somewhat too thoroughly." "Ah, now I see we shall flounder in the quicksands of theory if we go any further," he said. "You forget, my dear fellow, that nobody can decide as to what is vice or what is virtue. These things are chameleon-like and take different colours in different countries. Abraham had 2 or 3 wives and several concubines, and he was the very soul of virtue according to sacred lore, whereas my Lord Tom Noddy in London today has 1 wife and several concubines, and is really very much like Abraham in other particulars. Yet he is considered a very dreadful person. Who shall decide when doctors disagree? Let's drop the subject, as we shall never settle it. What shall we do with the rest of the evening? There is a stout-limbed, shrewd wench at the Tivoli, dancing her way into the affections of a rickety little duke. Shall we go and watch the admirable contortions with which she is wriggling into a fixed position among the English aristocracy? Or are you tired, and would you prefer a long night's rest?" To tell the truth, I was thoroughly fatigued, and mentally as well as physically worn out with the excitements of the day. My head was too heavy with the wine to which I had so long been unaccustomed. "Upon my word, I think I would rather go to bed than anything," I confessed. "But what about my room?" "Oh, Emile will have attended to that for you. We'll ask him." And he touched the bell. His valet instantly appeared. "Have you got a room for Mr. Tempest?" "Yes, your Excellency. An apartment in this corridor almost facing your Excellency's suite. It is not as well furnished as it might be, but I have made it as comfortable as I can for the night." "Thanks very much," I said. "I am greatly obliged to you." Emile bowed deferentially. "Thank you, sir." He retired, and I moved to bid my host good night. He took my proffered hand and held it in his, looking at me curiously the while. "I like you, Geoffrey Tempest," he said, "and because I like you, and because I think there are the makings of something higher than mere earthly brute in you, I am going to make you what you may perhaps consider rather a singular proposition. It is this, that if you don't like me, say so at once, and we will part now, before we have time to know anything more of each other, and I will endeavour not to cross your path again unless you seek me out. But if on the contrary you do like me, if you find something in my humour or turn of mind congenial to your own disposition, give me your promise that you will be my friend and comrade for a while, say for a few months at any rate. I can take you into the best society, and introduce you to the prettiest women in Europe, as well as the most brilliant men. I know them all, and I believe I can be useful to you. But if there is the smallest aversion to me lurking in the depths of your nature," here he paused, then resumed with extraordinary solemnity, "in God's name give it full way and let me go, because I swear to you in all sober earnest that I am not what I seem." Strongly impressed by his strange look and stranger manner, I hesitated one moment, and on that moment, had I but known it, hung my future. It was true, I had felt a passing shadow of distrust and repulsion for this fascinating yet cynical man, and he seemed to have guessed it. But now every suspicion of him vanished from my mind, and I clasped his hand with renewed heartiness. "My dear fellow, your warning comes too late," I said mirthfully. "Whatever you are, or whatever you choose to think you are, I find you most sympathetic to my disposition, and I consider myself most fortunate in knowing you. My old friend Carrington has indeed done me a good turn in bringing us together, and I assure you I shall be proud of your companionship. You seem to take a perverse delight in running yourself down, but you know the old adage, 'The devil is not so black as he is painted.'" "And that is true," he murmured dreamily. "Poor devil, his faults are no doubt much exaggerated by the clergy. And so we are to be friends?" "I hope so. I shall not be the first to break the compact." His dark eyes rested upon me thoughtfully, yet there seemed to be a lurking smile in them as well. "Compact is a good word," he said. "So, a compact we will consider it. I mean to improve your material fortunes. You can dispense with that aid now, but I think I can still be of service in pushing you on in society. And love! Of course you will fall in love, if you have not already done so, have you?" "Not I," I answered quickly and with truth. "I have seen no woman yet who perfectly fulfills my notions of beauty." He burst out laughing violently. "Upon my word, you are not wanting in audacity," he said. "Nothing but perfect beauty will suit you, eh? But consider, my friend, you, though a good-looking, well-built man, are not yourself quite a Phoebus Apollo." "That has nothing to do with the matter," I rejoined. "A man should choose a wife with a careful eye to his own personal gratification, in the same way he chooses horses or wine, perfection or nothing." "And the woman?" Rimânez demanded, his eyes twinkling. "The woman has really no right of choice," I responded, for this was my pet argument, and I took pleasure in setting it forth. "She must mate wherever she has the chance of being properly maintained. A man is always a man, a woman is only a man's appendage, and without beauty she cannot put forth any just claim to his admiration or his support." "Right, very right, and logically argued," he exclaimed, becoming preternaturally serious in a moment. "I myself have no sympathy with the new ideas that are in vogue concerning the intellectuality of woman. She is simply the female of man. She has no real soul save that which is a reflex of his, and being destitute of logic, she is incapable of forming a correct opinion on any subject. All the imposture of religion is kept up by this unmathematical, hysterical creature. And it is curious, considering how inferior a being she is, what mischief she has contrived to make in the world, upsetting the plans of the wisest kings and counsellors, who, as mere men, should undoubtedly have mastered her, and in the present age she is becoming more than ever unmanageable." "It is only a passing phase," I returned carelessly. "A fad got up by a few unloved and unlovable types of the feminine sex. I care very little for women. I doubt whether I shall ever marry." "Well, you have plenty of time to consider and amuse yourself with the fair ones en passant," he said, watching me narrowly. "And in the meantime I can take you round to the different marriage markets of the world if you choose, though the largest one of them all is of course this very metropolis. Splendid bargains to be had, my dear friend. Wonderful blonde and brunette specimens going really very cheap. We'll examine them at our leisure. I'm glad you have yourself decided that we are to be comrades, for I am proud, I may say damnably proud, and never stay in any man's company when he expresses the slightest wish to be rid of me. Good night."
"Good night," I responded. We clasped hands again, and they were still interlocked when a sudden flash of lightning blazed vividly across the room, followed instantaneously by a terrific clap of thunder. The electric lights went out, and only the glow of the fire illumined our faces. I was a little startled and confused. The prince stood still, quite unconcerned, his eyes shining like those of a cat in the darkness.
"What a storm!" he remarked lightly. "Such thunder in winter is rather unusual. Amiel!"
The valet entered, his sinister countenance resembling a white mask made visible in the gloom.
"These lamps have gone out," said his master. "It's very odd that civilized humanity has not yet learned the complete management of the electric light. Can you put them in order, Amiel?"
"Yes, your Excellency."
And in a few moments, by some dexterous manipulation which I did not understand and could not see, the crystal-cased jets shone forth again with renewed brilliancy. Another peal of thunder crashed overhead, followed by a downpour of rain.
"Really remarkable weather for January," said Rimânez, again giving me his hand.
"Good night, my friend. Sleep well."
"If the anger of the elements will permit," I returned, smiling.
"Oh, never mind the elements. Man has nearly mastered them, or soon will do so, now that he is getting gradually convinced there is no deity to interfere in his business. Amiel, show Mr. Tempest to his room."
Amiel obeyed, and crossing the corridor, ushered me into a large luxurious apartment, richly furnished, and lit up by the blaze of a bright fire. The comforting warmth shone welcome upon me as I entered, and I, who had not experienced such personal luxury since my boyhood days, felt more than ever overpowered by the jubilant sense of my sudden, extraordinary good fortune. Amiel waited respectfully, now and then furtively glancing at me with an expression which to my fancy had something derisive in it. "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" he inquired. "No, thank you," I answered, endeavouring to throw an accent of careless condescension into my voice, for somehow I felt this man must be kept strictly in his place. "You have been very attentive. I shall not forget it." A slight smile flickered over his features. "Much obliged to you, sir. Good night." And he retired, leaving me alone. I paced the room up and down more dreamily than consciously, trying to think, trying to set in order the amazing events of the day. But my brain was still dazed and confused, and the only image of actual prominence in my mind was the striking and remarkable personality of my new friend Rimânez. His extraordinary good looks, his attractive manner, his curious cynicism, which was so oddly mixed with some deeper sentiment to which I could not give a name, all the trifling yet uncommon peculiarities of his bearing and humour haunted me and became indissolubly mingled, as it were, with myself and all the circumstances concerning me. I undressed before the fire, listening drowsily to the rain and the thunder which was now dying off into sullen echoes. "Geoffrey Tempest, the world is before you," I said, apostrophizing myself indolently. "You are a young man, you have health, a good appearance and brains. Added to these, you now have 5 millions of money, and a wealthy prince for your friend. What more do you want of fate or fortune? Nothing, except fame. And that you will get easily, for nowadays even fame is purchasable, like love. Your star is in the ascendant. No more literary drudgery for you, my boy. Pleasure and profit and ease are yours to enjoy for the rest of your life. You are a lucky dog. At last you have your day." I flung myself upon the soft bed and settled myself to sleep. And as I dozed off, I still heard the rumble of heavy thunder in the distance. Once I fancied I heard the prince's voice calling, "Amiel! Amiel!" with a wildness resembling the shriek of an angry wind.
and at another moment I started violently from a profound slumber under the impression that someone had approached and was looking fixedly at me. I sat up in bed, peering into the darkness, for the fire had gone out. Then I turned on a small electric night lamp at my side, which fully illumined the room. There was no one there. Yet my imagination played me such tricks before I could rest again, that I thought I heard a hissing whisper near me that said, "Peace, trouble him not, let the fool in his folly sleep." Chapter 5 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next morning on rising, I learned that His Excellency, as Prince Ximenes was called by his own servants and the employees of the Grand, had gone out riding in the park, leaving me to breakfast alone. I therefore took that meal in the public room of the hotel, where I was waited upon with the utmost obsequiousness in spite of my shabby clothes, which I was of course still compelled to wear, having no change. When would I be pleased to lunch? At what hour would I dine? Should my present apartment be retained, or was it not satisfactory? Would I prefer a suite similar to that occupied by His Excellency? All these deferential questions first astonished and then amused me. Some mysterious agency had evidently conveyed the rumor of my wealth among those best fitted to receive it, and here was the first result. In reply, I said my movements were uncertain. I should be able to give definite instruction in the course of a few hours, and that in the meantime I retained my room. The breakfast over, I sallied forth to go to my lawyer's, and was just about to order a hansom when I saw my new friend coming back from his ride. He bestrode a magnificent chestnut mare, whose wild eyes and strained quivering limbs showed she was fresh from a hard gallop, and was scarcely yet satisfied to be under close control. She curveted and danced among the carts and cabs in a somewhat risky fashion, but she had her master in Ximenes, who, if he had looked handsome by night, looked still more so by day, with a slight colour warming the natural pallor of his complexion, and his eyes sparkling with all the zest of exercise and enjoyment. I waited for his approach, as did also Emile, who, as usual, timed his appearance in the hotel corridor in exact accordance with the moment of his master's arrival. Ximenes smiled as he caught sight of me, touching his hat with the handle of his whip by way of salutation. "You slept late, Tempest," he said, as he dismounted and threw the reins to a groom who had cantered up after him. "Tomorrow you must come with me and join what they call in fashionable slang parlance the liver brigade. Once upon a time it was considered the height of indelicacy and low breeding to mention the liver or any other portion of one's internal machinery. But we have done with all that now, and we find a peculiar satisfaction in discoursing of disease and unsavoury medical matters generally. And in the liver brigade you see at a glance all those interesting fellows who have sold themselves to the devil for the sake of the flesh pots of Egypt. Men who eat till they are well nigh bursting, and then prance up and down on good horses. Much too respectable beasts, by the way, to bear such bestial burdens, in the hope of getting out of their poisoned blood the evil they have themselves put in. They think me one of them, but I am not." He patted his mare, and the groom led her away, the foam of her hard ride still flecking her glossy chest and forelegs. "Why do you join the procession then?" I asked him, laughing, and glancing at him with undisguised approval as I spoke, for he seemed more admirably built than ever in his well-fitted riding gear. "You are a fraud." "I am," he responded lightly, "and do you know, I am not the only one in London. Where are you off to?" "To those lawyers who wrote to me last night. Bentham and Ellis is the name of the firm.
The sooner I interview them the better, don't you think so?"
"Yes, but see here," and he drew me aside. "You must have some ready cash. It doesn't look well to apply at once for advances, and there is really no necessity to explain to these legal men that you were on the verge of starvation when their letter arrived. Take this pocketbook. Remember, you promised to let me be your banker. And on your way you might go to some well-reputed tailor and get properly rigged out. Ta-ta."
He moved off at a rapid pace. I hurried after him, touched to the quick by his kindness. "But wait, I say, Lucio!" And I called him thus by his familiar name for the first time. He stopped at once and stood quite still.
"Well?"
he said, regarding me with an attentive smile. "You don't give me time to speak," I answered in a low voice, for we were standing in one of the public corridors of the hotel. "The fact is I have some money, or rather I can get it directly. Carrington sent me a draft for £50 in his letter. I forgot to tell you about it. It was very good of him to lend it to me. You had better have it as security for this pocketbook. By the by, how much is there inside it?"
"500, in banknotes of 10s and 20s," he responded with business-like brevity.
500? My dear fellow, I don't want all that. It's too much."
"Better have too much than too little nowadays," he retorted with a laugh. "My dear Tempest, don't make such a business of it. £500 is really nothing. You can spend it all on a dressing case, for example. Better send back John Carrington's draft. I don't think much of his generosity, considering that he came into a mine worth £100,000 sterling a few days before I left Australia."
I heard this with great surprise, and I must admit with a slight feeling of resentment too. The frank and generous character of my old chum Boffles seemed to darken suddenly in my eyes. Why could he not have told me of his good fortune in his letter? Was he afraid I might trouble him for further loans? I suppose my looks expressed my thoughts, for Rimânez, who had observed me intently, presently added, "Did he not tell you of his luck? That was not very friendly of him. But, as I remarked last night, money often spoils a man." "Oh, I dare say he meant no slight by the omission," I said hurriedly, forcing a smile. "No doubt he will make it the subject of his next letter. Now, as to this 500…
"Keep it, man, keep it!" he interposed impatiently. "What do you talk about security for? Haven't I got you as security?"
I laughed. "Well, I am fairly reliable now," I said, "and I'm not going to run away."
"From me?" he queried, with a half cold, half kind glance. "No, I fancy not."
He waved his hand lightly and left me, and I, putting the leather case of notes in my inner breast pocket, hailed a hansom and was driven off rapidly to Basinghall Street, where my solicitors awaited me. Arrived at my destination, I sent up my name, and was received at once with the utmost respect by two small chips of men in rusty black who represented the firm. At my request, they sent down their clerk to pay and dismiss my cab, while I, opening Lucio's pocketbook, asked them to change me a £10 note into gold and silver, which they did with ready goodwill. Then we went into business together. My deceased relative, whom I had never seen as far as I myself remembered, but who had seen me as a motherless baby in my nurse's arms, had left me everything he possessed unconditionally, including several rare collections of pictures, jewels, and curios. His will was so concisely and clearly worded that there were no possibilities of any legal hair-splitting over it, and I was informed that in a week or 10 days at the utmost, everything would be in order and at my sole disposition. "You are a very fortunate man, Mr. Tempest," said the senior partner, Mr. Bentham, as he folded up the last of the papers we had been looking through and put it by. "At your age, this princely inheritance may be either a great boon to you or a great curse. One never knows. The possession of such enormous wealth involves great responsibilities." I was amused at what I considered the impertinence of this mere servant of the law in presuming to moralize on my luck.
Many people would be glad to accept such responsibilities and change places with me," I said with a flippant air. "You yourself, for example." I knew this remark was not in good taste, but I made it wilfully, feeling that he had no business to preach to me, as it were, on the responsibilities of wealth. He took no offence, however. He merely gave me an observant side glance like that of some meditative crow. "No, Mr. Tempest, no," he said dryly. "I do not think I should be at all disposed to change places with you. I feel very well satisfied as I am. My brain is my bank, and brings me in quite sufficient interest to live upon, which is all that I desire. To be comfortable and pay one's way honestly is enough for me. I have never envied the wealthy." "Mr. Bentham is a philosopher," interposed his partner, Mr. Ellis, smiling. "In our profession, Mr. Tempest, we see so many ups and downs of life that in watching the variable fortunes of our clients, we ourselves learn the lesson of content." "Ah, it is a lesson that I have never mastered till now," I responded merrily, "but at the present moment I confess myself satisfied." They each gave me a formal little bow, and Mr. Bentham shook hands. "Business being concluded, allow me to congratulate you," he said politely. "Of course, if you should wish at any time to entrust your legal affairs to other hands, my partner and myself are perfectly willing to withdraw. Your deceased relative had the highest confidence in us—" "As I have also, I assure you," I interrupted quickly. "Pray do me the favour to continue managing things for me as you did for my relative, and be assured of my gratitude in advance." Both little men bowed again, and this time Mr. Ellis shook hands. "We shall do our best for you, Mr. Tempest, shall we not, Bentham?" Bentham nodded gravely. "And now, what do you say? Shall we mention it, Bentham, or shall we not mention it?" "Perhaps," responded Bentham sententiously, "it would be as well to mention it." I glanced from one to the other, not understanding what they meant. Mr. Ellis rubbed his hands and smiled deprecatingly. "The fact is, Mr. Tempest, your deceased relative had one very curious idea. He was a shrewd man, and a clever one, but he certainly had one very curious idea. And perhaps if he had followed it up to any extent, it might—yes, it might have landed him in a lunatic asylum, and prevented his disposing of his extensive fortune in the very just and reasonable manner he has done. Happily for himself and for you, he did not follow it up, and to the last he retained his admirable business qualities and high sense of rectitude. But I do not think he ever quite dispossessed himself of the idea itself. Did he, Bentham?" Bentham gazed meditatively at the round black mark of the gas burner where it darkened the ceiling. "I think not. No, I think not," he answered. "I believe he was perfectly convinced of it." "And what was it?" I asked, getting impatient. "Did he want to bring out some patent, a new notion for a flying machine, and get rid of his money in that way?" "No, no, no," and Mr. Ellis laughed a soft, pleasant little laugh over my suggestion. "No, my dear sir, nothing of a purely mechanical or commercial turn captivated his imagination. He was too—yes, I think I may say too profoundly opposed to what is called progress in the world to aid it by any new invention or other means whatever. You see, it is a little awkward for me to explain to you what really seems to be the most absurd and fantastic notion, but, to begin with, we never really knew how he made his money, did we, Bentham?" Bentham shook his head and pursed his lips closely together. "We had to take charge of large sums and advise as to investments and other matters, but it was not our business to inquire where the cash came from in the first place, was it, Bentham?" Again Bentham shook his head solemnly. "We were entrusted with it," went on his partner, pressing the tips of his fingers together caressingly as he spoke, "and we did our best to fulfill that trust with discretion and fidelity. And it was only after we had been for many years connected in business that our client mentioned his idea
a most erratic and extraordinary one, which was briefly this: that he had sold himself to the devil, and that his large fortune was one result of the bargain. I burst out laughing heartily. "What a ridiculous notion!" I exclaimed. "Poor man! A weak spot in his brain somewhere evidently, or perhaps he used the expression as a mere figure of speech?" "I think not," responded Mr. Ellis, half interrogatively, still caressing his fingers. "I think our client did not use the phrase 'sold to the devil' as a figure of speech merely, Mr. Bentham." "I am positive he did not," said Bentham seriously. "He spoke of the bargain as an actual and accomplished fact." I laughed again with a trifle less boisterousness. "Well, people have all sorts of fancies nowadays," I said. "What with Blavatskyism, Besantism, and hypnotism, it is no wonder if some folks still have a faint credence in the silly old superstition of a devil's existence. But for a thoroughly sensible man—" Yes, interrupted Mr. Ellis. "Your relative, Mr. Tempest, was a thoroughly sensible man, and this idea was the only fancy that ever appeared to have taken root in his eminently practical mind. Being only an idea, it seemed hardly worth mentioning, but perhaps it is well, Mr. Bentham agreeing with me, that we have mentioned it." "It is a satisfaction and a relief to ourselves," said Mr. Bentham, "to have had it mentioned." I smiled, and thanking them, rose to go. They bowed to me once more, simultaneously, looking almost like twin brothers, so identically had their united practice of the law impressed itself upon their features. "Good day, Mr. Tempest," said Mr. Bentham. "I need scarcely say that we shall serve you as we served our late client, to the best of our ability, and in matters where advice may be pleasant or profitable, we may possibly be of use to you. May we ask whether you require any cash advances immediately?" "No, thank you," I answered, feeling grateful to my friend Rimânez for having placed me in a perfectly independent position to confront these solicitors. "I am amply provided." They seemed, I fancied, a trifle surprised at this, but were too discreet to offer any remark. They wrote down my address at the Grand Hotel, and sent their clerk to show me to the door. I gave this man half a sovereign to drink to my health, which he very cheerfully promised to do. Then I walked round by the law courts, trying to realize that I was not in a dizzy dream, but that I was actually and solidly 5 times a millionaire. As luck would have it, in turning a corner, I jostled up against a man coming the other way, the very publisher who had returned me my rejected manuscript the day before. "Hello!" he exclaimed, stopping short. "Hello!" I rejoined. "Where are you off to?" he went on. "Going to try and place that unlucky novel? My dear boy, believe me, it will never do as it is." "It will do, it shall do," I said calmly. "I am going to publish it myself." He started. "Publish it yourself? Good heavens! It will cost you 60 or 70, perhaps £100. "I don't care if it costs me 1,000. A red flush came into his face, and his eyes opened in astonishment. "Excuse me," he stammered awkwardly. "I thought money was scarce with you." "It was," I answered dryly. "It isn't now." Then his utterly bewildered look, together with the whole topsy-turviness of things in my altered position, struck me so forcibly that I burst out laughing, wildly, and with a prolonged noise and violence that apparently alarmed him, for he began looking nervously about him in all directions, as if meditating flight. I caught him by the arm. "Look here, man," I said, trying to conquer my almost hysterical mirth. "I'm not mad, don't you think it. I'm only a millionaire!" And I began laughing again. The situation seemed to me so sublimely ridiculous, but the worthy publisher did not see it at all, and his features expressed so much genuine alarm that I made a further effort to control myself and succeeded. "I assure you, on my word of honour, I'm not joking. It's a fact. Last night I wanted a dinner, and you, like a good fellow, offered to give me one. Today I possess 5 millions of money. Don't stare so, don't have a fit of apoplexy. And, as I have told you, I shall publish my book myself, at my own expense, and it shall succeed. Oh, I'm in earnest, grim as death. I've more than enough now in my pocketbook to pay for its publication now." I loosed my hold on him, and he fell back stupefied and confused. "God bless my soul!" he muttered feebly. "It's like a dream. I was never more astonished in my life." "Nor I," I said, another temptation to laughter threatening my composure. "But strange things happen in life, as in fiction, and that book which the the readers, rejected, shall be the headstone of the corner, or the success of the season. What will you take to bring it out?" "Take? I bring it out?" "Yes, you. Why not? If I offer you a chance to turn an honest penny, shall your paid pack of readers prevent your accepting it? Fie! You are not a slave. This is a free country. I know the kind of people who read for you. The gaunt, unlovable spinster of 50, the dyspeptic bookworm who is a literary failure and can find nothing else to do but scrawl growling comments on the manuscript of promising work. Why in heaven's name should you rely on such incompetent opinion? I'll pay you for the publication of my book at as stiff a price as you choose, and something over for goodwill. And I guarantee you another thing, it shall not only make my name as an author, but yours as a publisher. I'll advertise royally, and I'll work the press. Everything in this world can be done for money." Stop! he interrupted. "This is so sudden. You must let me think of it. You must give me time to consider." "Take a day for your meditations then," I said, "but no longer. For if you don't say yes, I'll get another man, and he'll have the big pickings instead of you. Be wise in time, my friend. Good day." He ran after me. "Stay! Look here! You're so strange, so wild, so erratic, you know. Your head seems quite turned." "It is. The right way round this time." "Dear me!" and he smiled benevolently. "Why, you don't give me a chance to congratulate you. I really do, you know. I congratulate you sincerely." And he shook me by the hand quite fervently. "And as regards the book, I believe there was really no fault found with it in the matter of literary style or quality. It was simply too transcendental, and unlikely therefore to suit the public taste. The domestic iniquity line is what we find pays best at present, but I will think about it. Where will a letter find you?" "Grand Hotel," I responded, inwardly amused at his puzzled and anxious expression. I knew he was already mentally calculating how much he could make out of me in the pursuit of my literary whim. "Come there and lunch or dine with me tomorrow if you like. Only send me a word beforehand. Remember, I give you just a day's grace to decide. It must be yes or no in 24 hours. And with this I left him, staring vaguely after me like a man who has seen some nameless wonder drop out of the sky at his feet. I went on, laughing to myself inaudibly, till I saw one or two passers-by looking at me so surprisedly that I came to the conclusion that I must put a disguise on my thoughts if I would not be taken for a madman. I walked briskly, and presently my excitement cooled down. I resumed the normal condition of the phlegmatic Englishman who considers it the height of bad form to display any personal emotion whatever, and I occupied the rest of my morning in purchasing some ready-made apparel, which by unusual good luck happened to fit me, and also in giving an extensive, not to say extravagant order to a fashionable tailor in Sackville Street, who promised me everything with punctuality and despatch. I next sent off the rent I owed to the landlady of my former lodgings, adding £5 extra by way of recognition of the poor woman's long patience in giving me credit, and general kindness toward me during my stay in her dismal house. And, this done, I returned to the Grand in high spirits, looking and feeling very much the better for my ready-made outfit. A waiter met me in the corridor, and with the most obsequious deference informed me that His Excellency the Prince was waiting luncheon for me in his own apartments. Thither I repaired at once, and found my new friend alone in his sumptuous drawing-room, standing near the full light of the largest window, and holding in his hand an oblong crystal case through which he was looking with an almost affectionate solicitude.
"Ah, Geoffrey, here you are!" he exclaimed. "I imagined you would get through your business by lunch time, so I waited."
"Very good of you," I said, pleased at the friendly familiarity he displayed in thus calling me by my Christian name. "What have you got there?"
"A pet of mine," he answered.
Chapter 6 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I approached and examined the box he held. It was perforated with finely drilled holes for the admission of air, and within it lay a brilliant winged insect colored with all the tints and half-tints of the rainbow. "Is it alive?" I asked.
"It is alive, and has a sufficient share of intelligence," replied Rimânez. "I feed it and it knows me. That is the utmost you can say of the most civilized human beings. They know what feeds them. It is quite tame and friendly, as you perceive." And opening the case, he gently advanced his forefinger. The glittering beetle's body palpitated with the hues of an opal. Its radiant wings expanded, and it rose at once to its protector's hand, and clung there. He lifted it out and held it aloft. Then shaking it to and fro lightly, he exclaimed, "Off, sprite! Fly, and return to me!" The creature soared away through the room and round the ceiling, looking like a beautiful iridescent jewel, the whir of its wings making a faint buzzing sound as it flew. I watched it fascinated, till after a few graceful movements hither and thither, it returned to its owner's still outstretched hand, and again settled there, making no further attempt to fly. There is a well-worn platitude which declares that "in the midst of life we are in death," said the prince then softly, bending his dark deep eyes on the insect's quivering wings. "But as a matter of fact that maxim is wrong, as so many trite human maxims are. It should be, in the midst of death we are in life. This creature is a rare and curious production of death, but not, I believe, the only one of its kind. Others have been found under precisely similar circumstances. I took possession of this one myself in rather a weird fashion. Will the story bore you?"
"On the contrary," I rejoined eagerly, my eyes fixed on the radiant bat-shaped thing that glittered in the light as though its veins were phosphorescent. He paused a moment, watching me.
"Well, it happened simply thus. I was present at the uncasing of an Egyptian female mummy. Her talismans described her as a princess of a famous royal house. Several curious jewels were tied round her neck, and on her chest was a piece of beaten gold 1/4 of an inch thick. Underneath this gold plate, her body was swathed round and round in an unusual number of scented wrappings, and when these were removed, it was discovered that the mummified flesh between her breasts had decayed away, and in the hollow or nest thus formed by the process of decomposition, this insect I hold now was found alive, as brilliant in colour as it is now." I could not repress a slight nervous shudder. "Horrible!" I said. "I confess if I were you, I should not care to make a pet of such an uncanny object. I should kill it, I think." He kept his bright, intent gaze upon me. "Why?" he asked. "I'm afraid, my dear Geoffrey, you are not disposed to study science. To kill the poor thing who managed to find life in the very bosom of death is a cruel suggestion, is it not? To me this unclassified insect is a valuable proof, if I needed one, of the indestructibility of the germs of conscious existence. It has eyes and the sense of taste, smell, touch and hearing, and it gained these together with its intelligence out of the dead flesh of a woman who lived, and no doubt loved and sinned and suffered, more than 4,000 years ago." He broke off, then suddenly added, "All the same, I frankly admit to you that I believe it to be an evil creature. I do indeed. But I like it none the less for that. In fact, I have rather a fantastic notion about it myself. I am much inclined to accept the idea of the transmigration of souls, and so I please my humour sometimes by thinking that perhaps the princess of that royal Egyptian house had a wicked, brilliant vampire soul, and that here it is!" A cold thrill ran through me from head to foot at these words, and as I looked at the speaker standing opposite me in the wintry light, dark and tall, with the wicked, brilliant vampire soul clinging to his hand, there seemed to me to be a sudden hideousness declared in his excessive personal beauty. I was conscious of a vague terror, but I attributed it to the gruesome nature of the story, and determining to combat my sensations, I examined the weird insect more closely. As I did so, its bright, beady eyes sparkled, I thought, vindictively, and I stepped back, vexed with myself at the foolish fear of the thing which overpowered me. "It is certainly remarkable," I murmured. "No wonder you value it as a curiosity. Its eyes are quite distinct, almost intelligent in fact." "No doubt she had beautiful eyes," said Rimânez, smiling. "She? Whom do you mean?" "The princess, of course," he answered, evidently amused. "The dear dead lady, some of whose personality must be in this creature, seeing that it had nothing but her body to nourish itself upon." And here he replaced the creature in its crystal habitation with the utmost care. "I suppose," I said slowly, "you, in your pursuit of science, would infer from this that nothing actually perishes completely?" "Exactly," returned Rimânez emphatically. "There, my dear Tempest, is the mischief, or the deity, of things. Nothing can be entirely annihilated, not even a thought." I was silent, watching him while he put the glass case with its uncanny occupant away out of sight. "And now for luncheon," he said gaily, passing his arm through mine. "You look 20% better than when you went out this morning, Geoffrey, so I conclude your legal matters are disposed of satisfactorily. And what else have you done with yourself?" Seated at table, with a dark-faced Amiel in attendance, I related my morning's adventures, dwelling at length on my chance meeting with the publisher who had on the previous day refused my manuscript, and who now, I felt sure, would be only too glad to close with the offer I had made him. Rimânez listened attentively, smiling now and then. "Of course," he said, when I had concluded, "there is nothing in the least surprising in the conduct of the worthy man. In fact, I think he showed remarkable discretion and decency in not at once jumping at your proposition. His pleasant hypocrisy in retiring to think it over shows him to be a person of tact and foresight. Did you ever imagine that a human being or a human conscience existed that could not be bought? My good fellow, you can buy a king if you only give a long price enough. And the Pope will sell you a specially reserved seat in his heaven, if you will only hand him the cash down while he is on earth. Nothing is given free in this world save the air and the sunshine. Everything else must be bought, with blood, tears and groans occasionally, but oftenest with money." I fancied that Amiel, behind his master's chair, smiled darkly at this, and my instinctive dislike of the fellow kept me more or less reticent concerning my affairs till the luncheon was over. I could not formulate to myself any substantial reason for my aversion to this confidential servant of the prince's, but do what I would, the aversion remained, and increased each time I saw his sullen, and as I thought, sneering features. Yet he was perfectly respectful and deferential. I could find no actual fault with him. Nevertheless, when at last he placed the coffee, cognac, and cigars on the table and noiselessly withdrew, I was conscious of a great relief, and breathed more freely. As soon as we were alone, Ximenes lit a cigar and settled himself for a smoke, looking over at me with a personal interest and kindness which made his handsome face more than ever attractive. "Now let us talk," he said. "I believe I am at present the best friend you have, and I certainly know the world better than you do. What do you propose to make of your life? Or, in other words, how do you mean to begin spending your money?" I laughed. "Well, I shan't provide funds for the building of a church, or the endowment of a hospital," I said. "I shall not even start a free library, for these institutions, besides becoming centres for infectious diseases, generally get presided over by a committee of local grocers, who presume to consider themselves judges of literature. My dear Prince Ximenes, I mean to spend my money on my own pleasure, and I dare say I shall find plenty of ways to do it." Ximenes fanned away the smoke of his cigar with one hand, and his dark eyes shone with a peculiarly vivid light through the pale grey floating haze. "With your fortune you could make hundreds of miserable people happy," he suggested. "Thanks, I would rather be happy myself first," I answered gaily. "I dare say I seem to you selfish. You are philanthropic, I know. I am not." He still regarded me steadily. "You might help your fellow workers in literature?" I interrupted him with a decided gesture. "That I will never do, my friend, though the heavens should crack. My fellow workers in literature have kicked me down at every opportunity, and done their best to keep me from earning a bare livelihood. It is my turn at kicking now, and I will show them as little mercy, as little help, as little sympathy as they have shown me." "Revenge is sweet," he quoted sententiously. "I should recommend your starting a high-class half-crown magazine." "Why?" "Can you ask? Just think of the ferocious satisfaction it would give you to receive the manuscripts of your literary enemies and reject them. To throw their letters into the waste-paper basket and send back their poems, stories, political articles, and what not, with 'returned with thanks' or 'not up to our mark' typewritten on the backs thereof. To dig knives into your rivals through the medium of anonymous criticism. The howling joy of a savage with 20 scalps at his belt would be tame in comparison to it. I was an editor once myself, and I know." I laughed at his whimsical earnestness. "I dare say you are right," I said. "I can grasp the vengeful position thoroughly, but the management of a magazine would be too much trouble to me, too much of a tie." "Don't manage it. Follow the example of all the big editors, and live out of the business altogether." "But take the profits. You never see the real editor of a leading daily newspaper, you know. You can only interview the sub. The real man, according to the seasons of the year, at Ascot in Scotland, at Newmarket, or wintering in Egypt. He is supposed to be responsible for everything in his journal, but he is generally the last person who knows anything about it. He relies on his staff, a very bad crutch at times, and when his staff are in a difficulty, they get out of it by saying they are unable to decide without the editor. Meanwhile, the editor is miles away, comfortably free from worry. You could bamboozle the public in that way, if you liked." "I could, but I shouldn't care to do so," I answered. "If I had a business, I would not neglect it. I believe in doing things thoroughly." "So do I," responded Ximenes promptly. "I am a very thorough-going fellow myself, and whatever my hand findeth to do, I do it with my might. Excuse me for quoting scripture." He smiled, a little ironically I thought, then resumed. "Well, in what at present does your idea of enjoying your heritage consist?" "In publishing my book," I answered. "That very book I could get no one to accept.
I tell you I will make it the talk of London."
"Possibly you will," he said, looking at me through half-closed eyes and a cloud of smoke. "London easily talks, particularly on unsavoury and questionable subjects. Therefore, as I have already hinted, if your book were a judicious mixture of Zola, Huysmans and Baudelaire, or had for its heroine a modest maid who considered honourable marriage a degradation, it would be quite sure of success in these days of new Sodom and Gomorrah." Here he suddenly sprang up and, flinging away his cigar, confronted me. "Why do not the heavens rain fire on this accursed city? It is ripe for punishment, full of abhorrent creatures, not worth the torturing in hell to which it is said liars and hypocrites are condemned. Tempest, if there is one human being more than another that I utterly abhor, it is the type of man so common to the present time, the man who huddles his own loathly vices under a cloak of assumed broad-mindedness and virtue. Such a one will even deify the loss of chastity in woman by the name of purity, because he knows that it is by her moral and physical ruin alone that he can gratify his brutal lusts. Rather than be such a sanctimonious coward, I would openly proclaim myself vile." "And that is because yours is a noble nature," I said. "You are an exception to the rule." "An exception? I?" And he laughed bitterly. "Yes, you are right. I am an exception among men perhaps, but I am one with the beasts in honesty. The lion does not assume the manners of the dove. He loudly announces his own ferocity. The very cobra, stealthy though its movements be, evinces its meaning by a warning hiss or rattle. The hungry wolf's bay is heard far down the wind, intimidating the hurrying traveller among the wastes of snow. But man gives no clue to his intent. More malignant than the lion, more treacherous than the snake, more greedy than the wolf, he takes his fellow man's hand in pretended friendship, and an hour later defames his character behind his back. With a smiling face he hides a false and selfish heart. Flinging his pygmy mockery at the riddle of the universe, he stands gibing at God, feebly astraddle on his own earth grave. Heavens! Here he stopped short with a passionate gesture. What should the eternities do with such a thankless blind worm as he? His voice rang out with singular emphasis. His eyes glowed with a fiery ardour. Startled by his impressive manner, I let my cigar die out and stared at him in mute amazement. What an inspired countenance! What an imposing figure! How sovereignly supreme and almost godlike in his looks he seemed at the moment! And yet there was something terrifying in his attitude of protest and defiance. He caught my wondering glance. The glow of passion faded from his face. He laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "I think I was born to be an actor," he said carelessly. "Now and then the love of declamation masters me. Then I speak, as prime ministers and men in parliament speak to suit the humour of the hour, and without meaning a single word I say." "I cannot accept that statement," I answered him, smiling a little. "You do mean what you say, though I fancy you are rather a creature of impulse." "Do you really?" he exclaimed. "How wise of you! Good Geoffrey Tempest, how very wise of you! But you are wrong. There was never a being created who was less impulsive or more charged with set purpose than I. Believe me or not as you like. Belief is a sentiment that cannot be forced. If I told you that I am a dangerous companion, that I like evil things better than good, that I am not a safe guide for any man, what would you think?" "I should think you were whimsically fond of underestimating your own qualities," I said, relighting my cigar, and feeling somewhat amused by his earnestness. "And I should like you just as well as I do now, perhaps better, though that would be difficult." At these words he seated himself, bending his steadfast dark eyes full upon me. "Tempest, you follow the fashion of the prettiest woman about town. They always like the greatest scoundrels." "But you are not a scoundrel," I rejoined, smoking peacefully. "No, I'm not a scoundrel, but there's a good deal of the devil in me." "All the better," I said, stretching myself out in my chair with lazy comfort. "I hope there's something of him in me too." "Do you believe in him?" asked Rimânez, smiling. "The devil? Of course not." "He is a very fascinating legendary personage," continued the prince, lighting another cigar and beginning to puff at it slowly. "And he is the subject of many a fine story. Picture his fall from heaven, Lucifer, son of the morning. What a title and what a birthright! To be born of the morning implies to be a creature formed of translucent light undefiled, with all the warm rose of a million orbs of day colouring his bright essence, and all the lustre of fiery planets flaming in his eyes. Splendid and supreme, at the right hand of Deity itself he stood, this majestic archangel, and before his unwearied vision rolled the grandest creative splendours of God's thoughts and dreams. All at once he perceived in the vista of embryonic things a new small world, and on it a being forming itself slowly, as it were, into the angelic likeness, a being weak yet strong, sublime yet foolish, a strange paradox, destined to work its way through all the phases of life, till imbibing the very breath and soul of the Creator, it should touch conscious immortality, eternal joy. Then Lucifer, full of wrath, turned on the master of the spheres, and flung forth his reckless defiance, crying aloud, "Wilt thou make of this slight poor creature an angel even as I? I do protest against thee and condemn. Lo, if thou makest man in our image, I will destroy him utterly, as unfit to share with me the splendours of thy wisdom, the glory of thy love." And the voice supreme, in accents terrible and beautiful, replied, "Lucifer, son of the morning, full well dost thou know that never can an idle or wasted word be spoken before me, for free will is the gift of the immortals. Therefore, what thou sayest thou must needs do. Fall, proud spirit, from thy high estate, thou and thy companions with thee, and return no more till man himself redeem thee. Each human soul that yields unto thy tempting shall be a new barrier set between thee and heaven. Each one that of its own choice doth repel and overcome thee shall lift thee nearer thy lost home. When the world rejects thee, I will pardon and again receive thee, but not till then." "I never heard exactly that version of the legend before," I said. "The idea that man should redeem the devil is quite new to me." "Is it?" And he looked at me fixedly. "Well, it is one form of the story, and by no means the most unpoetical. Poor Lucifer! His punishment is of course eternal, and the distance between himself and heaven must be rapidly increasing every day, for man will never assist him to retrieve his error. Man will reject God fast enough and gladly enough, but never the devil. Judge then how, under the peculiar circumstances of his doom, this Lucifer, son of the morning, Satan, or whatever else he is called, must hate humanity." I smiled. "Well, he has one remedy left to him," I observed. "He need not tempt anybody." "You forget he is bound to keep his word according to the legend," said Rimânez. "He swore before God that he would destroy man utterly. He must therefore fulfill that oath, if he can. Angels, it would seem, may not swear before the Eternal without endeavouring at least to fulfill their vows. Men swear in the name of God every day, without the slightest intention of carrying out their promises." "But it's all the veriest nonsense," I said, somewhat impatiently. "All these old legends are rubbish. You tell the story well, and almost as if you believed in it. That is because you have the gift of speaking with eloquence."
Nowadays no one believes in either devils or angels. I, for example, do not even believe in the soul."
"I know you do not," he answered suavely, "and your skepticism is very comfortable, because it relieves you of all personal responsibility. I envy you, for, I regret to say, I am compelled to believe in the soul."
"Compelled?" I echoed. "That is absurd. No one can compel you to accept a mere theory." He looked at me with a flitting smile that darkened rather than lightened his face.
"True, very true. There is no compelling force in the whole universe. Man is the supreme and independent creature, master of all he surveys, and owning no other dominion save his personal desire. True, I forgot. Let us avoid theology, please, and psychology also. Let us talk about the only subject that has any sense or interest in it, namely, money. I perceive your present plans are definite. You wish to publish a book that shall create a stir and make you famous. It seems a modest enough campaign. Have you no wider ambitions? There are several ways, you know, of getting talked about. Shall I enumerate them for your consideration?" I laughed. "If you like." "Well, in the first place, I should suggest your getting yourself properly paragraphed. It must be known to the press that you are an exceedingly rich man. There is an agency for the circulation of paragraphs. I dare say they'll do it sufficiently well, for about 10 or 20 guineas. I opened my eyes a little at this. "Oh, is that the way these things are done?" "My dear fellow, how else should they be done?" he demanded somewhat impatiently. "Do you think anything in the world is done without money? Are the poor, hard-working journalists your brothers or your bosom friends, that they should lift you into the public notice without getting something for their trouble? If you do not manage them properly in this way, they'll abuse you quite heartily and free of cost. That I can promise you. I know a literary agent, a very worthy man too, who, for 100 guineas down, will so ply the paragraph wheel that in a few weeks it shall seem to the outside public that Geoffrey Tempest, the millionaire, is the only person worth talking about, and the one desirable creature whom to shake hands with is next in honour to meeting royalty itself." "Secure him," I said indolently, "and pay him 200 guineas. So shall all the world hear of me." "When you have been paragraphed thoroughly," went on Rimânez, "the next move will be a dash into what is called swagger society. This must be done cautiously and by degrees. You must be presented at the first levee of the season, and later on I will get you an invitation to some great lady's house, where you will meet the Prince of Wales privately at dinner. If you can oblige or please His Royal Highness in any way, so much the better for you. He is at least the most popular royalty in Europe, so it should not be difficult to you to make yourself agreeable. Following upon this event, you must purchase a fine country seat, and have that fact paragraphed. Then you can rest and look round. Society will have taken you up, and you will find yourself in the swim." I laughed heartily, well entertained by his fluent discourse. "I should not," he resumed, "propose your putting yourself to the trouble of getting into Parliament. That is no longer necessary to the career of a gentleman. But I should strongly recommend your winning the Derby." "I dare say you would," I answered mirthfully. "It's an admirable suggestion, but not very easy to follow." "If you wish to win the Derby," he rejoined quietly, "you shall win it. I'll guarantee both horse and jockey." Something in his decisive tone impressed me, and I leaned forward to study his features more closely. "Are you a worker of miracles?" I asked him jestingly. "Do you mean it?" "Try me," he responded. "Shall I enter a horse for you?" "You can't. It's too late," I said. "You would need to be the devil himself to do it. Besides, I don't care about racing." "You will have to amend your taste then. he replied. "That is, if you want to make yourself agreeable to the English aristocracy, for they are interested in little else. No really great lady is without her betting book, though she may be deficient in her knowledge of spelling. You may make the biggest literary furore of the season, and that will count as nothing among swagger people. But if you win the Derby, you will be a really famous man. Personally speaking, I have a great deal to do with racing. In fact, I am devoted to it. I am always present at every great race. I never miss one. I always bet, and I never lose. And now let me proceed with your social plan of action. After winning the Derby, you will enter for a yacht race at Cowes, and allow the Prince of Wales to beat you just narrowly. Then you will give a grand dinner, arranged by a perfect chef, and you will entertain His Royal Highness to the strains of "Britannia Rules the Waves," which will serve as a pretty compliment. You will allude to the same well-worn song in a graceful speech, and the probable result of all this will be one, or perhaps 2 royal invitations. So far, so good. With the heats of summer, you will go to Hamburg to drink the waters there, whether you require them or not, and in the autumn you will assemble a shooting party at the country seat before mentioned, which you will have purchased, and invite royalty to join you in killing the poor little partridges. Then your name in society may be considered as made, and you can marry whatever fair lady happens to be in the market. "Thanks, much obliged," and I gave way to hearty laughter. "Upon my word, Lucio, your programme is perfect. It lacks nothing." "It is the orthodox round of social success," said Lucio with admirable gravity. "Intellect and originality have nothing whatever to do with it. Only money is needed to perform it all." "You forget my book," I interposed. "I know there is some intellect in that, and some originality too. Surely that will give me an extra lift up the heights of fashionable light and leading." "I doubt it," he answered. "I very much doubt it. It will be received with a certain amount of favour, of course, as a production of a rich man amusing himself with literature as a sort of whim. But, as I told you before, genius seldom develops itself under the influence of wealth. Then again, swagger folks can never get it out of their fuddled heads that literature belongs to Grub Street. Great poets, great philosophers, great romanticists are always vaguely alluded to by swagger society as "those sort of people." "Those sort of people are so interesting," say the blue-blooded noodles deprecatingly, excusing themselves, as it were, for knowing any members of the class literary. You can fancy a swagger lady of Elizabeth's time asking a friend, "Oh, do you mind, dear, if I bring one Master William Shakespeare to see you? He writes plays, and does something or other at the Globe Theatre. In fact, I'm afraid he acts a little. He's not very well off, poor man. But these sort of people are always so amusing." Now you, my dear Tempest, are not a Shakespeare, but your millions will give you a better chance than he ever had in his lifetime, as you will not have to sue for patronage, or practice a reverence for "my lord" or "my lady." These exalted personages will be only too delighted to borrow money of you if you will lend it. "I shall not lend," I said. "Nor give?" "Nor give." His keen eyes flashed approval. "I am very glad," he observed, "that you are determined not to 'go about doing good,' as the canting humbugs say, with your money. You are wise. Spend on yourself, because your very act of spending cannot but benefit others through various channels. Now, I pursue a different course. I always help charities, and put my name on subscription lists, and I never fail to assist a certain portion of clergy." "I rather wonder at that," I remarked, "especially as you tell me you are not a Christian." "Yes, it does seem strange, doesn't it?" he said, with an extraordinary accent of what might be termed apologetic derision. "But perhaps you don't look at it in the proper light. Many of the clergy are doing their utmost best to destroy religion, by cant, by hypocrisy, by sensuality, by shams of every description, and when they seek my help in this noble work, I give it freely." I laughed. "You must have your joke, evidently," I said, throwing the end of my finished cigar into the fire, "and I see you are fond of satirizing your own good actions. Hello, what's this?" For at that moment Emile entered, bearing a telegram for me on a silver salver. I opened it. It was from my friend the publisher, and ran as follows: "Accept book with pleasure. Send manuscript immediately." I showed this to Rimânez with a kind of triumph. He smiled. "Of course. What else did you expect? Only the man should have worded his telegram differently, for I do not suppose he would accept the book with pleasure if he had to lay out his own cash upon it. Accept money for publishing book with pleasure should have been the true message of the wire. Well, what are you going to do?" "I shall see about this at once," I answered, feeling a thrill of satisfaction that at last the time of vengeance on certain of my enemies was approaching. The book must be hurried through the press as quickly as possible, and I shall take a particular pleasure in personally attending to all the details concerning it. For the rest of my plans—" "Leave them to me," said Rimânez, laying his finely shaped white hand with a masterful pressure on my shoulder. "Leave them to me, and be sure that before very long I shall have sent you aloft like the bear who has successfully reached the bun on the top of a greased pole, a spectacle for the envy of men."
Chapter 7 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next 3 or 4 weeks flew by in a whirl of excitement, and by the time they were ended, I found it hard to recognize myself in the indolent, listless, extravagant man of fashion I had so suddenly become. Sometimes, at stray and solitary moments, the past turned back upon me like a revolving picture in a glass, with a flash of unwelcome recollection, and I saw myself worn and hungry and shabbily clothed, bending over my writing in my dreary lodging, wretched, yet amid all my wretchedness receiving curious comfort from my own thoughts, which created beauty out of penury and love out of loneliness. This creative faculty was now dormant in me. I did very little, and thought less. But I felt certain that this intellectual apathy was but a passing phase, a mental holiday and desirable cessation from brain work, to which I was deservedly entitled after all my sufferings at the hands of poverty and disappointment. My book was nearly through the press, and perhaps the chiefest pleasure of any I now enjoyed was the correction of the proofs as they passed under my supervision. Yet even this, the satisfaction of authorship, had its drawback, and my particular grievance was somewhat singular. I read my own work with gratification, of course, for I was not behind my contemporaries in thinking well of myself in all I did. But my complacent literary egoism was mixed with a good deal of disagreeable astonishment and incredulity, because my work, written with enthusiasm and feeling, propounded sentiments and inculcated theories which I personally did not believe in. Now, how had this happened? I asked myself. Why had I thus invited the public to accept me at a false valuation? I paused to consider, and I found the suggestion puzzling. How came I to write the book at all, seeing that it was utterly unlike me as I now knew myself, My pen, consciously or unconsciously, had written down things which my reasoning faculties entirely repudiated, such as belief in a God, trust in the eternal possibilities of man's diviner progress. I credited neither of these doctrines. When I imagined such transcendental and foolish dreams, I was poor, starving, and without a friend in the world. Remembering all this, I promptly set down my so-called inspiration to the action of an ill-nourished brain. Yet there was something subtle in the teaching of the story, and one afternoon, when I was revising some of the last proof sheets, I caught myself thinking that the book was nobler than its writer. This idea smote me with a sudden pang. I pushed my papers aside, and walking to the window, looked out. It was raining hard, and the streets were black with mud and slush. The foot passengers were drenched and miserable. The whole prospect was dreary, and the fact that I was a rich man did not in the least lift from my mind the depression that had stolen on me unawares. I was quite alone, for I had my own suite of rooms now in the hotel, not far from those occupied by Prince Ximenes. I also had my own servant, a respectable, good sort of fellow, whom I rather liked, because he shared to the full the instinctive aversion I felt for the prince's man, Emile. Then I had my own carriage and horses with attendant coachman and groom, so that the prince and I, though the most intimate friends in the world, were able to avoid that familiarity which breeds contempt, by keeping up our own separate establishments. On this particular afternoon I was in a more miserable humor than ever my poverty had brought upon me, yet from a strictly reasonable point of view I had nothing to be miserable about. I was in full possession of my fortune, I enjoyed excellent health, and I had everything I wanted, with the added consciousness that if my wants increased, I could gratify them easily. The paragraph wheel under Lucio's management had been worked with such good effect that I had seen myself mentioned in almost every paper in London and the provinces as the famous millionaire, and for the benefit of the public, who are sadly uninstructed on these matters, I may here state as a very plain, unvarnished truth that for £40 a well-known agency will guarantee the insertion of any paragraph, provided it is not libelous, in no less than 400 newspapers. The art of booming is thus easily explained, and level-headed people will be able to comprehend why it is that a few names of authors are constantly mentioned in the press, while others, perhaps more deserving, remain ignored. Merit counts as nothing in such circumstances. Money wins the day. And the persistent paragraphing of my name, together with a description of my personal appearance and my marvelous literary gifts, combined with a deferential and almost awe-struck allusion to the millions which made me so interesting. The paragraph was written out by Lucio and handed for circulation to the agency aforesaid with money down. All this, I say, brought upon me two inflictions. First, any amount of invitations to social and artistic functions, and secondly, a continuous stream of begging letters. I was compelled to employ a secretary who occupied a room near my suite, and who was kept hard at work all day. Needless to say, I refused all appeals for money. No one had helped me in my distress, with the exception of my old chum Boffles. No one save he had given me even so much as a word of sympathy. I was resolved now to be as hard and as merciless as I had found my contemporaries. I had a certain grim pleasure in reading letters from 2 or 3 literary men asking for work as secretary or companion, or failing that, for the loan of a little cash to tide over present difficulties. One of these applicants was a journalist on the staff of a well-known paper who had promised to find me work, and who, instead of doing so, had, as I afterwards learned, strongly dissuaded his editor from giving me any employment. He never imagined that Tempest the millionaire and Tempest the literary hack were one and the same person. So little do the majority think that wealth can ever fall to the lot of authors. I wrote to him myself, however, and told him what I deemed it well he should know, adding my sarcastic thanks for his friendly assistance to me in time of need. And herein I tasted something of the sharp delight of vengeance. I never heard from him again, and I am pretty sure my letter gave him material not only for astonishment but meditation. Yet with all the advantages over both friends and enemies which I now possessed, I could not honestly say I was happy. I knew I could have every possible enjoyment and amusement the world had to offer. I knew I was one of the most envied among men, and yet, as I stood looking out of the window at the persistently falling rain, I was conscious of a bitterness rather than a sweetness in the full cup of fortune. Many things that I had imagined would give me intense satisfaction had fallen curiously flat. For example, I had flooded the press with the most carefully worded and prominent advertisements of my forthcoming book, and when I was poor I had pictured to myself how I should revel in doing this. Now that it was done, I cared nothing at all about it. I was simply weary of the sight of my own advertised name. I certainly did look forward, with very genuine feeling and expectation, to the publication of my work when that should be an accomplished fact. But today, even that idea had lost some of its attractiveness, owing to this new and unpleasant impression on my mind, that the contents of that book were as utterly the reverse of my own true thoughts as they could well be. A fog began to darken down over the streets in company with the rain, and disgusted with the weather and with myself, I turned away from the window and settled into an armchair by the fire, poking the coal till it blazed, and wondering what I should do to rid my mind of the gloom that threatened to envelop it in as thick a canopy as that of the London fog. A tap came at the door, and in answer to my somewhat irritable "Come in," Rimânez entered. "What, all in the dark, Tempest?" he exclaimed cheerfully. "Why don't you light up?" "The fire's enough," I answered crossly. "Enough at any rate to think by." "And have you been thinking?" he inquired, laughing. "Don't do it. It's a bad habit. No one thinks nowadays. People can't stand it. Their heads are too frail. Once begin to think, and down go the foundations of society. Besides, thinking is always dull work." "I have found it so," I said gloomily. "Lucio, there is something wrong about me somewhere." His eyes flashed keen, half-amused inquiry into mine. "Wrong? Oh no, surely not. What can there be wrong about you, Tempest? Are you not one of the richest men living?" I let the satire pass. "Listen, my friend," I said earnestly. "You know I have been busy for the last fortnight correcting the proofs of my book for the press, do you not?" He nodded with a smiling air. "Well, I have arrived almost at the end of my work, and I have come to the conclusion that the book is not me. It is not a reflex of my feelings at all, and I cannot understand how I came to write it." "You find it stupid, perhaps?" said Lucio sympathetically. "No," I answered with a touch of indignation. "I do not find it stupid." "Dull, then?" "No, it is not dull." "Melodramatic?" "No, not melodramatic." "Well, my good fellow, if it is not dull or stupid or melodramatic, what is it?" he exclaimed merrily. "It must be something." "Yes, it is this. It is beyond me altogether." And I spoke with some bitterness. "Quite beyond me. I could not write it now. I wonder I could write it then. Lucio, I dare say I am talking foolishly, but it seems to me I must have been on some higher altitude of thought when I wrote the book, a height from which I have since fallen." "I'm sorry to hear this," he answered with twinkling eyes. "From what you say, it appears to me you have been guilty of literary sublimity." "Oh, bad, very bad. Nothing can be worse. To write sublimely is a grievous sin, and one which critics never forgive. I'm really grieved for you, my friend. I never thought your case was quite so desperate." I laughed in spite of my depression. "You are incorrigible, Lucio," I said, "but your cheerfulness is very inspiriting. All I wanted to explain to you is this, that my book expresses a certain tone of thought, which, purporting to be mine, is not me. In short, I, in my present self, have no sympathy with it. I must have changed very much since I wrote it."
"Changed? Why, yes, I should think so."
And Lucio laughed heartily.
"The possession of 5 millions is bound to change a man considerably for the better or worse. But you seem to be worrying yourself most absurdly about nothing. Not one author in many centuries writes from his own heart, or as he truly feels. When he does, he becomes well nigh immortal. This planet is too limited to hold more than one Homer, one Plato, one Shakespeare. Don't distress yourself. You are neither of these three. You belong to the age, Tempest. It is a decadent, ephemeral age, and most things connected with it are decadent and ephemeral. Any era that is dominated by the love of money only has a rotten core within it and must perish. All history tells us so, but no one accepts the lesson of history. Observe the signs of the time. Art is made subservient to the love of money. Literature, politics, and religion the same. You cannot escape from the general disease. The only thing to do is to make the best of it. No one can reform it, least of all you, who have so much of the lucre given to your share." He paused. I was silent, watching the bright fire glow and the dropping red cinders. "What I am going to say now,"
he proceeded in soft, almost melancholy accents,
"will sound ridiculously trite. Still, it has the perverse prosiness of truth about it. It is this. In order to write with intense feeling, you must first feel. Very likely when you wrote this book of yours, you were almost a human hedgehog in the way of feeling. Every prickly point of you was erect and responsive to the touch of all influences, pleasant or the reverse, imaginative or realistic. This is a condition which some people envy, and others would rather dispense with. Now that you, as a hedgehog, have no further need for either alarm, indignation, or self-defense, your prickles are soothed into an agreeable passiveness, and you partially cease to feel. That is all. The change you complain of is thus accounted for. You have nothing to feel about. Hence, you cannot comprehend how it was that you ever felt."
I was conscious of irritation at the calm conviction of his tone. "Do you take me for such a callous creature as all that?" I exclaimed. "You are mistaken in me, Lucio. I feel most keenly."
"What do you feel?"
he inquired, fixing his eyes steadily upon me.
"There are hundreds of starving wretches in this metropolis, men and women on the brink of suicide because they have no hope of anything in this world or the next, and no sympathy from their kind. Do you feel for them? Do their griefs affect you? You know they do not. You know you never think of them. Why should you? One of the chief advantages of wealth is the ability it gives us to shut out other people's miseries from our personal consideration." I said nothing. For the first time my spirit chafed at the truth of his words, principally because they were true. Alas, Lucio, if I had only known then what I know now. "Yesterday," he went on in the same quiet voice, "a child was run over here, just opposite this hotel. It was only a poor child. Mark that, only. Its mother ran shrieking out of some back street hard by, in time to see the little bleeding body carted up in a mangled heap. She struck wildly with both hands at the men who were trying to lead her away, and with a cry like that of some hurt savage animal, fell face forward in the mud, dead. She was only a poor woman. Another only. There were 3 lines in the paper about it headed, 'Sad Incident.' The hotel porter here witnessed the scene from the door with as composed a demeanor as that of a fop at the play. never relaxing the serene majesty of his attitude. But about 10 minutes after the dead body of the woman had been carried out of sight, he, the imperial, gold-buttoned being, became almost crook-backed in his servile haste to run and open the door of your brougham, my dear Geoffrey, as you drove up to the entrance. This is a little epitome of life as it is lived nowadays, and yet the canting clerics swear we are all equal in the sight of heaven. We may be, though it does not look much like it, and if we are, it does not matter, as we have ceased to care how heaven regards us. I don't want to point a moral. I simply tell you that the sad incident as it occurred, and I am sure you are not the least sorry for the fate of either the child who was run over or its mother who died in the sharp agony of a sudden broken heart. Now, don't say you are, because I know you're not.
How can one feel sorry for people one does not know or has never seen? I began.
Exactly. How is it possible? And there we have it. How can one feel when one's self is so thoroughly comfortable as to be without any other feeling save that of material ease? Thus, my dear Geoffrey, you must be content to let your book appear as the reflex and record of your past when you were in the prickly or sensitive state. Now you are encased in a pachydermatous covering of gold, which adequately protects you from such influences as might have made you start and writhe, perhaps even roar with indignation, and in the access of fierce torture, stretch out your hands and grasp, quite unconsciously, the winged thing called fame.
You should have been an orator, I said, rising and pacing the room to and fro in vexation. But to me your words are not consoling, and I do not think they are true. Fame is easily enough secured.
Pardon me if I am obstinate, said Lucio, with a deprecatory gesture. Notoriety is easily secured, very easily. A few critics, who have dined with you and had their fill of wine, will give you notoriety. But fame is the voice of the whole civilized public of the world.
The public, I echoed contemptuously. The public only care for trash.
It is a pity you should appeal to it then, he responded with a smile. If you think so little of the public, why give it anything of your brain? It is not worthy of so rare a boon. Come, Tempest, do not join in the snarl of unsuccessful authors who take refuge, when marked unsaleable, in pouring out abuse on the public. The public is the author's best friend and truest critic. But if you prefer to despise it in company with all the very little literature-mongers who form a mutual admiration society, I tell you what to do. Print just 20 copies of your book, and present these to the leading reviewers, and when they have written you up, as they will do, I'll take care of that, let your publisher advertise to the effect that the first and second large editions of the new novel by Geoffrey Tempest are exhausted, 100,000 copies having been sold in a week. If that does not waken up the world in general, I shall be much surprised.
I laughed. I was gradually getting into a better humor. It would be quite as fair a plan of action as is adopted by many modern publishers, I said. The loud hawking of literary wares nowadays reminds me of the rival shouting of costermongers in a low neighborhood. But I will not go quite so far. I'll win my fame legitimately if I can.
You can't, declared Lucio with a serene smile. It's impossible. You are too rich. That of itself is not legitimate in literature, which great art generally elects to wear poverty in its buttonhole as a flower of grace. The fight cannot be equal in such circumstances. The fact that you are a millionaire must weigh the balance apparently in your favor for a time. The world cannot resist money. If I, for example, became an author, I should probably, with my wealth and influence, burn up everyone else's laurels. Suppose that a desperately poor man comes out with a book at the same time as you do. He will have scarcely the ghost of a chance against you. He will not be able to advertise in your lavish style, nor will he see his way to dine the critics as you can. And if he should happen to have more genius than you, and you succeed, your success will not be legitimate. But after all, that does not matter much. In art, if in nothing else, things always right themselves." I made no immediate reply, but went over to my table, rolled up my corrected proofs, and directed them to the printers. Then, ringing the bell, I gave the packet to my man, Morris, bidding him post it at once. This done, I turned again towards Lucio, and saw that he still sat by the fire, but that his attitude was now one of brooding melancholy, and that he had covered his eyes with one hand, on which the glow from the flames shone red. I regretted the momentary irritation I had felt against him for telling me unwelcome truths, and I touched him lightly on the shoulder. "Are you in the dumps now, Lucio?" I said. "I'm afraid my depression has proved infectious." He moved his hand and looked up. His eyes were large and lustrous as the eyes of a beautiful woman. "I was thinking," he said with a slight sigh, "of the last words I uttered just now. Things always right themselves. Curiously enough, in art they always do. No charlatanism or sham lasts with the gods of Parnassus. But in other matters it is different. For instance, I shall never right myself. Life is hateful to me at times, as it is to everybody." "Perhaps you are in love," I said with a smile. He started up. "In love? By all the heavens, and all the earths too! That suggestion wakes me with a vengeance. In love? What woman alive do you think could impress me with the notion that she was anything more than a frivolous doll of pink and white, with long hair, frequently not her own? And as for the tomboy tennis players and giantesses of the era, I do not consider them women at all. They are merely the unnatural and strutting embryos of a new sex, which will be neither male nor female. My dear Tempest, I hate women. So would you if you knew as much about them as I do. They have made me what I am, and they keep me so." "They are much to be complimented then," I observed. "You do them credit." "I do," he answered slowly, "in more ways than one." A faint smile was on his face, and his eyes brightened with that curious jewel-like gleam I had noticed several times before. "Believe me, I shall never contest with you in such a slight gift as woman's love, Geoffrey. It is not worth fighting for. And, apropos of women, that reminds me. I have promised to take you to the Earl of Elton's box at the Haymarket tonight. He is a poor peer, very gouty and somewhat heavily flavoured with port wine. But his daughter, Lady Sybil, is one of the belles of England. She was presented last season and created quite a furore. Will you come?" "I am quite at your disposition," I said, glad of any excuse to escape the dullness of my own company and to be in that of Lucio, whose talk, even if its satire galled me occasionally, always fascinated my mind and remained in my memory. "What time shall we meet?" "Go and dress now and join me at dinner," he answered, "and we'll drive together to the theatre afterwards. The play is on the usual theme which has lately become popular with stage managers. The glorification of a fallen lady, and the exhibition of her as an example of something superlatively pure and good, to the astonished eyes of the innocent. As a play it is not worth seeing, but perhaps Lady Sybil is." He smiled again as he stood facing me. The light flames of the fire had died down to a dull, uniform, coppery red. We were almost in darkness, and I pressed the small button near the mantelpiece that flooded the room with electric light. His extraordinary beauty then struck me afresh as something altogether singular and half unearthly. "Don't you find that people look at you very often as you pass, Lucio?" I asked him suddenly and impulsively. He laughed. "Not at all. Why should they? Every man is so intent on his own aims, and thinks so much of his own personality, that he would scarcely forget his ego if the very devil himself were behind him. Women look at me sometimes with the affected, coy, and kitten-like interest usually exhibited by the frail sex for a personable man.
"I cannot blame them," I answered, my gaze still resting on his stately figure and fine head with as much admiration as I might have felt for a noble picture or statue. "What of this Lady Sybil we are to meet tonight? How does she regard you?"
"Lady Sybil has never seen me," he replied, "and I have only seen her at a distance. It is chiefly for the purpose of an introduction to her that the Earl has asked us to his box this evening."
"Ha ha! Matrimony in view!" I exclaimed jestingly.
"Yes, I believe Lady Sybil is for sale," he answered with the callous coldness that occasionally distinguished him and made his handsome features look like an impenetrable mask of scorn. "But up to the present the bids have not been sufficiently high, and I shall not purchase. I have told you already, Tempest, I hate women."
"Seriously?"
"Most seriously. Women have always done me harm. They have wantonly hindered me in my progress. And why I specially abominate them is that they have been gifted with an enormous power for doing good, and that they let this power run to waste and will not use it. Their deliberate enjoyment and choice of the repulsive, vulgar, and commonplace side of life disgusts me. They are much less sensitive than men, and infinitely more heartless. They are the mothers of the human race, and the faults of the race are chiefly due to them. That is another reason for my hatred."
"Do you want the human race to be perfect?" I asked, astonished. "Because if you do, you will find that impossible." He stood for a moment, apparently lost in thought.
"Everything in the universe is perfect," he said, "except that curious piece of work, man. Have you never thought out any reason why he should be the one flaw, the one incomplete creature in a matchless creation?"
"No, I have not," I replied. "I take things as I find them."
"So do I," and he turned away. "And as I find them, so they find me. Au revoir. Dinner in an hour's time, remember."
The door opened and closed. He was gone. I remained alone for a little, thinking what a strange disposition was his. What a curious mixture of philosophy, worldliness, sentiment, and satire seemed to run like the veins of a leaf through the variable temperament of this brilliant, semi-mysterious personage who had by mere chance become my greatest friend. We had now been more or less together for nearly a month, and I was no closer to the secret of his actual nature than I had been at first, yet I admired him more than ever. Without his society I felt life would be deprived of half its charm, for though, attracted as human moths will be by the glare of my glittering millions, numbers of so-called friends now surrounded me, there was not one among them who so dominated my every mood and with whom I had so much close sympathy as this man, this masterful, half-cruel, half-kind companion of my days, who at times seemed to accept all life as the veriest bagatelle, and myself Chapter 8 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. No man, I think, ever forgets the first time he is brought face to face with perfect beauty in woman. He may have caught fleeting glimpses of loveliness on many fair faces often. Bright eyes may have flashed on him like starbeams. The hues of a dazzling complexion may now and then have charmed him, or the seductive outlines of a graceful figure. All these are as mere peeps into the infinite. But when such vague and passing impressions are suddenly drawn together in one focus, when all his dreamy fancies of form and color take visible and complete manifestation in one living creature who looks down upon him, as it were, from an empyrean of untouched maiden pride and purity, it is more to his honour than his shame if his senses swoon at the ravishing vision, and he, despite his rough masculinity and brute strength, becomes nothing but the merest slave to passion. In this way was I overwhelmed and conquered without any chance of deliverance when Sybil Elton's violet eyes, lifted slowly from the shadow of their dark lashes, rested upon me with that indefinable expression of mingled interest and indifference which is supposed to indicate high breeding, but which more frequently intimidates and repulses the frank and sensitive soul. The Lady Sybil's glance repelled, but I was none the less attracted. Ximenes and I had entered the Earl of Elton's box at the Haymarket between the first and second acts of the play, and the Earl himself, an unimpressive, bald-headed, red-faced old gentleman with fuzzy white whiskers, had risen to welcome us, seizing the Prince's hand and shaking it with particular effusiveness. I learned afterwards that Lucio had lent him £1,000 on easy terms, a fact which partly accounted for the friendly fervour of his greeting. His daughter had not moved, but a minute or two later, when he addressed her somewhat sharply, saying, "Sybil, Prince Ximenes and his friend Mr. Geoffrey Tempest," she turned her head and honoured us both with the chill glance I have endeavoured to describe, and the very faintest possible bow as an acknowledgment of our presence. Her exquisite beauty smote me dumb and foolish. I could find nothing to say, and stood silent and confused, with a strange sensation of bewilderment upon me. The old Earl made some remark about the play, which I scarcely heard, though I answered vaguely and at haphazard. The orchestra was playing abominably, as is usual in theatres, and its brazen din sounded like the noise of the sea in my ears. I had not much real consciousness of anything, save the wondrous loveliness of the girl who faced me, clad in pure white, with a few diamonds shining about her like stray dewdrops on a rose. Lucio spoke to her, and I listened. "At last, Lady Sybil," he said, bending towards her deferentially, "at last I have the honour of meeting you. I have seen you often, as one sees a star, at a distance." She smiled, a smile so slight and cold that it scarcely lifted the corners of her lovely lips. "I do not think I have ever seen you," she replied, "and yet there is something oddly familiar in your face. I have heard my father speak of you constantly. I need scarcely say his friends are always mine." He bowed. "To merely speak to Lady Sybil Elton is counted sufficient to make the man so privileged happy," he said. "To be her friend is to discover the lost paradise." She flushed, then grew suddenly very pale, and shivering, she drew her cloak towards her. Ximenes wrapped its perfumed silken folds carefully round her beautiful shoulders. How I grudged him the dainty task! He then turned to me and placed a chair just behind hers. "Will you sit here, Geoffrey?" he suggested. "I want to have a moment's business chat with Lord Elton." Recovering my self-possession a little, I hastened to take the chance he thus generously gave me to ingratiate myself in the young lady's favour, and my heart gave a foolish bound of joy because she smiled encouragingly as I approached her. "You are a great friend of Prince Ximenes?" she asked softly as I sat down. "Yes, we are very intimate," I replied. "He is a delightful companion." "So I should imagine." And she looked over at him where he sat next to her father, talking earnestly in low tones. "He is singularly handsome." I made no reply. Of course Lucio's extraordinary personal attractiveness was undeniable, but I rather grudged her praise bestowed on him just then. Her remarks seemed to me as tactless as when a man with one pretty woman beside him loudly admires another in her hearing. I did not myself assume to be actually handsome, but I knew I was better looking than the ordinary run of men. So out of sudden pique I remained silent, and presently the curtain rose and the play was resumed. A very questionable scene was enacted, the woman with the past being well to the front of it. I felt disgusted at the performance, and looked at my companions to see if they too were similarly moved. There was no sign of disapproval on Lady Sibyl's fair countenance. Her father was bending forward eagerly, apparently gloating over every detail. Rimânez wore that inscrutable expression of his in which no feeling whatever could be discerned. The woman with the past went on with her hysterical sham heroics, and the mealy-mouthed fool of a hero declared her to be a pure angel wronged, and the curtain fell amid loud applause. One energetic hiss came from the gallery, affecting the occupants of the stalls to scandalized amazement.
"England has progressed,"
said Rimânez in soft, half-bantering tones.
"Once upon a time this play would have been hooted off the stage as likely to corrupt the social community, but now the only voice of protest comes from the lower classes."
"Are you a Democrat, Prince?" inquired Lady Sibyl, waving her fan indolently to and fro.
"Not I. I always insist on the pride and supremacy of worth. I do not mean money value, but intellect. And in this way I foresee a new aristocracy. When the high grows corrupt, it falls and becomes the low. When the low educates itself and aspires, it becomes the high. This is simply the course of nature."
"But, God bless my soul!" exclaimed Lord Elton. "You don't call this play low or immoral, do you? It's a realistic study of modern social life, that's what it is. These women, you know, these poor souls with a past, are very interesting." "Very," murmured his daughter. "In fact, it would seem that for women with no such past, there can be no future. Virtue and modesty are quite out of date, and have no chance whatever." I leaned toward her, half whispering, "Lady Sibyl, I am glad to see this wretched play offends you." She turned her deep eyes on me in mingled surprise and amusement. "Oh no, it doesn't," she declared. "I have seen so many like it, and I have read so many novels on just the same theme. I assure you, I am quite convinced that the so-called bad woman is the only popular type of our sex with men. She gets all the enjoyment possible out of life. She frequently makes an excellent marriage, and has, as the Americans say, a good time all around. It's the same thing with our convicted criminals. In prison they are much better fed than the honest working man. I believe it is quite a mistake for women to be respectable. They are only considered dull." "Ah, now you are only joking," I said with an indulgent smile. "You know that in your heart you think very differently." She made no answer, as just then the curtain went up again, disclosing the unclean lady of the piece having a good time all around, on board a luxurious yacht. During the unnatural and stilted dialogue which followed, I withdrew a little back into the shadow of the box, and all that self-esteem and assurance of which I had been suddenly deprived by a glance at Lady Sibyl's beauty came back to me, and a perfectly stolid coolness and composure succeeded to the first feverish excitement of my mind. I recalled Lucio's words, "I believe Lady Sibyl is for sale," and I thought triumphantly of my millions. I glanced at the old Earl, abjectly pulling at his white whiskers while he listened anxiously to what were evidently money schemes propounded by Lucio. Then my gaze came back appraisingly to the lovely curves of Lady Sibyl's milk-white throat, her beautiful arms and bosom, her rich brown hair of the shade of a ripe chestnut, her delicate, haughty face, languid eyes, and brilliant complexion, and I murmured inwardly, "All this loveliness is purchasable, and I will purchase it." At that very instant she turned to me and said, "You are the famous Mr. Tempest, are you not?" "Famous?" I echoed with a deep sense of gratification. "Well, I am scarcely that yet. My book is not published." Her eyebrows arched themselves surprisedly. "Your book? I did not know you had written one." My flattered vanity sank to zero.
"It has been extensively advertised," I began impressively, but she interrupted me with a laugh. "Oh, I never read advertisements. It's too much trouble. When I asked if you were the famous Mr. Tempest, I meant to say, were you the great millionaire who has been so much talked of lately?" I bowed a somewhat chill assent. She looked at me inquisitively over the lace edge of her fan. "How delightful it must be for you to have so much money," she said. "And you are young too, and good looking." Pleasure took the place of vexed amour propre, and I smiled. "You are very kind, Lady Sybil." "Why?" she asked, laughing, such a delicious little low laugh. "Because I tell you the truth. You are young, and you are good looking. Millionaires are generally such appalling creatures. Fortune, while giving them money, frequently deprives them of both brains and personal attractiveness. And now do tell me about your book." She seemed to have suddenly dispensed with her former reserve, and during the last act of the play we conversed freely, in whispers which assisted us to become almost confidential. Her manner to me now was full of grace and charm, and the fascination she exerted over my senses became complete. The performance over, we all left the box together, and as Lucio was still apparently engrossed with Lord Elton, I had the satisfaction of escorting Lady Sybil to her carriage. When her father joined her, Lucio and I both stood together looking in at the window of the brougham, and the Earl, getting hold of my hand, shook it up and down with boisterous friendliness. Come and dine," he spluttered excitedly. "Come, let me see, this is Tuesday. Come on Thursday. Short notice and no ceremony. My wife is paralyzed, I'm sorry to say. She can't receive. She can only see a few people now and then when she is in the humour. Her sister keeps house and does the honours. Aunt Charlotte, Sybil? Ha ha ha! The deceased wife's sister's bill would never be any use to me, for if my wife were to die, I shouldn't be anxious to marry Miss Charlotte Fitzroy. Ha ha ha! A perfectly unapproachable woman, sir. A model. Ha ha! Come and dine with us, Mr. Tempest. Lucio, you bring him along with you, eh? We've got a young lady staying with us, an American, dollars, accent and all, and by Jove, I believe she wants to marry me, ha ha ha, and is waiting for Lady Elton to go to a better world first, ha ha! Come along, come and see the little American, eh? Thursday shall it be?" Over the fair features of Lady Sybil there passed a faint shadow of annoyance at her father's allusion to the little American, but she said nothing. Only her looks appeared to question our intentions as well as persuade our wills, and she seemed satisfied when we both accepted the invitation given. Another apoplectic chuckle from the Earl, and a couple of handshakes. A slight graceful bow from her lovely ladyship as we raised our hats in farewell, and the Elton equipage rolled away, leaving us to enter our own vehicle, which, amid the officious roaring of street boys and policemen, had just managed to draw up in front of the theatre. As we drove off, Lucio peered inquisitively at me. I could see the steely glitter of his fine eyes in the semi-darkness of the brougham, and said, "Well?" I was silent. "Don't you admire her?" he went on. "I must confess she is cold, a very chilly vestal indeed. But snow often covers volcanoes. She has good features and a naturally clear complexion." Despite my intention to be reticent, I could not endure this tame description. "She is perfectly beautiful," I said emphatically. "The dullest eyes must see that. There is not a fault to be found with her, and she is wise to be reserved and cold. Were she too lavish of her smiles, and too seductive in her manner, she might drive many men not only into folly but madness." I felt rather than saw the cat-like glance he flashed upon me. "Positively, Geoffrey, I believe that notwithstanding the fact that we are only in February, the wind blows upon you due south, bringing with it odours of rose and orange blossom. I fancy Lady Sybil has powerfully impressed you."
"Did you wish me to be impressed?" I asked.
"I? My dear fellow, I wish nothing that you yourself do not wish. I accommodate my ways to my friends' humours. If asked for my opinion, I should say it is rather a pity if you are really smitten with the young lady, as there are no obstacles to be encountered. A love affair, to be conducted with spirit and enterprise, should always bristle with opposition and difficulty, real or invented. A little secrecy and a good deal of wrongdoing, such as sly assignations and the telling of any amount of lies, such things add to the agreeableness of love-making on this planet." I interrupted him. "See here, Lucio, you are very fond of alluding to 'this planet' as if you knew anything about other planets," I said impatiently. "This planet, as you somewhat contemptuously call it, is the only one we have any business with." He bent his piercing looks so ardently upon me that for the moment I was startled. "If that is so," he answered, "why in heaven's name do you not let the other planets alone? Why do you strive to fathom their mysteries and movements? If men, as you say, have no business with any planet save this one, why are they ever on the alert to discover the secret of mightier worlds, a secret which haply it may some day terrify them to know?" The solemnity of his voice and the inspired expression of his face awed me. I had no ready reply, and he went on. "Do not let us talk, my friend, of planets, not even of this particular pin's point among them known as Earth. Let us return to a better subject, the Lady Sybil. As I have already said, there are no obstacles in the way of your wooing and winning her, if such is your desire. Geoffrey Tempest, as mere author of books, would indeed be insolent to aspire to the hand of an earl's daughter. But Geoffrey Tempest, millionaire, will be a welcome suitor. Poor Lord Elton's affairs are in a bad way. He is almost out at elbows. The American woman who is boarding with him—" "Boarding with him!" I exclaimed. "Surely he does not keep a boarding house?" Lucio laughed heartily. No, you must not put it so coarsely, Geoffrey. It is simply this, that the Earl and Countess of Elton give the prestige of their home and protection to Miss Diana Chesney, the American aforesaid, for the trifling sum of 2,000 guineas per annum. The Countess, being paralyzed, is obliged to hand over her duties of chaperonage to her sister Miss Charlotte Fitzroy, but the halo of the coronet still hovers over Miss Chesney's brow. She has her own suite of rooms in the house, and goes wherever it is proper for her to go, under Miss Fitzroy's care. Lady Sybil does not like the arrangement, and is therefore never seen anywhere except with her father. She will not join in companionship with Miss Chesney, and has said so pretty plainly. "I admire her for it," I said warmly. "I really am surprised that Lord Elton should condescend—" "Condescend to what?" inquired Lucio. "Condescend to take 2,000 guineas a year? Good heavens, man, there are no end of lords and ladies who will readily agree to perform such an act of condescension. Blue blood is getting thin and poor, and only money can thicken it. Diana Chesney is worth over $1 million, and if Lady Elton were to die conveniently soon, I should not be surprised to see that little American step triumphantly into her vacant place." "What a state of topsy-turvydom!" I said, half angrily. "Geoffrey, my friend, you are really amazingly inconsistent. Is there a more flagrant example of topsy-turvydom than yourself, for instance? 6 weeks ago, what were you? A mere scribbler, with flutterings of the wings of genius in your soul, but many uncertainties as to whether those wings would ever be strong enough to lift you out of the rut of obscurity in which you floundered, struggling and grumbling at adverse fate. Now, as millionaire, you think contemptuously of an earl, because he ventures quite legitimately to add a little to his income by boarding an American heiress and launching her into society where she would never get without him. And you aspire, or probably mean to aspire, to the hand of the Earl's daughter, as if you yourself were a descendant of kings. Nothing can be more topsy-turvy than your condition." "My father was a gentleman," I said, with a touch of hauteur, "and a descendant of gentlemen. We were never common folk. Our family was one of the most highly esteemed in the counties." Lucio smiled. "I do not doubt it, my dear fellow. I do not in the least doubt it. But a simple gentleman is a long way below, or above, an earl. Have it which side you choose, because it really doesn't matter nowadays. We have come to a period of history when rank and lineage count as nothing at all, owing to the profoundly obtuse stupidity of those who happen to possess it. So it chances that as no resistance is made, brewers are created peers of the realm, and ordinary tradesmen are knighted, and the very old families are so poor that they have to sell their estates and jewels to the highest bidder, who is frequently a vulgar railway king, or the introducer of some new manure. You occupy a better position than such, since you inherit your money with the farther satisfaction that you do not know how it was made." "True," I answered meditatively. Then with a sudden flash of recollection I added, "By the way, I never told you that my deceased relative imagined that he had sold his soul to the devil, and that this vast fortune of his was the material result." Lucio burst into a violent fit of laughter. "No, not possible!" he exclaimed derisively. "What an idea! I suppose he had a screw loose somewhere. Imagine any sane man believing in a devil! Ha ha ha! And in these advanced days too! Well, well, the folly of human imaginations will never end. Here we are." And he sprang lightly out as the brougham stopped at the Grand Hotel. "I will say good night to you, Tempest. I've promised to go and have a gamble." "A gamble? Where?" "At one of the select private clubs. There are any amount of them in this eminently moral metropolis. No occasion to go to Monte Carlo. Will you come?" I hesitated. The fair face of Lady Sybil haunted my mind, and I felt, with a no doubt foolish sentimentality, that I would rather keep my thoughts of her sacred, and unpolluted by contact with things of lower tone. "Not to-night," I said. Then half smiling, I added, "It must be a rather one-sided affair for other men to gamble with you, Lucio. You can afford to lose, and perhaps they can't." "If they can't, they shouldn't play," he answered. "A man should at least know his own mind, and his own capacity. If he doesn't, he is no man at all. As far as I have learned by long experience, those who gamble like it, and when they like it, I like it. I'll take you with me tomorrow if you care to see the fun. 1 or 2 very eminent men are members of the club, though of course they wouldn't have it known for worlds. You shan't lose much, I'll see to that." "All right, tomorrow it shall be," I responded, for I did not wish to appear as though I grudged losing a few pounds at play. "But tonight I think I'll write some letters before going to bed." "Yes, and dream of Lady Sybil," said Lucio, laughing. "If she fascinates you as much when you see her again on Thursday, you had better begin the siege." He waved his hand gaily, and re-entering his carriage, Chapter 9 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My publisher, John Morgeson, the estimable individual who had first refused my book, and who now, moved by self-interest, was devoting his energies assiduously to the business of launching it in the most modern and approved style, was not like Shakespeare's Cassio, strictly an honourable man. Neither was he the respectable chief of a long-established firm whose system of the cheating of authors, mellowed by time, had become almost sacred. He was a new man with new ways,
and a good stock of new push and impudence. All the same, he was clever, shrewd, and diplomatic, and for some reason or other had secured the favor of a certain portion of the press, many of the dailies and weeklies always giving special prominence to his publications over the heads of other far more legitimately dealing firms. He entered into a partial explanation of his methods when, on the morning after my first meeting with the Earl of Elton and his daughter, I called upon him to inquire how things were going with regard to my work. "We shall publish next week," he said, rubbing his hands complacently, and addressing me with all the deference due to my banking account. "And as you don't mind what you spend, I'll tell you just what I propose to do. I intend to write out a mystifying paragraph of about some 70 lines or so, describing the book in a vague sort of way as likely to create a new era of thought, or ere long everybody who is anybody will be compelled to read this remarkable work, or as something that must be welcome to all who would understand the drift of one of the most delicate and burning questions of the time. These are all stock phrases, used over and over again by the reviewers. There's no copyright in them. And the last one always tells wonderfully, considering how old it is, and how often it has been made to do duty, because any allusion to a delicate and burning question makes a number of people think the novel must be improper, and they send for it at once. He chuckled at his own perspicuity, and I sat silent, studying him with much inward amusement. This man on whose decision I had humbly and anxiously waited not so many weeks ago was now my paid tool, ready to obey me to any possible extent for so much cash, and I listened to him indulgently while he went on unravelling his schemes for the gratification of my vanity and the pocketing of his extras. "The book has been splendidly advertised," he went on. "It could not have been more lavishly done. Orders do not come in very fast yet, but they will. This paragraph of mine, which will take the shape of a leaderette, I can get inserted in about 800 to 1,000 newspapers here and in America. It will cost you, say, 100 guineas, perhaps a trifle more. Do you mind that?" "Not in the least," I replied, still vastly amused. He meditated a moment, then drew his chair closer to mine and lowered his voice a little. "You understand, I suppose, that I shall only issue 250 copies at first." This limited number seemed to me absurd, and I protested vehemently. "Such an idea is ridiculous," I said. "You cannot supply the trade with such a scanty edition." "Wait, my dear sir, wait! You are too impatient. You do not give me time to explain. All these 250 will be given away by me in the proper quarters on the day of publication. Never mind how. They must be given away." "Why?" "Why?" And the worthy Morgeson laughed sweetly. "I see, my dear Mr. Tempest, you are like most men of genius. You do not understand business. The reason why we give the first 250 copies away is in order to be able to announce at once in all the papers that the first large edition of the new novel by Geoffrey Tempest being exhausted on the day of publication, a second is in rapid preparation. You see, we thus hoodwink the public, who of course are not in our secrets, and are not to know whether an edition is 200 or 2,000. The second edition will of course be ready behind the scenes, and will consist of another 250. "Do you call that course of procedure honest?" I asked quietly. "Honest? My dear sir, honest?" And his countenance wore a virtuously injured expression. "Of course it is honest. Look at the daily papers. Such announcements appear every day. In fact, they are getting rather too common. I freely admit that there are a few publishers here and there who stick up for exactitude and go to the trouble of not only giving the numbers of copies in an edition, but also publishing the date of each one as it was issued. This may be principle if they like to call it so, but it involves a great deal of precise calculation and worry. If the public like to be deceived, what is the use of being exact? Now to resume.
Your second edition will be sent off on sale or return to provincial booksellers, and then we shall announce, in consequence of the enormous demand for the new novel by Geoffrey Tempest, the large second edition is out of print. A third will be issued in the course of next week. And so on, till we get to the 6th or 7th edition, always numbering 250 each, in 3 volumes. Perhaps we can by skillful management work it to a 10th. It is only a question of diplomacy and a little dexterous humbugging of the trade. Then we shall arrive at the 1-volume issue, which will require different handling. But there's time enough for that. The frequent advertisements will add to the expense a bit, but if you don't mind—
"I don't mind anything," I said, "so long as I have my fun."
"Your fun?" he queried surprisingly. "I thought it was fame you wanted more than fun."
I laughed aloud. "I'm not such a fool as to suppose that fame is secured by advertisement," I said. "For instance, I am one of those who think the fame of Millet as an artist was marred when he degraded himself to the level of painting the little green boy blowing bubbles of Pears's soap. That was an advertisement. And that very incident in his career, trifling though it seems, will prevent his ever standing on the same dignified height of distinction with such masters in art as Romney, Sir Peter Lely, Gainsborough, or Reynolds."
"I believe there is a great deal of justice in what you say,"
and Morgeson shook his head wisely.
"Viewed from a purely artistic and sentimental standpoint, you are right."
And he became suddenly downcast and dubious.
"Yes, it is a most extraordinary thing how fame does escape people sometimes, just when they seem on the point of grasping it. They are boomed in every imaginable way, and yet after a time nothing will keep them up. And there are others again who get kicked and buffeted and mocked and derided—"
"Like Christ?" I interposed with a half-smile. He looked shocked. He was a nonconformist, but remembering in time how rich I was, he bowed with a meek patience.
"Yes," and he sighed, "as you suggest, Mr. Tempest, like Christ. Mocked and derided and opposed at every turn, and yet by the queerest caprice of destiny they succeed in winning a world-wide fame and power."
"Like Christ again," I said mischievously, for I loved to jar his nonconformist conscience.
"Exactly."
He paused, looking piously down. Then, with a return of secular animation, he added,
"But I was not thinking of the great example just then, Mr. Tempest. I was thinking of a woman."
"Indeed?" I said indifferently.
"Yes, a woman who, despite continued abuse and opposition, is rapidly becoming celebrated. You are sure to hear of her in literary and social circles."
And he gave me a furtive glance of doubtful inquiry.
"But she is not rich, you know, only famous. However, we have nothing to do with her just now, so let us return to business. The one uncertain point in the matter of your book's success is the attitude of the critics. There are only 6 leading men who do the reviews, and between them they cover all the English magazines and some of the American too, as well as the London papers. Here are their names," and he handed me a penciled memorandum, "and their addresses as far as I can ascertain them, or the addresses of the papers for which they most frequently write. The man at the head of the list, David McWing, is the most formidable of the lot. He writes everywhere about everything. Being a Scotchman, he's bound to have his finger in every pie. If you can secure McWing, you need not trouble so much about the others, as he generally gives the lead, and has his own way with the editors. He is one of the personal friends of the editor of the 19th Century, for example, and you would be sure to get a notice there, which would otherwise be impossible. No reviewer can review anything for that magazine unless he is one of the editor's friends. You must manage McWing, or he might, just for the sake of showing off, cut you up rather roughly."
"That would not matter," I said, diverted at the idea of managing McWing. "A little slating always helps a book to sell."
"In some cases it does,"
and Morgeson stroked his thin beard perplexedly.
"But in others it most emphatically does not. Where there is any very decided or daring originality, adverse criticism is always the most effective. But a work like yours requires fostering with favour. once booming, in short." "I see," and I felt distinctly annoyed. "You don't think my book original enough to stand alone?" "My dear sir, you are really, what shall I say?" and he smiled apologetically. "A little brusque? I think your book shows admirable scholarship and delicacy of thought. If I find fault with it at all, it is perhaps because I am dense. The only thing it lacks, in my opinion, is what I should call tenaciousness, for want of a better expression. The quality of holding the reader's fancy fixed like a nail. But, after all, this is a common failing of modern literature. Few authors feel sufficiently themselves to make others feel." I made no reply for a moment. I was thinking of Lucio's remarks on this very same subject. "Well," I said at last, "if I had no feeling when I wrote the book, I certainly have none now. Why, man, I felt every line of it, painfully and intensely." Aye, indeed," said Morgeson soothingly. "Or perhaps you thought you felt, which is another very curious phase of the literary temperament. You see, to convince people at all, you must first yourself be convinced. The result of this is generally a singular magnetic attraction between author and public. However, I am a bad hand at argument, and it is possible that in hasty reading I may have gathered a wrong impression of your intentions. Anyhow, the book shall be a success if we can make it so. All I venture to ask of you is that you should personally endeavour to manage McWing." I promised to do my best, and on this understanding we parted. I realized that Morgeson was capable of greater discernment than I had imagined, and his observations had given me material for thought which was not altogether agreeable. For if my book, as he said, lacked tenacity, why, then it would not take root in the public mind. It would be merely the ephemeral success of a season, one of those brief booms in literary wares for which I had such unmitigated contempt, and fame would be as far off as ever, except that spurious imitation of it which the fact of my millions had secured. I was in no good humour that afternoon, and Lucio saw it. He soon elicited the sum and substance of my interview with Morgeson, and laughed long and somewhat uproariously over the proposed managing of the redoubtable McWing. He glanced at the 5 names of the other leading critics and shrugged his shoulders. "Morgeson is quite right," he said. "McWing is intimate with the rest of these fellows. They meet at the same clubs, dine at the same cheap restaurants, and make love to the same painted ballet girls, all in a comfortable little fraternal union together, and one obliges the other on their several journals when occasion offers. Oh yes, I should make up to McWing if I were you." "But how?" I demanded, for though I knew McWing's name well enough, having seen it signed ad nauseam to literary articles in almost every paper extant, I had never met the man. I cannot ask any favour of a press critic. "Of course not," and Lucio laughed heartily again. "If you were to do such an idiotic thing, what a slating you'd get for your pains. There's no sport a critic loves so much as the flaying of an author who has made the mistake of lowering himself to the level of asking favours of his intellectual inferiors. No, my dear fellow, we shall manage McWing quite differently. I know him, though you do not." "Come, that's good news," I exclaimed. "Upon my word, Lucio, you seem to know everybody." "I think I know most people worth knowing," responded Lucio quietly, "though I by no means include Mr. McWing in the category of worthiness. I happened to make his personal acquaintance in a somewhat singular and exciting manner. It was in Switzerland, on that awkward ledge of rock known as the Mauvais Pas. I had been some weeks in the neighbourhood on business of my own, and being sure-footed and fearless, was frequently allowed by the guides to volunteer my services with theirs. In this capacity of amateur guide, capricious destiny gave me the pleasure of escorting the timid and bilious McWing across the chasms of the Mer de Glace, and I conversed with him in the choicest French all the while, a language of which, despite his boasted erudition, he was deplorably ignorant. I knew who he was, I must tell you, as I know most of his craft, and had long been aware of him as one of the authorized murderers of aspiring genius. When I got him on the mauvais pas, I saw that he was seized with vertigo. I held him firmly by the arm and addressed him in sound, strong English thus: "Mr. McWing, you wrote a damnable and scurrilous article against the work of a certain poet," and I named the man, "an article that was a tissue of lies from beginning to end, and which, by its cruelty and venom, embittered a life of brilliant promise and crushed a noble spirit. Now, unless you promise to write and publish in a leading magazine a total recantation of this your crime when you get back to England, if you get back, giving that wronged man the honourable mention he rightly deserves, down you go. I have but to loosen my hold." Geoffrey, you should have seen McWing then. He whined, he wriggled, he clung. Never was an oracle of the press in such an unoracular condition. "Murder! Murder!" he gasped, but his voice failed him. Above him towered the snow peaks like the summits of that fame he could not reach, and therefore grudged to others. Below him the glittering ice waves yawned in deep transparent hollows of opaline blue and green, and afar off the tinkling cowbells echoed through the still air, suggestive of safe green pastures and happy homes. "Murder!" he whispered gurglingly. "Nay," said I, "'tis I should cry murder, for if ever an arresting hand held a murderer, mine holds one now. Your system of slaying is worse than that of the midnight assassin, for the assassin can but kill the body. You strive to kill the soul. You cannot succeed, 'tis true, but the mere attempt is devilish. No shouts, no struggles will serve you here. We are alone with eternal nature. Give the man you have slandered his tardy recognition, or else, as I said before, down you go." Well, to make my story short, he yielded, and swore to do as I bade him, whereupon, placing my arm round him as though he were my tender twin brother, I led him safely off the mauvais pas and down the kindlier hill, where, what with the fright and the remains of vertigo, he fell a-weeping grievously. Would you believe it, that before we reached Chamonix we had become the best friends in the world? He explained himself and his rascally modes of action, and I nobly exonerated him. We exchanged cards, and when we parted, this same author's bugbear, McWing, overcome with sentiment and whisky toddy—he is a Scotchman, you know—swore that I was the grandest fellow in the world, and that if ever he could serve me, he would. He knew my princely title by this time, but he would have given me a still higher name. "You are not a poet yourself?" he murmured, leaning on me fondly as he rolled to bed. I told him no. "I am sorry, very," he declared, the tears of whisky rising to his eyes. "If you had been, I would have done a great thing for you. I would have boomed you for nothing." I left him snoring nobly, and saw him no more. But I think he'll recognize me, Geoffrey. I'll go and look him up personally. By all the gods, if he had only known who held him between life and death upon the mauvais pas. I stared, puzzled. "But he did know," I said. "Did you not say you exchanged cards?" "True, but that was afterwards," and Lucio laughed. "I assure you, my dear fellow, we can manage McWing." I was intensely interested in the story as he told it. He had such a dramatic way of speaking and looking, while his very gestures brought the whole scene vividly before me like a picture. I spoke out my thought impulsively. "You would certainly have made a superb actor, Lucio." "How do you know I am not one?" he asked with a flashing glance. Then he added quickly, "No, there is no occasion to paint the face and prance over the boards before a row of tawdry footlights like the paid mimes in order to be histrionically great. The finest actor is he who can play the comedy of life perfectly, as I aspire to do. To walk well, talk well, smile well, weep well, groan well, laugh well, and die well. It is all pure acting. because in every man there is the dumb, dreadful, immortal spirit who is real, who cannot act, who is, and who steadily maintains an infinite though speechless protest against the body's lie. I said nothing in answer to this outburst. I was beginning to be used to his shifting humours and strange utterances. They increased the mysterious attraction I had for him, and made his character a perpetual riddle to me which was not without its subtle charm. Every now and then I realized, with a faintly startled sense of self-abasement, that I was completely under his dominance, that my life was being entirely guided by his control and suggestion. But I argued with myself that surely it was well it should be so, seeing he had so much more experience and influence than I. We dined together that night, as we often did, and our conversation was entirely taken up with monetary and business concerns. Under Lucio's advice, I was making several important investments, and these matters gave us ample subject for discussion. At about 11 o'clock, it being a fine frosty evening and fit for brisk walking, we went out, our destination being the private gambling club to which my companion had volunteered to introduce me as a guest. It was situated at the end of a mysterious little back street, not far from the respectable precincts of Pall Mall, and was an unpretentious-looking house enough outside, but within it was sumptuously though tastelessly furnished. Apparently the premises were presided over by a woman with painted eyes and dyed hair, who received us first of all within the lamp-lighted splendours of an Anglo-Japanese drawing-room. Her looks and manner undisguisedly proclaimed her as a demi-mondaine of the most pronounced type, one of those pure ladies with a past who are represented as such martyrs to the vices of men. Lucio said something to her apart, whereupon she glanced at me deferentially and smiled, then rang the bell. A discreet-looking manservant in sober black made his appearance, and, at a slight sign from his mistress, who bowed to me as I passed her, proceeded to show us upstairs. We trod on a carpet of the softest felt. In fact, I noticed that everything was rendered as noiseless as possible in this establishment, the very doors being covered with thick baize and swinging on silent hinges. On the upper landing the servant knocked very cautiously at a side door. A key turned in the lock, and we were admitted into a long double room, very brilliantly lit with electric lamps, which at first glance seemed crowded with men playing at rouge et noir and baccarat. Some looked up as Lucio entered and nodded smilingly. Others glanced inquisitively at me, but our entrance was otherwise scarcely noticed. Lucio, drawing me along by the arm, sat down to watch the play. I followed his example, and presently found myself infected by the intense excitement which permeated the room like the silent tension of the air before a thunderstorm. I recognized the faces of many well-known public men eminent in politics and society, whom one would never have imagined capable of supporting a gambling club by their presence and authority. But I took care to betray no sign of surprise, and quietly observed the games and gamesters with almost as impassive a demeanour as that of my companion. I was prepared to play and to lose. I was not prepared, however, for the strange scene which was soon Chapter 10 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As soon as the immediate game we were watching was finished, the players rose and greeted Lucio with a good deal of eagerness and effusion. I instinctively guessed from their manner that they looked upon him as an influential member of the club, a person likely to lend them money to gamble with, and otherwise to oblige them in various ways, financially speaking. He introduced me to them all, and I was not slow to perceive the effect my name had upon most of them. I was asked if I would join in a game of baccarat, and I readily consented. The stakes were ruinously high, but I had no need to falter for that. One of the players near me was a fair-haired young man, handsome in face and of aristocratic bearing. He had been introduced to me as Viscount Linton. I noticed him particularly on account of the reckless way he had of doubling his stakes suddenly and apparently out of mere bravado, and when he lost, as he mostly did, he laughed uproariously as though he were drunk or delirious. On first beginning to play, I was entirely indifferent as to the results of the game, caring nothing at all as to whether I had losses or gains. Lucio did not join us, but sat apart, quietly observant, and watching me, so I fancied, more than anyone. And as chance would have it, all the luck came my way, and I won steadily. The more I won, the more excited I became, till presently my humour changed, and I was seized by a whimsical desire to lose. I suppose it was the touch of some better impulse in my nature that made me wish for this young Linton's sake, for he seemed literally maddened by my constant winnings, and continued his foolhardy and desperate play. His young face grew drawn and sharply thin, and his eyes glittered with a hungry feverishness. The other gamesters, though sharing in his run of ill luck, seemed better able to stand it, or perhaps they concealed their feelings more cleverly. Anyhow, I know I caught myself very earnestly wishing that this devil's luck of mine would desert me, and set in that young Viscount's direction. But my wishes were no use. Again and again I gathered up the stakes, till at last the players rose, Viscount Linton among them. "Well, I'm cleaned out," he said with a loud forced laugh. "You must give me my chance of a revanche tomorrow, Mr. Tempest." I bowed. "With pleasure." He called a waiter at the end of the room to bring him a brandy and soda, and meanwhile I was surrounded by the rest of the men, all of them repeating the Viscount's suggestion of a revanche, and strenuously urging upon me the necessity of returning to the club the next night in order to give them an opportunity of winning back what they had lost. I readily agreed, and while we were in the midst of talk, Lucio suddenly addressed young Linton. "Will you make up another game with me?" he inquired. "I'll start the bank with this." And he placed 2 crisp notes of £500 each on the table. There was a moment's silence. The Viscount was thirstily drinking his brandy and soda, and glanced over the rim of his tall tumbler at the notes with covetous, bloodshot eyes. Then he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I can't stake anything," he said. "I've already told you I'm cleaned out, stony broke as the slang goes. It's no use my joining." Sit down, Linton," urged one man near him. "I'll lend you enough to go on with." "Thanks, I'd rather not," he returned, flushing a little. "I'm too much in your debt already. Awfully good of you all the same. You go on, you fellows, and I'll watch the play." "Let me persuade you, Viscount Linton," said Lucio, looking at him with his dazzling, inscrutable smile. "Just for the fun of the thing. If you do not feel justified in staking money, stake something trifling and merely nominal, for the sake of seeing whether the luck will turn." And here he took up a counter. "This frequently represents £50. Let it represent for once something that is not valuable like money. Your soul, for example." A burst of laughter broke from all the men. Lucio laughed softly with them. "We all have, I hope, enough instruction in modern science to be aware that there is no such thing as a soul in existence," he continued. "Therefore, in proposing it as a stake for this game at baccarat, I really propose less than 1 hair of your head, because the hair is a something and the soul is a nothing. Come, will you risk that non-existent quantity for the chance of winning £1,000? The Viscount drained off the last drop of brandy and turned upon us, his eyes flushing mingled derision and defiance. "Done!" he exclaimed, whereupon the party sat down. The game was brief, and in its rapid excitement almost breathless. 6 or 7 minutes sufficed, and Lucio rose, the winner. He smiled as he pointed to the counter which had represented Viscount Linton's last stake. "I have won," he said quietly, "but you owe me nothing, my dear Viscount, inasmuch as you risked nothing. We played this game simply for fun. If souls had any existence, of course I should claim yours. I wonder what I should do with it, by the way." He laughed good-humouredly. "What nonsense, isn't it? And how thankful we ought to be that we live in advanced days like the present, when such silly superstitions are being swept aside by the march of progress and pure reason. Good night. Tempest and I will give you your full revenge tomorrow. The luck is sure to change by then, and you will probably have the victory. Again, good night." He held out his hand. There was a peculiar melting tenderness in his brilliant dark eyes, an impressive kindness in his manner. Something, I could not tell what, held us all for the moment spellbound as if by enchantment, and several of the players at other tables, hearing of the eccentric stake that had been wagered and lost, looked over at us curiously from a distance. Viscount Linton, however, professed himself immensely diverted, and shook Lucio's proffered hand heartily. "You are an awfully good fellow," he said, speaking a little thickly and hurriedly, "and I assure you seriously, if I had a soul I should be very glad to part with it for £1,000 at the present moment. The soul wouldn't be an atom of use to me, and the £1,000 would, but I feel convinced I shall win tomorrow." "I am equally sure you will," returned Lucio affably. "In the meantime, you will not find my friend here, Geoffrey Tempest, a hard creditor. He can afford to wait. But in the case of the lost soul—" here he paused, looking straight into the young man's eyes. "Of course, I cannot afford to wait." The Viscount smiled vaguely at this pleasantry, and almost immediately afterwards left the club. As soon as the door had closed behind him, several of the gamesters exchanged sententious nods and glances. "Ruined," said one of them in a sotto voce. "His gambling debts are more than he can ever pay," added another, "and I hear he has lost a clear 50,000 on the turf." These remarks were made indifferently, as though one should talk of the weather. No sympathy was expressed, no pity wasted. Every gambler there was selfish to the core, and as I studied their hardened faces, a thrill of honest indignation moved me. Indignation mingled with shame. I was not yet altogether callous or cruel-hearted, though as I look back upon those days which now resemble a wild vision rather than a reality, I know that I was becoming more and more of a brutal egoist with every hour I lived. Still I was so far then from being utterly vile that I inwardly resolved to write to Viscount Linton that very evening and tell him to consider his debt to me cancelled, as I should refuse to claim it. While this thought was passing through my mind, I met Lucio's gaze fixed steadily upon me. He smiled, and presently signed to me to accompany him. In a few minutes we had left the club, and were out in the cold night air under a heaven of frostily sparkling stars. Standing still for a moment, my companion laid his hand on my shoulder. "Tempest, if you are going to be kind-hearted or sympathetic to undeserving rascals, I shall have to part company with you," he said, with a curious mixture of satire and seriousness in his voice. "I see by the expression of your face that you are meditating some silly, disinterested action of pure generosity. Now you might just as well flop down on these paving stones and begin saying prayers in public. You want to let Linton off his debt. You are a fool for your pains. He is a born scoundrel, and has never seen his way to being anything else. Why should you compassionate him? From the time he first went to college till now, he has been doing nothing but live a life of degraded sensuality. He is a worthless rake, less to be respected than an honest dog." "Yet someone loves him, I dare say," I said. "Someone loves him," echoed Lucio with inimitable disdain. "Bah! 3 ballet girls live on him, if that is what you mean. His mother loved him, but she is dead. He broke her heart. He is no good, I tell you. Let him pay his debt in full, even to the soul he staked so lightly. If I were the devil now, and had just won the strange game we played tonight, I suppose, according to priestly tradition, I should be piling up the fire for Linton in high glee. But being what I am, I say, let the man alone to make his own destiny. Let things take their course. And as he chose to risk everything, so let him pay everything. We were by this time walking slowly into Pall Mall. I was on the point of making some reply, when catching sight of a man's figure on the opposite side of the way, not far from the Marlborough Club, I uttered an involuntary exclamation. "Why, there he is!" I said. "There is Viscount Linton." Lucio's hand closed tightly on my arm. "You don't want to speak to him now, surely?"
"No, but I wonder where he's going. He walks rather unsteadily."
"Drunk, most probably."
And Lucio's face presented the same relentless expression of scorn I had so often seen and marvelled at. We paused a moment, watching the Viscount strolling aimlessly up and down in front of the clubs, till all at once he seemed to come to a sudden resolution, and stopped short. He shouted, "Hansom!" A silent-wheeled smart vehicle came bowling up immediately. Giving some order to the driver, he jumped in. The cab approached swiftly in our direction. Just as it passed us, the loud report of a pistol crashed on the silence. "Good God!" I cried, reeling back a step or two. "He has shot himself!" The hansom stopped. The driver sprang down. Club porters, waiters, policemen, and no end of people starting up from heaven knows where, were on the scene on an instant. I rushed forward to join the rapidly gathering throng, but before I could do so, Lucio's strong arm was thrown round me, and he dragged me by main force away.
"Keep cool, Geoffrey," he said. "Do you want to be called up to identify and betray the club and all its members? Not while I am here to prevent you. Check your mad impulses, my good fellow. They will lead you into no end of difficulties. If the man's dead, he's dead, and there's an end of it."
"Lucio, you have no heart!" I exclaimed, struggling violently to escape from his hold. "How can you stop to reason in such a case? Think of it! I am the cause of all the mischief. It is my cursed luck at baccarat this evening that has been the final blow to the wretched young fellow's fortunes. I am convinced of it. I shall never forgive myself."
"Upon my word, Geoffrey, your conscience is very tender," he answered, holding my arm still more closely and hurrying me away despite myself. "You must try and toughen it a little if you want to be successful in life. Your cursed luck, you think, has caused Linton's death? Surely it is a contradiction in terms to call luck cursed. And as for the Viscount, he did not need that last game at baccarat to emphasize his ruin. You are not to blame. And for the sake of the club, if for nothing else, I do not intend either you or myself to be mixed up in a case of suicide. The coroner's verdict always disposes of these incidents comfortably in 2 words: temporary insanity. I shuddered. My soul sickened as I thought that within a few yards of us was the bleeding corpse of the man I had so lately seen alive and spoken with, and notwithstanding Lucio's words, I felt as if I had murdered him. "Temporary insanity," repeated Lucio again, as if speaking to himself. "All remorse, despair, outraged honour, wasted love, together with the scientific modern theory of reasonable nothingness. Life and nothing, God and nothing. When these drive the distracted human unit to make of himself also a nothing, temporary insanity covers up his plunge into the infinite with an untruthful pleasantness. However, after all, it is, as Shakespeare says, a mad world." I made no answer. I was too overcome by my own miserable sensations. I walked along almost unconscious of movement, and as I stared bewilderedly up at the stars,
They danced before my sight like fireflies whirling in a mist of miasma. Presently a faint hope occurred to me. "Perhaps," I said, "he has not really killed himself. It may be only an attempt."
"He was a capital shot," returned Lucio composedly. "That was his one quality. He has no principles, but he was a good marksman. I cannot imagine his missing aim."
"It is horrible! An hour ago alive, and now— I tell you, Lucio, it is horrible!"
"What is? Death? It is not half so horrible as life lived wrongly," he responded with a gravity that impressed me in spite of my emotion and excitement. "Believe me, the mental sickness and confusion of a wilfully degraded existence are worse tortures than are contained in the priestly notions of hell. Come, Geoffrey, you take this matter too much to heart. You are not to blame. If Linton has given himself the happy dispatch, it is really the best thing he could do. He was of no use to anybody, and he is well out of it. It is positively weak of you to attach importance to such a trifle. You are only at the beginning of your career."
"Well, I hope that career will not lead me into any more such tragedies as the one enacted tonight," I said passionately. "If it does, it will be entirely against my will." Lucio looked at me curiously.
"Nothing can happen to you against your will," he replied. "I suppose you wish to imply that I am to blame for introducing you to the club? My good fellow, you need not have gone there unless you had chosen to do so. I did not bind and drag you there. You are upset and unnerved. Come into my room and take a glass of wine. You will feel more of a man afterwards."
We had by this time reached the hotel, and I went with him passively. With equal passiveness I drank what he gave me, and stood, glass in hand, watching him with a kind of morbid fascination as he threw off his fur-lined overcoat and confronted me, his pale handsome face strangely set and stern, and his dark eyes glittering like cold steel. "That last stake of Linton's, to you," I said falteringly. "His soul."
"Which he did not believe in, and which you do not believe in," returned Lucio, regarding me fixedly. "Why do you now seem to tremble at a mere sentimental idea? If fantastic notions such as God, the soul, and the devil were real facts, there would perhaps be cause for trembling. But being only the brain-sick imaginations of superstitious mankind, there is nothing in them to awaken the slightest anxiety or fear."
"But you," I began, "you say you believe in the soul?"
I am brain-sick," and he laughed bitterly. "Have you not found that out yet? Much learning hath driven me mad, my friend. Science has led me into such deep wells of dark discovery that it is no wonder if my senses sometimes reel, and I believe, at such insane moments, in the soul." I sighed heavily. "I think I will go to bed," I answered. "I am tired out and absolutely miserable." "Alas, poor millionaire," said Lucio gently. "I am sorry, I assure you, that the evening has ended so disastrously."
"So am I," I returned despondently.
"Imagine it,"
he went on, dreamily regarding me.
"If my beliefs, my crack-brained theories were worth anything, which they are not, I could claim the only positive existing part of our late acquaintance Viscount Linton. But where and how to send in my account with him? If I were Satan now—" I forced a faint smile. "You would have cause to rejoice," I said. He moved 2 paces towards me and laid his hands gently on my shoulders. "No, Geoffrey," and his rich voice had a strange soft music in it. "No, my friend. If I were Satan, I should probably lament, for every lost soul would of necessity remind me of my own fall, my own despair, and set another bar between myself and heaven. Remember, the very devil was an angel once." His eyes smiled, and yet I could have sworn there were tears in them. I wrung his hand hard. I felt that notwithstanding his assumed coldness and cynicism, the fate of young Linton had affected him profoundly. My liking for him gained new fervour from this impression, and I went to bed more at ease with myself and things in general. During the few minutes I spent in undressing, I became even able to contemplate the tragedy of the evening with less regret and greater calmness, for it was certainly no use worrying over the irrevocable, and after all, what interest had the Viscount's life for me? None. I began to ridicule myself for my own weakness and disinterested emotion, and presently, being thoroughly fatigued, fell sound asleep. Towards morning, however, perhaps about 4 or 5 o'clock, I woke suddenly as though touched by an invisible hand. I was shivering violently, and my body was bathed in a cold perspiration. In the otherwise dark room there was something strangely luminous, like a cloud of white smoke or fire. I started up, rubbing my eyes, and stared before me for a moment, doubting the evidence of my own senses. For plainly visible and substantially distinct, at a distance of perhaps 5 paces from my bed, stood 3 figures, muffled in dark garments and closely hooded. So solemnly inert they were, so heavily did their sable draperies fall about them, that it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women. But what paralyzed me with amazement and terror was the strange light that played around and above them, the spectral, wandering, chill radiance that illumined them like the rays of a faint wintry moon. I strove to cry out, but my tongue refused to obey me, and my voice was strangled in my throat. The 3 remained absolutely motionless, and again I rubbed my eyes, wondering if this were a dream or some hideous optical delusion. Trembling in every limb, I stretched my hand towards the bell, intending to ring violently for assistance, when a voice, low and thrilling with intense anguish, caused me to shrink back appalled, and my arm fell nerveless at my side. "Misery!" The word struck the air with a harsh, reproachful clang, and I nearly swooned with the horror of it. For now one of the figures moved, and a face gleamed out from beneath its hooded wrappings, a face white as the whitest marble, and fixed into such an expression of dreadful despair as froze my blood. Then came a deep sigh that was more like a death groan, and again the word "Misery!" shuddered upon the silence. Mad with fear, and scarcely knowing what I did, I sprang from the bed and began desperately to advance upon these fantastic masqueraders, determined to seize them and demand the meaning of this practical and untimely jest, when suddenly all 3 lifted their heads and turned their faces on me. Such faces, indescribably awful in their pallid agony, and a whisper more ghastly than a shriek penetrated the very fibres of my consciousness. "Misery!" With a furious bound I flung myself upon them. My hands struck empty space, yet there, distinct as ever, they stood, glowering down upon me, while my clenched fists beat impotently through and beyond their seemingly corporeal shapes. And then, all at once, I became aware of their eyes that watched me pitilessly, steadfastly and disdainfully, eyes that like witch fires seemed to slowly burn terrific meanings into my very flesh and spirit. Convulsed and almost frantic with the strain on my nerves, I abandoned myself to despair. This awful sight meant death, I thought. My last hour has surely come. Then I saw the lips of one of those dreadful faces move. Some superhuman instinct in me leapt to life. In some strange way I thought I knew or guessed the horror of what that next utterance would be, and with all my remaining force I cried out, "No, no! Not that eternal doom! Not yet!" fighting the vacant air, I strove to beat back those intangible weird shapes that loomed above me, withering up my soul with the fixed stare of their angry eyes, and with a choking call for help.
Chapter 11 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the ensuing hours between this horrible episode and full morning elapsed I do not know. I was dead to all impressions. I woke at last, or rather recovered my senses, to see the sunlight pouring pleasantly through the half-drawn curtains at my window, and to find myself in bed in as restful a position as though I had never left it. Was it then merely a vision I had seen? A ghastly sort of nightmare? If so, it was surely the most abhorrent illusion ever evolved from dreamland. It could not be a question of health, for I had never felt better in my life. I lay for some time quiescent, thinking over the matter, with my eyes fixed on that part of the room where those three shapes had seemingly stood. But I had lately got into such a habit of cool self-analysis that by the time my valet brought my early cup of coffee, I had decided that the whole thing was a dreadful fantasy, born of my own imagination, which had no doubt been unduly excited by the affair of Viscount Linton's suicide. I soon learned that there was no room left for doubt as to that unhappy young nobleman's actual death. A brief account of it was in the morning papers, though as the tragedy had occurred so late at night there were no details. A vague hint of money difficulties was thrown out in one journal, but beyond that, and the statement that the body had been conveyed to the mortuary there to await an inquest, there was nothing said, either personal or particular. I found Lucio in the smoking room, and it was he who first silently pointed out to me the short paragraph headed "Suicide of a Viscount."
"I told you he was a good shot," he commented.
I nodded. Somehow I had ceased to feel much interest in the subject. My emotion of the previous evening had apparently exhausted all my stock of sympathy, and left me coldly indifferent. Absorbed in myself and my own concerns, I sat down to talk, and was not long before I had given a full and circumstantial account of the spectral illusion which had so unpleasantly troubled me during the night. Lucio listened, smiling oddly.
"That old Tokay was evidently too strong for you," he said, when I had concluded my story.
"Did you give me old Tokay?" I responded, laughing. "Then the mystery is explained. I was already overwrought, and needed no stimulant. But what tricks of the imagination plays us, to be sure! You have no idea of the distinct manner in which those three phantoms asserted themselves. The impression was extraordinarily vivid."
"No doubt."
And his dark eyes studied me curiously.
"Impressions often are very vivid. See what a marvellously real impression this world makes upon us, for example."
"Ah, but then the world is real," I answered.
"Is it? You accept it as such, I dare say, and things are as they appear to each separate individual. No two human beings think alike. Hence there may be conflicting opinions as to the reality or non-reality of this present world. But we will not take unnecessary plunges into the infinite question of what is, as contrasted with what appears to be. I have some letters here for your consideration. You have lately spoken of buying a country estate. What say you to Willowsmere Court in Warwickshire? I have had my eye on that place for you. It seems to me just the very thing. It is a magnificent old pile. Part of it dates from Elizabeth's time. It is in excellent repair. The grounds are most picturesque. The classic river Avon winds with rather a broad sweep through the park. And the whole thing, with a great part of the furniture included, is to be sold for a mere song, £50,000 cash. I think you had better go in for it. It would just suit your literary and poetic tastes."
Was it my fancy, or had his musical voice the faintest touch of a sneer as he uttered the last words. I would not allow myself to think this possible, and answered quickly, "Anything you recommend must be worth looking at, and I'll certainly go and see it. The description sounds well, and Shakespeare's country always appeals to me. But wouldn't you like to secure it for yourself?" He laughed. "Not I. I live nowhere for long. I am of a roving disposition, and am never happy tied down to one corner of the earth. But I suggest Willowsmere to you for 2 reasons. First, that it is charming and perfectly appointed. Secondly, that it will impress Lord Elton considerably if he knows you are going to buy it." "How so?" "Why, because it used to be his property," returned Lucio quietly, "till he got it into the hands of the Jews. He gave them Willowsmere as security for loans, and latterly they have stepped in as owners. They've sold most of the pictures, china, bric-a-brac, and other valuables. By the way, have you noticed how the legended God still appears to protect the house of Israel, particularly the base usurer who is allowed to get the unhappy Christian into his clutches 9 times out of 10? And no remedy drops from heaven. The Jew always triumphs. Rather inconsistent, isn't it, on the part of an equitable deity?" His eyes flashed strange scorn. Anon he resumed, "As a result of Lord Elton's unfortunate speculations and the Jew's admirable shrewdness, Willowsmere, as I tell you, is in the market, and £50,000 will make you the envied owner of a place worth 100,000. "We dine at the Eltons tonight, do we not?" I asked musingly. "We do. You cannot have forgotten that engagement and Lady Sybil so soon, surely?" he answered, laughing. "No, I have not forgotten," I said at last, after a little silence. "And I will buy this Willowsmere. I will telegraph instructions to my lawyers at once. Will you give me the name and address of the agents?" "With pleasure, my dear boy." And Lucio handed me a letter containing the particulars concerning the sale of the estate and other items. "But are you not making up your mind rather suddenly? Hadn't you better inspect the property first? There may be things you object to." "If it were a rat-infested barrack," I said resolutely, "I would still buy it. I shall settle the matter at once. I wish to let Lord Elton know this very night that I am the future owner of Willowsmere." "Good." And my companion thrust his arm through mine as we left the smoking room together. "I like your swiftness of action, Geoffrey. It is admirable. I always respect determination. Even if a man makes up his mind to go to hell, I honour him for keeping to his word, and going there straight as a die." I laughed, and we parted in high good humour. He to fulfil a club engagement, I to telegraph precise instructions to my legal friends Messrs. Bentham and Ellis for the immediate purchase in my name at all costs, risks or inconveniences, of the estate known as Willowsmere Court in the county of Warwick. That evening I dressed with more than common care, giving my man Morris almost as much trouble as if I had been a fidgety woman. He waited upon me, however, with exemplary patience, and only when I was quite ready did he venture to utter what had evidently been on his mind for some time. "Excuse me, sir," he then observed, "but I dare say you've noticed that there's something unpleasant-like about the prince's valet, Emile?" "Well, he's rather a down-looking fellow, if that's what you mean," I replied, "but I suppose there's no harm in him." "I don't know about that, sir," answered Morris severely. "He does a great many strange things, I do assure you. Downstairs with the servants he goes on something surprising. Sings and acts and dances too, as if he were a whole music hall." "Really?" I exclaimed in surprise. "I should never have thought it." "Nor should I, sir, but it's a fact." "He must be rather an amusing fellow then," I continued, wondering that my man should take the accomplishments of Emile in such an injured manner. "Oh, I don't say anything about his amusingness," and Morris rubbed his nose with a doubtful air. "It's all very well for him to cut capers and make himself agreeable if he likes, But it's the deceit of him that surprises me, sir. You'd think to look at him that he was a decent sort of dull chap, with no ideas beyond his duty. But really, sir, it's quite the contrary, if you'll believe me. The language he uses when he's up to his games downstairs is something frightful, and he actually swears he learnt it from the gentlemen of the turf, sir. Last night he was play-acting and taking off all the fashionable folk. Then he took to hypnotizing, and upon my word it made my blood run cold." "Why, what did he do?" I asked with some curiosity. "Well, sir, he took one of the scullery maids and sat her in a chair and just pointed at her and grinned for all the world like a devil out of a pantomime. And though she is generally a respectable, sober young woman, if she didn't get up with a screech and commence dancing round and round like a lunatic while he kept on pointing. And presently she got to jumping and lifting her skirts that high that it was positively scandalous. Some of us tried to stop her and couldn't. She was like mad, till all at once number 22 bell rang. That's the prince's room. And he just caught hold of her, set her down in her chair again and clapped his hands. She came to directly and didn't know a bit of what she'd been doing. Then 22 bell rang again, and the fellow rolled up his eyes like a clergyman and said, 'Let us pray,' and off he went." I laughed. "He seems to have a share of humour at any rate," I said. "I should not have thought it of him. But do you think these antics of his are mischievous?" "Well, that scullery girl is very ill to-day," replied Morris. "I expect she'll have to leave. She has what she calls the jumps, and none of us dare tell her how she got them. No, sir, believe me or not as you like, there's something very queer about that Emile. And another thing I want to know is this. What does he do with the other servants?" "What does he do with the other servants?" I repeated bewilderedly. "What on earth do you mean?" "Well, sir, the prince has a chef of his own, hasn't he?" said Morris, enumerating on his fingers. "And 2 personal attendants beside Emile, quiet fellows enough, who help in the waiting. Then he has a coachman and a groom. That makes 6 servants altogether. Now, none of these except Emile are ever seen in the hotel kitchens. The chef sends all the meals in from somewhere in a heated receptacle, and the 2 other fellows are never seen except when waiting at table, and they don't live in their own rooms all day, though they may sleep there, and nobody knows where the carriage and horses are put up, or where the coachman and groom lodge. Certain it is that both they and the chef board out. It seems to me very mysterious." I began to feel quite unreasonably irritated. "Look here, Morris," I said, "there's nothing more useless or more harmful than the habit of inquiring into other people's affairs. The prince has a right to live as he likes and do as he pleases with his servants. I am sure he pays royally for his privileges. And whether his cook lives in or out, up in the skies or down in a cellar, is no matter of mine. He has been a great traveller, and no doubt has his peculiarities, and probably his notions concerning food are very particular and fastidious. But I don't want to know anything about his ménage. If you dislike Emile, it's easy to avoid him, but for goodness sake don't go making mysteries where none exist." Morris looked up, then down, and folded one of my coats with special care. I saw I had effectually checked his flow of confidence. "Very well, sir," he observed, and said no more. I was rather diverted than otherwise at my servant's solemn account of Emile's peculiarities as exhibited among his own class, and when we were driving to Lord Elton's that evening I told something of the story to Lucio. He laughed. "Emile's spirits are often too much for him," he said. "He is a perfect imp of mischief, and cannot always control himself." "Why, what a wrong estimate I have formed of him," I said. "I thought he had a peculiarly grave and somewhat sullen disposition." "You know the trite saying, 'Appearances are deceptive'?" went on my companion lightly. "It's extremely true. The professed humorist is nearly always a disagreeable and heavy man personally. As for Emile, he is like me in the respect of not being at all what he seems. His only fault is a tendency to break the bounds of discipline. But otherwise he serves me well, and I do not inquire further. Is Morris disgusted or alarmed?" "Neither, I think," I responded laughing. He merely presents himself to me as an example of outraged respectability."
"Ah, then, you may be sure that when the scullery maid was dancing, he observed her steps with the closest nicety," said Lucio. "Very respectable men are always particular of inspection into these matters. Soothe his ruffled feelings, my dear Geoffrey, and tell him that Emile is the very soul of virtue. I have had him in my service for a long time, and can urge nothing against his character as a man. He does not pretend to be an angel. His tricks of speech and behaviour are the result of a too constant repression of his natural hilarity, but he is really an excellent fellow. He dabbled in hypnotic science when he was with me in India. I have often warned him of the danger there is in practising this force on the uninitiated. But a scullery maid, heavens! There are so many scullery maids. One, more or less with the jumps, will not matter. This is Lord Elton's."
The carriage stopped before a handsome house situated a little back from Park Lane. We were admitted by a manservant gorgeous in red plush, white silk hose and powdered wig, who passed us on majestically to his twin brother in height and appearance, though perhaps a trifle more disdainful in bearing, and he in his turn ushered us upstairs with the air of one who should say, "See to what ignominious degradation a cruel fate reduces so great a man." In the drawing room we found Lord Elton, standing on the hearthrug with his back to the fire, and directly opposite him in a low armchair reclined an elegantly attired young lady with very small feet. I mention the feet because as I entered they were the most prominent part of her person, being well stretched out from beneath the would-be concealment of sundry flounced petticoats towards the warmth of the fire which the Earl rather inconsiderately screened from view. There was another lady in the room sitting bolt upright with hands neatly folded on her lap, and to her we were first of all introduced when Lord Elton's own effusive greetings were over.
"Charlotte, allow me. My friends, Prince Lucio Rimânez, Mr. Geoffrey Tempest. Gentlemen, my sister-in-law, Miss Charlotte Fitzroy."
We bowed. The lady gave us a dignified bend of the head. She was an imposing-looking spinster, with a curious expression on her features which was difficult to construe. It was pious and prim, but it also suggested the idea that she must have seen something excessively improper once in her life, and had never been able to forget it. The pursed-up mouth, the round pale-coloured eyes, and the chronic air of insulted virtue which seemed to pervade her from head to foot, all helped to deepen this impression. One could not look at Miss Charlotte long without beginning to wonder irreverently what it was that had in her long past youth so outraged the cleanly proprieties of her nature as to leave such indelible traces on her countenance. But I have seen many English women look so, especially among the particularly high-bred, old and plain-featured of the upper 10. Very different was the saucy and bright physiognomy of the younger lady to whom we were next presented, and who, raising herself languidly from her reclining position, smiled at us with encouraging familiarity as we made our salutations.
"Miss Diana Chesney," said the Earl glibly. "You perhaps know her father, Prince. You must have heard of him at any rate, the famous Nicodemus Chesney, one of the great railway kings." "Of course I know him," responded Lucio warmly. "Who does not? I have met him often. A charming man, gifted with the most remarkable humour and vitality. I remember him perfectly. We saw a good deal of each other in Washington."
"Did you though?" said Miss Chesney with a somewhat indifferent interest. "He's a queer sort of man to my thinking. Rather a cross between the ticket collector and the custom house officer combined, you know. I never see him, but what I feel I must start on a journey directly. Railways seem to be written all over him. I tell you so. I say, Pa, if you didn't carry railway tracks in your face, you'd be better looking. And you found him humorous, did you?" Laughing at the novel and free way in which this young person criticized her parent, Lucio protested that he did. "Well, I don't," confessed Miss Chesney, "but that may be because I've heard all his stories over and over again, and I've read most of them in books besides, so they're not much account to me. He tells some of them to the Prince of Wales whenever he can get a chance, but he don't try them off on me any more. He's a real clever man too. He made his pile quicker than most. And you're quite right about his vitality. My, his laugh takes you into the middle of next week." Her bright eyes flashed merrily as she took a comprehensive survey of our amused faces. "Think I'm irreverent, don't you?" she went on. "But you know Pa's not a stage parent, all dressed out in lovely white hair and benedictions. He's just an accommodating railway track, and he wouldn't like to be reverenced. Do sit down, won't you?" Then turning her pretty head coquettishly toward her host, "Make them sit down, Lord Elton. I hate to see men standing. The superior sex, you know. Besides, you're so tall," she added, glancing with unconcealed admiration at Lucio's handsome face and figure, "that it's like peering up an apple tree at the moon to look at you." Lucio laughed heartily and seated himself near her. I followed his example. The old Earl still kept his position, legs astraddle, on the hearthrug, and beamed benevolence upon us all. Certainly Diana Chesney was a captivating creature, one of those surface-clever American women who distinctly divert men's minds without in the least rousing their passions. "So you're the famous Mr. Tempest?" she said, surveying me critically. "Why, it's simply splendid for you, isn't it? I always say it's no use having a heap of money unless you're young. If you're old, you only want it to fill your doctor's pockets while he tries to mend your poor, tuckered-out constitution. I once knew an old lady who was left a legacy of £100,000 when she was 95. Poor old dear, she cried over it. She just had sense enough to understand what a good time she couldn't have. She lived in bed, and her only luxury was a halfpenny bun dipped in milk for her tea. It was all she cared for." £100,000 would go a long way in buns," I said, smiling. "Wouldn't it just?" and the fair Diana laughed. "But I guess you'll want something a little more substantial for your cash, Mr. Tempest. A fortune in the prime of life is worth having. I suppose you're one of the richest men about just now, aren't you?" She put the question in a perfectly naïve, frank manner, and seemed to be unconscious of any undue inquisitiveness in it. "I may be one of the richest," I replied, and as I spoke the thought flashed suddenly across me how recently I had been one of the poorest. But my friend here, the prince, is far richer than I. "Is that so?" and she stared straight at Lucio, who met her gaze with an indulgent, half-satirical smile. "Well now, I guess Pa's no better than a sort of pauper after all. Why, you must have the world at your feet." "Pretty much so," replied Lucio composedly. "But then, my dear Miss Chesney, the world is so very easily brought to one's feet. Surely you know that." And he emphasized the words by an expressive look of his fine eyes. "I guess you mean compliments," she replied unconcernedly. "I don't like them as a rule, but I'll forgive you this once." "Do," said Lucio, with one of his dazzling smiles that caused her to stop for a moment in her voluble chatter and observe him with mingled fascination and wonderment. "And you too are young, like Mr. Tempest," she resumed presently. "Pardon me," interrupted Lucio, "I am many years older." "Really?" exclaimed Lord Elton at this juncture. "You don't look it, does he, Charlotte?" Miss Fitzroy, thus appealed to, raised her elegant tortoise-shell framed glasses to her eyes and peered critically at us both. "I should imagine the prince to be slightly the senior of Mr. Tempest," she remarked in precise high-bred accents, "but only very slightly." "Anyhow," resumed Miss Chesney, "you're young enough to enjoy your wealth, aren't you?" "Young enough or old enough, just as you please," said Lucio with a careless shrug. "But as it happens, I do not enjoy it." Miss Chesney's whole aspect now expressed the most lively astonishment. "What does money do for you?" went on Lucio, his eyes dilating with that strange and wistful expression which had often excited my curiosity.
The world is at your feet, perhaps, yes, but what a world! What a trumpery clod of kickable matter! Wealth acts merely as a kind of mirror to show you human nature at its worst. Men skulk and fawn about you, and lie 20 times in as many hours in the hope to propitiate you and serve their own interests. Princes of the blood willingly degrade themselves and their position to borrow cash of you. Your intrinsic merit, if you have any, is thought nothing of. Your full pockets are your credentials with kings, prime ministers and councillors. You may talk like a fool, laugh like a hyena, and look like a baboon, but if the chink of your gold be only sufficiently loud, you may soon find yourself dining with the Queen if such be your ambition. If, on the contrary, you happen to be truly great, brave, patient and enduring, with a spark in you of that genius which strengthens life and makes it better worth living, if you have thoughts which take shape in work that shall endure when kingdoms are swept away like dust before the wind, and if, with all this, you are yet poor in current coin, why then, you shall be spurned by all the crowned dummies of the world. You shall be snubbed by the affluent starch-maker, and the Croesus who lives on the patent pill. The tradesman from whom you buy bedsteads and kitchenware can look down upon you with lordly scorn, for does he not by virtue of his wealth alone drive a 4 in hand, and chat on easy and almost patronizing terms with the Prince of Wales? The wealthy denizens of Snobland delight in ignoring nature's elected noblemen.
But supposing, said Miss Chesney quickly, you happen to be a nature's nobleman yourself, and have the advantage of wealth besides. Surely you must fairly allow that to be rather a good thing, mustn't you?
Lucio laughed a little. I will retort upon you in your own words, fair lady, and say, I guess you mean compliments. What I venture to imply, however, is that even when wealth does fall to the lot of one of these nature's noblemen, it is not because of his innate nobility that he wins social distinction. It is simply because he is rich. That is what vexes me. I, for example, have endless friends who are not my friends so much as the friends of my income. They do not trouble to inquire as to my antecedents. What I am, or where I came from, is of no importance. Neither are they concerned in how I live or what I do. Whether I am sick or well, happy or unhappy, is equally with them a matter of indifference. If they knew more about me, it would perhaps be better in the long run. But they do not want to know. Their aims are simple and unconcealed. They wish to make as much out of me, and secure as much advantage to themselves by their acquaintance with me as possible. And I give them their full way. They get all they want, and more. His musical voice lingered with a curiously melancholy impressiveness on the last word, and this time not only Miss Chesney, but we all, looked at him as though drawn by some irresistible magnetic spell, and for a moment there was silence. "Very few people have any real friends," said Lord Elton presently, "and in that respect I suppose we're none of us worse off than Socrates, who used to keep 2 chairs only in his house, one for myself and another for a friend, when I find him. But you are a universal favourite, Lucio, a most popular fellow, and I think you're rather hard on your set. People must look after themselves, you know, eh?" Lucio bowed his head gravely. "They must indeed," he replied, "especially as the latest news of science is that God has given up the business." Miss Fitzroy looked displeased, but the Earl laughed uproariously. At that moment a step was heard outside, approaching the open doorway of the drawing-room, and Miss Chesney's quick ears caught the sound. She shook herself out of her reclining attitude instantly and sat erect. "It's Sybil," she said, with a half-laughing, half-apologetic flash of her brown eyes at us all. "I never can loll before Sybil." My heart beat fast as the woman, whom poets might have called the goddess of their dreams, but whom I was now disposed to consider as an object of beauty lawfully open to my purchase, entered, clad in simple white, unrelieved by any ornament save a golden waist-belt of antique workmanship, and a knot of violets nestled among the lace at her bosom.
She looked far lovelier than when I had first seen her at the theatre. There was a deeper light in her eyes and a more roseate flush on her cheeks, while her smile as she greeted us was positively dazzling. Something in her presence, her movements, her manner, sent such a tide of passion through me that for a moment my brain whirled in a dizzy maze, and despite the cold calculations I had made in my own mind as to the certainty I had of winning her for my wife, there was a wondrous charm of delicate dignity and unapproachableness about her that caused me for the moment to feel ashamed, and inclined to doubt even the power of wealth to move this exquisite lily of maidenhood from her sequestered peace. Ah, what fools men are! How little do we dream of the canker at the hearts of these women lilies that look so pure and full of grace.
"You are late, Sybil,"
said her aunt severely. "Am I?" she responded with languid indifference. "So sorry. Papa, are you an extemporized fire screen?" Lord Elton hastily moved to one side, rendered suddenly conscious of his selfish monopoly of the blaze. "Are you not cold, Miss Chesney?" continued Lady Sybil in accents of studied courtesy. "Would you not like to come nearer the fire?" Diana Chesney had become quite subdued, almost timid in fact. "Thank you," she murmured, and her eyes drooped with what might have been called retiring maiden modesty, had not Miss Chesney's qualities soared far beyond that trite description. "We heard some shocking news this morning, Mr. Tempest," said Lady Sybil, looking at Lucio rather than at me. "No doubt you read it in the papers. An acquaintance of ours, Viscount Linton, shot himself last night." I could not repress a slight start. Lucio gave me a warning glance, and took it upon himself to reply. "Yes, I read a brief account of the affair. Terrible indeed. I also knew him slightly." "Did you? Well, he was engaged to a friend of mine," went on Lady Sybil. "I myself think she has had a lucky escape, because though he was an agreeable man enough in society, he was a great gambler and very extravagant, and he would have run through her fortune very quickly. But she cannot be brought to see it in that light. She is dreadfully upset. She had her heart set on being a viscountess." "I guess," said Miss Chesney demurely, with a sly sparkle of her eyes, "it's not only Americans who run after titles. Since I've been over here, I've known several real nice girls marry downright mean doughheads just for the sake of being called 'my lady' or 'your grace.' I like a title very well myself, but I also like a man attached to it." The Earl smothered a chuckling laugh. Lady Sybil gazed meditatively into the fire and went on as though she had not heard. "Of course my friend will have other chances. She is young and handsome. But I really think, apart from the social point of view, that she was a little in love with the Viscount."
"Nonsense, nonsense," said her father somewhat testily. "You always have some romantic notion or other in your head, Sybil. One season ought to have cured you of sentiment. Ha ha ha! She always knew he was a dissolute rascal, and she was going to marry him with her eyes wide open to the fact. When I read in the papers that he had blown his brains out in a hansom, I said, 'Bad taste, bad taste. Spoiling a poor cabbie's stock in trade to satisfy a selfish whim. Ha ha! But I thought it was a good riddance of bad rubbish. He would have made any woman's life utterly miserable."
"No doubt he would," responded Lady Sybil listlessly. "But all the same, there is such a thing as love sometimes." She raised her beautiful liquid eyes to Lucio's face, but he was not looking her way, and her steadfast gaze met mine instead. What my looks expressed I know not, but I saw the rich blood mantle warmly in her cheeks, and a tremor seemed to pass through her frame. Then she grew very pale. At that moment one of the gorgeous footmen appeared in the doorway.
"Dinner is served, my lord." "Good."
And the Earl proceeded to pair us all.
"Prince, will you take Miss Fitzroy? Mr. Tempest, my daughter falls to your escort. I will follow with Miss Chesney."
We set off in this order down the stairs, and as I walked behind Lucio with Lady Sybil on my arm, I could not help smiling at the extreme gravity and earnestness with which he was discussing church matters with Miss Charlotte, and the sudden enthusiasm that apparently seized that dignified spinster at some of his remarks on the clergy, which took the form of the most affectionate and respectful eulogies, and were totally the reverse of the ideas he had exchanged with me on the same subject. Some spirit of mischief was evidently moving him to have a solemn joke with the high-bred lady he escorted, and I noted his behaviour with a good deal of inward amusement.
"Then you know the dear Canon?"
I heard Miss Charlotte say.
"Most intimately," replied Lucio with fervour, "and I assure you I am thankful to have the privilege of knowing him. A truly perfect man, almost a saint, if not quite."
"So pure-minded," sighed the spinster.
"So free from every taint of hypocrisy," murmured Lucio with intense gravity.
"Ah, yes, indeed, and so—" Here they passed into the dining room, and I could hear no more. I followed with my beautiful partner, and in another minute we were all Chapter 12 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The dinner went on in the fashion of most dinners at great houses, commencing with arctic stiffness and formality, thawing slightly toward the middle course, and attaining to just a pleasant warmth of mutual understanding when ices and dessert gave warning of its approaching close. Conversation at first flagged unaccountably, but afterwards brightened under Lucio's influence to a certain gaiety. I did my best to entertain Lady Sibyl, but found her, like most society beauties, somewhat of a vague listener. She was certainly cold, and in a manner irresponsive. Moreover, I soon decided that she was not particularly clever. She had not the art of sustaining or appearing to sustain interest in any one subject. On the contrary, she had, like many of her class, an irritating habit of mentally drifting away from you into an absorbed reverie of her own, in which you had no part, and which plainly showed you how little she cared for anything you or anyone else happened to be saying. Many little random remarks of hers, however, implied that in her apparently sweet nature there lurked a vein of cynicism and a certain contempt for men, and more than once her light words stung my sense of self-love almost to resentment, while they strengthened the force of my resolve to win her and bend that proud spirit of hers to the meekness befitting the wife of a millionaire and a genius. A genius? Yes, God help me, that is what I judged myself to be. My arrogance was twofold. It arose not only from what I imagined to be my quality of brain, but also from the knowledge of what my wealth could do. I was perfectly positive that I could buy fame, buy it as easily as one buys a flower in the market, and I was more than positive that I could buy love. In order to commence proving the truth of this, I threw out a feeler toward my object. "I believe," I said suddenly, addressing the Earl, "you used to live in Warwickshire, at Willowsmere Court, did you not?" Lord Elton flushed an apoplectic red and swallowed a gulp of champagne hastily.
Yes, I had the place for some time. Rather a bore to keep up. Once quite an army of servants."
"Just so," I replied with a nod of appreciative comprehension. "I presume it will require a considerable domestic retinue. I have arranged to purchase it." Lady Sibyl's frigid composure was at last disturbed. She looked strangely agitated, and the Earl stared till his eyes seemed likely to fall out of his head.
You are going to buy Willowsmere?"
he ejaculated. "Yes, I have wired to my lawyers to settle the matter as quickly as possible," and I glanced at Lucio, whose steel bright eyes were fixed on the Earl with curious intentness. "I like Warwickshire, and as I shall entertain a great deal, I think the place will suit me perfectly." There was a moment's silence. Miss Charlotte Fitzroy sighed deeply, and the lace bow on her severely parted hair trembled visibly. Diana Chesney looked up with inquisitive eyes, and a little wondering smile.
"Sybil was born at Willowsmere," said the Earl presently, in rather a husky voice.
"A new charm is added to its possession by that knowledge," I said gently, bowing to Lady Sybil as I spoke. "Have you any recollections of the place?" "Indeed I have," she answered with a touch of something like passion vibrating in her accents. "There is no corner of the world I love so well. I used to play on the lawns under the old oak trees, and I always gathered the first violets and primroses that came out on the banks of the Avon. And when the hawthorn was in full flower, I used to make believe that the park was fairyland, and I, the fairy queen."
"As you were and are," interposed Lucio suddenly.
She smiled and her eyes flashed. Then she went on more quietly. "It was all very foolish, but I loved Willowsmere, and love it still. And I often saw in the fields on the other side of the river, which did not belong to the estate, a little girl about my own age, playing all by herself and making long daisy chains and buttercup balls. A little girl with long fair curls and a sweet baby face. I wanted to know her and speak to her, but my nurse would never let me because she was supposed to be beneath me." Lady Sybil's lip curled scornfully at this recollection. "Yet she was well born. She was the orphan child of a very distinguished scholar and gentleman, and had been adopted by the physician who attended her mother's deathbed, she having no living relatives left to take care of her. And she, that little fair-haired girl, was Mavis Clare." As this name was uttered, a sort of hush fell on our party, as though an angelus had rung, and Lucio, looking across at me with peculiar intentness, asked, "Have you never heard of Mavis Clare, Tempest?" I thought a moment before replying. Yes, I had heard the name, connected with literature in some dim and distant way, but I could not remember when or how, for I never paid any attention to the names of women who chose to associate themselves with the arts, as I had the usual masculine notion that all they did, whether in painting, music or writing, must of necessity be trash and unworthy of comment. Women, I loftily considered, were created to amuse men, not to instruct them. "Mavis Clare is a genius," Lady Sybil said presently. "If Mr. Tempest has not heard of her, there is no doubt he will hear. I often regret that I never made her acquaintance in those old days at Willowsmere. The stupidity of my nurse often rankles in my mind. Beneath me indeed, and how very much she is above me now! She still lives down there. Her adopted parents are dead, and she rents the lovely little house they inhabited. She has bought some extra land about it, and improved the place wonderfully. Indeed, I have never seen a more ideal poet's corner than Lily Cottage." I was silent, feeling somewhat in the background on account of my ignorance as to the gifts and the position of the individual they all seemed to recognize as a celebrity of importance. "Rather an odd name, Mavis, isn't it?" I at last ventured to observe. "Yes, but it suits her wonderfully. She sings quite as sweetly as any thrush, so she merits her designation." "What has she done in literature?" I continued. "Oh, only a novel," replied Lucio with a smile. "But it has a quality unusual to novels. It lives. I hope, Tempest, that your forthcoming work will enjoy the same vitality." Here Lord Elton, who had been more or less brooding darkly over his glass of wine ever since I had mentioned my purchase of Willowsmere, roused himself from his reverie.
"Why, God bless my soul!" he exclaimed. "You don't mean to tell me that you have written a novel, Mr. Tempest?"
Was it possible he had never noticed all the prominent advertisements of my book in every paper? I thought indignantly.
"What do you want to do that for, with your immense position?"
"He hankers after fame," said Lucio, half kindly, half satirically.
"But you've got fame," declared the Earl emphatically. "Everybody knows who you are by this time."
"Ah, my dear lord, that is not enough for the aspirations of my gifted friend," responded Lucio, speaking for me, his eyes darkening with that mystic shadow of mingled sorrow and scorn which so frequently clouded their lustrous brilliancy.
He does not particularly care for the immense position that is due to wealth alone, because that does not lift him a jot higher than Maple of Tottenham Court Road. He seeks to soar beyond the furniture man, and who shall blame him? He would be known for that indescribable quality called genius, for high thoughts, poetry, divine instincts, and prophetic probings into the heart of humanity. In short, for the power of the pen, which topples down great kingdoms like card-houses and sticks fool's caps on the heads of kings. Generally, it is the moneyless man or woman who is endowed with this unpurchasable power, this independence of action and indifference to opinion. The wealthy seldom do anything but spend or hoard. But Tempest means to unite for once in his own person the two most strenuously opposed forces in nature, genius and cash, or, in other words, God and Mammon. Lady Sybil turned her head towards me. There was a look of doubt and wonder on her beautiful face. "I am afraid," she said, half smiling, "that the claims of society will take up too much of your time, Mr. Tempest, to allow you to continue the writing of books. I remember you told me the other evening that you were about to publish a novel. I suppose you were—originally, I mean, an author by profession?" A curious sense of anger burned dully within me. Originally an author? Was I not one still? Was I to be given credit for nothing but my banking book? Originally? Why, I had never been an actual author till now. I had simply been a wandering literary hack, a stray super of Grub Street, occasionally engaged to write articles to order on any subject that came uppermost, at a starvation rate of pay, without any visible prospect of rising from that lowest and dirtiest rung of the literary ladder. I felt myself growing red, then pale, and I saw that Lucio was looking at me fixedly. "I am an author, Lady Sybil," I said at last, "and I hope I may soon prove my right to be acknowledged as one. Author is, in my opinion, a prouder title than king, and I do not think any social claims will deter me from following the profession of literature, which I look upon as the highest in the world." Lord Elton fidgeted uneasily in his chair. "But your people," he said, "your family, are they literary?" "No members of my family are now living," I answered somewhat stiffly. "My father was John Tempest of Rexmoor." "Indeed!" And the Earl's face brightened considerably. Dear me, I used to meet him often in the hunting fields years ago. You come of a fine old stock, sir. The Tempests of Rexmoor are well and honourably known in county chronicles." I said nothing, feeling a trifle heated in temper, though I could not have quite explained why. "One begins to wonder," said Lucio then in his soft smooth accents, "when one is the descendant of a good English county family, a distinct cause for pride, and moreover has the still more substantial fact of a large fortune to support that high lineage, why one should trouble to fight for merely literary honours. You are far too modest in your ambitions, Tempest. High-seated as you are upon banknotes and bullion, with all the glory of effulgent county chronicles behind you, you still stoop to clutch the laurel. Fie, my dear fellow! You degrade yourself by this desire to join the company of the immortals." His satirical tone was not lost upon the company, and I, who saw that in his own special way he was defending the claims of literature against those of mere place and money, felt soothed and grateful. The Earl looked a trifle annoyed. "That's all very fine," he said, "but you see it isn't as if Mr. Tempest were driven by necessity to write for his living." "One may love work for the work's sake, without any actual necessity for doing it," I interposed. "For example, this Mavis Clare you speak of, is she, a woman, driven by necessity?" "Mavis Clare hasn't a penny in the world that she does not earn," said Lord Elton gruffly. "I suppose that if she did not write she would starve." Diana Chesney laughed. "I guess she's a long way off starvation just now," she remarked, her brown eyes twinkling. "Why, she's as proud as the proudest. Drives in the park in her victoria and pair,
with the best in the land, and knows all the swagger people. She's nowhere near Grub Street, I should say. I hear she's a splendid business woman, and more than a match for the publishers all round."
"Well, I should rather doubt that," said the Earl with a chuckle. "It needs the devil himself to match the publishers."
"You are right," said Lucio. "In fact, I dare say that in the various phases or transmigrations of the spirit into differing forms of earthly matter, the devil, should he exist at all, has frequently become a publisher, and a particularly benevolent publisher too, by way of diversion." We all smiled.
"Well, I should imagine Mavis Clare to be a match for anybody or anything," said Lady Sibyl. "Of course she is not rich, but she spends her money wisely and to effective advantage. I do not know her personally, I wish I did, but I have read her books, which are quite out of the common. She is a most independent creature too, quite indifferent to opinions."
"I suppose she must be extremely plain then," I observed. "Plain women always try to do something more or less startling in order to attract the attention denied to their personality."
"True, but that would not apply to Miss Clare. She is pretty, and knows how to dress besides."
"Such a virtue in literary women!" exclaimed Diana Chesney. "Some of them are such dowdies."
"Most people of culture," went on Lady Sibyl, "in our set at any rate, are accustomed to look upon Miss Clare as quite an exception to the usual run of authors. She is charming in herself as well as in her books, and she goes everywhere. She writes with inspiration, and always has something so new to say."
"That of course all the critics are down upon her?" queried Lucio.
"Oh, naturally, but we never read reviews."
"Nor anyone else, I should hope," said Lord Elton with a laugh, "except the fellows who write them. Ha ha! I call it damned impertinence—excuse the word—on the part of a newspaper hack to presume to teach me what I ought to read, or what I ought to appreciate. I'm quite capable of forming my own judgment on any book that ever was written, but I avoid all the confounded new poets—avoid 'em like poison, sir, ha ha! Anything but a new poet. The old ones are good enough for me. Why, sir, these reviewers who give themselves such airs with a pen'orth of ink and a pen are mostly half-grown, half-educated boys, who for a couple of guineas a week undertake to tell the public what they think of such and such a book, as if anyone cared a jot about their green opinions. Ridiculous! Quite ridiculous! What do they take the public for, I wonder? Editors of responsible journals ought to know better than to employ such young coxcombs just because they can get them cheap."
At this juncture the butler came up behind his master's chair and whispered a few words. The Earl's brow clouded. Then he addressed his sister-in-law.
"Charlotte, Lady Elton sends word that she will come into the drawing-room tonight. Perhaps you had better go and see that she is made comfortable."
And as Miss Charlotte rose, he turned to us, saying,
"My wife is seldom well enough to see visitors, but this evening she feels inclined for a little change and distraction from the monotony of her sick room. It will be very kind of you two gentlemen to entertain her. She cannot speak much, but her hearing and sight are excellent, and she takes great interest in all that is going on. Dear, dear me!" and he heaved a short troubled sigh. "She used to be one of the brightest of women."
"The sweet Countess," murmured Miss Chesney with patronizing tenderness. "She is quite lovely still."
Lady Sibyl glanced at her with a sudden haughty frown, which showed me plainly what a rebellious temper the young beauty held in control, and I fell straightway more in love, according to my idea of love, than ever. I confess I like a woman to have a certain amount of temper. I cannot endure your preternaturally amiable female who can find nothing in all the length or breadth of the globe to move her to any other expression than a fatuous smile. I love to see the danger flash in bright eyes, the delicate quiver of pride in the lines of a lovely mouth, and the warm flush of indignation on fair cheeks. It all suggests spirit and untamed will, and rouses in a man the love of mastery that is born in his nature, urging him to conquer and subdue that which seems unconquerable.
and all the desire of such conquest was strong within me, when, at the close of dinner, I rose and held the door open for the ladies to pass out of the room. As the fair Sibyl went, the violets she wore at her bosom dropped. I picked them up and made my first move. "May I keep these?" I said in a low tone. Her breath came and went quickly, but she looked straight in my eyes with a smile that perfectly comprehended my hidden meaning. "You may," she answered. I bowed. Chapter 13 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Left with myself and Lucio, Lord Elton threw off all reserve, and became not only familiar but fawning in his adulation of us both. An abject and pitiable desire to please and propitiate us expressed itself in his every look and word, and I firmly believe that if I had coolly and brutally offered to buy his fair daughter by private treaty for £100,000, that sum to be paid down to him on the day of marriage, he would have gladly agreed to sell. Apart, however, from his personal covetousness, I felt and knew that my projected courtship of Lady Sibyl would of necessity resolve itself into something more or less of a market bargain, unless indeed I could win the girl's love. I meant to try and do this, but I fully realized how difficult, nay, almost impossible it would be for her to forget the fact of my unhampered and vast fortune, and consider me for myself alone. Herein is one of the blessings of poverty which the poor are frequently too apt to forget. A moneyless man, if he wins a woman's love, knows that such love is genuine and untainted by self-interest. But a rich man can never be truly certain of love at all. The advantages of a wealthy match are constantly urged upon all marriageable girls by both their parents and friends, and it would have to be a very unsophisticated feminine nature indeed that could contemplate a husband possessing 5 millions of money without a touch of purely interested satisfaction. A very wealthy man can never be sure even of friendship, while the highest, strongest and noblest kind of love is nearly always denied to him, in this way carrying out the fulfillment of those strange but true words, "How hardly shall he that is a rich man enter the kingdom of heaven." The heaven of a woman's love, tried and proved true through disaster and difficulty, of her unflinching faithfulness and devotion in days of toil and bitter anguish, of her heroic self-abnegation, sweetness and courage through the darkest hours of doubt and disappointment. This bright and splendid side of woman's character is reserved by divine ordinance for the poor man. The millionaire can indeed wed whomsoever he pleases among all the beauties of the world. He can deck his wife in gorgeous apparel, load her with jewels, and look upon her in all the radiance of her richly adorned loveliness, as one may look upon a perfect statue or matchless picture. But he can never reach the deeper secrets of her soul, or probe the wellsprings of her finer nature. I thought this even thus early in the beginning of my admiration for Lady Sibyl Elton, though I did not then dwell upon it as I have often done since. I was too elated with the pride of wealth to count the possibilities of subtle losses amid so many solid gains, and I enjoyed to the full, and with a somewhat contemptuous malice, the humble prostration of a belted earl before the dazzling mine of practically unlimited cash as represented to him in the persons of my brilliant comrade and myself. I took a curious sort of pleasure in patronizing him, and addressed him with a protecting air of indulgent kindness whereat he seemed gratified. Inwardly I laughed as I thought how differently matters would have stood supposing I had been indeed no more than author. I might have proved to be one of the greatest writers of the age, but if, with that, I had been poor or only moderately well off, this same half-bankrupt earl who privately boarded an American heiress for 2,000 guineas a year would have deemed it a condescension to so much as invite me to his house,
would have looked down upon me from his titled nothingness, and perhaps carelessly alluded to me as "a man who writes, yes, rather clever, I believe," and then would have thought no more about me. For this very cause, as author still, though millionaire, I took a fantastic pleasure in humiliating his lordship as much as possible, and I found the best way to do this was to talk about Willowsmere. I saw that he winced at the very name of his lost estate, and that notwithstanding this, he could not avoid showing his anxiety as to my intentions with regard to its occupation. Lucio, whose wisdom and foresight had suggested my becoming the purchaser of the place, assisted me in the most adroit fashion to draw him out and to make his character manifest, and by the time we had finished our cigars and coffee, I knew that the proud Earl of Elton, who could trace his lineage to the earliest days of the Crusaders, was as ready to bend his back and crawl in the dust for money as the veriest hotel porter expectant of a sovereign tip. I had never entertained a high opinion of the aristocracy, and on this occasion it was certainly not improved, but remembering that the spendthrift nobleman beside me was the father of Lady Sibyl, I treated him on the whole with more respect than his mean and grasping nature deserved. On returning to the drawing room after dinner, I was struck by the chill weirdness that seemed to be imparted to it by the addition of Lady Elton's couch, which, placed near the fire, suggested a black sarcophagus in bulk and outline. It was practically a narrow bed on wheels, though partially disguised by a silk coverlet draped skilfully so as to somewhat hide its coffin-like shape. The extended figure of the paralyzed Countess herself presented a death-like rigidity, but her face, as she turned it towards us on our entrance, was undisfigured as yet, and distinctly handsome, her eyes especially being large, clear, and almost brilliant. Her daughter introduced us both in a low tone, and she moved her head slightly by way of acknowledgment, studying us curiously the while.
"Well, my dear," said Lord Elton briskly, "this is an unexpected pleasure. It is nearly 3 months since you honoured us with your company. How do you feel?"
"Better," she replied slowly yet distinctly, her gaze now fixed with wondering intentness on Prince Rimânez. "Mother found the room rather cold," explained Lady Sibyl, "so we brought her as near to the fire as possible. It is cold," and she shivered. "I fancy it must be freezing hard."
"Where is Diana?"
asked the Earl, looking about in search of that lively young lady. "Miss Chesney has gone to her own room to write a letter," replied his daughter somewhat frigidly. "She will be back directly." At this moment Lady Elton feebly raised her hand and pointed to Lucio, who had moved aside to answer some question asked of him by Miss Charlotte. "Who is that?" she murmured. "Why, mother dear, I told you," said Lady Sibyl gently. "That is Prince Lucio Rimânez, Papa's great friend." The Countess's pallid hand still remained lifted as though it were frozen in air. "What is he?" the slow voice again inquired, and then the hand dropped suddenly like a dead thing.
"Now, Helena, you must not excite yourself," said her husband, bending over her couch with real or assumed anxiety. "Surely you remember all I have told you about the prince, and also about this gentleman, Mr. Geoffrey Tempest?"
She nodded, and her eyes, turning reluctantly away from Rimânez, regarded me fixedly. "You are a very young man to be a millionaire," were her next words, uttered with evident difficulty. "Are you married?" I smiled and answered in the negative. Her looks wandered from me to her daughter's face, then back to me again with a singularly intent expression. Finally the potent magnetism of Lucio's presence again attracted her, and she indicated him by a gesture. "Ask your friend to come here and speak to me." Rimânez turned instinctively at her request, and with his own peculiar charm and gallant grace of bearing, came to the side of the paralyzed lady, and taking her hand, kissed it. "Your face seems familiar to me," she said, speaking now, as it seemed, with greater ease. "Have I ever met you before?" "Dear lady, you may have done so," he replied in dulcet tones, and with a most captivating gentleness of manner. "It occurs to me, now I think of it, that years ago I saw once, as a passing vision of loveliness, in the heyday of youth and happiness, Helena Fitzroy, before she was Countess of Elton."
"You must have been a mere boy, a child at that time," she murmured, faintly smiling.
"Not so, for you are still young, madame, and I am old. You look incredulous? Alas, why is it, I wonder, I may not look the age I am? Most of my acquaintances spend a great part of their lives in trying to look the age they are not, and I never came across a man of 50 who was not proud to be considered 39. My desires are more laudable, yet honourable eld refuses to impress itself upon my features. It is quite a sore point with me, I assure you."
"Well, how old are you really?" asked Lady Sibyl, smiling at him.
"Ah, I dare not tell you,"
he answered, returning the smile.
"But I ought to explain that in my countings I judge age by the workings of thought and feeling more than by the passing of years. Thus it should not surprise you to hear that I feel myself old as the world."
"But there are scientists who say that the world is young," I observed, "and that it is only now beginning to feel its forces and put forth its vigour."
"Such optimistic wiseacres are wrong," he answered. "The world is a veritable husk of a planet. Humanity has nearly completed all its allotted phases, and the end is near."
"The end?" echoed Lady Sibyl. "Do you believe the world will ever come to an end?"
"I do, most certainly. Or, to be more correct, it will not actually perish, but will simply change. And the change will not agree with the constitution of its present inhabitants. They will call the transformation the Day of Judgment. I should imagine it would be a fine sight."
The Countess gazed at him wonderingly. Lady Sibyl seemed amused.
"I would rather not witness it,"
said Lord Elton gruffly.
"Oh? Why?"
And Rimânez looked about with quite a cheerful air.
"A final glimpse of the planet ere we ascend or descend to our future homes elsewhere would be something to remember. Madame,"
here he addressed Lady Elton,
"are you fond of music?"
The invalid smiled gratefully and bent her head in acquiescence. Miss Chesney had just entered the room and heard the question. "Do you play?" she exclaimed vivaciously, touching him on the arm with her fan. He bowed.
"I do. In an erratic sort of fashion. I also sing. Music has always been one of my passions. When I was very young, ages ago, I used to imagine I could hear the angel Israfel chanting his strophes amid the golden glow of heavenly glory, himself white-winged and wonderful, with a voice outringing beyond the verge of paradise."
As he spoke, a sudden silence fell upon us all. Something in his accent touched my heart to a strange sense of sorrow and yearning, and the Countess of Elton's dark eyes, languid with long suffering, grew soft as though with repressed tears.
"Sometimes," he continued more lightly, "just at odd moments, I like to believe in paradise. It is a relief, even to a hardened sinner like myself, to fancy that there may exist something in the way of a world better than this one."
"Surely, sir,"
said Miss Charlotte Fitzroy severely,
"you believe in heaven?"
He looked at her and smiled slightly.
"Madame, forgive me. I do not believe in the clerical heaven. I know you will be angry with me for this frank confession. But I cannot picture the angels in white smocks with goose wings, or the deity as a somewhat excitable personage with a beard. Personally, I should decline to go to any heaven which was only a city with golden streets, and I should object to a sea of glass, resenting it as a want of invention on the part of the creative intelligence. But do not frown, dear Miss Fitzroy. I do believe in heaven all the same, a different kind of heaven. I often see it in my dreams." He paused, and again we were all silent, gazing at him. Lady Sibyl's eyes indeed rested upon him with such absorbed interest that I became somewhat irritated, and was glad when, turning toward the Countess once more, he said quietly, "Shall I give you some music now, Madame?" She murmured assent, and followed him with a vaguely uneasy glance as he crossed over to the grand piano and sat down. I had never heard him either play or sing. In fact, so far as his accomplishments went, I knew nothing of him as yet except that he was a perfect master of the art of horsemanship. With the first few bars he struck I half started from my chair in amazement. Could a mere pianoforte produce such sounds? Or was there some witchery hidden in the commonplace instrument, unguessed by any other performer? I stared around me, bewildered. I saw Miss Charlotte drop her knitting abstractedly. Diana Chesney, lying lazily back in one corner of the sofa, half closed her eyelids in a dreamy ecstasy. Lord Elton stood near the fire, resting one arm on the mantelpiece and shading his fuzzy brows with his hand. And Lady Sibyl sat beside her mother, her lovely face pale with emotion, while on the worn features of the invalided lady there was an expression of mingled pain and pleasure difficult to describe. The music swelled into passionate cadence. Melodies crossed and recrossed each other like rays of light glittering among green leaves. Voices of birds and streams and tossing waterfalls chimed in with songs of love and playful merriment. Anon came wilder strains of grief and angry clamour. Cries of despair were heard echoing through the thunderous noise of some relentless storm. Farewells everlastingly shrieked amid sobs of reluctant, shuddering agony. And then, as I listened, before my eyes a black mist gathered slowly, and I thought I saw great rocks bursting asunder into flame, and drifting islands in a sea of fire. Faces, wonderful, hideous, beautiful, peered at me out of a darkness denser than night, and in the midst of this there came a tune, complete in sweetness and suggestion, a piercing sword-like tune that plunged into my very heart and rankled there. My breath failed me, my senses swam. I felt that I must move, speak, cry out, and implore that this music, this horribly insidious music, should cease, ere I swooned with the voluptuous poison of it. When, with a full chord of splendid harmony that rolled out upon the air like a breaking wave, the intoxicating sounds ebbed away into silence. No one spoke. Our hearts were yet beating too wildly with the pulsations roused by that wondrous lyric storm. Diana Chesney was the first to break the spell. "Well, that beats everything I've ever heard," she murmured tremulously. I could say nothing. I was too occupied with my own thoughts. Something in the music had instilled itself into my blood, or so I fancied, and the clinging subtle sweetness of it moved me to strange emotions that were neither wise nor worthy of a man. I looked at Lady Sibyl. She was very pale, her eyes were cast down and her hands were trembling. On a sudden impulse I rose and went to Rimânez, where he still sat at the piano, his hands dumbly wandering over the keys. "You are a great master," I said, "a wonderful performer, but do you know what your music suggests?" He met my fixed gaze, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head. "Crime!" I whispered. "You have roused in me evil thoughts of which I am ashamed. I did not think that was possible to so divine an art." He smiled, and his eyes glittered with that steely brightness of stars on a wintry night. "Art takes its colours from the mind, my dear friend," he said. "If you discover evil suggestions in my music, the evil, I fear, must be in your own nature." "Or in yours," I said quickly. "Or in mine," he agreed coldly. "I have often told you I am no saint." I stood hesitatingly looking at him. For one moment his great personal beauty appeared hateful to me, though I knew not why. Then the feeling of distrust and repulsion slowly passed, leaving me humiliated and abashed. "Pardon me, Lucio," I murmured regretfully. "I spoke in haste,
But truly your music almost put me in a state of frenzy. I never heard anything in the least like it." "Nor I," said Lady Sibyl, who just then moved toward the piano. "It was marvellous. Do you know, it quite frightened me."
"I am sorry," he answered with a penitent air. "I know I am quite a failure as a pianist. I am not sufficiently restrained, as the pressmen would say."
"A failure? Good God!" exclaimed Lord Elton at this juncture. "Why, if you played like that in public you'd drive everyone frantic."
"With alarm?" queried Lucio, laughing. "Or with disgust?"
"Nonsense! You know what I mean very well. I have always had a contempt for the piano as an instrument, but, by Jove, I never heard such music as yours, even in a full orchestra. It is extraordinary. It is positively magnificent. Where in the world did you study?"
"In Nature's Conservatoire," replied Rimânez lazily. "My first maestro was an amiable nightingale. He, singing on a branch of fir when the moon was full, explained with liquid-noted patience how to construct and produce a pure roulade, cadenza and trill. And when I had learned thus far, he showed me all the most elaborate methods of applying rhythmic tune to the upward and downward rush of the wind, thus supplying me with perfect counterpoint. Chords I learned from old Neptune, who was good enough to toss a few of his largest billows to the shore for my benefit. He nearly deafened me with his instructions, being somewhat excitable and loud-voiced. But on finding me an apt pupil, he drew back his waves to himself with so much delicacy among the pebbles and sand, that at once I mastered the secret of playing arpeggi. Once too I had a finishing lesson from a dream. A mystic thing with wild hair and wings, it sang one word in my ears, and the word was unpronounceable in mortal speech. But after many efforts I discovered it lurking in the scale of sound. The best part of it all was that my instructors asked no fees.
"I think you are a poet as well as a musician," said Lady Sibyl.
"A poet? Spare me, my dear young lady! Why are you so cruel as to load me with so vile an imputation? Better be a murderer than a poet. One is treated with much more respect and courteous consideration, by the press at any rate. The murderer's breakfast menu will be given due place in many of the most estimable journals, but the poet's lack of both breakfast and dinner will be deemed his fitting reward. Call me a livestock producer, a horse breeder, a timber merchant, anything but poet. Why, even Tennyson became an amateur milkman to somewhat conceal and excuse the shame and degradation of writing verse." We all laughed.
"Well, you must admit," said Lord Elton, "that we've had rather too much of poets lately. It's no wonder we're sick of them, and that poetry has fallen into disrepute. Poets are such a quarrelsome lot too. Effeminate, puling, unmanly humbugs."
"You are speaking of the newly discovered ones, of course," said Lucio. "Yes, they are a weedy collection. I have sometimes thought that out of pure philanthropy I would start a bonbon manufactory and employ them to write mottos for the crackers. It would keep them out of mischief and provide them with a little pocket money, for as matters stand they do not make a farthing by their books. But I do not call them poets at all. They are mere rhymers. One or two real poets do exist, but like the prophets of Scripture they are not in society, nor can they get their logs rolled by any of their contemporaries. They are not favourites with any set. That is why I am afraid my dear Tempest will never be accepted as the genius he is. Society will be too fond of him to let him go down into dust and ashes to gather the laurel."
"It is not necessary to go down into dust and ashes for that," I said.
"I assure you it is,"
he answered gaily.
"Positively imperative. The laurel flourishes best so. It will not grow in a hothouse."
At that moment Diana Chesney approached. "Lady Elton would like to hear you sing, Prince," she said. "Will you give us that pleasure? Do. Something quite simple, you know. It will set our nerves straight after your terribly beautiful music. You'd hardly believe it perhaps, but I really feel quite unstrung." He folded his hands with a droll air of penitence.
"Forgive me," he said. "I'm always, as the church service says, doing those things I ought not to do." Miss Chesney laughed a trifle nervously. "Oh, I forgive you," she replied, "on condition that you sing." "I obey." And with that he turned again to the piano, and playing a strange wild minor accompaniment, sang the following stanzas. "Sleep, my beloved, sleep. Be patient. We shall keep our secret closely hid beneath the coffin lid. There is no other place in earth or air for such a love as ours, or such despair. And neither hell nor heaven shall care to win our loathed souls rejoicing in their sin. Sleep, for my hand is sure the cold steel, bright and pure, strikes through thy heart and mine, shedding our blood like wine. Sin's sweetness is too sweet, and if the shame of love must be our curse, we hurl the blame back on the gods who gave us love with breath, and tortured us from passion into death." This strange song, sung in the most glorious of baritones, full and rich, and vibrating with power and sweetness, had a visibly thrilling effect upon us all. Again we were struck dumb with surprise and something like fear, and again Diana Chesney broke the silence. "You call that simple?" she said half petulantly. "Quite so. Love and death are the simplest things in the world," replied Lucio. "The ballad is a mere trifle. It is entitled 'The Last Love Song,' and is supposed to be the utterance of a lover about to kill his mistress and himself. Such events happen every day. You know that by the newspapers. They are perfectly commonplace." He was interrupted by a sharp, clear voice. Chapter 14 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was the paralyzed Countess who spoke. She had managed to partly raise herself on her couch, and her face expressed positive terror. Her husband hurried to her side, and, with a curiously cynical smile on his lips, Rimânez rose from the piano. Miss Charlotte, who had sat rigidly upright and silent for some time, hastened to attend upon her sister, but Lady Elton was singularly excited, and appeared to have gained a sudden access of unnatural vigour. "Go away! I'm not ill," she said impatiently. "I feel better, much better than I have done for months. The music does me good." And addressing her husband, she added, "Ask your friend to come and sit here by me. I want to talk to him. He has a magnificent voice, and I know that song he sang. I remember reading it in a manuscript album long ago. I want to know where he found it." Rimânez here advanced with his gentle tread and courteous bearing, and Lord Elton gave him a chair beside the invalid. "You are working miracles on my wife," he said. "I have not seen her so animated for years." And leaving the two to talk, he crossed over to where Lady Sibyl, myself, and Miss Chesney were all seated in a group, chatting more or less unrestrainedly. "I have just been expressing the hope that you and your daughter will pay me a visit at Willowsmere, Lord Elton," I said. His brows contracted a little, but he forced a smile. "We shall be delighted," he mumbled. "When do you take possession?" "As soon as it is all feasible," I replied. "I shall wait in town till the next levee is over, as both my friend and myself have arranged to be presented." Yes, that is always advisable. And it's not half such a troublesome business as a drawing room is for the ladies. It's soon over, and low bodices are not de rigueur. Ha ha ha! Who is your presenter?" I named a distinguished personage closely connected with the court, and the Earl nodded. "A very good man. You could not have a better," he said complacently. "And this book of yours, when does it come out?" "Next week." "We must get it. We must certainly get it," said Lord Elton, assuming interest. "Sibyl, you must put it down on your library list." She assented, though, as I thought, a trifle indifferently. "On the contrary, you must allow me to present it to you," I said. "It will be a pleasure to me which I hope you will not deny." "You are very kind," she answered, lifting her beautiful eyes to mine as she spoke. "But the librarian at Moody's is sure to send it. He knows I read everything, though I confess I never buy any books except those by Mavis Clare." Again that woman's name! I felt annoyed, but took care not to show my annoyance. "I shall be jealous of Mavis Clare," I said playfully. "Most men are," she replied quietly. "You are indeed an enthusiastic partisan of hers," I exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "Yes, I suppose I am. I like to see any member of my sex distinguish herself as nobly as she does. I have no genius of my own, and that is one of the reasons why I honor it so much in other women." I was about to make some suitable compliment by way of response to this remark, when we were all violently startled from our seats by a most horrible cry, a gasping scream such as might be wrung from some tortured animal. Aghast at the sound, we stood for a moment inert, staring at Rimânez, who came quickly toward us with an air of grave concern. "I am afraid," he said softly, "that the Countess is not so well. Perhaps you had better go to her." Another shriek interrupted his words, and transfixed with horror we saw Lady Elton struggling in the throes of some sudden and terrific convulsion, her hands beating the air as if she were fighting with an unseen enemy. In 1 second her face underwent such hideous contortions as robbed it of all human semblance, and between the agonized pantings of her difficult breath, her half-choked voice could be heard uttering wild cries. "Mercy! Mercy! Oh God! God! Tell Sybil! Pray! Pray to God! Pray!" And with that she fell heavily back, speechless and unconscious. All was instant confusion. Lady Sybil rushed to her mother's side with Miss Charlotte. Diana Chesney hung back trembling and afraid. Lord Elton sprang to the bell and rang it furiously. "Fetch the doctor!" he cried to the startled servant. "Lady Elton has had another shock. She must be taken to her room at once." "Can I be of any service?" I inquired, with a side glance at Rimânez, who stood gravely apart, a statuesquely composed figure of silence. "No, no, thanks all the same." And the Earl pressed my hand gratefully. "She should not have come downstairs. It has been too exciting for her. Sybil, don't look at her, my dear. It will only unnerve you. Miss Chesney, pray go to your room. Charlotte can do all that is possible." As he spoke, 2 of the men-servants came in to carry the insensible Countess upstairs, and as they slowly bore her on her coffin-like couch past me, one of them drew the coverlet across her face to conceal it, but not so quickly that I could not see the awful change impressed upon it, the indelible horror that was stamped on the drawn features, horror such as surely never was seen except in a painter's idea of some lost soul in torment. The eyes were rolled up and fixed in their sockets like balls of glass, and in them also was frozen the same frenzied, desperate look of fear. It was a dreadful face, so dreadful in its ghastly immovableness that I was all at once reminded of my hideous vision of the previous night, and the pallid countenances of the 3 phantoms that had scared me in my sleep. Lady Elton's looks now resembled theirs. Sickened and appalled, I averted my eyes, and was glad to see Rimânez taking farewell of his host, the while he expressed his regret and sympathy with him in his domestic affliction. I myself, approaching Lady Sybil, pressed her cold and trembling hand in mine, and respectfully kissed it. "I am deeply sorry," I murmured. "I wish I could do anything to console you." She looked at me with dry, calm eyes. "Thank you, but the doctors have always said that my mother would have another shock, depriving her of speech. It is very sad. She will probably live for some years like that." I again expressed my sympathy. "May I come and inquire about you all tomorrow?" I asked. "It will be very kind of you," she answered quietly. "Shall I see you if I come?" I said in a lower tone. "If you wish it, certainly." Our eyes met, and I knew by instinct that she read my thoughts. I pressed her hand again and was not repulsed. Then bowing profoundly, I left her to make my adieu to Lord Elton and Miss Chesney, who seemed terribly upset and frightened.
Miss Charlotte Fitzroy had left the room in attendance on her sister, and she did not return to bid us good night. Rimânez lingered a moment behind me to say another word or two to the Earl, and when he joined me in the hall and threw on his opera coat, he was smiling to himself somewhat singularly.
"An unpleasant end for Helena, Countess of Elton," he said, when we were in our brougham driving away. "Paralysis is perhaps the worst of all the physical punishments that can befall a rapid lady."
"Was she rapid?"
"Well, perhaps rapid is too mild a term, but I can find no other," he answered. "When she was young, she is barely 50 now, she did everything that could be done by woman at her worst and wildest. She had scores of lovers, and I believe one of them cleared off her husband's turf debts, the Earl consenting gladly on a rather pressing occasion."
"What disgraceful conduct!" I exclaimed. He looked at me with an expression of cynical amusement.
"Think so? The upper 10 quite condone that sort of thing in their own set nowadays. It is all right. If a lady has lovers, and her husband beams benevolence on the situation, what can be said? Nothing. How very tender your conscience is, Geoffrey."
I sat silent, thinking. My companion lit a cigarette and offered me one. I took it mechanically without lighting it.
"I made a mistake this evening," he went on. "I should not have sung that last love song. The fact is, the words were written by one of her ladyship's former admirers, a man who was something of a poet in his way, and she had an idea that she was the only person living who had ever seen the lines. She wanted to know if I knew the man who composed them, and I was able to say that I did, very intimately. I was just explaining how it was, and why I knew him so well, when the distressing attack of convulsions came on and finished our conversation."
"She looked horrible," I said.
"The paralyzed Helen of a modern Troy? Yes, her countenance at the last was certainly not attractive. Beauty combined with wantonness frequently ends in the drawn twitch, fixed eye and helpless limbs of life in death. It is nature's revenge on the outraged body. And do you know, eternity's revenge on the impure soul is extremely similar."
"What do you know about it?" I said, smiling in spite of myself as I looked at his fine face, expressive of perfect health and splendid intellectuality. "Your absurd fancies about the soul are the only traces of folly I discover in you."
"Really? Well, I am glad I have something of the fool in my disposition, foolishness being the only quality that makes wisdom possible. I confess I have very odd notions about the soul."
"I will excuse them," I said, laughing. God forgive me in my own insensate blind conceit, the while he regarded me fixedly. "In fact, I will excuse anything for the sake of your voice. I do not flatter you, Lucio. You sing like an angel."
"Don't use impossible comparisons," he replied. "Have you ever heard an angel sing?"
"Yes," I answered smiling, "I have, this very night." He turned deathly pale.
"A very open compliment,"
he said, forcing a laugh, and with almost rough haste he suddenly let down the window of the carriage, though the night was bitter cold.
"This vehicle is suffocating me. Let us have some air. See how the stars are shining like great crown jewels. Deities regalia. Hard frost like hard times brings noble work into prominence. Yonder, far off, is a star you can hardly perceive, red as a cinder at times, and again blue as the lightning. I can always discover it, though many cannot. It is Algol, judged by superstitious folk to be an evil star. I love it chiefly on account of its bad reputation. It is no doubt much maligned. It may be a cold quarter of hell where weeping spirits sit frozen in ice made of their own congealed tears. Or it may be a preparatory school for heaven. Who knows? Yonder too shines Venus, your star, Geoffrey, for you are in love, my friend. Come, confess it, are you not?"
"I am not sure," I answered slowly. "The phrase 'in love' scarcely describes my present feeling."
"You have dropped these," he said suddenly, picking up a fast fading knot of violets from the floor of the brougham and holding them towards me. He smiled as I uttered an exclamation of annoyance. They were Lady Sibyl's flowers,
which I had inadvertently let fall, and I saw he knew it. I took them from his hand in silence.
"My dear fellow, do not try to hide your intentions from your best friend," he said seriously and kindly. "You wish to marry the Earl of Elton's beautiful daughter, and you shall. Trust me, I will do everything I can to promote your desire."
"You will?" I exclaimed with unconcealed delight, for I fully recognized the influence he had over Sibyl's father.
"I will, I promise," he answered gravely. "I assure you that such a marriage would be one after my own heart. I'll do all I can for you, and I have made many matches in my time."
My heart beat high with triumph, and when we parted that night I wrung his hand fervently and told him I was devoutly grateful to the fates for sending me such a good friend as he was.
"Grateful to whom did you say?" he asked with a whimsical look.
"To the fates."
"Are you really? They are very ugly sisters, I believe. Perhaps they were your ghostly visitors of last night."
"God forbid!" I ejaculated.
"Ah, God never forbids the fulfillment of His own laws," he answered. "To do so He would have to destroy Himself."
"If He exists at all," I said carelessly. Chapter 15 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After that evening I became a regular and welcome visitor at Lord Elton's house, and was soon on terms of the most friendly intimacy with all the members of his family, including even the severely pious Miss Charlotte Fitzroy. It was not difficult for me to see that my matrimonial aspirations were suspected, and though the encouragement I received from Lady Sibyl herself was so slight as to make me doubtful whether after all my hopes of winning her would ever be realized, the Earl made no secret of his delight at the idea of securing me as a son-in-law. Such wealth as mine was not to be met with every day, and even had I been a blackleg of the turf, or a retired jockey instead of an author, I should, with 5 millions at my back, have been considered quite as desirable a suitor for the Lady Sibyl's hand. Rimânez scarcely ever went with me to the Eltons now, pleading as excuse much pressing business and many social engagements. I was not altogether sorry for this. Greatly as I admired and honoured him, his extraordinary physical beauty and fascination of manner were in dangerous contrast to my merely ordinary good-looking personality, and it seemed to me impossible that any woman, seeing much of him, could be expected to give me the preference. All the same, I had no fear that he would ever voluntarily become my rival. His antipathy to women was too deep-rooted and sincere for that. On this point, indeed, his feelings were so strong and passionate that I often wondered why the society sirens who eagerly courted his attention remained so blind and unconscious to the chill cynicism that lurked beneath his seeming courtesy, the cutting satire that was coupled with apparent compliment, and the intensity of hatred that flamed under the assumed expression of admiring homage in his flashing eyes. However, it was not my business to point out to those who could not or would not see the endless peculiarities of my friend's variable disposition. I did not pay much heed to them even so far as I myself was concerned, for I had grown accustomed to the quick changes he was wont to ring on all the gamut of human feeling, and absorbed in my own life schemes, I did not trouble myself to intimately study the man who had in a couple of months become my Fidus Achates. I was engrossed at the moment in doing all I could to increase the Earl of Elton's appreciative sense of my value as a man and a millionaire, and to this end I paid some of his pressing debts, lent him a large sum of money without demanding interest or promise of repayment, and stocked his cellar with presents of such rare old wines as he had not been able to afford to purchase for himself for many years. Thus was confidence easily engendered between us,
even to that point of affection which displayed itself in his lordship's readiness to thrust his arm through mine when we sauntered together down Piccadilly, and his calling me "my dear boy" in public. Never shall I forget the bewildered amazement of the scrubby little editor of a sixpenny magazine who met me face to face thus accompanied in the park one morning. That he knew the Earl of Elton by sight was evident, and that he also knew me his apoplectic stare confessed. He had pompously refused to even read any of my offered contributions on the ground that I had no name, and now he would have given a month's salary if I had but condescended to recognize him. I did not so condescend, but passed him by, listening to and laughing with my intended future father-in-law, who was retailing an extremely ancient joke for my benefit. The incident was slight, even trumpery, yet it put me in a good humour, for one of the chiefest pleasures I had out of my wealth was the ability to repay with vengeful interest all the contempt and insult that had beaten me back from every chance of earning a livelihood while I was poor. In all my visits to the Eltons, I never saw the paralysed Countess again. Since the last terrible visitation of her dread disease, she had not moved. She merely lived and breathed, no more. Lord Elton told me that the worst part of her illness at present, so far as it affected those who had to attend upon her, was the particularly hideous alteration of her face.
"The fact is," he said, not without a shudder, "she's dreadful to look at, positively dreadful. No longer human, you know. She used to be a lovely woman. Now she is literally frightful. Her eyes especially. They are as scared and wild as if she had seen the devil. Quite an awful expression, I assure you, and it never alters. The doctors can do nothing, and of course it's very trying for Sybil and everybody."
I assented sympathetically, and realizing that a house holding such a figure of living death within it must of necessity be more or less gloomy and depressing to a young and vigorous nature, I lost no opportunity of giving Lady Sybil whatever slight pleasures were in my power to procure for her distraction and entertainment. Costly flowers, boxes for the opera and first nights at the play, every sort of attention that a man can pay to a woman without being considered officious or intrusive, I offered, and was not repulsed. Everything progressed well and favourably toward the easy attainment of my wishes. I had no difficulties, no troubles of any kind, and I voluntarily led a life of selfishly absorbed personal gratification, being commended and encouraged therein by a whole host of flatterers and interested acquaintances. Willowsmere Court was mine, and every newspaper in the kingdom had commented on the purchase, in either servile or spiteful paragraphs. My lawyers had warmly congratulated me on the possession of so admirable a property which they, in strict accordance with what they conceived to be their duty, had personally inspected and approved. The place was now in the hands of a firm of decorators and furnishers recommended by Ximenes, and it was expected to be in perfect order for my habitation in early summer, at which time I purposed entertaining a large house party of more or less distinguished people. Meantime, what I had once considered would be the great event of my life took place, namely the publication of my book. Trumpeted forth by the most heraldic advertisements, it was at last launched on the uncertain and fluctuating tide of public favour, and special advance copies were sent to the office of every magazine and journal in London. The day after this was done, Lucio, as I now familiarly called him, came into my room with a mysterious and mischievous air. "Geoffrey," he said, "I'm going to lend you £500. I looked up with a smile. "What for?" He held out a cheque towards me. Glancing at it, I saw that the sum he mentioned was filled in and endorsed with his signature, but that the name of the person to whom the money was to be made payable had not yet been written. "Well, what does it mean?" "It means," replied he, "that I am going to see Mr. McWing this morning. I have an appointment with him at 12. You, as Geoffrey Tempest, the author of the book Mr. McWing is going to criticize and make a boom of, could not possibly put your name to such a cheque. It would not be good form. It might crop up afterwards and so betray the secrets of the prison house. But for me it is another affair. I am going to pose as your businessman, your literary agent, who pockets 10% of the profits and wants to make a big thing out of you. And I'm going to talk the matter over with a perfectly practical McWing who has, like every true Scot, a keen eye for the main chance. Of course it will be in confidence, strict confidence." And he laughed. "It's all a question of business, you know. In these commercial days, literature has become a trade like everything else, and even critics only work for what pays them. As indeed, why should they not?"
"Do you mean to tell me McWing will take that 500?" I asked dubiously.
"I mean to tell you nothing of the kind. I would not put the matter so coarsely for the world. This money is not for McWing, it is for a literary charity."
"Indeed! I thought you had an idea perhaps of offering a bribe."
"Bribe? Good heavens! Bribe a critic? Impossible, my good Geoffrey! Such a thing was never heard of. Never, never, never!"
And he shook his head and rolled up his eyes with infinite solemnity.
"No, no! Press people never take money for anything, not even for booming a new gold mining company, not even for putting a notice of a fashionable concert into the Morning Post. Everything in the English press is the just expression of pure and lofty sentiment, believe me. This little cheque is for a charity of which Mr. McWing is chief patron. You see the civil list pensions all go by favour to the wrong persons nowadays, to the keeping of lunatic versifiers and retired actresses who could never act. The actual bona fide genius never gets anything out of government, and moreover would scorn to take a farthing from that penurious body, which grudges him anything higher than a money recognition. It is as great an insult to offer a beggarly pension of 50 or 100 pounds a year to a really great writer, as to give him a knighthood, and we cannot fall much lower than to be a knight, as knights go. The present 500 pounds will help to relieve certain poor and proud but pressing literary cases known to McWing alone."
His expression at this moment was so extraordinary that I entirely failed to fathom it.
"I have no doubt I shall be able to represent the benevolent and respectable literary agent to perfection, and of course I shall insist on my 10%.
And he began laughing again.
"But I can't stop to discuss the matter now with you. I'm off. I promised McWing to be with him at 12 o'clock precisely, and it's now 11:30. I shall probably lunch with him, so don't wait for me. And concerning the 500, you needn't be in my debt an hour longer than you like. I'll take a cheque for the money back from you this evening."
"All right," I said, "but perhaps the great oracle of the cliques will reject your proposal with scorn."
"If he does, then is Utopia realized,"
replied Lucio, carefully drawing on his gloves as he spoke.
"Where's a copy of your book? Ah, here's one, smelling newly of the press."
And he slipped the volume into his overcoat pocket.
"Allow me, before departure, to express the opinion that you are a singularly ungrateful fellow, Geoffrey. Here am I, perfectly devoted to your interests, and despite my princedom, actually prepared to pose to McWing as your acting manager, pro tem, and you haven't so much as a thank you to throw at me."
He stood before me smiling, the personification of kindness and good humour. I laughed a little. "McWing will never take you for an acting manager or literary agent," I said. "You don't look it. If I seem churlish I'm sorry, but the fact is I am disgusted."
"At what?" he inquired, still smiling.
"Oh, at the humbug of everything," I answered impatiently. "The stupid farce of it all. Why shouldn't a book get noticed on its own merits without any appeal to cliquism and influential wire-pulling on the press?"
"Exactly."
And he delicately flicked a grain of dust off his coat while speaking.
"And why shouldn't a man get received in society on his own merits, without any money to recommend him, or any influential friend to back him up?" I was silent. "The world is as it is made," he went on, regarding me fixedly. "It is moved by the lowest and pettiest motives. It works for the most trivial, ridiculous and perishable aims. It is not a paradise. It is not a happy family of united and affectionate brethren. It is an overpopulated colony of jabbering and quarrelsome monkeys who fancy they are men. Philosophers in old days tried to teach it that the monkey type should be exterminated for the growth and encouragement of a nobler race. But they preached in vain. There never were enough real men alive to overcome the swarming majority of the beasts. God himself, they say, came down from heaven to try and set wrong things right, and to restore, if possible, his own defaced image to the general aspect of humanity. And even he failed. "There is very little of God in this world," I said bitterly. "There is much more devil." He smiled, a musing, dreamy smile that transfigured his countenance and made him look like a fine Apollo absorbed in the thought of some new and glorious song. "No doubt," he said after a little pause. "Mankind certainly prefer the devil to any other deity. Therefore, if they elect him as their representative, it is scarcely to be wondered at that he governs where he is asked to govern. And yet, do you know, Geoffrey, this devil, if there is one, can hardly, I think, be quite so bad as his detractors say. I myself don't believe he is a whit worse than a 19th century financier." I laughed aloud at the comparison. "After that," I said, "you had better go to McWing. I hope you will tell him that I am the triple essence of all the newest discoveries rolled into one." "Never fear," returned Lucio. "I've learned all my stock phrases by heart. A star of the first magnitude, etc. I've read the Athenaeum till I've got the lingo of the literary auctioneer well nigh perfect, and I believe I shall acquit myself admirably. Au revoir." He was gone, and I, after a little desultory looking over my papers, went out to lunch at Arthur's, of which club I was now a member. On my way I stopped to look in at a bookseller's window to see if my immortal production was yet on show. It was not, and the volume put most conspicuously to the front among all the newest books was one entitled "Differences" by Mavis Clare. Acting on a sudden impulse, I went in to purchase it. "Has this a good sale?" I asked as the volume was handed to me. The clerk at the counter opened his eyes wide. "Sale?" he echoed. "Well, I should think so, rather. Why, everybody's reading it." "Indeed," and I turned over the uncut pages carelessly. "I see no allusion whatever to it in the papers." The clerk smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "No, and you're not likely to, sir," he said. "Miss Clare is too popular to need reviews. Besides, a large number of the critics, the log rollers especially, are mad against her for her success, and the public know it. Only the other day a man came in here from one of the big newspaper offices and told me he was taking a few notes on the books which had the largest sales. Would I tell him which author's works were most in demand? I said Miss Clare took the lead, as she does, and he got into a regular rage. Said he, 'That's the answer I've had all along the line, and however true it is, it's no use to me, because I dare not mention it. My editor would instantly scratch it out. He hates Miss Clare.' 'A precious editor you've got,' I said, and he looked rather queer. 'There's nothing like journalism, sir, for the suppression of truth.' I smiled and went away with my purchase, convinced that I had wasted a few shillings on a mere piece of woman's trash. If this Mavis Clare was indeed so popular, then her work must naturally be of the penny dreadful order, for I, like many another literary man, laboured under the ludicrous inconsistency of considering the public an ass, while I myself desired nothing so much as the said ass's applause and approval, and therefore I could not imagine it capable of voluntarily selecting for itself any good work of literature without guidance from the critics. Of course I was wrong. The great masses of the public in all nations are always led by some instinctive sense of right that moves them to reject the false and unworthy and select the true. Completely prepared, like most men of my type, to sneer and cavil at the book, chiefly because it was written by a feminine hand, I sat down in a retired corner of the club reading room and began to cut and skim the pages. I had not read many sentences before my heart sank with a heavy sense of fear and jealousy. The slow fire of an insidious envy began to smoulder in my mind. What power had so gifted this author, this mere woman, that she should dare to write better than I, and that she should force me, by the magic of her pen, to mentally acknowledge, albeit with wrath and shame, my own inferiority? Clearness of thought, brilliancy of style, beauty of diction, all these were hers, united to consummate ease of expression and artistic skill. And all at once, in the very midst of reading, such a violent impulse of insensate rage possessed me that I flung the book down, dreading to go on with it. The potent, resistless, unpurchasable quality of genius! Ah, I was not yet so blinded by my own conceit as to be unable to recognize that divine fire when I saw it flashing up from every page as I saw it now. But to be compelled to give that recognition to a woman's work galled and irritated me almost beyond endurance. Women, I considered, should be kept in their places as men's drudges or toys, as wives, mothers, nurses, cooks, menders of socks and shirts, and housekeepers generally. What right had they to intrude into the realms of art and snatch the laurels from their masters' brows? If I could but get the chance of reviewing this book, I thought to myself savagely, I would misquote, misrepresent, and cut it to shreds with a joy too great for words. This Mavis Clare, unsexed as I at once called her in my own mind, simply because she had the power I lacked, wrote what she had to say with a gracious charm, freedom, and innate consciousness of strength. A strength which forced me back upon myself and filled me with the bitterest humiliation. Without knowing her, I hated her, this woman who could win fame without the aid of money, and who was crowned so brightly and visibly to the world that she was beyond criticism. I took up her book again and tried to cavil at it. Over one or two dainty bits of poetic simile and sentiment I laughed, enviously. When I left the club later in the day, I took the book with me, divided between a curious desire to read it honestly through with justice to it and its author, and an impulse to tear it asunder and fling it into the road to be crushed in the mud under rolling cab and cart wheels. In this strange humour Rimânez found me when, at about 4 o'clock, he returned from his mission to David McWing, smiling and triumphant. "Congratulate me, Geoffrey," he exclaimed as he entered my room. "Congratulate me and yourself. I am minus the £500 cheque I showed you this morning."
"McWing has pocketed it, then?" I said sullenly. "All right. Much good may it do him and his charity." Rimânez gave me a quick, observant glance.
"Why, what has happened to you since we parted?"
he inquired, throwing off his overcoat and sitting down opposite to me.
"You seem out of temper. Yet you ought to be a perfectly happy man, for your highest ambition is about to be gratified. You said you wished to make your book and yourself the talk of London. Well, within the next 2 or 3 weeks you will see yourself praised in a very large number of influential newspapers as the newest discovered genius of the day, only a little way removed from Shakespeare himself. 3 of the big leading magazines are guaranteed to say that. And all this through the affability of Mr. McWing and the trifling sum of £500. And are you not satisfied? Really, my friend, you are becoming difficult. I warned you that too much good fortune spoils a man." With sudden movement I flung down Mavis Clare's book before him. "Look at this," I said. "Does she pay £500 to David McWing's charity?" He took up the volume and glanced at it. "Certainly not. But then she gets slandered, not criticized." "What does that matter?" I retorted. "The man from whom I bought this book says that everybody is reading it." "Exactly." And Rimânez surveyed me with a curious expression, half of pity, half of amusement. "But you know the old axiom, my dear Geoffrey. You may lead a horse to the water, but you cannot make him drink. Which statement, interpreted for the present occasion, means that though certain log rollers, headed by our estimable friend McWing, may drag the horse, i.e. the public, up to their own particularly prepared literary trough. They cannot force it to swallow the mixture. The horse frequently turns tail and runs away in search of its own provender. It has done so in the case of Miss Clare. When the public choose an author for themselves, it is a dreadful thing of course for other authors, but it really can't be helped."
"Why should they choose Mavis Clare?" I demanded gloomily.
"Ah, why indeed?"
he echoed, smiling.
"McWing would tell you they do it out of sheer idiocy. The public would answer that they choose her because she has genius."
"Genius?" I repeated scornfully. "The public are perfectly incapable of recognizing such a quality."
"You think so?" he said, still smiling. "You really think so? In that case, it's very odd, isn't it, how everything that is truly great in art and literature becomes so widely known and honoured, not only in this country, but in every civilized land where people think or study. You must remember that all the very famous men and women have been steadily written down in their day, even to the late English laureate Tennyson, who was criticized for the most part in the purest Billingsgate. It is only the mediocrities who are ever written up. It seems as if the stupid public really had a hand in selecting these great, for the reviewers would never stand them at any price, till driven to acknowledge them by popular force majeure. But, considering the barbarous want of culture and utter foolishness of the public, Geoffrey, what I wonder at is that you should care to appeal to it at all."
I sat silent, inwardly chafing under his remarks.
"I am afraid,"
he resumed, rising and taking a white flower from one of the vases on the table to pin in his buttonhole,
"that Miss Clare is going to be a thorn in your side, my friend. A man rival in literature is bad enough, but a woman rival is too much to endure with any amount of patience. However, you may console yourself with the certainty that she will never get boomed, while you, thanks to my tender fostering of the sensitive and high-principled McWing, will be the one delightful and unique discovery of the press for at least 1 month, perhaps 2, which is about as long as any new star of the first magnitude lasts in the latter-day literary skies. Shooting stars all of them, such as poor old forgotten Barringer sang of, Les étoiles qui filent, et disparaissent.
"Except Mavis Clare," I said.
"True, except Mavis Clare."
And he laughed aloud, a laugh that jarred upon me because there was a note of mockery in it.
"She is a small fixture in the vast heavens, or so it seems, revolving very contentedly and smoothly in her own appointed orbit, but she is not and never will be attended by the brilliant meteor flames that will burst round you, my excellent fellow, at the signal of McWing. Fie, Geoffrey, get over your sulks. Jealous of a woman? Be ashamed! Is not woman the inferior creature? And shall the mere spectre of a feminine fame cause a 5-fold millionaire to abase his lofty spirit in the dust? Conquer your strange fit of the spleen, Geoffrey, and join me at dinner."
He laughed again as he left the room, and again his laughter irritated me. When he had gone, I gave way to the base and unworthy impulse that had for some minutes been rankling within me, and sitting down at my writing table, penned a hasty note to the editor of a rather powerful magazine, a man whom I had formerly known and worked for. He was aware of my altered fortunes and the influential position I now occupied, and I felt confident he would be glad to oblige me in any matter if he could. My letter, marked private and confidential, contained the request that I might be permitted to write, for his next number, an anonymous Chapter 16 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is almost impossible for me to describe the feverish, irritated, and contradictory state of mind in which I now began to pass my days. With the absolute fixity of my fortunes,
My humours became more changeful than the wind, and I was never absolutely contented for 2 hours together. I joined in every sort of dissipation common to men of the day, who with the usual inanity of noodles, plunged into the filth of life merely because to be morally dirty was also at the moment fashionable and much applauded by society. I gambled recklessly, solely for the reason that gambling was considered by many leaders of the upper ten as indicative of manliness and showing grit. "I hate a fellow who grudges losing a few pounds at play," said one of these distinguished titled asses to me once. "It shows such a cowardly and currish disposition." Guided by this new morality, and wishing to avoid the possibility of being called cowardly and currish, I indulged in baccarat and other ruinous games almost every night, willingly losing the few pounds, which in my case meant a few hundreds, for the sake of my occasional winnings, which placed a number of noble rakes and blue-blooded blacklegs in my power for debts of honour, which are supposed to be more strictly attended to and more punctually paid than any debts in the world, but which, as far as I am concerned, are still owing. I also betted heavily on everything that could be made the subject of a bet, and not to be behind my peers in style and knowledge of the world, I frequented low houses, and allowed a few half-nude brandy-soaked dancers and vulgar music-hall artistes to get a couple of £1,000 worth of jewels out of me, because this sort of thing was called seeing life, and was deemed part of a gentleman's diversion. Heavens! What beasts we all were, I and my aristocratic boon companions! What utterly worthless, useless, callous scoundrels! And yet we associated with the best and highest in the land. The fairest and noblest ladies in London received us in their houses with smiles and softly worded flatteries. We, whose presence reeked with vice, we young men of fashion whom, if he had known our lives as they were, an honest cobbler working patiently for daily bread might have spat upon in contempt and indignation that such low rascals should be permitted to burden the earth. Sometimes, but very seldom, Rimânez joined our gambling and music-hall parties, and on such occasions I noticed that he, as it were, let himself go, and became the wildest of us all. But though wild, he was never coarse, as we were. His deep and mellow laughter had a sonorous richness in it that was totally unlike the donkey's hee-haw of our cultured mirth. His manners were never vulgar, and his fluent discourse on men and things, now witty and satirical, now serious almost to pathos, strangely affected many of those who heard him talk, myself most of all. Once I remember, when we were returning late from some foolish carouse, I, with 3 young sons of English peers, and Rimânez walking beside us, we came upon a poorly clad girl sobbing and clinging to the iron railing outside a closed church door. "Oh God!" she wailed. "Oh dear God, do help me!" One of my companions seized her arm with a lewd jest, when all at once Rimânez stepped between. "Leave her alone," he said sternly. "Let her find God if she can." The girl looked up at him terrified, her eyes streaming with tears, and he dropped 2 or 3 gold pieces into her hand. She broke out crying afresh. "Oh, God bless you!" she cried wildly. "God bless you!" He raised his hat and stood uncovered in the moonlight, his dark beauty softened by a strangely wistful expression. "I thank you," he said simply. "You make me your debtor." And he passed on. We followed, somewhat subdued and silenced, though one of my lordling friends sniggered idiotically. "You paid dearly for that blessing, Rimânez," he said. "You gave her 3 sovereigns. By Jove! I'd have had something more than a blessing if I had been you." "No doubt," returned Rimânez. "You deserve more, much more. I hope you will get it. A blessing would be of no advantage whatever to you. It is to me." How often I have thought of this incident since! I was too dense to attach either meaning or importance to it then. Self-absorbed as I was, I paid no attention to circumstances which seemed to have no connection with my own life and affairs. And in all my dissipations and so-called amusements, a perpetual restlessness consumed me. I obtained no real satisfaction out of anything except my slow and somewhat tantalizing courtship of Lady Sybil. She was a strange girl. She knew my intentions toward her well enough, yet she affected not to know. Each time I ventured to treat her with more than the usual deference, and to infuse something of the ardour of a lover into my looks or manner, she feigned surprise. I wonder why it is that some women are so fond of playing the hypocrite in love. Their own instinct teaches them when men are amorous, but unless they can run the fox to earth, or in other words, reduce their suitors to the lowest pitch of grovelling appeal, and force them to such abasement that the poor passion-driven fools are ready to fling away life, and even honour, dearer than life, for their sakes, their vanity is not sufficiently gratified. But who or what am I that I should judge of vanity? I whose egregious and flagrant self-approbation was of such a character that it blinded me to the perception and comprehension of everything in which my own ego was not represented. And yet, with all the morbid interest I took in myself, my surroundings, my comfort, my social advancement, there was one thing which soon became a torture to me, a veritable despair and loathing, and this, strange to say, was the very triumph I had most looked forward to as the crown and summit of all my ambitious dreams. My book, the book I had presumed to consider a work of genius, when it was launched on the tide of publicity and criticism, resolved itself into a sort of literary monster that haunted my days and nights with its hateful presence. The thick black-lettered lying advertisements scattered broadcast by my publisher flared at me with an offensive insistence in every paper I casually opened. And the praise of the reviewers, the exaggerated, preposterous, fraudulent boom! Good God, how sickening it was, how fulsome! Every epithet of flattery bestowed upon me filled me with disgust, and one day when I took up a leading magazine and saw a long article upon the extraordinary brilliancy and promise of my book, comparing me to a new Aeschylus and Shakespeare combined, with the signature of David McWing appended to it, I could have thrashed that erudite and assuredly purchased Scot within an inch of his life. The chorus of eulogy was well nigh universal. I was the genius of the day, the hope of the future generation. I was the book of the month, the greatest, the wittiest, most versatile, most brilliant scribbling pygmy that had ever honoured a pot of ink by using it. Of course I figured as McWing's discovery. £500 bestowed on his mysterious charity had so sharpened his eyesight that he had perceived me shining brightly on the literary horizon before anyone else had done so. The press followed his lead obediently, for though the press, the English press at least, is distinctly unbribable, the owners of newspapers are not insensible to the advantages of largely paying advertisements. Moreover, when Mr. McWing announced me as his find in the oracular style which distinguished him, some other literary gentlemen came forward and wrote effective articles about me, and sent me their compositions carefully marked. I took the hint, wrote at once to thank them, and invited them to dinner. They came and feasted royally with Rimânez and myself. One of them wrote an ode to me afterwards. And at the conclusion of the revels, we sent two of the oracles home, considerably overcome by champagne, in a carriage with Emile to look after them, and help them out at their own doors. And my boom expanded. London talked as I had said it should. The growling monster metropolis discussed me and my work in its own independent and peculiar fashion. The upper 10 subscribed to the circulating libraries, and these admirable institutions made a 200 or 300 copies due for all demands, by the simple expedient of keeping subscribers waiting 5 or 6 weeks till they grew tired of asking for the book, and forgot all about it. Apart from the libraries, the public did not take me up. From the glowing criticisms that appeared in all the papers, it might have been supposed that everybody who was anybody was reading my wonderful production. Such, however, was not the case. People spoke of me as the great millionaire, but they were indifferent to the bid I had made for literary fame. The remark they usually made to me wherever I went was, "You have written a novel, haven't you? What an odd thing for you to do!" This with a laugh. I haven't read it. I've so little time. I must ask for it at the library." Of course a great many never did ask, not deeming it worth their while, and I, whose money, combined with the resistless influence of Rimânez, had started the favourable criticisms that flooded the press, found out that the majority of the public never read criticisms at all. Hence my anonymous review of Mavis Clare's book made no effect whatever on her popularity, though it appeared in the most prominent manner. It was a sheer waste of labour, for everywhere this woman author was still looked upon as a creature of altogether finer clay than ordinary, and still her book was eagerly devoured and questioned and admired, and still it sold by thousands, despite a lack of all favourable criticism or prominent advertisement. No one guessed that I had written what I am now perfectly willing to admit was a brutally wanton misrepresentation of her work. No one except Rimânez. The magazine in which it appeared was a notable one, circulating in every club and library, and he, taking it up casually one afternoon, turned to that article at once.
"You wrote this," he said, fixing his eyes upon me. "It must have been a great relief to your mind."
I said nothing. He read on in silence for a little, then, laying down the magazine, looked at me with a curiously scrutinizing expression.
"There are some human beings so constituted," he said, "that if they had been with Noah in the ark according to the silly old legend, they would have shot the dove bearing the olive leaf directly it came in sight over the waste of waters. You are of that type, Geoffrey."
"I do not see the force of your comparison," I murmured.
"Do you not? Why, what harm has this Mavis Clare done to you? Your positions are entirely opposed. You are a millionaire. She is a hard-working woman dependent on her literary success for a livelihood, and you, rolling in wealth, do your best to deprive her of the means of existence. Does this redound to your credit? She has won her fame by her own brain and energy alone. And even if you dislike her book, need you abuse her personally as you have done in this article? You do not know her. You have never seen her."
"I hate women who write," I said vehemently.
"Why? Because they are able to exist independently? Would you have them all the slaves of man's lust or convenience? My dear Geoffrey, you are unreasonable. If you admit that you are jealous of this woman's celebrity and grudge it to her, then I can understand your spite, for jealousy is capable of murdering a fellow creature with either the dagger or the pen."
I was silent.
"Is the book such wretched stuff as you make it out to be?"
he asked presently. "I suppose some people might admire it," I said curtly. "I do not." This was a lie, and of course he knew it was a lie. The work of Mavis Clare had excited my most passionate envy, while the very fact that Sybil Elton had read her book before she had thought of looking at mine had accentuated the bitterness of my feelings.
"Well,"
said Rimânez at last, smiling as he finished reading my onslaught,
"all I can say, Geoffrey, is that this will not touch Mavis Clare in the least. You have overshot the mark, my friend. Her public will simply cry, 'What a shame!' and clamour for her work more than ever. And as for the woman herself, she has a merry heart, and she will laugh at it. You must see her some day."
"I do not want to see her," I said.
"Probably not, but you will scarcely be able to avoid doing so when you live at Willowsmere Court."
"One is not obliged to know everybody in the neighbourhood," I observed superciliously.
Lucio laughed aloud. "How well you carry your fortunes, Geoffrey," he said. "For a poor devil of a Grub Street hack who lately was at a loss for a sovereign. How perfectly you follow the fashions of your time. If there is one man more than another that moves me to wondering admiration, it is he who asserts his wealth strenuously in the face of his fellows, and who comports himself in this world as though he could bribe death and purchase the goodwill of the Creator. It is such splendid effrontery, such superlative pride. Now I, though over-wealthy myself, am so curiously constituted that I cannot wear my banknotes in my countenance, as it were. I have put in a claim for intellect as well as gold, and sometimes, do you know, in my travels round the world,
I have been so far honoured as to be taken for quite a poor man. Now you will never have that chance again. You are rich and you look it." "And you," I interrupted him suddenly and with some warmth, "do you know what you look? You imply that I assert my wealth in my face. Do you know what you assert in your every glance and gesture?" "I cannot imagine," he said, smiling. "Contempt for us all," I said. "Immeasurable contempt, even for me whom you call friend. I tell you the truth, Lucio, there are times when in spite of our intimacy I feel that you despise me. I dare say you do. You have an extraordinary personality united to extraordinary talents. You must not, however, expect all men to be as self-restrained and as indifferent to human passions as yourself." He gave me a swift, searching glance. "Expect?" he echoed. "My good fellow, I expect nothing at all from men. They, on the contrary, at least all those I know, expect everything from me. And they get it, generally. As for despising you, have I not said that I admire you? I do. I think there is something positively stupendous in the brilliant progress of your fame and rapid social success." "My fame?" I repeated bitterly. "How has it been obtained? What is it worth?" "That is not the question," he retorted with a little smile. "How unpleasant it must be for you to have these gouty twinges of conscience, Geoffrey. Of course no fame is actually worth much nowadays, because it is not classic fame, strong in reposeful old-world dignity. It is blatant, noisy notoriety merely. But yours, such as it is perfectly legitimate, judged by its common-sense commercial aspect, which is the only aspect in which anyone looks at anything. You must bear in mind that no one works out of disinterestedness in the present age. No matter how purely benevolent an action may appear on the surface, self lies at the bottom of it. Once grasp this fact and you will perceive that nothing could be fairer or more straightforward than the way you have obtained your fame. You have not bought the incorruptible British press. You could not do that. That is impossible, for it is immaculate, and bristles stiffly all over with honourable principles. There is no English paper existing that would accept a cheque for the insertion of a notice or a paragraph. Not one." His eyes twinkled merrily. Then he went on. "No, it is only the foreign press that is corrupt, so the British press says. John Bull looks on virtuously aghast at journalists who, in dire stress of poverty, will actually earn a little extra pay for writing something or somebody up or down. Thank heaven he employs no such journalists. His pressmen are the very soul of rectitude, and will stoically subsist on £1 a week rather than take 10 for a casual job to oblige a friend. Do you know, Geoffrey, when the judgment day arrives, who will be among the first saints to ascend to heaven with the sounding of trumpets?" I shook my head, half vexed, half amused. "All the English, not foreign, editors and journalists," said Lucio with an air of pious rapture. "And why? Because they are so good, so just, so unprejudiced. Their foreign brethren will be reserved for the eternal dance of devils, of course, but the Britishers will pace the golden streets singing Alleluia. I assure you I consider British journalists generally the noblest examples of incorruptibility in the world. They come next to the clergy as representatives of virtue, and exponents of the 3 evangelical counsels: voluntary poverty, chastity, and obedience." Such mockery glittered in his eyes that the light in them might have been the reflection of clashing steel. "Be consoled, Geoffrey," he resumed. "Your fame is honourably won. You have simply, through me, approached one critic who writes in about 20 newspapers, and influences others to write in other 20, that critic being a noble creature—all critics are noble creatures—has a pet society for the relief of authors in need, a noble scheme you will own, and to this charity I subscribe out of pure benevolence £500. Moved by my generosity and consideration, particularly as I do not ask what becomes of the 500, McWing obliges me in a little matter. The editors of the papers for which he writes accept him as a wise and witty personage, They know nothing about the charity or the check. It is not necessary for them to know. The whole thing is really quite a reasonable business arrangement. It is only a self-tormenting analyst like you who would stop to think of such a trifle a second time."
"If McWhing really and conscientiously admired my book for itself," I began.
"Why should you imagine he does not?" asked Lucio. "Myself, I believe that he is a perfectly sincere and honourable man. I think he means all he says and writes. I consider that if he had found your work not worthy of his commendation, he would have sent me back that cheque for £500, torn across in a noble scorn." And with this, throwing himself back in his chair, he laughed till the tears came into his eyes. But I could not laugh. I was too weary and depressed. A heavy sense of despair was on my mind. I felt that the hope which had cheered me in my days of poverty, the hope of winning real fame, so widely different a thing to notoriety, had vanished. There was some quality in the subtle glory which could not be won by either purchase or influence. The praise of the press could not give it. Mavis Clare, working for her bread, had it. I, with millions of money, had not. Like a fool, I had thought to buy it. I had yet to learn that all the best, greatest, purest and worthiest things in life are beyond all market value, and that the gifts of the gods are not for sale. About a fortnight after the publication of my book, we went to court, my comrade and I, and were presented by a distinguished officer connected with the immediate and intimate surroundings of the royal household. It was a brilliant scene enough, but without doubt the most brilliant personage there was Rimânez. I was fairly startled at the stately and fascinating figure he made in his court suit of black velvet and steel ornaments. Accustomed as I was to his good looks, I had never seen them so enhanced by dress as on this occasion. I had been tolerably well satisfied with my own appearance in the regulation costume till I saw him. Then my personal vanity suffered a decided shock, and I realized that I merely served as a foil to show off and accentuate the superior attractions of my friend. But I was not envious of him in any way. On the contrary, I openly expressed the admiration I frankly felt. He seemed amused. "My dear boy, it is all flunkeydom," he said. "All sham and humbug. Look at this," and he drew his light court rapier from its sheath. "There is no real use in this flimsy blade. It is merely an emblem of a dead chivalry. In old times, if a man insulted you, or insulted a woman you admired, out flashed a shining point of tempered Toledo steel that could lunge so!" And he threw himself into a fencing attitude of incomparable grace and ease. "And you pricked the blackguard neatly through the ribs or arm, and gave him cause to remember you. But now," and he thrust the rapier back in its place, "men carry toys like these as a melancholy sign to show what bold fellows they were once, and what spiritless cravens they are now, relying no more on themselves for protection, but content to go about yelling 'Police! Police!' at the least threat of injury to their worthless persons. Come, it's time we started. Geoffrey, let us go and bow our heads before another human unit formed precisely like ourselves, and so act in defiance of death and the deity, who declare all men to be equal." We entered our carriage, and were soon on our way to St. James's Palace. "His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales is not exactly the creator of the universe," said Lucio suddenly, looking out of the window as we approached the line of soldiery on guard outside. "Why no," I answered laughing. "What do you say that for?" "Because there is as much fuss about him as if he were. In fact, more. The Creator does not get half as much attention bestowed upon him as Albert Edward. We never attire ourselves in any special way for entering the presence of God. We don't put so much as a clean mind on." "But then," I said indifferently, "God is non-est, and Albert Edward is est." He smiled, and his eyes had a scornful gleam in their dark centres. "That is your opinion?" he queried. "Well, it is not original. Many choice spirits share it with you. There is at least one good excuse for people who make no preparation to enter the presence of God. In going to church, which is called the house of God, they do not find God at all. They only discover the clergyman. It is somewhat of a disappointment."
I had no time to reply, as just then the carriage stopped and we alighted at the palace. Through the intervention of the High Court official who presented us, we got a good place among the most distinguished arrivals, and during our brief wait I was considerably amused by the study of their faces and attitudes. Some of the men looked nervous, others conceited. One or two radical notabilities comported themselves with an air as if they, and they alone, were to be honoured for allowing royalty to hold these functions at all. A few gentlemen had evidently donned their levee dress in haste and carelessness, for the pieces of tissue paper in which their steel or gilt coat buttons had been wrapped by the tailor to prevent tarnish, were still unremoved. Discovering this fortunately before it was too late, they occupied themselves by taking off these papers and casting them on the floor, an untidy process at best, and one that made them look singularly ridiculous and undignified. Each man present turned to stare at Lucio. His striking personality attracted universal attention. When we at last entered the throne room and took our places in line, I was careful to arrange that my brilliant companion should go up before me, as I had a strong desire to see what sort of an effect his appearance would produce on the royal party. I had an excellent view of the Prince of Wales from where I myself waited. He made an imposing and kingly figure enough, in full uniform, with his various orders glittering on his broad breast, and the singular resemblance discovered by many people in him to Henry VIII struck me more forcibly than I should have thought possible. His face, however, expressed a far greater good humour than the pictured lineaments to the capricious but ever popular bluff King Hal, though on this occasion there was a certain shade of melancholy, even sternness on his brow, which gave a firmer character to his naturally mobile features, a shadow, as I fancied, of weariness tempered with regret, the look of one dissatisfied yet resigned. A man of blunted possibilities he seemed to me, of defeated aims and thwarted will. Few of the other members of the royal family surrounding him on the dais possessed the remarkable attraction he had for any observant student of physiognomy. Most of them were, or assumed to be, stiff military figures merely, who bent their heads as each guest filed past with an automatic machine-like regularity implying neither pleasure, interest, nor goodwill. But the heir apparent to the greatest empire in the world expressed in his very attitude and looks an unaffected and courteous welcome to all, surrounded as he was, and as such in his position must ever be, by toadies, parasites, sycophants, hypocritical self-seekers, who would never run the least risk to their own lives to serve him, unless they could get something personally satisfactory out of it. His presence impressed itself upon me as full of the suggestion of dormant but none the less resolute power. I cannot even now explain the singular excitation of mind that seized me as our turn to be presented arrived. I saw my companion advance, and heard the Lord Chamberlain announce his name, "Prince Lucio Rimânez." And then, why then, it seemed as if all the movement in the brilliant room suddenly came to a pause. Every eye was fixed on the stately form and noble countenance of my friend, as he bowed with such consummate courtliness and grace as made all other salutations seem awkward by comparison. For one moment he stood absolutely still in front of the royal dais, facing the prince as though he sought to impress him with the fact of his presence there, and across the broad stream of sunshine which had been pouring into the room throughout the ceremony there fell the sudden shadow of a passing cloud. A fleeting impression of gloom and silence chilled the atmosphere. A singular magnetism appeared to hold all eyes fixed on Rimânez, and not a man either going or coming moved. This intense hush was brief, as it was curious and impressive. The Prince of Wales started slightly, and gazed at the superb figure before him with an expression of eager curiosity, and almost as if he were ready to break the frigid bonds of etiquette and speak. Then, controlling himself with an evident effort, he gave his usual dignified acknowledgment of Lucio's profound reverence, whereupon my comrade passed on, slightly smiling. I followed next, but naturally made no impression,
beyond the fact of exciting a smothered whisper from someone among the lesser royalties who caught the name Geoffrey Tempest, and at once murmured the magic words, "5 millions!" words which reached my ears and moved me to the usual weary contempt which was with me growing into a chronic malady. We were soon out of the palace, and while waiting for our carriage in the covered courtyard entrance, I touched Rimânez on the arm. "You made a veritable sensation, Lucio."
"Did I?" he laughed. "You flatter me, Geoffrey."
"Not at all. Why did you stop so long in front of the dais?"
"To please my humour," he returned indifferently, "and partly to give his Royal Highness the chance of remembering me the next time he sees me."
"But he seemed to recognize you," I said. "Have you met him before?" His eyes flashed.
"Often, but I have never till now made a public appearance at St. James's. Court costume and company manners make a difference to the looks of most men, and I doubt—yes, I very much doubt—whether even with his reputed excellent memory for faces, the Prince really knew me today for
Chapter 17 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It must have been about a week or 10 days after the Prince of Wales's levee that I had the strange scene with Sybil Elton I am about to relate. A scene that left a painful impression on my mind, and should have been sufficient to warn me of impending trouble to come, had I not been too egotistical to accept any portent that presaged ill to myself. Arriving at Lord Elton's house one evening, and descending the stairs to the drawing room as was now my usual custom, unannounced and without ceremony, I found Diana Chesney there alone and in tears. "Why, what's the matter?" I exclaimed in a rallying tone, for I was on very friendly and familiar terms with the little American. "You of all people in the world having a private weep? Has our dear railway papa bust up?" She laughed a trifle hysterically. "Not just yet, you bet," she answered, lifting her wet eyes to mine and showing that mischief still sparkled brightly in them. "There's nothing wrong with the funds as far as I know. I've only had a sort of rumpus here with Sybil." "With Sybil?" "Yes." And she rested the point of her little embroidered shoe on a footstool and looked at it critically. "You see, it's the Catsups at home tonight, and I'm invited and Sybil's invited. Miss Charlotte is knocked up with nursing the Countess, and of course I made sure that Sybil would go. Well, she never said a word about it till she came down to dinner, and then she asked me what time I wanted the carriage. I said, 'Aren't you going too?' And she looked at me in that provoking way of hers, you know, a look that takes you in from your topmost hair to your shoe edge, and answered, 'Did you think it possible?' Well, I flared up and said of course I thought it possible. Why shouldn't it be possible? She looked at me in the same way again and said, 'To the Catsups? With you?' Now, you know, Mr. Tempest, that was real downright rudeness, and more than I could stand, so I just gave way to my mind. 'Look here,' I said, 'though you are the daughter of an earl, you needn't turn up your nose at Mrs. Catsup. She isn't half bad. I don't speak of her money, but she's a real good sort, and has a kind heart, which it appears to me is more than you have. Mrs. Catsup would never treat me as unkindly as you do.' And then I choked. I could have burst out in a regular yell if I hadn't thought the footman might be outside the door listening. And Sybil only smiled, that patent ice refrigerator smile of hers, and asked, 'Would you prefer to live with Mrs. Catsup?' Of course I told her no, nothing would induce me to live with Mrs. Catsup. And then she said, 'Miss Chesney, you pay my father for the protection and guarantee of his name and position in English social circles,
but the companionship of my father's daughter was not included in the bargain. I have tried to make you understand as distinctly as I can that I will not be seen in society with you, not because I dislike you, far from it, but simply because people would say I was acting as your paid companion. You force me to speak plainly, and I am sorry if I offend. As for Mrs. Catsup, I have only met her once, and she seemed to me very common and ill-bred. Besides, I do not care for the society of tradespeople." And with that she got up and sailed out, and I heard her order the carriage for me at 10. "It's coming round directly, and just look at my red eyes. It's awfully hard on me. I know old Catsup made his pile out of varnish, but varnish is as good as anything else in the general market. And it's all out now, Mr. Tempest, and you can tell Sybil what I've said if you like. I know you're in love with her." I stared, bewildered by her voluble and almost breathless outburst. "Really, Miss Chesney," I began formally. "Oh yes, Miss Chesney, Miss Chesney. It's all very well," she repeated impatiently, snatching up a gorgeous evening cloak, which I mutely volunteered to put on, an offer she as mutely accepted. "I'm only a girl, and it isn't my fault if I've got a vulgar man for a father who wants to see me married to an English nobleman before he dies. That's his lookout. I don't care about it. English noblemen are a rickety lot in my opinion. But I've as good a heart as anyone, and I could love Sybil if she'd let me, but she won't. She leads the life of an iceberg, and doesn't care a rap for anyone. She doesn't care for you, you know. I wish she did. She'd be more human." "I'm very sorry for all this," I said, smiling into the piquant face of the really sweet-natured girl, and gently fastening the jewelled clasp of her cloak at her throat. "But you mustn't mind it so much. You are a dear little soul, Diana, kind and generous and impulsive and all the rest of it, but, well, English people are very apt to misunderstand Americans. I can quite enter into your feelings. Still, you know Lady Sybil is very proud." "Proud?" she interrupted. "My, I guess it must feel something splendid to have an ancestor who was piked through the body on Bosworth Field and left there for the birds to eat. It seems to give a kind of stiffness in the back to all the family ever afterwards. Shouldn't wonder if the descendants of the birds who ate 'em felt kinder stuck up about it too." I laughed. She laughed with me, and was quite herself again. "If I told you my ancestor was a Pilgrim Father, you wouldn't believe me, I expect," she said, the corners of her mouth dimpling. "I should believe anything from your lips," I declared gallantly. "Well, believe that then. Swallow it down if you can. I can't. He was a Pilgrim Father in the Mayflower, and he fell on his knees and thanked God as soon as he touched dry land in the true Pilgrim Father way. But he couldn't hold a candle to the piked man at Bosworth." Here we were interrupted by the entrance of a footman. "The carriage is waiting, miss." "Thanks. All right. Good night, Mr. Tempest. You'd better send word to Sybil you are here. Lord Elton is dining out, but Sybil will be at home all the evening." I offered her my arm and escorted her to the carriage, feeling a little sorry for her as she drove off in solitary state to the festive crush of the successful varnisher. She was a good girl, a bright girl, a true girl, vulgar and flippant at times, yet on the whole sincere in her better qualities of character and sentiment. And it was this very sincerity which, being quite unconventional and not at all la mode, was misunderstood, and would always be misunderstood by the higher and therefore more hypocritically polished circles of English society. I returned to the drawing room slowly and meditatively, telling one of the servants on my way to ask Lady Sybil if she could see me for a few moments. I was not kept waiting long. I had only paced the room twice up and down when she entered, looking so strangely wild and beautiful that I could scarcely forbear uttering an exclamation of wonder. She wore white, as was always her custom in the evenings. Her hair was less elaborately dressed than usual, and clustered over her brow in loose wavy masses. Her face was exceedingly pale, and her eyes appeared larger and darker by comparison. Her smile was vague and fleeting, like that of a sleepwalker. She gave me her hand. It was dry and burning. "My father is out," she began. "I know, but I came to see you. May I stay a little?" She murmured assent, and sinking listlessly into a chair, began to play with some roses in a vase on the table beside her. "You look tired, Lady Sibyl," I said gently. "Are you not well?" "I am quite well," she answered. "But you are right in saying I am tired. I am dreadfully tired." "You have been doing too much, perhaps? Your attendance on your mother tries you?" She laughed bitterly. "Attendance on my mother? Pray do not credit me with so much devotion. I never attend on my mother. I cannot do it. I am too much of a coward. Her face terrifies me, and whenever I do venture to go near her, she tries to speak, with such dreadful, such ghastly efforts, as to make her more hideous to look at than anyone can imagine. I should die of fright if I saw her often. As it is, when I do see her, I can scarcely stand, and twice I have fainted with the horror of it. To think of it, that living corpse with the fearful fixed eyes and distorted mouth should actually be my mother!" She shuddered violently, and her very lips paled as she spoke. I was seriously concerned, and told her so. "This must be very bad for your health," I said, drawing my chair closer to hers. "Can you not get away for a change?" She looked at me in silence. The expression of her eyes thrilled me strangely. It was not tender or wistful, but fierce, passionate and commanding. "I saw Miss Chesney for a few moments just now," I resumed. "She seemed very unhappy." "She has nothing to be unhappy about," said Sibyl coldly, "except the time my mother takes in dying. But she is young. She can afford to wait a little for the Elton coronet." May not this be a mistaken surmise of yours?" I ventured gently. "Whatever her faults, I think the girl admires and loves you." She smiled scornfully. "I want neither her love nor her admiration," she said. "I have few women friends, and those few are all hypocrites whom I mistrust. When Diana Chesney is my stepmother, we shall still be strangers." I felt I was on delicate ground, and that I could not continue the conversation without the risk of giving offence. "Where is your friend?" asked Sibyl suddenly, apparently to change the subject. "Why does he so seldom come here now?" "Rimânez? Well, he is a very queer fellow, and at times takes an abhorrence for all society. He frequently meets your father at the club, and I suppose his reason for not coming here is that he hates women." "All women?" she queried with a little smile. "Without exception." "Then he hates me?" "I did not say that," I answered quickly. "No one could hate you, Lady Sibyl. But truly, as far as Prince Rimânez is concerned, I expect he does not abate his aversion to womankind, which is his chronic malady, even for you." "So he will never marry?" she said musingly. I laughed. "Oh, never! That you may be quite sure of." Still playing with the roses near her, she relapsed into silence. Her breath came and went quickly. I saw her long eyelashes quiver against the pale rose-leaf tint of her cheeks. The pure outline of her delicate profile suggested to my mind one of Fra Angelico's meditative saints or angels. All at once, while I yet watched her admiringly, she suddenly sprang erect, crushing a rose in her hand, her head thrown back, her eyes flashing, her whole frame trembling. "Oh, I cannot bear it!" she cried wildly. "I cannot bear it!" I started up astonished and confronted her. "Sibyl!" "Oh, why don't you speak and fill up the measure of my degradation?" she went on passionately. "Why don't you tell me, as you tell my father, your purpose in coming here? Why don't you say to me, as you say to him, that your sovereign choice has fastened upon me, that I am the woman out of all the world you have elected to marry? Look at me!" And she raised her arms with a tragic gesture. "Is there any flaw in the piece of goods you wish to purchase? This face is deemed worthy of the fashionable photographer's pains, worthy of being sold for a shilling as one of England's beauties. This figure has served as a model for the showing off of many a modiste's costume, purchased at half cost on the understanding that I must state to my circle of acquaintances the name of the maker or designer. These eyes, these lips, these arms are all yours for the buying. Why do you expose me to the shame of dallying over your bargain, by hesitating and considering as to whether, after all, I am worthy of your gold?" She seemed seized by some hysterical passion that convulsed her, and in mingled amazement, alarm and distress, I sprang to her and caught her hands in my own. "Sybil, Sybil," I said, "hush, hush! You are overwrought with fatigue and excitement. You cannot know what you are saying. My darling, what do you take me for? What is all this nonsense in your mind about buying and selling? You know I love you. I have made no secret of it. You must have seen it in my face. And if I have hesitated to speak, it is because I feared your rejection of me. You are too good for me, Sybil, too good for any man. I am not worthy to win your beauty and innocence. My love, do not give way in this manner." For as I spoke she clung to me like a wild bird suddenly caged. "What can I say to you but that I worship you with all the strength of my life? I love you so deeply that I am afraid to think of it. It is a passion I dare not dwell upon, Sybil. I love you too well, too madly for my own peace." I trembled and was silent. Her soft arms clinging to me robbed me of a portion of my self-control. I kissed the rippling waves of her hair. She lifted her head and looked up at me, her eyes alit with some strange lustre that was not love as much as fear. And the sight of her beauty thus yielded as it were to my possession broke down the barriers of restraint I had hitherto imposed upon myself. I kissed her on the lips, a long passionate kiss that to my excited fancy seemed to mingle our very beings into one. But while I yet held her in my arms, she suddenly released herself and pushed me back. Standing apart from me she trembled so violently that I feared she would fail, and I took her hand and made her sit down. She smiled, a very wan smile. "What did you feel then?" she asked. "When, Sybil?" "Just now, when you kissed me." "All the joys of heaven and fires of hell in a moment," I said. She regarded me with a curious musing frown. "Strange! Do you know what I felt?" I shook my head smiling, and pressed my lips on the soft small hand I held. "Nothing," she said, with a kind of hopeless gesture. "I assure you absolutely nothing. I cannot feel. I am one of your modern women. I can only think and analyze." "Think and analyze as much as you will, my queen," I answered playfully. "If you will only think you can be happy with me, that is all I desire." "Can you be happy with me?" she asked. "Wait, do not answer for a moment till I tell you what I am. You are altogether mistaken in me." She was silent for some minutes, and I watched her anxiously. "I was always intended for this," she said slowly at last. "This, to which I have now come, to be the property of a rich man. Many men have looked at me with a view to purchase, but they could not pay the price my father demanded. Pray do not look so distressed. What I say is quite true and quite commonplace. All the women of the upper classes, the unmarried ones, are for sale now in England as utterly as the Circassian girls in a barbarian slave market. I see you wish to protest and assure me of your devotion, but there is no need of this. I am quite sure you love me, as much as any man can love, and I am content. But you do not know me really. You are attracted by my face and form, and you admire my youth and innocence, which you think I possess. But I am not young. I am old in heart and feeling. I was young for a little while at Willowsmere, when I lived among flowers and birds and all the trustful honest creatures of the woods and fields. But one season in town was sufficient to kill my youth in me,
one season of dinners and balls and fashionable novel reading. Now you have written a book, and therefore you must know something about the duties of authorship, of the serious and even terrible responsibility writers incur when they send out to the world books full of pernicious and poisonous suggestion to contaminate the minds that have hitherto been clean and undiseased. Your book has a noble motive, and for this I admire it in many parts, though to me it is not as convincing as it might have been. It is well written too, but I gained the impression while reading it that you were not altogether sincere in the thoughts you strove to inculcate, and that therefore you just missed what you should have gained. I am sure you are right, I said, with a wholesome pang of humiliation. The book is worthless as literature. It is only the boom of a season. At any rate, she went on, her eyes darkening with the intensity of her feeling, you have not polluted your pen with the vileness common to many of the authors of the day. I ask you, do you think a girl can read the books that are now freely published, and that her silly society friends tell her to read, because it is so dreadfully queer, and yet remain unspoilt and innocent? Books that go into the details of the lives of outcasts, that explain and analyze the secret vices of men, that advocate almost as a sacred duty free love and universal polygamy, that see no shame in introducing into the circles of good wives and pure-minded girls a heroine who boldly seeks out a man, any man, in order that she may have a child by him, without the degradation of marrying him. I have read all those books, and what can you expect of me? Not innocence, surely. I despise men. I despise my own sex. I loathe myself for being a woman. You wonder at my fanaticism for Mavis Clare. It is only because for a time her books give me back my self-respect, and make me see humanity in a nobler light. Because she restores to me, if only for an hour, a kind of glimmering belief in God, so that my mind feels refreshed and cleansed. All the same, you must not look upon me as an innocent young girl, Geoffrey, a girl such as the great poets idealized and sang of. I am a contaminated creature, trained to perfection in the lax morals and prurient literature of my day. I looked at her in silence, pained, startled, and with a sense of shock, as though something indefinably pure and precious had crumbled into dust at my feet. She rose and began pacing the room restlessly, moving to and fro with a slow yet fierce grace that reminded me, against my wish and will, of the movement of some imprisoned and savage beast of prey. "You shall not be deceived in me," she said, pausing a moment and eyeing me somberly. "If you marry me, you must do so with a full realization of the choice you make, for with such wealth as yours, you can of course wed any woman you fancy. I do not say you could find a girl better than I am. I do not think you could in my set, because we are all alike, all tarred with the same brush, and filled with the same merely sensual and materialistic views of life and its responsibilities as the admired heroines of the society novels we read. Away in the provinces, among the middle classes, it is possible you might discover a really good girl, of the purest blush-rose innocence. But then you might also find her stupid and unentertaining, and you would not care for that. My chief recommendation is that I am beautiful. You can see that. Everybody can see that. And I am not so affected as to pretend to be unconscious of the fact. There is no sham about my external appearance. My hair is not a wig. My complexion is natural. My figure is not the result of the corset-maker's art. My eyebrows and eyelashes are undyed. Oh yes, you can be sure that the beauty of my body is quite genuine. But it is not the outward expression of an equally beautiful soul, and this is what I want you to understand. I am passionate, resentful, impetuous, frequently unsympathetic, and inclined to morbidness and melancholy, and, I confess, I have imbibed, consciously or unconsciously, that complete contempt of life and disbelief in a God which is the chief theme of nearly all the social teachings of the time. She ceased, and I gazed at her with an odd sense of mingled worship and disillusion, even as a barbarian might gaze at an idol whom he still loved, but whom he could no longer believe in as divine. Yet what she said was in no way contrary to my own theories. How then could I complain? I did not believe in a God. Why should I inconsistently feel regret that she shared my unbelief? I had involuntarily clung to the old-fashioned idea that religious faith was a sacred duty in womanhood. I was not able to offer any reason for this notion, unless it was the romantic fancy of having a good woman to pray for one, if one had no time and less inclination to pray for oneself. However, it was evident Sybil was advanced enough to do without superstitious observances. She would never pray for me, and if we had children, she would never teach them to make their first tender appeals to heaven for my sake or hers. I smothered a slight sigh, and was about to speak, when she came up to me and laid her 2 hands on my shoulders. "You look unhappy, Geoffrey," she said in gentler accents. "Be consoled. It is not too late for you to change your mind." I met the questioning glance of her eyes, beautiful, lustrous eyes as clear and pure as light itself. "I shall never change, Sybil," I answered. "I love you. I shall always love you. But I wish you would not analyze yourself so piteously. You have such strange ideas." "You think them strange?" she said. "You should not. In these new women days, I believe that, thanks to newspapers, magazines, and decadent novels, I am in all respects eminently fitted to be a wife." And she laughed bitterly. "There is nothing in the role of marriage that I do not know, though I am not yet 20. I have been prepared for a long time to be sold to the highest bidder, and what few silly notions I had about love, the love of the poets and idealists, when I was a dreamy child at Willowsmere, are all dispersed and ended. Ideal love is dead, and worse than dead, being out of fashion. Carefully instructed as I have been in the worthlessness of everything but money, you can scarcely be surprised at my speaking of myself as an object of sale. Marriage for me is a sale, as far as my father is concerned, for you know well enough that however much you loved me or I loved you, he would never allow me to marry you if you were not rich, and richer than most men. I want you to feel that I fully recognize the nature of the bargain struck, and I ask you not to expect a girl's fresh, confiding love from a woman as warped in heart and mind as I am." "Sybil," I said earnestly, "you wrong yourself. I am sure you wrong yourself. You are one of those who can be in the world, yet not of it. Your mind is too open and pure to be sullied, even by your contact with evil things. I will believe nothing you say against your own sweet and noble character. And Sybil, let me again ask you not to distress me by this constant harping on the subject of my wealth, or I shall be inclined to look upon it as a curse. I should love you as much if I were poor." "Oh, you might love me," she interrupted me with a strange smile, "but you would not dare to say so." I was silent. Suddenly she laughed and linked her arms caressingly round my neck. "There, Geoffrey," she said, "I have finished my discourse, my bit of Ibsenism, or whatever other ism affects me, and we need not be miserable about it. I have said what was in my mind. I have told you the truth, that in heart I am neither young nor innocent. But I am no worse than all my set, so perhaps you had better make the best of me. I please your fancy, do I not?" "My love for you cannot be so lightly expressed, Sybil," I answered in rather a pained tone. "Never mind, it is my humour so to express it," she went on. "I please your fancy, and you wish to marry me. Well now, all I ask is, go to my father and buy me at once. Conclude the bargain, and when you have bought me, don't look so tragic," and she laughed again. "And when you have paid the clergyman, and paid the bridesmaids with monogram lockets or brooches, and paid the guests with wedding cake and champagne, and cleared up all scores with everybody, even to the last man who shuts the door of the nuptial brougham, will you take me away, far away from this place, this house where my mother's face haunts me like a ghost in the darkness, where I am tortured by terrors night and day, where I hear such strange sounds and dream of such ghastly things." Here her voice suddenly broke, and she hid her face against my breast. "Oh yes, Geoffrey, take me away as quickly as possible. Let us never live in hateful London, but at Willowsmere. I may find some of the old joys there, and some of the happy bygone days." Touched by the appealing pathos of her accents, I pressed her to my heart, feeling that she was scarcely accountable for the strange things she said in her evidently overwrought and excitable condition. "It shall be as you wish, my darling," I said. "The sooner I have you all to myself the better. This is the end of March. Will you be ready to marry me in June?" "Yes," she answered, still hiding her face. "And now, Sibyl," I went on, "remember, there must be no more talk of money and bargaining. Tell me what you have not yet told me, that you love me, and would love me even if I were poor." She looked up straightly and unflinchingly full into my eyes. "I cannot tell you that," she said. "I have told you I do not believe in love, and if you were poor I certainly should not marry you. It would be no use." "You are frank, Sibyl." "It is best to be frank, is it not?" And she drew a flower from the knot at her bosom and began fastening it in my coat. "Geoffrey, what is the good of pretense? You would hate to be poor, and so should I. I do not understand the verb 'to love.' Now and then, when I read a book by Mavis Clare, I believe love may exist, but when I close the book, my belief is shut up with it. So do not ask for what is not in me. I am willing, even glad to marry you. That is all you must expect." "All!" I exclaimed, with a sudden mingling of love and wrath in my blood, as I closed my arms about her and kissed her passionately. "All! You impassive ice flower! It is not all! You shall melt to my touch, and learn what love is. Do not think you can escape its influence, you dear, foolish, beautiful child. Your passions are asleep. They must wake." "For you?" she queried, resting her head back against my shoulder, and gazing up at me with a dreamy radiance in her lovely eyes. "For me!" she laughed. "Oh, bid me love, and I will love," she hummed softly under her breath. "You will, you must, you shall!" I said ardently. "I will be your master in the art of loving." "It is a difficult art," she said. "I am afraid it will take a lifetime to complete my training, even with my master." And the smile still lingered in her eyes, giving them a witch-like glamour, when I kissed her again and bade her good night. "You will tell Prince Rimânez the news?" she said. "If you wish it." "Of course I wish it. Tell him at once. I should like him to know." I went down the stairs. She leaned over the balustrade looking after me. "Good night, Geoffrey," she called softly. "Good night, Sibyl." "Be sure you tell Prince Rimânez." Her white figure disappeared, and I walked out of the house in a chaotic state of mind, divided between pride, ecstasy and pain, the engaged husband of an earl's daughter, the lover of a woman who had declared herself incapable of love and destitute of Chapter 18 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Looking back through the space of only 3 years to this particular period of my life, I can remember distinctly the singular expression of Lucio's face when I told him that Sibyl Elton had accepted me. His sudden smile gave a light to his eyes that I had never seen in them before, a brilliant yet sinister glow, strangely suggestive of some inwardly suppressed wrath and scorn. While I spoke he was, to my vexation, toying with that uncanny favourite of his, the mummy insect, and it annoyed me beyond measure to see the repulsive pertinacity with which the glittering bat-like creature clung to his hand. "Women are all alike," he said with a hard laugh, when he had heard my news. "Few of them have moral force enough to resist that temptation of a rich marriage." I was irritated at this.
"It is scarcely fair of you to judge everything by the money standard," I said. Then, after a little pause, I added what in my own heart I knew to be a lie. "She, Sibyl, loves me for myself alone." His glance flashed over me like lightning. "Oh, sets the wind in that quarter! Why then, my dear Geoffrey, I congratulate you more heartily than ever. To conquer the affections of one of the proudest girls in England, and win her love so completely as to be sure she would marry you even if you had not a sou to bless yourself with, this is a victory indeed, and one of which you may well be proud. Again and yet again I congratulate you." Tossing the horrible thing he called his sprite off to fly on one of its slow humming circuits round the room, he shook my hand fervently, still smiling, and I, feeling instinctively that he was as fully aware of the truth as I was, namely, that had I been a poor author with nothing but what I could earn by my brains, the Lady Sibyl Elton would never have looked at me, much less agreed to marry me, kept silence lest I should openly betray the reality of my position. "You see," he went on with a cheerful relentlessness, "I was not aware that any old world romance graced the disposition of one so apparently impassive as your beautiful fiancé. To love for love's sake only is becoming really an obsolete virtue. I thought Lady Sibyl was an essentially modern woman, conscious of her position and the necessity there was for holding that position proudly before the world at all costs, and that the pretty pastoral sentiments of poetical Phyllises and Amandas had no place in her nature. I was wrong, it seems, and for once I have been mistaken in the fair sex." Here he stretched out his hand to the sprite that now came winging its way back and settled at once on its usual resting place. "My friend, I assure you, if you have won a true woman's true love, you have a far greater fortune than your millions, a treasure that none can afford to despise." His voice softened, his eyes grew dreamy and less scornful, and I looked at him in some astonishment. "Why, Lucio, I thought you hated women." "So I do," he replied quickly, "but do not forget why I hate them. It is because they have all the world's possibilities of good in their hands, and the majority of them deliberately turn these possibilities to evil. Men are influenced entirely by women, though few of them will own it. Through women they are lifted to heaven or driven to hell. The latter is the favourite course, and the one almost universally adopted." His brow darkened, and the lines round his proud mouth grew hard and stern. I watched him for a moment, then with sudden irrelevance I said, "Put that abominable sprite of yours away, will you? I hate to see you with it." "What, my poor Egyptian princess?" he exclaimed with a laugh. "Why so cruel to her, Geoffrey? If you had lived in her day, you might have been one of her lovers. She was no doubt a charming person. I find her charming still. However, to oblige you," and here, placing the insect in its crystal receptacle, he carried it away to the other end of the room. Then, returning toward me slowly, he said, "Who knows what the sprite suffered as a woman, Geoffrey? Perhaps she made a rich marriage and repented it. At any rate, I am sure she is much happier in her present condition." "I have no sympathy with such a ghastly fancy," I said abruptly. "I only know that she or it is a perfectly loathsome object to me." "Well, some transmigrated souls are loathsome objects to look at," he declared imperturbably. "When they are deprived of their respectable two-legged fleshy covering, it is extraordinary what a change the inexorable law of nature makes in them." "What nonsense you talk, Lucio!" I said impatiently. "How can you know anything about it?" A sudden shadow passed over his face, giving it a strange pallor and impenetrability. "Have you forgotten," he said in deliberately measured accents, "that your friend John Carrington, when he wrote that letter of introduction I brought from him to you, told you in it that in all matters scientific I was an absolute master? In these matters scientific you have not tested my skill, yet you ask, how can I know? I answer that I do know many things of which you are ignorant. Do not presume too much on your own intellectual capability, my friend, lest I prove it naught, lest I demonstrate to you, beyond all possibility of consoling doubt that the shreds and strippings of that change you call death are only so many embryos of a new life which you must live, whether you will or no."
Somewhat abashed by his words, and still more by his manner, I said, "Pardon me, I spoke in haste, of course, but you know my theories."
"Most thoroughly."
And he laughed, with an immediate resumption of his old manner.
"Every man his own theory is the fashionable motto of the hour. Each little biped tells you that he has his own idea of God, and equally his own idea of the devil. It is very droll. But let us return to the theme of love. I feel I have not congratulated you half enough, for surely fortune favours you singularly. Out of the teeming mass of vain and frivolous femininity you have secured a unique example of beauty, truth and purity. A woman who, apart from all self-interest and worldly advantage, weds you, with 5 millions, for yourself alone. The prettiest poem in the world could be made out of such an exquisitely innocent maiden type. You are one of the luckiest men alive. In fact, you have nothing more to wish for."
I did not contradict him, though in my own mind I felt that the circumstances of my engagement left much to be desired. I, who scoffed at religion, wished it had formed part of the character of my future wife. I, who sneered at sentiment, craved for some expression of it in the woman whose beauty attracted my desires. However, I determinedly smothered all the premonitions of my own conscience, and accepted what each day of my idle and useless life brought me without considering future consequences. The papers soon had the news that a marriage has been arranged and will shortly take place between Sybil, only daughter of the Earl of Elton, and Geoffrey Tempest, the famous millionaire. Not famous author, mark you, though I was still being loudly boomed. Morgeson, my publisher, could offer me no consolation as to my chances of winning and keeping a steady future fame. The 10th edition of my book was announced, but we had not actually disposed of more than 2,000 copies, including a 1-volume issue which had been hastily thrust on the market. And the work I had so mercilessly and maliciously slated, Differences by Mavis Clare, was in its 30th thousand. I commented on this with some anger to Morgeson, who was virtuously aggrieved at my complaint. "Dear me, Mr. Tempest, you are not the only writer who has been boomed by the press, and who nevertheless does not sell," he exclaimed. "No one can account for the caprices of the public. They are entirely beyond the most cautious publisher's control or calculation. Miss Clare is a sore subject to many authors beside yourself. She always takes, and no one can help it. I sympathize with you in the matter heartily, but I am not to blame. At any rate, the reviewers are all with you. Their praise has been almost unanimous. Now Mavis Clare's Differences, though to my thinking a very brilliant and powerful book, has been literally cut to pieces whenever it has been noticed at all. And yet the public go for her and don't go for you. It isn't my fault. You see, people have got compulsory education now, and I'm afraid they begin to mistrust criticism, preferring to form their own independent opinions. If this is so, of course it will be a terrible thing, because the most carefully organized clique in the world will be powerless. Everything has been done for you that can be done, Mr. Tempest. I am sure I regret as much as yourself that the result has not been all you expected or desired. Many authors would not care so much for the public approval. The applause of cultured journalism, such as you have obtained, would be more than sufficient for them." I laughed bitterly. The applause of cultured journalism? I thought I knew something of the way in which such applause was won. Almost I began to hate my millions. Golden trash that could only secure me the insincere flattery of fair-weather friends, and that could not give me fame. Such fame as has sometimes been grasped in a moment by a starving and neglected genius, who in the very arms of death succeeds in mastering the world. One day in a fit of disappointment and petulance I said to Lucio, "You have not kept all your promises, my friend. You told me you could give me fame." He looked at me curiously.
"Did I? Well, and are you not famous?"
"No, I am merely notorious," I retorted. He smiled.
"The word fame, my good Geoffrey, traced to its origin, means a breath. The breath of popular adulation. You have that for your wealth.
But not for my work.
You have the praise of the reviewers.
What is that worth?
Everything, he answered smiling, in the reviewer's own opinion. I was silent. You speak of work, he went on. Now, the nature of work I cannot exactly express, because it is a divine thing and is judged by a divine standard. One must consider in all work two things. First, the object for which it is undertaken, and secondly, the way in which it is performed. All work should have a high and unselfish intent. Without this, it perishes and is not considered work at all, not at least by the eternal judges invisible. If it is work, truly and nobly done in every sense of the word, it carries with it its own reward, and the laurels descend from heaven shaped ready for wearing. No earthly power can bestow them. I cannot give you that fame, but I have secured you a very fair imitation of it.
I was obliged to acquiesce, though more or less morosely, whereat I saw that he was somewhat amused. Unwilling to incur his contempt, I said no more concerning the subject that was nearest to my heart, and wore out many sleepless hours at night in trying to write a new book, something novel and daring, such as should force the public to credit me with a little loftier status than that obtained by the possession of a huge banking account. But the creative faculty seemed dead in me. I was crushed by a sense of impotence and failure. Vague ideas were in my brain that would not lend themselves to expression in words, and such a diseased love of hypercriticism controlled me that after a miserably nervous analysis of every page I wrote, I tore it up as soon as it was written, thus reducing myself to a state of mind that was almost unbearable. Early in April I made my first visit to Willowsmere, having received information from the head of the firm of decorators and furnishers employed there, that their work was close on completion, and that they would be glad of a visit of inspection from me. Lucio and I went down together for the day, and as the train rushed through a green and smiling landscape, bearing us away from the smoke, dirt and noise of the restless modern Babylon, I was conscious of a gradually deepening peace and pleasure. The first sight of the place I had recklessly purchased without so much as looking at it, filled me with delight and admiration. It was a beautiful old house, ideally English and suggestive of home happiness. Ivy and jessamine clung to its red walls and picturesque gables. Through the long vista of the exquisitely wooded grounds, the silver gleam of the Avon river could be discerned, twisting in and out like a ribbon tied in true love knots. The trees and shrubs were sprouting forth in all their fresh spring beauty. The aspect of the country was indescribably bright and soothing, and I began to feel as if a burden had been suddenly lifted from my life, leaving me free to breathe and enjoy my liberty. I strolled from room to room of my future abode, admiring the taste and skill with which the whole place had been fitted and furnished, down to the smallest detail of elegance, comfort and convenience. Here my Sibyl was born, I thought, with a lover-like tenderness. Here she would dwell again as my wife, amid the lovely and beloved surroundings of her childhood, and we should be happy, yes, we should be happy, despite all the dull and heartless social doctrines of the modern world. In the spacious and beautiful drawing-room, I stopped to look out from the windows on the entrancing view of the lawn and woodland that stretched before me, and as I looked, a warm sense of gratitude and affection filled me for the friend to whose good offices I owed this fair domain. Turning, I grasped him by the hand. "It is all your doing, Lucio," I said. "I feel I can never thank you enough. Without you I should perhaps never have met Sibyl, I might never have heard of her, or of Willowsmere, and I never could have been as happy as I am today."
"Oh, you are happy then?" he queried with a little smile. "I fancied you were not."
"Well, I have not been as happy as I expected to be," I confessed. "Something in my sudden accession to wealth seems to have dragged me down rather than lifted me up. It is strange." "It is not strange at all," he interrupted.
On the contrary, it is very natural. As a rule, the most miserable people in the world are the rich."
"Are you miserable, for instance?" I asked, smiling. His eyes rested on me with a dark and dreary pathos.
"Are you too blind to see that I am?"
he answered, his accents vibrating with intense melancholy.
"Can you think I am happy? Does the smile I wear, the disguising smile men put on as a mask to hide their secret agonies from the pitiless gaze of unsympathetic fellow creatures, persuade you that I am free from care? As for my wealth, I have never told you the extent of it. If I did, it might indeed amaze you, though I believe it would not now arouse your envy, considering that your trifling 5 millions have not been without effect in depressing your mind. But I could buy up kingdoms and be none the poorer. I could throne and unthrone kings and be none the wiser. I could crush whole countries under the iron heel of financial speculation. I could possess the world, and yet estimate it at no higher value than I do now. The value of a grain of dust circling through infinity, or a soap bubble blown on the wind." His brows knitted, his face expressed pride, scorn and sorrow. "There is some mystery about you, Lucio," I said, "some grief or loss that your wealth cannot repair, and that makes you the strange being you are. One day perhaps you will confide in me." He laughed loudly, almost fiercely, and clapped me heavily on the shoulder. "I will," he said, "I will tell you my history, and you, excellent agnostic as you are, shall minister to a mind diseased, and pluck out the memory of a rooted sorrow." What a power of expression there was in Shakespeare, the uncrowned but actual King of England! Not the rooted sorrow alone was to be plucked out, but the very memory of it. The apparently simple line holds complex wisdom. No doubt the poet knew, or instinctively guessed, the most terrible fact in all the universe.
"And what is that?"
"The eternal consciousness of memory," he replied. "God cannot forget, and in consequence of this, His creatures may not."
I forbore to reply, but I suppose my face betrayed my thoughts, for the cynical smile I knew so well played round his mouth as he looked at me.
"I go beyond your patience, do I not?" he said, laughing again. "When I mention God, who is declared by certain scientists to be non-existent except as a blind, indifferent natural force or atom producer, you are bored. I can see that at a glance. Pray forgive me. Let us resume our tour of inspection through this charming abode. You will be very difficult to satisfy if you are not a very emperor of contentment here. With a beautiful wife and plenty of cash, you can well afford to give fame the go-by."
"I may win it yet," I said hopefully. "In this place I feel I could write something worthy of being written."
"Good. The divine flutterings of winged thoughts are in your brain. Apollo, grant them strength to fly. And now let us have luncheon. Afterwards we shall have time to take a stroll."
In the dining room I found an elegant repast prepared, which rather surprised me, as I had given no orders, having indeed forgotten to do so. Lucio, however, had, it appeared, not forgotten, and an advance telegram from him had placed certain caterers at Leamington on their mettle, with the result that we sat down to a feast as delicate and luxurious as any two epicures could desire.
"Now I want you to do me a favour, Geoffrey," said Lucio during our luncheon. "You will scarcely need to reside here till after your marriage. You have too many engagements in town. You spoke of entertaining a big house party down here. I wouldn't do that if I were you. It isn't worth while. You would have to get in a staff of servants, and leave them all afterwards to their own devices while you are on your honeymoon. This is what I propose. Give a grand fête here in honour to your betrothal to Lady Sibyl in May, and let me be the master of the revels."
I was in the mood to agree to anything. Moreover, the idea seemed an excellent one. I said so, and Rimânez went on quickly.
"You understand, of course, that if I undertake to do a thing, I always do it thoroughly, and brook no interference with my plans. Now, as your marriage will be the signal for our parting, at any rate for a time, I should like to show my appreciation of your friendship by organizing a brilliant affair of the kind I suggest, and if you will leave it all to me, I guarantee you shall hold a fête as has never been seen or known in England, and it will be a personal satisfaction to me if you consent to my proposal."
"My dear fellow," I answered, "of course I consent, willingly. I give you carte blanche. Do as you like, do all you like. It is most friendly and kind of you. But when are we to make this sensation?"
"You are to be married in June?" he asked.
"Yes, in the 2nd week of the month."
"Very well. The fête shall be held on the 22nd of May. That will give society time to recover from the effect of one burst of splendour in order to be ready for another, namely the wedding. Now, we need not talk of this any more. It is settled. The rest devolves on me. We've got 3 or 4 hours to spare before we take the train back to town. Suppose we take a saunter through the grounds?"
I assented to this and accompanied him readily, feeling in high spirits and good humour. Willowsmere and its peaceful loveliness seemed to cleanse my mind of all corroding influences. The blessed silence of the woods and hills, after the rush and roar of town life, soothed and cheered me, and I walked beside my companion with a light heart and smiling face, happy and filled with a dim religious faith in the blue sky, if not in the God beyond it. We sauntered through the fair gardens, which were now mine, and then out through the park into a lovely little lane, a true Warwickshire lane, where the celandines were strewing the grass with their bright gold coinage, and the starwort thrust up fairy bouquets of white bloom between buttercups and lover, and where the hawthorn buds were beginning to show themselves like minute snow pellets among the glossy young green. A thrush warbled melodiously. A lark rose from almost our very feet and flung itself joyously into the sky with a wild outburst of song. A robin hopped through a little hole in the hedge to look at us in blithe inquisitiveness as we passed. All at once Lucio stopped and laid his hand on my shoulder. His eyes had the beautiful melancholy of a far-off longing which I could neither understand nor define.
"Listen, Geoffrey," he said. "Listen to the silence of the earth while the lark sings. Have you ever observed the receptive attitude in which nature seems to wait for sounds divine?"
I did not answer. The silence around us was indeed impressive. The warbling of the thrush had ceased, and only the lark's clear voice pealing overhead echoed sweetly through the stillness of the lane.
"In the clerical heaven," went on Lucio dreamily, "there are no birds. There are only conceited human souls braying forth Alleluia. No flowers are included, no trees, only golden streets. What a poor and barbarous conception! As if a world inhabited by Deity would not contain the wonders, graces and beauties of all the worlds. Even this little planet is more naturally beautiful than the clerical heaven. That is, it is beautiful wherever man is not. I protest, I have always protested, against the creation of man."
I laughed. "You protest against your own existence then?" I said. His eyes darkened slowly to a sombre brooding blackness.
"When the sea roars and flings itself in anger on the shore, it craves its prey, mankind. It seeks to wash the fair earth clean of the puny insect that troubles the planet's peace. It drowns the noxious creature when it can, with the aid of its sympathizing comrade the wind. When the thunder crashes down a second after the lightning, does it not seem to you that the very clouds combine in the holy war? The war against God's one mistake, the making of humanity, the effort to sweep it out of the universe as one erases a weak expression in an otherwise perfect poem. You and I, for example, are the only discords in today's woodland harmony. We are not particularly grateful for life. We certainly are not content with it. We have not the innocence of a bird or a flower. We have more knowledge, you will say, but how can we be sure of that? Our wisdom came from the devil in the first place, according to the legend of the tree of knowledge, the fruit of which taught both good and evil, but which still apparently persuades man to evil rather than good, and leads him on to a considerable amount of arrogance besides, for he has an idea he will be immortal as a god in the hereafter. Ye majestic heavens! What an inadequately stupendous fate for a grain of worthless dust, a dwarfish atom such as he!" "Well, I have no ideas of immortality," I said. "I have told you that often. This life is enough for me. I want and expect no other." "Aye, but if there were another?" answered Lucio, fixing me with a steady look. "And if you were not asked your opinion about it, but simply plunged headlong into a state of terrible consciousness in which you would rather not be—" "Oh come!" I said impatiently, "do not let us theorize. I am happy today. My heart is as light as that of the bird singing in the sky. I am in the very best of humours, and could not say an unkind word to my worst enemy." He smiled. "Is that your humour?" And he took me by the arm. "Then there could be no better opportunity for showing you this pretty little corner of the world." And walking on a few yards, he dexterously turned me down a narrow path leading from the lane, and brought me face to face with a lovely old cottage, almost buried in the green of the young spring verdure, and surrounded by an open fence overgrown with hawthorn and sweetbriar. "Keep firm hold over your temper, Geoffrey, and maintain the benignant tranquillity of your
Chapter 19 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The blood rushed to my face, and I stopped abruptly. "Let us go back," I said. "Why?" "Because I do not know Miss Clare, and do not want to know her. Literary women are my abhorrence. They are always more or less unsexed." "You are thinking of the new women, I suppose. But you flatter them. They never had any sex to lose. The self-degrading creatures who delineate their fictional heroines as wallowing in unchastity, and who write freely on subjects which men would hesitate to name, are unnatural hybrids of no sex. Mavis Clare is not one of them. She is an old-fashioned young woman. Mademoiselle de Reno, the dancer, is unsexed, but you did not object to her on that score. On the contrary, I believe you have shown your appreciation of her talents by spending a considerable amount of cash upon her." "That's not a fair comparison," I answered hotly. "Mademoiselle de Reno amused me for a time." "And was not your rival in art," said Lucio with a little malicious smile. "I see. Still, as far as the question of being unsexed goes, I, personally, consider that a woman who shows the power of her intellect is more to be respected than the woman who shows the power of her legs. But men always prefer the legs, just as they prefer the devil to the deity. All the same, I think, as we have time to spare, we may as well see this genius." "Genius?" I echoed contemptuously. "Feminine twaddler, then," he suggested, laughing. "Let us see this feminine twaddler. She will no doubt prove as amusing as Mademoiselle de Reno in her way. I shall ring the bell and ask if she is at home." He advanced toward the creeper-covered porch, but I stood back, mortified and sullen, determined not to accompany him inside the house if he were admitted. Suddenly a blithe peal of musical laughter sounded through the air, and a clear voice exclaimed, "Oh, Tricksy, you wicked boy! Take it back directly and apologize." Lucio peered through the fence and then beckoned to me energetically. "There she is," he whispered. "There's the dyspeptic, sour, savage old bluestocking, there on the lawn. By heaven, she's enough to strike terror into the heart of any man and millionaire." I looked where he pointed and saw nothing but a fair-haired woman in a white gown, sitting in a low basket chair, with a tiny toy terrier on her lap. The terrier was jealously guarding a large, square dog biscuit nearly as big as himself, and at a little distance off sat a magnificent rough-coated Saint Bernard, wagging his feathery tail to and fro, with every sign of good humor and enjoyment. The position was evident at a glance. The small dog had taken his huge companion's biscuit from him and had conveyed it to his mistress, a canine joke which seemed to be appreciated and understood by all the parties concerned. But as I watched the little group, I did not believe that she whom I saw was Mavis Clare. That small head was surely never made for the wearing of deathless laurels, but rather for a garland of roses, sweet and perishable, twined by a lover's hand. No such slight feminine creature as the one I now looked upon could ever be capable of the intellectual grasp and power of differences, the book I secretly admired and wondered at, but which I had anonymously striven to quash in its successful career. The writer of such a work, I imagined, must needs be of a more or less strong physique, with pronounced features and an impressive personality. This butterfly thing playing with her dog was no type of a blue stocking, and I said as much to Lucio. "That cannot be Miss Clare," I said. "More likely a visitor, or perhaps the companion secretary. The novelist must be very different in appearance to that frivolous young person in white, whose dress is distinctly Parisian, and who seems to have nothing whatever to do but amuse herself." "Trixie," said the clear voice again, "take back the biscuit and apologize." The tiny terrier looked round with an innocently abstracted air, as if in the earnestness of his own thoughts he had not quite caught the meaning of the sentence. "Trixie," and the voice became more imperative, "take it back and apologize." With a comical expression of resignation to circumstances, Trixie seized the large biscuit, and holding it in his teeth with gingerly care, jumped from his mistress's knee, and trotting briskly up to the Saint Bernard, who was still wagging his tail and smiling as visibly as dogs often can smile, restored his stolen goods with 3 short yapping barks, as much as to say, "There, take it." The Saint Bernard rose in all his majestic bulk and sniffed at it, then sniffed his small friend, apparently in dignified doubt as to which was terrier and which was biscuit. Then, lying down again, he gave himself up to the pleasure of munching his meal, the while Trixie, with wild barks of delight, performed a sort of mad war dance round and round him by way of entertainment. This piece of dog comedy was still going on, when Lucio turned away from his point of observation at the fence, and going up to the gate, rang the bell. A neat maidservant answered the summons. "Is Miss Clare at home?" he asked. "Yes, sir, but I am not sure whether she will receive you," the maid replied, "unless you have an appointment." "We have no appointment," said Lucio, "but if you will take these cards—" Here he turned to me. "Geoffrey, give me one of yours." I complied, somewhat reluctantly. "If you will take these cards," he resumed, "to Miss Clare, it is just possible she may be kind enough to see us. If not, it will be our loss." He spoke so gently and with such an ingratiating manner that I could see the servant was at once prepossessed in his favour. "Step in, sir, if you please," she said, smiling and opening the gate. He obeyed with alacrity, and I, who a moment ago had resolved not to enter the place, found myself passively following him under an archway of sprouting young leaves and early budding jessamine into Lily Cottage, which was to prove one day, though I knew it not then, the only haven of peace and security I should ever crave for, and craving, be unable to win. The house was much larger than it looked from the outside. The entrance hall was square and lofty, and panelled with fine old carved oak, and the drawing room into which we were shown was one of the most picturesque and beautiful apartments I had ever seen. There were flowers everywhere, books, rare bits of china, elegant trifles that only a woman of perfect taste would have the sense to select and appreciate. On 1 or 2 of the side tables and on the grand piano were autograph portraits of many of the greatest celebrities in Europe. Lucio strolled about the room, making soft comments. "Here is the autocrat of all the Russias," he said, pausing before a fine portrait of the Tsar. "Signed by the imperial hand, too. Now what has the feminine twaddler done to deserve that honour, I wonder?"
Here, in strange contrast, is the wild-haired Paderewski, and beside him the perennial Patty. There is Her Majesty of Italy, and here we have the Prince of Wales, all autographed likenesses. Upon my word, Miss Clare seems to attract a great many notabilities around her without the aid of hard cash. I wonder how she does it, Geoffrey?" And his eyes sparkled half maliciously. "Can it be a case of genius, after all? Look at those lilies," and he pointed to a mass of white bloom in one of the windows. "Are they not far more beautiful creatures than men and women? Dumb, yet eloquent of purity. No wonder the painters chose them as the only flowers suitable for the adornment of angels." As he spoke, the door opened, and the woman we had seen on the lawn entered, carrying her toy terrier on one arm. Was she Mavis Clare, or someone sent to say that the novelist could not receive us? I wondered silently, looking at her in surprise and something of confusion. Lucio advanced with an odd mingling of humility and appeal in his manner, which was new to me. "We must apologize for our intrusion, Miss Clare," he said, "but happening to pass your house, we could not resist making an attempt to see you. My name is Rimânez." He hesitated oddly for a second, then went on. "And this is my friend, Mr. Geoffrey Tempest, the author." The young lady raised her eyes to mine with a little smile and courteous bend of her head. "He has, as I dare say you know, become the owner of Willowsmere Court. You will be neighbours, and I hope friends. In any case, if we have committed a breach of etiquette in venturing to call upon you without previous introduction, you must try and forgive us. It is difficult, to me impossible, to pass the dwelling of a celebrity without offering homage to the presiding genius within." Mavis Clare, for it was Mavis Clare, seemed not to have heard the intended compliment. "You are very welcome," she said simply, advancing with a pretty grace, and extending her hand to each of us in turn. "I am quite accustomed to visits from strangers, but I already know Mr. Tempest very well by reputation. Won't you sit down?" She motioned us to chairs in the lily-decked window corner, and rang the bell. Her maid appeared. "Tea, Janet." This order given, she seated herself near us, still holding her little dog curled up against her like a small ball of silk. I tried to converse, but could find nothing suitable to say. The sight of her filled me with too great a sense of self-reproach and shame. She was such a quiet, graceful creature, so slight and dainty, so perfectly unaffected and simple in manner, that as I thought of the slaughtering article I had written against her work, I felt like a low brute who had been stoning a child. And yet, after all, it was her genius I hated, the force and passion of that mystic quality which wherever it appears compels the world's attention. This was the gift she had that I lacked and coveted. Moved by the most conflicting sensations, I gazed abstractedly out on the shady old garden. I heard Lucio conversing on trifling matters of society and literature generally, and every now and then her bright laugh rang out like a little peal of bells. Soon I felt rather than saw that she was looking steadily at me, and turning, I met her eyes, deep, dense blue eyes, candidly grave and clear. "Is this your first visit to Willowsmere Court?" she asked. "Yes," I answered, making an effort to appear more at my ease. "I bought the place on the recommendation of my friend the prince here, without looking at it." "So I heard," she said, still observing me curiously. "And you are satisfied with it?" "More than satisfied. I am delighted. It exceeds all my best expectations." "Mr. Tempest is going to marry the daughter of the former owner of Willowsmere," put in Lucio. "No doubt you have seen it announced in the papers." "Yes," she responded with a slight smile, "I have seen it, and I think Mr. Tempest is much to be congratulated. Lady Sybil is very lovely. I remember her as a beautiful child when I was a child myself. I never spoke to her, but I often saw her. She must be charmed at the prospect of returning as a bride to the old home she loved so well."
Here the servant entered with the tea, and Miss Clare, putting down her tiny dog, went to the table to dispense it. I watched her move across the room with a sense of vague wonder and reluctant admiration. She rather resembled a picture by Greuze in her soft white gown, with a pale rose nestled amid the old Flemish lace at her throat, and as she turned her head toward us, the sunlight caught her fair hair and turned it to the similitude of a golden halo circling her brows. She was not a beauty, but she possessed an undoubted individual charm, a delicate attractiveness, which silently asserted itself, as the breath of honeysuckle hidden in the tangles of a hedge will delight the wayfarer with sweet fragrance, though the flowers be unseen. "Your book was very clever, Mr. Tempest," she said suddenly, smiling at me. "I read it as soon as it came out. But do you know, I think your article was even cleverer." I felt myself growing uncomfortably red in the face. "To what article do you allude, Miss Clare?" I stammered confusedly. "I do not write for any magazine." "No?" and she laughed gaily. "But you did on this occasion. You slated me very smartly. I quite enjoyed it. I found out that you were the author of the Philippic, not through the editor of the journal. Oh no, poor man, he is very discreet, but through quite another person who must be nameless. It is very difficult to prevent me from finding out whatever I wish to know, especially in literary matters. Why, you look quite unhappy!" And her blue eyes danced with fun as she handed me my cup of tea. "You really don't suppose I was hurt by your critique, do you? Dear me, no. Nothing of that kind ever affronts me. I am far too busy to waste any thought on reviews or reviewers. Only your article was so exceptionally funny." "Funny?" I echoed stupidly, trying to smile but failing in the effort. "Yes, funny," she repeated. "It was so very angry that it became amusing. My poor differences! I am really sorry it put you into such a temper. Temper does exhaust one's energies so." She laughed again and sat down in her former place near me, regarding me with a frankly open and half-humorous gaze which I found I could not meet with any sort of composure. To say I felt foolish would inadequately express my sense of utter bafflement. This woman with her young, unclouded face, sweet voice, and evidently happy nature, was not at all the creature I had imagined her to be, and I struggled to say something, anything, that would furnish a reasonable and coherent answer. I caught Lucio's glance, one of satirical amusement, and my thoughts grew more entangled than ever. A distraction, however, occurred in the behaviour of the dog Trixie, who suddenly took up a position immediately opposite Lucio, and lifting his nose in air, began to howl with a desolate loudness astonishing in so small an animal. His mistress was surprised. "Trixie, what is the matter?" she exclaimed, catching him up in her arms, where he hid his face, shivering and moaning. Then she looked steadily at Lucio. "I never knew him to do such a thing before," she said. "Perhaps you do not like dogs, Prince Rimânez?" "I'm afraid they do not like me," he replied deferentially. "Then pray excuse me a moment," she murmured, and left the room, to return immediately without her canine favourite. After this I noticed that her blue eyes often rested on Lucio's handsome countenance with a bewildered and perplexed expression, as if she saw something in his very beauty that she disliked or distrusted. Meanwhile I had recovered a little of my usual self-possession, and I addressed her in a tone which I meant to be kind, but which I knew was somewhat patronizing. "I am very glad, Miss Clare, that you were not offended at the article you speak of. It was rather strong, I admit, but you know we cannot all be of the same opinion." "Indeed, no," she said quietly and with a slight smile. "Such a state of things would make a very dull world. I assure you I was not and am not in the least offended. The critique was a smart piece of writing, and made not the slightest effect on me or on my book. You remember what Shelley wrote of critics? No? You will find the passage in his preface to The Revolt of Islam, and it runs thus: I have sought to write as I believe that Homer, Shakespeare, and Milton wrote, with an utter disregard of anonymous censure. I am certain that calumny and misrepresentation, though it may move me to compassion, cannot disturb my peace. I shall understand the expressive silence of those sagacious enemies who dare not trust themselves to speak. I shall endeavour to extract from the midst of insult and contempt and maledictions those admonitions which may tend to correct whatever imperfections such censurers may discern in my appeal to the public. If certain critics were as clear-sighted as they are malignant, how great would be the benefit to be derived from their virulent writings! As it is, I fear I shall be malicious enough to be amused with their paltry tricks and lame invectives. Should the public judge that my composition is worthless, I shall indeed bow before the tribunal from which Milton received his crown of immortality, and shall seek to gather, if I live, strength from that defeat, which may nerve me to some new enterprise of thought which may not be worthless. As she gave the quotation, her eyes darkened and deepened, her face was lighted up as by some inward illumination, and I discovered the rich sweetness of the voice which made the name of Mavis suit her so well. "You see I know my Shelley," she said with a little laugh at her own emotion, "and those words are particularly familiar to me because I have had them painted up on a panel in my study, just to remind me, in case I should forget, what the really great geniuses of the world thought of criticism, because their example is very encouraging and helpful to a humble little worker like myself. I am not a press favourite, and I never get good reviews, but," and she laughed again, "I like my reviewers all the same. If you have finished your tea, will you come and see them?" Come and see them? What did she mean? She seemed delighted at my visible surprise, and her cheeks were dimpled with merriment. "Come and see them," she repeated. "They generally expect me at this hour." She led the way into the garden. We followed, I in a bewildered confusion of mind, with all my ideas respecting unsexed females and repulsive bluestockings upset by the unaffected behaviour and charming frankness of this celebrity, whose fame I envied, and whose personality I could not but admire. With all her intellectual gifts, she was yet a lovable woman. Ah, Mavis! How lovable and dear I was destined in misery to know. Mavis! Mavis! I whisper your sweet name in my solitude. I see you in my dreams, and kneeling before you, I call you Angel, my angel at the gate of a lost paradise, whose sword of genius turning every Chapter 20 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scarcely had we stepped out on the lawn before an unpleasant incident occurred which might have ended dangerously. At his mistress's approach, the big St. Bernard dog rose from the sunny corner where he had been peacefully dozing and prepared to greet her, but as soon as he perceived us, he stopped short with an ominous growl. Before Miss Clare could utter a warning word, he made a couple of huge bounds and sprang savagely at Lucio as though to tear him in pieces. Lucio, with admirable presence of mind, caught him firmly by the throat and forced him backwards. Mavis turned deathly pale. "Let me hold him! He will obey me!" she cried, placing her little hand on the great dog's neck. "Down, Emperor! Down! How dare you! Down, sir!" In a moment Emperor dropped to the ground and crouched abjectly at her feet, breathing heavily and trembling in every limb. She held him by the collar and looked up at Lucio, who was perfectly composed, though his eyes flashed dangerously. "I am so very sorry," she murmured. "I forgot. You told me dogs do not like you. But what a singularly marked antipathy, is it not? I cannot understand it. Emperor is generally so good-natured. I must apologize for his bad conduct. It is quite unusual. I hope he has not hurt you." "Not at all,"
returned Lucio affably, but with a cold smile. "I hope I have not hurt him, or distressed you." She made no reply, but led the Saint Bernard away, and was absent for a few minutes. While she was gone, Lucio's brow clouded, and his face grew very stern. "What do you think of her?" he asked me abruptly. "I hardly know what to think," I answered abstractedly. "She is very different to what I imagined. Her dogs are rather unpleasant company." "They are honest animals," he said morosely. "They are no doubt accustomed to candour in their mistress, and therefore object to personified lies." "Speak for yourself," I said irritably. "They object to you chiefly." "Am I not fully aware of that?" he retorted. "And do I not speak for myself? You do not suppose I would call you a personified lie, do you? Even if it were true, I would not be so uncivil. But I am a living lie, and knowing it, I admit it, which gives me a certain claim to honesty above the ordinary run of men. This woman wearer of laurels is a personified truth. Imagine it. She has no occasion to pretend to be anything else than she is. No wonder she is famous." I said nothing, as just then the subject of our conversation returned, tranquil and smiling, and did her best, with the tact and grace of a perfect hostess, to make us forget her dog's ferocious conduct, by escorting us through all the prettiest turns and twisting paths of her garden, which was quite a bower of spring beauty. She talked to us both with equal ease, brightness and cleverness, though I observed that she studied Lucio with close interest, and watched his looks and movements with more curiosity than liking. Passing under an arching grove of budding syringas, we presently came to an open courtyard paved with blue and white tiles, having in its centre a picturesque dovecot built in the form of a Chinese pagoda. Here pausing, Mavis clapped her hands. A cloud of doves, white, grey, brown and opalescent, answered the summons, circling round and round her head, and flying down in excited groups at her feet. "Here are my reviewers," she said laughing. "Are they not pretty creatures? The ones I know best are named after their respective journals. There are plenty of anonymous ones, of course, who flock in with the rest. Here, for instance, is the Saturday Review," and she picked up a strutting bird with coral-tinted feet, who seemed to rather like the attention shown to him. "He fights with all his companions, and drives them away from the food whenever he can. He is a quarrelsome creature." Here she stroked the bird's head. "You never know how to please him. He takes offence at the corn sometimes, and will only eat peas, or vice versa. He quite deserves his name. Go away, old boy." And she flung the pigeon in the air and watched it soaring up and down. "He is such a comical old grumbler. There is the speaker," and she pointed to a fat fussy fantail. "He struts very well, and fancies he's important, you know, but he isn't. Over there is Public Opinion. That one, half asleep on the wall. Next to him is the Spectator. You see he has 2 rings round his eyes like spectacles. That brown creature with the fluffy wings all by himself on that flower pot is the 19th Century. The little bird with the green neck is the Westminster Gazette. And the fat one sitting on the platform of the coat is the Pall Mall. He knows his name very well, see?" And she called merrily, "Pall Mall, come boy, come here." The bird obeyed at once, and flying down from the coat, settled on her shoulder. "There are so many others, it is difficult to distinguish them sometimes," she continued. "Whenever I get a bad review I name a pigeon. It amuses me. That draggle-tailed one with the muddy feet is the Sketch. He is not at all a well-bred bird, I must tell you. That smart-looking dove with the purple breast is the Graphic, and that bland old grey thing is the ILN, short for Illustrated London News. Those 3 white ones are respectively Daily Telegraph, Morning Post and Standard. Now see them all." And taking a covered basket from a corner, she began to scatter corn and peas and various grains in lavish quantities all over the court.
For a moment we could scarcely see the sky, so thickly the birds flocked together, struggling, fighting, swooping downwards and soaring upwards. But the winged confusion soon gave place to something like order when they were all on the ground and busy selecting their respective favourite foods from the different sorts provided for their choice.
"You are indeed a sweet-natured philosopher," said Lucio, smiling, "if you can symbolize your adverse reviewers by a flock of doves."
She laughed merrily. "Well, it is a remedy against all irritation," she returned. "I used to worry a good deal over my work, and wonder why it was that the press people were so unnecessarily hard upon me, when they showed so much leniency and encouragement to far worse writers. But after a little serious consideration, finding that critical opinion carried no sort of conviction whatever to the public, I determined to trouble no more about it, except in the way of doves." "In the way of doves you feed your reviewers," I observed. "Exactly. And I suppose I help to feed them even as women and men," she said. "They get something from their editors for slashing my work, and they probably make a little more out of selling their review copies. So you see the dove emblem holds good throughout. But you have not seen the Athenaeum. Oh, you must see him!" With laughter still lurking in her blue eyes, she took us out of the pigeon court and led the way round to a sequestered and shady corner of the garden, where, in a large aviary cage fitted up for its special convenience, sat a solemn white owl. The instant it perceived us, it became angry, and ruffling up its downy feathers, rolled its glistening yellow eyes vindictively and opened its beak. Two smaller owls sat in the background, pressed close together, one grey, the other brown. "Cross old boy," said Mavis, addressing the spiteful-looking creature in the sweetest of accents. "Haven't you found any mice to kill today? Oh, what wicked eyes! What a snappy mouth!" Then turning to us, she went on, "Isn't he a lovely owl? Doesn't he look wise? But as a matter of fact, he's just as stupid as ever he can be. That is why I call him the Athenaeum. He looks so profound, you'd fancy he knows everything, but he really thinks of nothing but killing mice all the time, which limits his intelligence considerably." Lucio laughed heartily, and so did I. She looked so mischievous and merry. "But there are two other owls in the cage," I said. "What are their names?" She held up a little finger in playful warning. "Ah, that would be telling secrets," she said. "They're all the Athenaeum, the Holy Three, a sort of literary trinity. But why a trinity I do not venture to explain. It is a riddle I must leave you to guess." She moved on, and we followed across a velvety grass plot bordered with bright spring flowers, such as crocuses, tulips, anemones, and hyacinths, and presently pausing, she asked, "Would you care to see my workroom?" I found myself agreeing to this proposition with an almost boyish enthusiasm. Lucio glanced at me with a slight half-cynical smile.
"Miss Clare, are you going to name a pigeon after Mr. Tempest?" he inquired. "He played the part of an adverse critic, you know, but I doubt whether he will ever do so again."
She looked round at me and smiled. "Oh, I have been merciful to Mr. Tempest," she replied. "He is among the anonymous birds whom I do not specially recognize." She stepped into the arched embrasure of an open window which fronted the view of the grass and flowers, and entering with her, we found ourselves in a large room, octagonal in shape, where the first object that attracted and riveted the attention was a marble bust of the Pallas Athena, whose grave impassive countenance and tranquil brows directly faced the sun. A desk strewn with papers occupied the left-hand side of the window nook. In a corner draped with olive green velvet, the white presence of the Apollo Belvedere taught in his inscrutable yet radiant smile the lesson of love and the triumphs of fame, and numbers of books were about, not ranged in formal rows on shelves as if they were never read, but placed on low tables and wheeled stands that they might be easily taken up and glanced at. The arrangement of the walls chiefly excited my interest and admiration, for these were divided into panels, and every panel had, inscribed upon it in letters of gold, some phrase from the philosophers or some verse from the poets. The passage from Shelley, which Mavis had recently quoted to us, occupied, as she had said, one panel, and above it hung a beautiful bas-relief of the drowned poet, copied from the monument at Via Reggio. Another and broader panel held a fine engraving of Shakespeare, and under the picture appeared the lines, "To thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man." Byron was represented, also Keats, but it would have taken more than a day to examine the various suggestive quaintness and individual charms of this workshop, as its owner called it, though the hour was to come when I should know every corner of it by heart, and look upon it as a haunted outlaw of bygone ages looked upon sanctuary. But now time gave us little pause, and when we had sufficiently expressed our pleasure and gratitude for the kindness with which we had been received, Lucio, glancing at his watch, suggested departure.
"We could stay on here for an indefinite period, Miss Clare," he said, with an unwonted softness in his dark eyes. "It is a place for peace and happy meditation, a restful corner for a tired soul."
He checked a slight sigh, then went on,
"But trains wait for no man, and we are returning to town tonight."
"Then I will not detain you any longer," said our young hostess, leading the way at once by a side door, through a passage filled with flowering plants, into the drawing room where she had first entertained us. "I hope, Mr. Tempest," she added, smiling at me, "that now we have met, you will no longer desire to qualify as one of my pigeons. It is scarcely worth while." "Miss Clare," I said, now speaking with unaffected sincerity, "I assure you on my honour I am very sorry I wrote that article against you. If I had only known you as you are—" "Oh, that should make no difference to a critic," she answered merrily. "It would have made a great difference to me," I declared. "You are so unlike the objectionable literary woman." I paused, and she regarded me smilingly with her bright, clear, candid eyes. Then I added, "I must tell you that Sybil, Lady Sybil Elton, is one of your most ardent admirers." "I am very pleased to hear that," she said simply. "I am always glad when I succeed in winning someone's approval and liking."
"Does not everyone approve and admire you?" asked Lucio.
"Oh no, by no means! The Saturday says I only win the applause of shop girls." And she laughed. "Poor old Saturday! The writers on its staff are so jealous of any successful author. I told the Prince of Wales what it said the other day, and he was very much amused." "You know the Prince?" I asked in a little surprise. "Well, it would be more correct to say that he knows me," she replied. "He has been very amiable in taking some little interest in my books. He knows a good deal about literature too, much more than people give him credit for. He has been here more than once, and has seen me feed my reviewers, the pigeons, you know. He rather enjoyed the fun, I think." And this was all the result of the slating the press gave to Mavis Clare. Simply that she named her doves after her critics, and fed them in the presence of whatever royal or distinguished visitors she might have, and I afterward learned she had many, amid, no doubt, much laughter from those who saw the Spectator pigeon fighting for grains of corn, or the Saturday Review pigeon quarrelling over peas. Evidently no reviewer, spiteful or otherwise, could affect the vivacious nature of such a mischievous elf as she was. "How different you are, how widely different, to the ordinary run of literary people," I said involuntarily. "I am glad you find me so," she answered. "I hope I am different. As a rule, literary people take themselves far too seriously, and attach too much importance to what they do. That is why they become such bores. I don't believe anyone ever did thoroughly good work who was not perfectly happy over it, and totally indifferent to opinion. I should be quite content to write on, if I only had a garret to live in. I was once very poor, shockingly poor, and even now I am not rich, but I've got just enough to keep me working steadily, which is as it should be. If I had more, I might get lazy and neglect my work. Then Satan might step into my life, and it would be a question of idle hands and mischief to follow, according to the adage."
"I think you would have strength enough to resist Satan," said Lucio, looking at her steadfastly with sombre scrutiny in his expressive eyes.
"Oh, I don't know about that. I could not be sure of myself," and she smiled. "I should imagine he must be a dangerously fascinating personage. I never picture him as the possessor of hoofs and a tail. Common sense assures me that no creature presenting himself under such an aspect would have the slightest power to attract. Milton's conception of Satan is the finest," and her eyes darkened swiftly with the intensity of her thoughts. "A mighty angel fallen! One cannot but be sorry for such a fall, if the legend were true." There was a sudden silence. A bird sang outside, and a little breeze swayed the lilies in the window to and fro.
"Goodbye, Mavis Clare," said Lucio very softly, almost tenderly. His voice was low and tremulous, his face grave and pale. She looked up at him in a little surprise. "Goodbye," she rejoined, extending her small hand. He held it a moment, then, to my secret astonishment, knowing his aversion to women, stooped and kissed it. She flushed rosily as she withdrew it from his clasp. "Be always as you are, Mavis Clare," he said gently. "Let nothing change you. Keep that bright nature of yours, that unruffled spirit of quiet contentment, and you may wear the bitter laurel of fame as sweetly as a rose. I have seen the world. I have travelled far, and have met many famous men and women, kings and queens, senators, poets and philosophers. My experience has been wide and varied, so that I am not altogether without authority for what I say. And I assure you that the Satan of whom you are able to speak with compassion can never trouble the peace of a pure and contented soul. Like consorts with like, a fallen angel seeks the equally fallen, and the devil, if there be one, becomes the companion of those only who take pleasure in his teaching and society. Legends say he is afraid of a crucifix, but if he is afraid of anything, I should say it must be of that sweet content concerning which your country's Shakespeare sings, and which is a better defence against evil than the church or the prayers of the clergy. I speak as one having the right of age to speak. I am so many, many years older than you. You must forgive me if I have said too much."
She was quite silent, evidently moved and surprised at his words, and she gazed at him with a vaguely wondering, half-awed expression, an expression which changed directly I myself advanced to make my adieu. "I am very glad to have met you, Miss Clare," I said. "I hope we shall be friends." "There is no reason why we should be enemies, I think," she responded frankly. "I am very pleased you came today. If ever you want to slate me again, you know your fate. You become a dove, nothing more. Goodbye." She saluted us prettily as we passed out, and when the gate had closed behind us we heard the deep and joyous baying of the great dog Emperor, evidently released from durance vile immediately on our departure. We walked on for some time in silence, and it was not till we had re-entered the grounds of Willowsmere and were making our way to the drive where the carriage which was to take us to the station already awaited us, that Lucio said,
"Well, now what do you think of her?"
"She is as unlike the accepted ideal of the female novelist as she can well be," I answered with a laugh.
"Accepted ideals are generally mistaken ones," he observed, watching me narrowly. "An accepted ideal of divinity in some church pictures is an old man's face set in a triangle. The accepted ideal of the devil is a nondescript creature with horns, hoofs, one of them cloven, and a tail, as Miss Clare just now remarked. The accepted ideal of beauty is the Venus de Medici, whereas your Lady Sibyl entirely transcends that much overrated statue. The accepted ideal of a poet is Apollo. He was a god, and no poet in the flesh ever approaches the godlike. And the accepted ideal of the female novelist is an elderly, dowdy, spectacled, frowsy fright. Mavis Clare does not fulfill this description, yet she is the author of differences. Now McWing, who thrashes her continually in all the papers he can command, is elderly, ugly, spectacled and frowsy, and he is the author of nothing. Women authors are invariably supposed to be hideous. Men authors, for the most part, are hideous, but their hideousness is not noted or insisted upon, whereas, no matter how good-looking women writers may be, they still pass under press comments as frights, because the fiat of press opinion considers they ought to be frights, even if they are not. A pretty authoress is an offence, an incongruity, a something that neither men nor women care about. Men don't care about her, because being clever and independent, she does not often care about them. Women don't care about her, because she has the effrontery to combine attractive looks with intelligence, and she makes an awkward rival to those who have only attractive looks without intelligence. So wags the world. O wild world, circling through eons untold, mid fires of sunrise and sunset, through flashes of silver and gold, grain of dust in a storm, atom of sand by the sea, what is your worth, O world, to the angels of God and me? He sang this quite suddenly, his rich baritone pealing out musically on the warm, silent air. I listened entranced. "What a voice you have!" I exclaimed. "What a glorious gift!" He smiled and sang on, his dark eyes flashing. O wild world, mote in a burning ray, flung from the spherical heavens millions of spaces away. Sink in the ether or soar, live with the planets or die. What should I care for your fate, who am one with the infinite sky? "What strange song is that?" I asked, startled and thrilled by the passion of his voice. "It seems to mean nothing." He laughed and took my arm. "It does mean nothing," he said. "All drawing-room songs mean nothing. Mine is a drawing-room song, calculated to waken emotional impulses in the unloved spinster religiously inclined." "Nonsense!" I said, smiling. "Exactly. That is what I say. It is nonsense." Here we came up to the carriage which waited for us. "Just 20 minutes to catch the train, Geoffrey. Off we go." And off we did go, I watching the red-gabled roofs of Willowsmere Court shining in the late sunshine, till a turn in the road hid them from view. "You like your purchase?" queried Lucio presently. "I do, immensely." "And your rival, Mavis Clare, do you like her?" I paused a moment, then answered frankly. "Yes, I like her. And I will admit something more than that to you now. I like her book. It is a notable work, worthy of the most highly gifted man. I always liked it, and because I liked it, I slated it." "Rather a mysterious course of procedure," and he smiled. "Can you not explain?" "Of course I can explain," I said. "Explanation is easy. I envied her power. I envy it still. Her popularity caused me a smarting sense of injury, and to relieve it, I wrote that article against her. But I shall never do anything of the kind again. I shall let her grow her laurels in peace." "Laurels have a habit of growing without any permission," observed Lucio significantly, "in all sorts of unexpected places too. And they can never be properly cultivated in the forcing house of criticism." "I know that," I said quickly, my thoughts reverting to my own book, and all the favourable criticisms that had been heaped upon it. "I have learned that lesson thoroughly, by heart." He looked at me fixedly. "It is only one of many you may have yet to learn," he said. "It is a lesson in fame. Your next course of instruction will be in love." He smiled, but I was conscious of a certain dread and discomfort as he spoke. I thought of Sibyl and her incomparable beauty. Sibyl, who had told me she could not love. Chapter 21 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The preparations for my marriage now went on apace. Shoals of presents began to arrive for Sibyl as well as for myself, and I was introduced to a hitherto undemonstrated phase, as far as I personally was concerned, of the vulgarity and hypocrisy of fashionable society. Everyone knew the extent of my wealth, and how little real necessity there was for offering me or my bride-elect costly gifts. Nevertheless, all our so-called friends and acquaintances strove to outvie each other in the gross cash value, if not in the good taste, of their various donations. Had we been a young couple bravely beginning the world on true love, in more or less uncertainty as to our prospects and future income, we should have received nothing either useful or valuable. Everyone would have tried to do the present giving in as cheap and mean a way as possible. Instead of handsome services of solid silver, we should have had a meagre collection of plated teaspoons. Instead of costly editions of books, sumptuously enriched with fine steel engravings, we might possibly have had to express our gratitude for a 10-shilling family Bible. Of course, I fully realized the actual nature and object of the lavish extravagance displayed on this occasion by our social set. Their gifts were merely so many bribes, sent with a purpose which was easy enough to fathom. The donors wished to be invited to the wedding in the first place, and after that they sought to be included in our visiting list, and foresaw invitations to our dinners and house parties. And more than this, they calculated on our influence in society, and the possible chance there might be in the dim future of our lending some of them money should pressing occasion require it. In the scant thankfulness and suppressed contempt their adulatory offerings excited, Sibyl and I were completely at one. She looked upon her array of glittering valuables with the utmost weariness and indifference, and flattered my self-love by assuring me that the only things she cared at all for were the riviere of sapphires and diamonds I had given her as a betrothal pledge, together with an engagement ring of the same lustrous gems. Yet I noticed she also had a great liking for Lucio's present, which was a truly magnificent masterpiece of the jeweller's art. It was a girdle in the form of a serpent, the body entirely composed of the finest emeralds, and the head of rubies and diamonds. Flexible as a reed, when Sibyl put it on, it appeared to spring and coil round her waist like a living thing, and breathe with her breathing. I did not much care for it myself as an ornament for a young bride. It seemed to me quite unsuitable, but as everyone else admired it and envied the possessor of such superb jewels, I said nothing of my own distaste. Diana Chesney had shown a certain amount of delicate sentiment and refinement in her offering. It was a very exquisite marble statue of Psyche mounted on a pedestal of solid silver and ebony. Sibyl thanked her, smiling coldly. "You have given me an emblem of the soul," she said. "No doubt you remembered I had no soul of my own." And her airy laugh had chilled poor Diana to the marrow, as the warm-hearted little American herself with tears assured me. At this period I saw very little of Rimânez. I was much occupied with my lawyers on the question of settlements. Messrs. Bentham and Ellis rather objected to the arrangement by which I gave the half of my fortune to my intended wife unconditionally, but I would brook no interference, and the deed was drawn up, signed, sealed, and witnessed. The Earl of Elton could not sufficiently praise my unexampled generosity, my noble character, and walked about eulogizing me everywhere till he almost turned himself into a public advertisement of the virtues of his future son-in-law. He seemed to have taken a new lease on life. He flirted with Diana Chesney openly, and of his paralyzed spouse with a fixed stare and deathly grin he never spoke, and I imagine never thought. Sibyl herself was always in the hands of dressmakers and milliners, and we only saw each other every day for a few minutes' hurried chat. On these occasions she was always charming, even affectionate, and yet, though I was full of passionate admiration and love for her, I felt that she was mine merely as a slave might be mine, that she gave me her lips to kiss as if she considered I had a right to kiss them because I had bought them, and for no other reason, that her pretty caresses were studied, and her whole behaviour the result of careful forethought and not natural impulsiveness. I tried to shake off this impression, but it still remained persistently, and clouded the sweetness of my brief courtship. Meanwhile, slowly and almost imperceptibly, my boomed book dropped out of notice. Morgeson presented a heavy bill of publishing costs, which I paid without a murmur. Now and then an allusion to my literary triumphs cropped up in one or other of the newspapers, but otherwise no one spoke of my famous work, and few read it. I enjoyed the same sort of cliquey reputation and public failure attending a certain novel entitled Marius the Epicurean. The journalists with whom I had come in contact began to drift away like flotsam and jetsam. I think they saw I was not likely to give many more reviewing dinners or suppers, and that my marriage with the Earl of Elton's daughter would lift me into an atmosphere where Grub Street could not breathe comfortably or stretch its legs at ease. The heap of gold on which I sat as on a throne divided me gradually from even the back courts and lower passages leading to the Temple of Fame, and almost unconsciously to myself I retreated step by step, shading my eyes as it were from the sun, and seeing the glittering turrets in the distance, with a woman's slight figure entering the lofty portico, turning back her laurelled head to smile sorrowfully and with divinest pity upon me, ere passing in to salute the gods. Yet, if asked about it, everyone on the press would have said that I had had a great success. I, only I, realized the bitterness and truth of my failure. I had not touched the heart of the public. I had not succeeded in so waking my readers out of the torpor of their dull and commonplace everyday lives that they should turn towards me with outstretched hands, exclaiming, "More, more of these thoughts which comfort and inspire us, which make us hear God's voice proclaiming 'All's well' above the storms of life." I had not done it. I could not do it. And the worst part of my feeling on this point was the idea that possibly I might have done it had I remained poor. The strongest and healthiest pulse in the composition of a man, the necessity for hard work, had been killed in me. I knew I need not work, that the society in which I now moved thought it ridiculous if I did work, that I was expected to spend money and enjoy myself in the idiotic fashion of what the upper ten termed enjoyment. My acquaintances were not slow in suggesting plans for the dissipation of my surplus cash. Why did I not build for myself a marble palace on the Riviera, or a yacht to completely outshine the Prince of Wales's Britannia? Why did I not start a theatre, or found a newspaper? Not one of my social advisers once proposed my doing any private personal good with my fortune. When some terrible case of distress was published, and subscriptions were raised to relieve the object or objects of suffering, I invariably gave 10 guineas, and allowed myself to be thanked for my generous assistance. I might as well have given 10 pence, for the guineas were no more to me in comparison than the pence. When funds were started to erect a statue to some great man who had, in the usual way of the world, been a victim of misrepresentation till his death, I produced my 10 guineas again, when I could have easily defrayed the whole cost of the memorial, with honour to myself, and been none the poorer. With all my wealth I did nothing noteworthy. I showered no unexpected luck in the way of the patient, struggling workers in the hard schools of literature and art. I gave no largesse among the poor, and when a thin, eager-eyed curate with a strong, earnest face called upon me one day to represent with much nervous diffidence the hideous sufferings of some of the sick and starving in his district down by the docks, and suggested that I might possibly care to alleviate a few of these direful sorrows as a satisfaction to myself, as well as for the sake of human brotherhood, I am ashamed to say I let him go with a sovereign, for which he heaped coals of fire on my head by his simple "God bless you and thank you." I could see he was himself in the grip of poverty. I could have made him and his poor district gloriously happy by a few strokes of my pen on a cheque for an amount I should never have missed, and yet I gave him nothing,
but that one piece of gold, and so allowed him to depart. He invited me, with earnest goodwill, to go and see his starving flock. "For believe me, Mr. Tempest," said he, "I should be sorry if you thought, as some of the wealthy are unhappily apt to do, that I seek money simply to apply it to my own personal uses. If you would visit the district yourself, and distribute whatever you pleased with your own hand, it would be infinitely more gratifying to me, and would have a far better effect on the minds of the people. For, sir, the poor will not always be patient under the cruel burdens they have to bear." I smiled indulgently, and assured him, not without a touch of satire in my tone, that I was convinced all clergymen were honest and unselfish. And then I sent my servant to bow him out with all possible politeness. And that very day, I remember, I drank at my luncheon Chateau Yquem at 25 shillings a bottle. I enter into these apparently trifling details because they all help to make up the sum and substance of the deadly consequences to follow, and also because I wish to emphasize the fact that in my actions I only imitated the example of my compeers. Most rich men today follow the same course as I did, and active personal good to the community is wrought by very few of them. No great deed of generosity illumines our annals. Royalty itself leads no fashion in this. The royal gifts of game and cast-off clothing sent to our hospitals are too slight and conventional to carry weight. The entertainments for the poor got up by some of the aristocrats at the East End are nothing and less than nothing. They are weak sops to our tame lion couchant, offered in doubtful fear and trembling. For our lion is wakeful and somewhat restive. There is no knowing what may happen if the original ferocity of the beast is roused. A few of our over-rich men might considerably ease the load of cruel poverty in many quarters of the metropolis if they united themselves with a noble unselfishness in the strong and determined effort to do so, and eschewed red tapeism and wordy argument. But they remain inert, spending solely on their own personal gratification and amusement, and meanwhile there are dark signs of trouble brooding. The poor, as the lean and anxious curate said, will not always be patient. I must not here forget to mention that through some secret management of Ximenez, my name, much to my own surprise, appeared on the list of competitors for the Derby. How, at so late an hour, this had been effected, I knew no more than where my horse Phosphor came from. It was a superb animal, but Ximenez, whose gift to me it was, warned me to be careful as to the character of the persons admitted into the stables to view it, and to allow no one but the horse's own 2 attendants to linger near it long on any pretext. Speculation was very rife as to what Phosphor's capabilities really were. The grooms never showed him off to advantage during exercise. I was amazed when Lucio told me his man Emile would be the jockey. "Good heavens, not possible!" I exclaimed. "Can he ride?" "Like the very devil," responded my friend with a smile. "He will ride Phosphor to the winning post." I was very doubtful in my own mind of this. A horse of the Prime Minister's was to run, and all the betting was on that side. Few had seen Phosphor, and those few, though keen admirers of the animal's appearance, had little opportunity of judging its actual qualities, thanks to the careful management of its 2 attendants, who were dark-faced, reticent-looking men, somewhat after Emile's character and complexion. I myself was quite indifferent as to the result of the contest. I did not really care whether Phosphor lost or won the race. I could afford to lose, and it would be little to me if I won, save a momentary passing triumph. There was nothing lasting, intellectual, or honourable in the victory. There is nothing lasting, intellectual, or honourable in anything connected with racing. However, because it was fashionable to be interested in this particular mode of wasting time and money, I followed the general lead for the sake of being talked about, and nothing more. Meanwhile, Lucio, saying little to me concerning it, was busy planning the betrothal fête at Willowsmere, and designing all sorts of surprise entertainment for the guests. 800 invitations were sent out, and society soon began to chatter volubly and excitedly on the probable magnificence of the forthcoming festival. Eager acceptances poured in. Only a few of those asked were hindered from attending by illness, family deaths, or previous engagements, and among these latter, to my regret, was Mavis Clare. She was going to the sea coast to stay with some old friends, and in a prettily worded letter explained this, and expressed her thanks for my invitation, though she found herself unable to accept it. How curious it was that when I read her little note of refusal, I should experience such a keen sense of disappointment. She was nothing to me, nothing but a literary woman who, by strange chance, happened to be sweeter than most women unliterary, and yet I felt that the fête at Willowsmere would lose something in brightness, lacking her presence. I had wanted to introduce her to Sibyl, as I knew I should thus give especial pleasure to my betrothed. However, it was not to be, and I was conscious of an inexplicable personal vexation. In strict accordance with the promise made, I let Rimânez have his own way entirely with regards to all the arrangements for what was to be the ne plus ultra of everything ever designed for the distraction, amusement and wonderment of listless and fastidious swagger people, and I neither interfered nor asked any questions, content to rely on my friend's taste, imagination and ingenuity. I only understood that all the plans were being carried out by foreign artists and caterers, and that no English firms would be employed. I did venture once to inquire about the reason of this, and got one of Lucio's own enigmatical replies. "Nothing English is good enough for the English," he said. "Things have to be imported from France to please the people whom the French themselves angrily designate as perfide Albion. You must not have a bill of fare, you must have a menu, and all your dishes must bear French titles, otherwise they will not be in good form. You must have French comédiens and danseuses to please the British taste, and your silken draperies must be woven on French looms. Lately, too, it has been deemed necessary to import Parisian morality as well as Parisian fashions. It does not suit stalwart Great Britain at all, you know. Stalwart Great Britain, aping the manners of Paris, looks like a jolly, open-faced, sturdy-limbed giant with a doll's bonnet stuck on his leonine head. But the doll's bonnet is just now la mode. Some day I believe the giant will discover it looks ridiculous, and cast it off with a burst of genuine laughter at his own temporary folly, and without it he will resume his original dignity, the dignity that best becomes a privileged conqueror who has the sea for his standing army." "Evidently you like England," I said, smiling. He laughed. "Not in the very least. I do not like England any more than any other country on the globe. I do not like the globe itself, and England comes in for a share of my aversion as one of the spots on the trumpery ball. If I could have my way, I should like to throne myself on a convenient star for the purpose, and kick out at Earth as she whirls by in space, hoping by that act of just violence to do away with her forever." "But why?" I asked, amused. "Why do you hate the Earth? What has the poor little planet done to merit your abhorrence?" He looked at me very strangely. "Shall I tell you? You will never believe me." "No matter for that," I answered, smiling. "Say on." "What has the poor little planet done?" he repeated slowly. "The poor little planet has done nothing. But it is what the gods have done with this same poor little planet that awakens my anger and scorn. They have made it a living sphere of wonders, endowed it with beauty borrowed from the fairest corners of highest heaven, decked it with flowers and foliage, taught it music, the music of birds and torrents and rolling waves and falling rains, rocked it gently in clear ether among such lights as blinds the eyes of mortals, guided it out of chaos through clouds of thunder and barbed shafts of lightning, to circle peacefully in its appointed orbit, lit on one hand by the vivid splendors of the sun, and on the other by the sleepy radiance of the moon. And more than all this, they have invested it with a divine soul in man. Oh, you may disbelieve as you will, but notwithstanding the pygmy peeps Earth takes as the vast and eternal ocean of science, the soul is here, and all the immortal forces with it and around it. Nay, the gods, I speak in the plural, after the fashion of the ancient Greeks, for to my thinking there are many gods emanating from the Supreme Deity. The gods, I say, have so insisted on this fact that one of them has walked the earth in human guise, solely for the sake of emphasizing the truth of immortality to these frail creatures of seemingly perishable clay. For this I hate the planet. Were there not, and are there not, other and far grander worlds that a god should have chosen to dwell on than this one?
For a moment I was silent, out of sheer surprise. "You amaze me," I said at last. "You allude to Christ, I suppose, but everybody is convinced by this time that he was a mere man like the rest of us. There was nothing divine about him. What a contradiction you are! Why, I remember you indignantly denied the accusation of being a Christian."
"Of course, and I deny it still," he answered quickly. "I have not a fat living in the church that I should tell a lie on such a subject. I am not a Christian, nor is anyone living a Christian. To quote a very old saying, there never was a Christian save one, and he was crucified. But though I am not a Christian, I never said I doubted the existence of Christ. That knowledge was forced upon me, with considerable pressure too."
"By a reliable authority?" I inquired with a slight sneer. He made no immediate reply. His flashing eyes looked, as it were, through me and beyond me at something far away. The curious pallor that at times gave his face the set look of an impenetrable mask came upon him then, and he smiled, an awful smile. So might a man smile out of deadly bravado, when told of some dim and dreadful torture awaiting him.
"You touch me on a sore point," he said at last, slowly and in a harsh tone. "My convictions respecting certain religious phases of man's development and progress are founded on the arduous study of some very unpleasant truths to which humanity generally shuts its eyes, burying its head in the desert sands of its own delusions. These truths I will not enter upon now. Some other time I will initiate you into a few of my mysteries."
The tortured smile passed from his face, leaving it intellectually composed and calm as usual, and I hastily changed the subject, for I had made up my mind by this time that my brilliant friend had, like many exceptionally gifted persons, a craze on one topic, and that topic a particularly difficult one to discuss, as it touched on the superhuman, and therefore, to my thinking, the impossible. My own temperament, which had in the days of my poverty fluctuated between spiritual striving and material gain, had, with my sudden access to fortune, rapidly hardened into the character of a man of the world worldly, for whom all speculations as to the unseen forces working in and around us were the merest folly, not worth a moment's waste of thought. I should have laughed to scorn anyone who had then presumed to talk to me about the law of eternal justice, which with individuals as well as nations, works, not for a passing phase, but for all time towards good and not evil. For no matter how much a man may strive to blind himself to the fact, he has a portion of the divine within him, which if he wilfully corrupts by his own wickedness, he must be forced to cleanse again and yet again in the fierce flames of such Chapter 22 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the afternoon of the 21st of May, I went down, accompanied by Lucio, to Willowsmere, to be in readiness for the reception of the social swarm who were to flock thither the next day. Emile went with us, but I left my own man Morris behind, to take charge of my rooms in the Grand, and to forward late telegrams and special messages. The weather was calm, warm and bright, and a young moon showed her thin crescent in the sky as we got out at the country station and stepped into the open carriage awaiting us. The station officials greeted us with servile humility.
eyeing Lucio especially with an almost gaping air of wonderment. The fact of his lavish expenditure in arranging with the railway company a service of special trains for the use of the morrow's guests had no doubt excited them to a speechless extent of admiration as well as astonishment. When we approached Willowsmere and entered the beautiful drive, bordered with oak and beech, which led up to the house, I uttered an exclamation of delight at the festal decorations displayed, for the whole avenue was spanned with arches of flags and flowers, garlands of blossoms being even swung from tree to tree, and interlacing many of the lower branches. The gabled porch at the entrance of the house was draped with crimson silk and festooned with white roses, and as we alighted, the door was flung open by a smart page in brilliant scarlet and gold.
"I think," said Lucio to me as we entered, "you will find everything as complete as this world's resources will allow. The retinue of servants here are what is vulgarly called on the job. Their payment is agreed upon, and they know their duties thoroughly. They will give you no trouble."
I could scarcely find words to express my unbounded satisfaction, or to thank him for the admirable taste with which the beautiful house had been adorned. I wandered about in an ecstasy of admiration, triumphing in such a visible and gorgeous display of what great wealth could really do. The ballroom had been transformed into an elegant bijou theatre, the stage being concealed by a curtain of thick gold-coloured silk, on which the oft-quoted lines of Shakespeare were embroidered in raised letters: "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." Turning out of this into the drawing-room, I found it decorated entirely round with banks of roses, red and white, the flowers forming a huge pyramid at one end of the apartment, behind which, as Lucio informed me, unseen musicians would discourse sweet harmony.
"I have arranged for a few tableaux vivants in the theatre to fill up a gap of time," he said carelessly. "Fashionable folks nowadays get so soon tired of one amusement that it is necessary to provide several in order to distract the brains that cannot think, or discover any means of entertainment in themselves. As a matter of fact, people cannot even converse long together, because they have nothing to say. Oh, don't bother to go out in the grounds on a tour of inspection just now. Leave a few surprises for yourself, as well as for your company tomorrow. Come and have dinner."
He put his arm through mine, and we entered the dining-room. Here the table was laid out with costly fruit, flowers, and delicacies of every description. 4 men-servants in scarlet and gold stood silently in waiting, with Emile, in black as usual, behind his master's chair. We enjoyed a sumptuous repast served to perfection, and when it was finished we strolled out in the grounds to smoke and talk. "You seem to do everything by magic, Lucio," I said, looking at him wonderingly. "All these lavish decorations, these servants—"
"Money, my dear fellow, nothing but money," he interrupted with a laugh. "Money, the devil's pass-key. You can have the retinue of a king without any of a king's responsibilities, if you only choose to pay for it. It is merely a question of cost."
"And taste," I reminded him.
"True, and taste. Some rich men there are who have less taste than a costermonger. I know one who has the egregious vulgarity to call the attention of his guests to the value of his goods and chattels. He pointed out for my admiration one day an antique and hideous china plate, the only one of that kind in the world, and told me it was worth 1,000 guineas. 'Break it,' I said coolly. 'You will then have the satisfaction of knowing you have destroyed 1,000 guineas worth of undesirable ugliness.' You should have seen his face. He showed me no more curios."
I laughed, and we walked slowly up and down for a few minutes in silence. Presently I became aware that my companion was looking at me intently, and I turned my head quickly to meet his eyes. He smiled.
"I was just thinking," he said, "what you would have done with your life if you had not inherited this fortune, and if I had not come your way."
"I should have starved, no doubt," I responded. died like a rat in a hole of want and wretchedness." "I rather doubt that," he said meditatively. "It is just possible you might have become a great writer." "Why do you say that now?" I asked. "Because I have been reading your book. There are fine ideas in it, ideas that might, had they been the result of sincere conviction, have reached the public in time, because they were sane and healthy. The public will never put up for long with corrupt fads and artificial crazes. Now you write of God, yet according to your own statement you did not believe in God even when you wrote the words that imply His existence, and that was long before I met you. Therefore, the book was not the result of sincere conviction, and that's the keynote of your failure to reach the large audience you desired. Each reader can see you do not believe what you write. The trumpet of lasting fame never sounds triumph for an author of that caliber." "Don't let us talk about it, for heaven's sake," I said irritably. "I know my work lacks something, and that something may be what you say, or it may not. I do not want to think about it. Let it perish, as it assuredly will. Perhaps in the future I may do better." He was silent, and finishing his cigar, threw the end away in the grass where it burned like a dull red coal. "I must turn in," he then observed. "I have a few more directions to give to the servants for tomorrow. I shall go to my room as soon as I have done, so I'll say good night." "But surely you are taking too much personal trouble," I said. "Can't I help in any way?" "No, you can't," he answered, smiling. "When I undertake to do anything, I like to do it in my own fashion, or not at all. Sleep well and rise early." He nodded and sauntered slowly away over the dewy grass. I watched his dark tall figure receding till he had entered the house. Then, lighting a fresh cigar, I wandered on alone through the grounds, noting here and there flowery arbours and dainty silk pavilions erected in picturesque nooks and corners for the morrow. I looked up at the sky. It was clear and bright. There would be no rain. Presently I opened the wicket gate that led into the outer by-road, and walking on slowly, almost unconsciously, I found myself in a few minutes opposite Lily Cottage. Approaching the gate I looked in. The pretty old house was dark, silent, and deserted. I knew Mavis Clare was away, and it was not strange that the aspect of her home nest emphasized the fact of her absence. A cluster of climbing roses hanging from the wall looked as if they were listening for the first sound of her returning footsteps. Across the green breadth of the lawn where I had seen her playing with her dogs, a tall sheaf of St. John's lilies stood up white against the sky, their pure hearts opened to the starlight and the breeze. The scent of honeysuckle and sweetbriar filled the air with delicate suggestions, and as I leaned over the low fence, gazing vaguely at the long shadows of the trees on the grass, a nightingale began to sing. The sweet yet dolorous warble of the little brown lover of the moon palpitated on the silence in silver-toned drops of melody, and I listened till my eyes smarted with a sudden moisture as of tears. Strangely enough, I never thought of my betrothed bride Sibyl then, as surely, by all the precedents of passion, I should have done at such a moment of dreamful ecstasy. It was another woman's face that floated before my memory, a face not beautiful, but merely sweet, and made radiant by the light of two tender, wistful, wonderfully innocent eyes, a face like that of some new Daphne with the mystic laurel springing from her brows. The nightingale sang on and on. The tall lilies swayed in the faint wind as though nodding wise approval of the bird's wild music, and gathering one briar rose from the hedge, I turned away with a curious heaviness at my heart, a trouble I could not analyze or account for. I explained my feeling partly to myself as one of regret that I had ever taken up my pen to assault, with sneer and flippant jest, the gentle and brilliantly endowed owner of this little home where peace and pure content dwelt happily in student-like seclusion. But this was not all. There was something else in my mind, something inexplicable and sad, which then I had no skill to define. I know now what it was, but the knowledge comes too late. Returning to my own domains, I saw through the trees a vivid red light in one of the upper windows of Willowsmere. It twinkled like a lurid star, and I guided my steps by its brilliancy as I made my way across the winding garden paths and terraces back to the house. Entering the hall, the page in scarlet and gold met me, and with a respectful obeisance escorted me to my room where Emile was in waiting. "Has the prince retired?" I asked him. "Yes, sir." "He has a red lamp in his window, has he not?" Emile looked deferentially meditative, yet I fancied I saw him smile. "I believe he has, sir." I asked no more questions, but allowed him to perform his duties as valet in silence. "Good night, sir," he said at last, his ferret eyes fastened upon me with an expressionless look. "Good night," I responded indifferently. He left the room with his usual cat-like stealthy tread, and when he had gone, I, moved by a sudden fresh impulse of hatred for him, sprang to the door and locked it. Then I listened with an odd nervous breathlessness. There was not a sound. For fully quarter of an hour I remained with my attention more or less strained, expectant of I knew not what. But the quiet of the house was absolutely undisturbed. With a sigh of relief I flung myself on the luxurious bed, a couch fit for a king, draped with the richest satin elaborately embroidered, and falling soundly asleep I dreamed that I was poor again. Poor, but unspeakably happy, and hard at work in the old lodging, writing down thoughts which I knew, by some divine intuition and beyond all doubt, would bring me the whole world's honour. Again I heard the sounds of the violin played by my unseen neighbour next door, and this time they were triumphal chords and cadences of joy, without one throb of sorrow. And while I wrote on in an ecstasy of inspiration, oblivious of poverty and pain, I heard echoing through my visions the round warble of the nightingale, and saw, in the far distance, an angel float.
Chapter 23 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The morning broke clear, with all the pure tints of a fine opal radiating in the cloudless sky. Never had I beheld such a fair scene as the woods and gardens of Willowsmere when I looked upon them that day, illumined by the unclouded sunlight of a spring half melting into summer. My heart swelled with pride as I surveyed the beautiful domain I now owned, and thought how happy a home it would make when Sibyl, matchless in her loveliness, shared with me its charm and luxury. "Yes," I said half aloud, "say what philosophers will, the possession of money does ensure satisfaction and power. It is all very well to talk about fame, but what is fame worth if, like Carlyle, one is too poor to enjoy it? Besides, literature no longer holds its former high prestige. There are too many in the field, too many newspaper scribblers, all believing they are geniuses, too many ill-educated lady paragraphists and new women who think they are as gifted as George Sand or Mavis Clare. With Sibyl and Willowsmere, I ought to be able to resign the idea of fame, literary fame, with a good grace." I knew I reasoned falsely with myself. I knew that my hankering for a place among the truly great of the world was as strong as ever. I knew I craved for the intellectual distinction, force and pride which made the thinker a terror and a power in the land, and which so sever a great poet or great romanticist from the commoner throng that even kings are glad to do him or her honour. But I would not allow my thoughts to dwell on this rapidly vanishing point of unattainable desire. I settled my mind to enjoy the luscious flavour of the immediate present, as a bee settles in the cup of honey flowers, and leaving my bedroom, I went downstairs to breakfast with Lucio in the best and gayest of humours.
"Not a cloud on the day," he said, meeting me with a smile as I entered the bright morning room, whose windows opened on the lawn. "The fête will be a brilliant success, Geoffrey." "Thanks to you," I answered. "Personally I am quite in the dark as to your plans, but I believe you can do nothing that is not well done." "You honour me," he said with a light laugh. "You credit me then with better qualities than the Creator. For what He does, in the opinion of the present generation, is exceedingly ill done. Men have taken to grumbling at Him instead of praising Him, and few have any patience with or liking for His laws." I laughed. "Well, you must admit those laws are very arbitrary." "They are. I entirely acknowledge the fact." We sat down to table and were waited upon by admirably trained servants who apparently had no idea of anything else but attendance on our needs. There was no trace of bustle or excitement in the household, no sign whatever to denote that a great entertainment was about to take place that day. It was not until the close of our meal that I asked Lucio what time the musicians would arrive. He glanced at his watch. "About noon, I should say," he replied. "Perhaps before. But whatever their hour, they will all be in their places at the proper moment, depend upon it. The people I employ, both musicians and artistes, know their business thoroughly, and are aware that I stand no nonsense." A rather sinister smile played round his mouth as he regarded me. "None of your guests can arrive here till 1 o'clock, as that is about the time the special train will bring the first batch of them from London. And the first déjeuner will be served in the gardens at 2. If you want to amuse yourself, there's a maypole being put up on the large lawn. You'd better go and look at it." "A maypole!" I exclaimed. "Now that's a good idea." "It used to be a good idea," he answered, "when English lads and lasses had youth, innocence, health and fun in their composition. A dance round the maypole hand in hand did them good and did nobody harm. But now there are no lads and lasses. Enervated old men and women in their teens walk the world wearily, speculating on the uses of life, probing vice, and sneering down sentiment, and such innocent diversions as the maypole no longer appeal to our jaded youth. So we have to get professionals to execute the May revels. Of course, the dancing is better done by properly trained legs, but it means nothing and is nothing except a pretty spectacle." "And are the dancers here?" I asked, rising and going toward the window in some curiosity. "No, not yet, but the maypole is, fully decorated. It faces the woods at the back of the house. Go and see if you like it." I followed his suggestion, and going in the direction indicated, I soon perceived the gaily decked object which used to be the welcome signal of many a village holiday in Shakespeare's old world England. The pole was already set up and fixed in a deep socket in the ground, and a dozen or more men were at work, unbinding its numerous trails of blossom and garlands of green, tied with long streamers of vari-coloured ribbon. It had a picturesque effect in the centre of the wide lawn, bordered with grand old trees, and approaching one of the men, I said something to him by way of approval and admiration. He glanced at me furtively and unsmilingly, but said nothing, and I concluded from his dark and foreign cast of features that he did not understand the English language. I noticed with some wonder and slight vexation that all the workmen were of the same alien and sinister type of countenance, very much after the unattractive models of Emile and the 2 grooms who had my racer Phosphor in charge. But I remembered what Lucio had told me, namely, that all the designs for the fête were carried out by foreign experts and artists, and after some puzzled consideration I let the matter pass from my mind. The morning hours flew swiftly by, and I had little time to examine all the festal preparations with which the gardens abounded, so that I was almost as ignorant of what was in store for the amusement of my guests as the guests themselves. I had the curiosity to wait about and watch for the coming of the musicians and dancers, but I might as well have spared myself this waste of time and trouble, for I never saw them arrive at all. At 1 o'clock both Lucio and I were ready to receive our company, and at about 20 minutes past the hour the first instalment of Swagger Society was emptied into the grounds. Sybil and her father were among these,
and I eagerly advanced to meet and greet my bride-elect as she alighted from the carriage that had brought her from the station. She looked supremely beautiful that day, and was, as she deserved to be, the cynosure of all eyes. I kissed her little gloved hand with a deeper reverence than I would have kissed the hand of a queen. "Welcome back to your old home, my Sibyl," I said to her in a low voice, tenderly, at which words she paused, looking up at the red gables of the house with such wistful affection as filled her eyes with something like tears. She left her hand in mine, and allowed me to lead her towards the silken draped flower-decked porch, where Lucio waited, smiling, and as she advanced, 2 tiny pages in pure white and silver glided suddenly out of some unseen hiding place and emptied 2 baskets of pink and white rose leaves at her feet, thus strewing a fragrant pathway for her into the house. They vanished as completely and swiftly as they had appeared. Some of the guests uttered murmurs of admiration, while Sibyl gazed about her, blushing with surprise and pleasure. "How charming of you, Geoffrey!" she said. "What a poet you are to devise so pretty a greeting!" "I wish I deserved your praise," I answered, smiling at her. "But the poet in question is Prince Rimânez. He is the master and ruler of today's revels." Again the rich colour flushed her cheeks, and she gave Lucio her hand. He bowed over it in courtly fashion, but did not kiss it as he had kissed the hand of Mavis Clare. We passed into the house, through the drawing room, and out again into the gardens, Lord Elton being loud in his praise of the artistic manner in which his former dwelling had been improved and embellished. Soon the lawn was sprinkled with gaily attired groups of people, and my duties as host began in hard earnest. I had to be greeted, complimented, flattered, and congratulated on my approaching marriage by scores of hypocrites who nearly shook my hand off in their enthusiasm for my wealth. Had I become suddenly poor, I thought grimly, not one of them would have lent me a sovereign. The guests kept on arriving in shoals, and when there were about 300 or 400 assembled, a burst of exquisite music sounded, and a procession of pages in scarlet and gold, marching 2 by 2, appeared, carrying trays full of the rarest flowers tied up in bouquets, which they offered to all the ladies present. Exclamations of delight arose on every side, exclamations which were for the most part high-pitched and noisy, for the swagger set have long ceased to cultivate softness of voice or refinement of accent, and once or twice the detestable slang word "ripping" escaped the lips of a few dashing dames, reputed to be leaders of style. Repose of manner, dignity, and elegance of deportment, however, are no longer to be discovered among the present racing duchesses and gambling countesses of the bluest blue blood of England, so one does not expect these graces of distinction from them. The louder they can talk, and the more slang they can adopt from the language of their grooms and stable boys, the more they are judged to be in the swim and up to date. I speak, of course, of the modern scions of aristocracy. There are a few truly great ladies left, whose maxim is still noblesse oblige, but they are quite in the minority, and by the younger generation are voted either old cats or bores. Many of the cultured mob that now swarmed over my grounds had come out of the sheerest vulgar curiosity to see what the man with 5 millions could do in the way of entertaining. Others were anxious to get news, if possible, of the chances of Phosphor winning the Derby, concerning which I was discreetly silent. But the bulk of the crowd wandered aimlessly about, staring impertinently or enviously at each other, and scarcely looking at the natural loveliness of the gardens, or the woodland scenery around them. The brainlessness of modern society is never so flagrantly manifested as at a garden party, where the restless trousered and petticoated bipeds move vaguely to and fro, scarcely stopping to talk civilly or intelligently to one another for 5 minutes, most of them hovering dubiously and awkwardly between the refreshment pavilion and the bandstand. In my domain they were deprived of this latter harbour of refuge, for no musicians could be seen, though music was heard, beautiful, wild music, which came first from one part of the grounds and then from another, and to which few listened with any attention. All were, however, happily unanimous in their enthusiastic appreciation of the excellence of the food provided for them in the luxurious luncheon tents, of which there were 20 in number. Men ate as if they had never eaten in their lives before, and drank the choice and exquisite wines with equal greed and gusto. One never entirely realizes the extent to which human gourmandism can go till one knows a few peers, bishops, and cabinet ministers, and watches those dignitaries feed ad libitum. Soon the company was so complete that there was no longer any need for me to perform the fatiguing duty of receiving, and I therefore took Sybil in to luncheon, determining to devote myself to her for the rest of the day. She was in one of her brightest and most captivating moods. Her laughter rang out as sweetly joyous as that of some happy child. She was even kind to Diana Chesney, who was also one of my guests, and who was plainly enjoying herself with all the verve peculiar to pretty American women, who consider flirtation as much of a game as tennis. The scene was now one of great brilliancy, the light costumes of the women contrasting well with the scarlet and gold liveries of the seemingly innumerable servants that were now everywhere in active attendance. And constantly through the fluttering festive crowd, from tent to tent, from table to table and group to group, Lucio moved, his tall stately figure and handsome face always conspicuous wherever he stood, his rich voice thrilling the air whenever he spoke. His influence was irresistible, and gradually dominated the whole assemblage. He roused the dull, inspired the witty, encouraged the timid, and brought all the conflicting elements of rival position, character, and opinion into one uniform whole, which was unconsciously led by his will as easily as a multitude is led by a convincing orator. I did not know it then, but I know now, that metaphorically speaking, he had his foot on the neck of that society mob, as though it were one prostrate man, that the sycophants, liars, and hypocrites whose utmost idea of good is wealth and luxurious living, bent to his secret power as reeds bend to the wind, and that he did with them all whatsoever he chose, as he does to this very day. God, if the grinning, guzzling, sensual fools had only known what horrors were about them at the feast, what ghastly ministers to pleasurable appetite waited obediently upon them, what pallid terrors lurked behind the gorgeous show of vanity and pride. But the veil was mercifully down, and only to me has it since been lifted. Luncheon over, the singing of mirthful voices, tuned to a kind of village roundelay, attracted the company, now fed to repletion, towards the lawn at the back of the house, and cries of delight were raised as the maypole came into view, I myself joining in the universal applause, for I had not expected to see anything half so picturesque and pretty. The pole was surrounded by a double ring of small children so beautiful in face and dainty in form that they might very well have been taken for little fairies from some enchanted woodland. The boys were clad as tiny foresters in doublets of green, with pink caps on their curly locks. The girls were in white, with their hair flowing loosely over their shoulders, and wreaths of May blossoms crowning their brows. As soon as the guests appeared on the scene, these exquisite little creatures commenced their dance, each one taking a trail of blossom or a ribbon pendant from the maypole, and weaving it with the others into no end of beautiful and fantastic designs. I looked on as amazed and fascinated as anyone present at the wonderful lightness and ease with which these children tripped and ran. Their tiny twinkling feet seemed scarcely to touch the turf. Their faces were so lovely, their eyes so bright, that it was a positive enchantment to watch them. Each figure they executed was more intricate and effective than the last, and the plaudits of the spectators grew more and more enthusiastic, till presently came the finale, in which all the little green foresters climbed up the pole and clung there, pelting the white-robed maidens below with cowslip balls, knots of roses, bunches of violets, posies of buttercups, daisies and clover, which the girl children in their turn laughingly threw among the admiring guests. The air grew thick with flowers and heavy with perfume, and resounded with song and laughter. and Sybil, standing at my side, clapped her hands in an ecstasy. "Oh, it is lovely, lovely!" she cried. "Is this the Prince's idea?" Then, as I answered in the affirmative, she added, "Where, I wonder, did he find such exquisitely pretty little children?" As she spoke, Lucio himself advanced a step or two in front of the other spectators and made a slight peremptory sign. The fairy-like foresters and maidens, with extraordinary activity, all sprang away from the maypole, pulling down the garlands with them, and winding the flowers and ribbons about themselves so that they looked as if they were all tied together in one inextricable knot. This done, they started off at a rapid run, presenting the appearance of a rolling ball of blossom, merry pipe music accompanying their footsteps, till they had entirely disappeared among the trees. "Oh, do call them back again," entreated Sybil, laying her hand coaxingly on Lucio's arm. "I should so like to speak to 2 or 3 of the prettiest." He looked down at her with an enigmatical smile.
"You would do them too much honour, Lady Sybil," he replied. "They are not accustomed to such condescension from great ladies, and would not appreciate it. They are paid professionals, and like many of their class, only become insolent when praised."
At that moment Diana Chesney came running across the lawn, breathless. "I can't see them anywhere," she declared pantingly. "The dear little darlings! I ran after them as fast as I could. I wanted to kiss one of those perfectly scrumptious boys, but they're gone. Not a trace of them left. It's just as if they had sunk into the ground." Again Lucio smiled.
"They have their orders," he said curtly, "and they know their place."
Just then the sun was obscured by a passing black cloud, and a peal of thunder rumbled overhead. Looks were turned to the sky, but it was quite bright and placid, save for that one floating shadow of storm.
"Only summer thunder," said one of the guests. "There will be no rain."
And the crowd that had been pressed together to watch the maypole dance began to break up in groups, and speculate as to what diversion might next be provided for them. I, watching my opportunity, drew Sybil away. "Come down by the river," I whispered. "I must have you to myself for a few minutes." She yielded to my suggestion, and we walked away from the mob of our acquaintance, and entered a grove of trees leading to the banks of that part of the Avon which flowed through my grounds. Here we found ourselves quite alone, and putting my arm round my betrothed, I kissed her tenderly. "Tell me," I said with a half smile, "do you know how to love yet?" She looked up with a passionate darkness in her eyes that startled me. "Yes, I know," was her unexpected answer. "You do?" And I stopped to gaze intently into her fair face. "And how did you learn?" She flushed red, then grew pale, and clung to me with a nervous, almost feverish force. "Very strangely," she replied, "and quite suddenly. The lesson was easy, I found. Too easy. Geoffrey—" She paused and fixed her eyes full on mine. "I will tell you how I learnt it, but not now. Some other day." Here she broke off and began to laugh rather forcedly. "I will tell you when we are married." She glanced anxiously about her, then with a sudden abandonment of her usual reserve and pride, threw herself into my arms and kissed my lips with such ardour as made my senses reel. "Sybil, Sybil!" I murmured, holding her close to my heart. "Oh, my darling, you love me! At last you love me!" "Hush, hush!" she said breathlessly. "You must forget that kiss. It was too bold of me. It was wrong. I did not mean it. I was thinking of something else. Geoffrey," and her small hand clenched on mine with a sort of eager fierceness, "I wish I had never learned to love. I was happier before I knew." A frown knitted her brows. "Now," she went on in the same breathless hurried way, "I want love. I am starving, thirsty for it. I want to be drowned in it, lost in it, killed by it. Nothing else will content me." I folded her still closer in my arms. "Did I not say you would change, Sybil?" I whispered. "Your coldness and insensibility to love was unnatural and could not last. My darling, I always knew that." "You always knew?" she echoed a little disdainfully. "Ah, But you do not know even now what has chanced to me, nor shall I tell you yet. Oh, Geoffrey!" Here she drew herself out of my embrace, and stooping, gathered some bluebells in the grass. "See these little flowers growing so purely and peacefully in the shade by the Avon. They remind me of what I was here in this very place long ago. I was quite as happy and I think as innocent as these blossoms. I had no thought of evil in my nature, and the only love I dreamed of was the love of the fairy prince for the fairy princess, as harmless an idea as the loves of the flowers themselves. Yes, I was then all I should like to be now, all that I am not." "You are everything that is beautiful and sweet," I told her admiringly, as I watched the play of retrospective and tender expression on her perfect face. "So you judge, being a man who is perfectly satisfied with his own choice of a wife," she said with a flash of her old cynicism. "But I know myself better than you know me. You call me beautiful and sweet, but you cannot call me good. I am not good. Why, the very love that now consumes me is—" "What?" I asked her quickly, seizing her hands with the bluebells in them, and gazing searchingly into her eyes. "I know before you speak that it is the passion and tenderness of a true woman." She was silent for a moment. Then she smiled with a bewitching languor. "If you know, then I need not tell you," she said. "So do not let us stay here any longer talking nonsense. Society will shake its head over us and accuse us of bad form, and some lady paragraphist will write to the papers and say Mr. Tempest's conduct as a host left much to be desired, as he and his bride-elect were spooning all the day." "There are no lady paragraphists here," I said laughing, and encircling her dainty waist with one arm as I walked. "Oh, are there not though?" she exclaimed, laughing also. "Why, you don't suppose you can give any sort of big entertainment without them, do you? They permeate society. Old Lady Merivale, for example, who is rather reduced in circumstances, writes a guinea's worth of scandal a week for one of the papers, and she is here. I saw her simply gorging herself with chicken salad and truffles an hour ago." Here pausing and resting against my arm, she peered through the trees. "There are the chimneys of Lily Cottage, where the famous Mavis Clare lives," she said. "Yes, I know," I replied readily. "Rimânez and I have visited her. She is away just now, or she would have been here today." "Do you like her?" Sybil queried. "Very much. She is charming." "And the prince? Does he like her?" "Well, upon my word," I answered with a smile, "I think he likes her more than he does most women. He showed the most extraordinary deference towards her, and seemed almost abashed in her presence. Are you cold, Sybil?" I added hastily, for she shivered suddenly and her face grew pale. "You had better come away from the river. It is damp under these trees." "Yes, let us go back to the gardens and the sunshine," she answered dreamily. "So your eccentric friend, the woman-hater, finds something to admire in Mavis Clare. She must be a very happy creature, I think, perfectly free, famous, and believing in all good things of life and humanity, if one may judge from her books." "Well, taken altogether, life isn't so very bad," I observed playfully. She made no reply, and we returned to the lawns where afternoon tea was now being served to the guests, who were seated in brilliant scattered groups under the trees or within the silken pavilions, while the sweetest music, and the strangest, if people had only had ears to hear it, both vocal and instrumental, was being performed by those invisible players and singers. Chapter 24 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Just as the sun began to sink, several little pages came out of the house, and with low salutations, distributed among the guests daintily embossed and painted programs of the tableaux vivants, prepared for their diversion in the extemporized Bijou Theatre. Numbers of people rose at once from their chairs on the lawn, eager for this new spectacle, and began to scramble along and hustle one another in that effective style of high breeding so frequently exhibited at Her Majesty's drawing-rooms. I, with Sybil, hastily preceded the impatient, pushing crowd, for I wished to find a good seat for my beautiful betrothed before the room became full to overflowing. There proved, however, to be plenty of accommodation for everybody. What space there was seemed capable of limitless expansion, and all the spectators were comfortably placed without difficulty. Soon we were all studying our programs with considerable interest, for the titles of the tableaux were somewhat original and mystifying. They were 8 in number, and were respectively headed Society, Bravery, Ancient and Modern, A Lost Angel, The Autocrat, A Corner of Hell, Seeds of Corruption, His Latest Purchase, and Faith and Materialism. It was in the theatre that everyone became at last conscious of the weirdly beautiful character of the music that had been surging round them all day. Seated under one roof, in more or less enforced silence and attention, the vague and frivolous throng grew hushed and passive. The society smirk passed off certain faces that were as trained to grin as their tongues were trained to lie. The dreadful giggle of the unwedded man-hunter was no longer heard. And soon the most exaggerated fashion plate of a woman forgot to rustle her gown. The passionate vibrations of a violoncello, superbly played to a double harp accompaniment, throbbed on the stillness with a beseeching depth of sound, and people listened, I saw, almost breathlessly, entranced as it were, against their wills, and staring as though they were hypnotized, in front of them at the gold curtain with its familiar motto, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." Before we had time to applaud the violoncello solo, however, the music changed, and the mirthful voices of violins and flutes rang out in a waltz of the giddiest and sweetest tune. At the same instant a silvery bell tinkled, and the curtain parted noiselessly in twain, disclosing the first tableau, Society. An exquisite female figure, arrayed in evening dress of the richest and most extravagant design, stood before us, her hair crowned with diamonds, and her bosom blazing with the same lustrous gems. Her head was slightly raised, her lips were parted in a languid smile. In one hand she held uplifted a glass of foaming champagne. Her gold-slippered foot trod on an hourglass. Behind her, catching convulsively at the folds of her train, crouched another woman in rags, pinched and wretched, with starvation depicted in her face. A dead child lay near. And, overshadowing this group, were 2 supernatural shapes, one in scarlet, the other in black, vast and almost beyond the stature of humanity. The scarlet figure represented anarchy, and its blood-red fingers were advanced to clutch the diamond crown from society's brow. The sable-robed form was death, and even as we looked it slowly raised its steely dart in act to strike. The effect was weird and wonderful, and the grim lesson the picture conveyed was startling enough to make a very visible impression. No one spoke, no one applauded, but people moved restlessly and fidgeted on their seats, and there was an audible sigh of relief as the curtain closed. Opening again, it displayed the second tableau, Bravery, Ancient and Modern. This was in 2 scenes. The first one depicted a nobleman of Elizabeth's time, with rapier drawn, his foot on the prostrate body of a coarse ruffian who had evidently, from the grouping, insulted a woman whose slight figure was discerned shrinking timidly away from the contest. This was ancient bravery, and it changed rapidly to modern, showing us an enervated, narrow-shouldered, pallid dandy in opera coat and hat, smoking a cigarette and languidly appealing to a bulky policeman to protect him from another young noodle of his own class, similarly attired, who was represented as sneaking round a corner in abject terror. We all recognized the force of the application, and were in a much better humour with this pictured satire than we had been at the lesson of society. Next followed a lost angel, in which was shown a great hall in the palace of a king, where there were numbers of brilliantly attired people, all grouped in various attitudes, and evidently completely absorbed in their own concerns, so much so as to be entirely unconscious of the fact that in their very midst stood a wondrous angel, clad in dazzling white, with a halo round her fair hair, and a glory as of the sunset on her half-drooping wings. Her eyes were wistful, her face was pensive and expectant. She seemed to say, "Will the world ever know that I am here?" Somehow, as the curtain slowly closed again, amid loud applause, for the picture was extraordinarily beautiful, I thought of Mavis Clare and sighed. Sybil looked up at me.
"Why do you sigh?" she said. "It is a lovely fancy, but the symbol is wasted in the present audience. No one with education believes in angels nowadays."
"True," I assented, yet there was a heaviness at my heart, for her words reminded me of what I would rather have forgotten, namely her own admitted lack of all religious faith. The autocrat was the next tableau, and represented an emperor enthroned. At his footstool knelt a piteous crowd of the starving and oppressed, holding up their lean hands to him, clasped in anguished petition. But he looked away from them as though he saw them not. His head was turned to listen to the side whisper of one who seemed, by the courtly bend and flattering smile, to be his adviser and confidant. Yet that very confidant held secreted behind his back a drawn dagger, ready to strike his sovereign to the heart. "Russia!" whispered one or two of the company, as the scene was obscured, but the scarcely breathed suggestion quickly passed into a murmur of amazement and awe as the curtain parted again to disclose a corner of hell. This tableau was indeed original, and quite unlike what might have been imagined as the conventional treatment of such a subject. What we saw was a black and hollow cavern, glittering alternately with the flashings of ice and fire. Huge icicles drooped from above, and pale flames leapt stealthily into view from below, and within the dark embrasure the shadowy form of a man was seated, counting out gold, or what seemed to be gold. Yet as coin after coin slipped through his ghostly fingers, each one was seen to change to fire, and the lesson thus pictured was easily read. The lost soul had made its own torture, and was still at work intensifying and increasing its own fiery agony. Much as this scene was admired for its Rembrandt effect of light and shade, I personally was glad when it was curtained from view. There was something in that dreadful face of the doomed sinner that reminded me forcibly and unpleasantly of those ghastly three I had seen in my horrid vision on the night of Viscount Linton's suicide. Seeds of Corruption was the next picture, and showed us a young and beautiful girl in her early teens, lying on a luxurious couch en deshabille, with a novel in her hand, of which the title was plainly seen by all, a novel well known to everyone present, and the work of a much praised living author. Round her, on the floor, and cast carelessly on a chair at her side, were other novels of the same sexual type, all their titles turned toward us, and the names of their authors equally made manifest.
"What a daring idea!" said a lady in the seat immediately behind me. "I wonder if any of those authors are present?"
"If they are, they won't mind," replied the man next to her with a smothered laugh. "Those sort of writers would merely take it as a first-class advertisement." Sybil looked at the tableau with a pale face and wistful eyes.
"That is a true picture," she said under her breath. "Geoffrey, it is painfully true."
I made no answer. I thought I knew to what she alluded, but alas, I did not know how deeply the seeds of corruption had been sown in her own nature, or what a harvest they would bring forth. The curtain closed, to open again almost immediately on his latest purchase. Here we were shown the interior of a luxurious modern drawing room, where about 8 or 10 men were assembled in fashionable evening dress. They had evidently just risen from a card table, and one of them, a dissipated looking brute
with a wicked smile of mingled satire and triumph on his face, was pointing to his purchase, a beautiful woman. She was clad in glistening white like a bride, but she was bound, as prisoners are bound, to an upright column, on which the grinning head of a marble Silenus leered above her. Her hands were tied tightly together with chains of diamonds, her waist was bound with thick ropes of pearls, a wide collar of rubies encircled her throat, and from bosom to feet she was netted about and tied with strings of gold and gems. Her head was flung back defiantly with an assumption of pride and scorn. Her eyes alone expressed shame, self-contempt, and despair at her bondage. The man who owned this white slave was represented by his attitude as cataloguing and appraising her points for the approval and applause of his comrades, whose faces variously and powerfully expressed the differing emotions of lust, cruelty, envy, callousness, derision, and selfishness, more admirably than the most gifted painter could imagine. "A capital type of most fashionable marriages," I heard someone say. "Rather," another voice replied, "the orthodox happy couple to the life." I glanced at Sybil. She looked pale, but smiled as she met my questioning eyes. A sense of consolation crept warmly about my heart as I remembered that now she had, as she told me, learnt to love, and that therefore her marriage with me was no longer a question of material advantage alone. She was not my purchase, she was my love, my saint, my queen. Or so I chose to think, in my foolishness and vanity. The last tableau of all was now to come, faith and materialism, and it proved to be the most startling of the series. The auditorium was gradually darkened, and the dividing curtain disclosed a ravishingly beautiful scene by the seashore. A full moon cast its tranquil glow over the smooth waters, and rising on rainbow wings from earth toward the skies, one of the loveliest creatures ever dreamed of by poet or painter floated angel-like upwards, her hands holding a cluster of lilies clasped to her breast, her lustrous eyes full of divine joy, hope, and love. Exquisite music was heard, soft voices sang in the distance a chorale of rejoicing. Heaven and earth, sea and air, all seemed to support the aspiring spirit as she soared higher and higher, in an ever-deepening rapture, when, as we all watched that aerial flying form with a sense of the keenest delight and satisfaction, a sudden crash of thunder sounded, the scene grew dark, and there was a distant roaring of angry waters. The light of the moon was eclipsed, the music ceased, a faint lurid glow of red shone at first dimly, then more vividly, and materialism declared itself, a human skeleton, bleached white and grinning ghastly mirth upon us all. While we yet looked, the skeleton itself dropped to pieces, and one long twining worm lifted its slimy length from the wreck of bones, another working its way through the eye-holes of the skull. Murmurs of genuine horror were heard in the auditorium. People on all sides rose from their seats. One man in particular, a distinguished professor of sciences, pushed past me to get out, muttering crossly, "This may be very amusing to some of you, but to me it is disgusting." "Like your own theories, my dear professor," said a rich laughing voice, as Lucio met him on his way, and the Bijou Theatre was again flooded with cheerful light. "They are amusing to some, and disgusting to others. Pardon me, I speak of course in jest, but I designed that tableau specially in your honor." "Oh, you did you?" growled the professor. "Well, I didn't appreciate it." "Yet you should have done, for it is quite scientifically correct," declared Lucio, laughing still. "Faith, with the wings, whom you saw joyously flying towards an impossible heaven, is not scientifically correct. Have you not told us so? But the skeleton and the worms were quite of your cult. No materialist can deny the correctness of that complexion to which we all must come at last. Positively, some of the ladies look quite pale. How droll it is that while everybody, to be fashionable and in favour with the press, must accept materialism as the only creed, they should invariably become affrighted, or let us say offended, at the natural end of the body, as completed by material agencies.
"Well, it was not a pleasant subject, that last tableau," said Lord Elton, as he came out of the theatre with Diana Chesney hanging confidently on his arm. "You cannot say it was festal."
"It was, for the worms," replied Lucio gaily. "Come, Miss Chesney, and you, Tempest, come along with Lady Sybil. Let us go out in the grounds again and see my will-o'-the-wisps lighting up."
Fresh curiosity was excited by this remark. The people quickly threw off the gruesome and tragic impression made by the strange tableau just witnessed, and poured out of the house into the gardens, chattering and laughing more noisily than ever. It was just dusk, and as we reached the open lawn, we saw an extraordinary number of small boys, clad in brown, running about with will-o'-the-wisp lanterns. Their movements were swift and perfectly noiseless. They leapt, jumped and twirled like little gnomes over flower beds, under shrubberies, and along the edges of paths and terraces, many of them climbing trees with the rapidity and agility of monkeys, and wherever they went they left behind them a trail of brilliant light. Soon, by their efforts, all the grounds were illuminated with a magnificence that could not have been equalled even by the historic feats at Versailles. Tall oaks and cedars were transformed to pyramids of fire blossoms. Every branch was loaded with coloured lamps in the shape of stars. Rockets hissed up into the clear space, showering down bouquets, wreaths and ribbons of flame. Lines of red and azure ran glowingly along the grass borders, and amid the enthusiastic applause of the assembled spectators, 8 huge fire fountains of all colours sprang up in various corners of the garden, while an enormous golden balloon, dazzlingly luminous, ascended slowly into the air, and remained poised above us, sending from its glittering car hundreds of gem-like birds and butterflies on fiery wings that circled round and round for a moment and then vanished. While we were yet loudly clapping the splendid effect of this sky spectacle, a troop of beautiful girl dancers in white came running across the grass, waving long silvery wands that were tipped with electric stars, and to the sound of strange tinkling music, seemingly played in the distance on glass bells, they commenced a fantastic dance of the wildest yet most graceful character. Every shade of opaline colour fell upon their swaying figures from some invisible agency as they tripped and whirled, and each time they waved their wands, ribbons and flags of fire were unrolled and tossed high in the air, where they gyrated for a long time like moving hieroglyphs. The scene was now so startling, so fairy-like and wonderful, that we were well nigh struck speechless with astonishment, too fascinated and absorbed even to applaud. We had no conception how time went, or how rapidly the night descended, till all at once, without the least warning, an appalling crash of thunder burst immediately above our heads, and a jagged fork of lightning tore the luminous fire balloon to shreds. 2 or 3 women began to scream, whereupon Lucio advanced from the throng of spectators, and stood in full view of all, holding up his hand.
"Stage thunder, I assure you," he said playfully, in a clear, somewhat scornful voice. "It comes and goes at my bidding. Quite a part of the game, believe me. These sort of things are only toys for children. Again, ye petty elements!" he cried, laughing, and lifting his handsome face and flashing eyes to the dark heavens. "Roar your best and loudest! Roar, I say!" Such a terrific boom and clatter answered him as baffled all description. It was as if a mountain of rock had fallen into ruins. But having been assured that the deafening noise was stage thunder merely, the spectators were no longer alarmed, and many of them expressed their opinion that it was wonderfully well done. After this there gradually appeared against the sky a broad blaze of red light, like the reflection of some great prairie fire. It streamed apparently upward from the ground, bathing us all where we stood in its blood-like glow. The white-robed dancing girls waltzed on and on, their arms entwined, their lovely faces irradiated by the lurid flame,
while above them now flew creatures with black wings, bats and owls and great night moths that flapped and fluttered about for all the world as if they were truly alive and not mere stage properties. Another flash of lightning, and one more booming thud of thunder, and lo! the undisturbed and fragrant night was about us, clear, dewy and calm. The young moon smiled pensively in a cloudless heaven. All the dancing girls had vanished. The crimson glow had changed to a pure silvery radiance, and an array of pretty pages in 18th century costumes of pale pink and blue stood before us with lighted flaming torches, making a long triumphal avenue, down which Lucio invited us to pass.
"On, on, fair ladies and gallant gentlemen!" he cried. "This extemporized path of light leads, not to heaven, no, that were far too dull an ending, but to supper! On, follow your leader!"
Every eye was turned on his fine figure and striking countenance, as with one hand he beckoned the guests. Between the double line of lit torches he stood, a picture for a painter, with those dark eyes of his alit with such strange mirth as could not be defined, and the sweet, half-cruel, wonderfully attractive smile playing upon his lips. And with one accord the whole company trooped pell-mell after him, shouting their applause and delight. Who could resist him? Not one in that assemblage at least. There are few saints in society. As I went with the rest, I felt as though I were in some gorgeous dream. My senses were all in a whirl. I was giddy with excitement and could not stop to think, or to analyze the emotions by which I was governed. Had I possessed the force or the will to pause and consider, I might possibly have come to the conclusion that there was something altogether beyond the ordinary power of man displayed in the successive wonders of this brilliant gala. But I was, like all the rest of society, bent merely on the pleasure of the moment, regardless of how it was procured, what it cost me, or how it affected others. How many I see and know today among the worshippers of fashion and frivolity who are acting precisely as I acted then, indifferent to the welfare of everyone save themselves, grudging every penny that is not spent on their own advantage or amusement, and too callous to even listen to the sorrows or difficulties or joys of others when these do not in some way, near or remote, touch their own interests. They waste their time day after day in selfish trifling, willfully blind and unconscious to the fact that they are building up their own fate in the future, that future which will prove all the more a terrible reality in proportion to the extent of our presumption in daring to doubt its truth. More than 400 guests sat down to supper in the largest pavilion, a supper served in the most costly manner and furnished with luxuries that represented the utmost pitch of extravagance. I ate and drank with Sybil at my side, hardly knowing what I said or did in the whirling excitement of the hour. The opening of champagne bottles, the clink of glasses, the clatter of plates, the loud hum of talk interspersed with monkey-like squeals or goat-like whinnies of laughter, overridden at intervals by the blare of trumpet music and drums. All these sounds were as so much noise of rushing waters in my ears, and I often found myself growing abstracted and in a manner confused by the din. I did not say much to Sybil. One cannot very well whisper sentimental nothings in the ear of one's betrothed when she is eating ortolans and truffles. Presently, amid all the hubbub, a deep bell struck 12 times, and Lucio stood up at the end of one of the long tables, a full glass of foaming champagne in his hand.
"Ladies and gentlemen!"
There was a sudden silence.
"Ladies and gentlemen!"
he repeated, his brilliant eyes flashing derisively, I thought, over the whole well-fed company.
"Midnight has struck, and the best of friends must part. But before we do so, let us not forget that we have met here to wish all happiness to our host, Mr. Geoffrey Tempest, and his bride-elect, the Lady Sybil Elton."
Here there was vociferous applause.
"It is said," continued Lucio, "by the makers of dull maxims, that fortune never comes with both hands full. But in this case the adage is proved false and put to shame. For our friend has not only secured the pleasures of wealth, but the treasures of love and beauty combined. Limitless cash is good, but limitless love is better, and both these choice gifts have been bestowed on the betrothed pair whom today we honor. I will ask you to give them a hearty round of cheering, and then it must be good night indeed, though not farewell, for with the toast of the bride and bridegroom-elect I shall also drink to the time, not far distant perhaps, when I shall see some of you, if not all of you again, and enjoy even more of your charming company than I have done today." He ceased amid a perfect hurricane of applause, and then everyone rose and turned toward the table where I sat with Sibyl, and naming our names aloud, drank wine, the men joining in hearty shouts of hip, 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 hurrah! Yet, as I bowed repeatedly in response to the storm of cheering, and while Sibyl smiled and bent her graceful head to right and left, my heart sank suddenly with a sense of fear. Was it my fancy, or did I hear peals of wild laughter circling round the brilliant pavilion and echoing away, far away into distance? I listened, glass in hand. "Hip, hip, hip, hurrah!" shouted my guests with gusto. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Ha!" seemed shrieked and yelled in my ears from the outer air. Struggling against this delusion, I got up and returned thanks for myself and my future bride in a few brief words, which were received with fresh salvos of applause. And then we all became aware that Lucio had sprung up again in his place and was standing high above us, with one foot on the table and the other on the chair, confronting us with a fresh glass of wine in his hand, filled to the brim. What a face he had at that moment! What a smile! "The parting cup, my friends!" he exclaimed, "to our next merry meeting!" With plaudits and laughter the guests eagerly and noisily responded, and as they drank, the pavilion was flooded by a deep crimson illumination as of fire. Every face looked blood red, every jewel on every woman flashed like a living flame, for one brief instant only. Then it was gone, and there followed a general stampede of the company, everybody hurrying as fast as they could into the carriages that waited in long lines to take them to the station, the last two special trains to London being at 1 a.m. and 1:30. I bade Sibyl and her father a hurried good night. Diana Chesney went in the same carriage with them, full of ecstatic thanks and praise to me for the splendours of the day, which she described in her own fashion as "knowing how to do it." And then the departing crowd of vehicles began to thunder down the avenue. As they went, an arch of light suddenly spanned Willowsmere Court from end to end of its red gables, blazing with all the colours of the rainbow, in the middle of which appeared letters of pale blue and gold, forming what I had hitherto considered as a funeral device: "Sic transit gloria mundi, Vale." But, after all, it was as fairly applicable to the ephemeral splendours of a fete as it was to the more lasting marble solemnity of a sepulchre, and I thought little or nothing about it. So perfect were all the arrangements, and so admirably were the servants trained, that the guests were not long in departing, and the grounds were soon not only empty, but dark. Not a vestige of the splendid illuminations was left anywhere, and I entered the house fatigued, and with a dull sense of bewilderment and fear on me which I could not explain. I found Lucio alone in the smoking room at the further end of the oak-panelled hall, a small, cosily curtained apartment with a deep bay window which opened directly onto the lawn. He was standing in this embrasure with his back to me, but he turned swiftly round as he heard my steps, and confronted me with such a wild, white, tortured face that I recoiled from him startled. "Lucio, you are ill!" I exclaimed. "You have done too much today." "Perhaps I have," he answered in a hoarse, unsteady voice, and I saw a strong shudder convulse him as he spoke. Then, gathering himself together as if it were by an effort, he forced a smile. "Don't be alarmed, my friend. It is nothing but the twinge of an old, deep-seated malady, a troublesome disease that is rare among men and hopelessly incurable." "What is it?" I asked anxiously, for his death-like pallor alarmed me.
He looked at me fixedly, his eyes dilating and darkening, and his hand fell with a heavy pressure on my shoulder.
"A very strange illness," he said in the same jarring accents. "Remorse! Have you never heard of it, Geoffrey? Neither medicine nor surgery are of any avail. It is the worm that dieth not, and the flame that cannot be quenched. Tut! Let us not talk of it. No one can cure me. No one will. I am past hope."
"But remorse, if you have it, and I cannot possibly imagine why, for you have surely nothing to regret, is not a physical ailment," I said wonderingly.
"And physical ailments are the only ones worth troubling about, you think?" he queried, still smiling that strained and haggard smile. "The body is our chief care. We cosset it and make much of it, feed it and pamper it, and guard it from so much as a pin-prick of pain if we can, and thus we flatter ourselves that all is well. All must be well. Yet it is but a clay chrysalis, bound to split and crumble with the growth of the moth soul within, the moth that flies with blind instinctiveness straight into the unknown and is dazzled by excess of light. Look out here," he went on with an abrupt and softer change of tone. "Look out at the dreamful shadowy beauty of your gardens now. The flowers are asleep. The trees are surely glad to be disburdened of all the gaudy artificial lamps that lately hung upon their branches. There is the young moon pillowing her chin on the edge of a little cloud and sinking to sleep in the west. A moment ago there was a late nightingale awake and singing. You can feel the breath of the roses from the trellis yonder. All this is nature's work. And how much fairer and sweeter it is now than when the lights were ablaze and the blare of band music startled the small birds in their downy nests. Yet society would not appreciate this cool dusk, this happy solitude. Society prefers a false glare to all true radiance, and what is worse, it tries to make true things take a second place as adjuncts to sham ones, and there comes in the mischief."
"It is just like you to run down your own indefatigable labours in the splendid successes of the day," I said laughing. "You may call it a false glare if you like, but it has been a most magnificent spectacle, and certainly in the way of entertainments it will never be equalled or excelled."
"It will make you more talked about than even your boomed book could do," said Lucio, eyeing me narrowly.
"Not the least doubt of that," I replied. "Society prefers food and amusement to any literature, even the greatest. By the by, where are all the artistes, the musicians and dancers?"
"Gone."
"Gone?" I echoed amazedly. "Already? Good heavens! Have they had supper?"
"They have had everything they want, even to their pay," said Lucio a trifle impatiently. "Did I not tell you, Geoffrey, that when I undertake to do anything I do it thoroughly or not at all?"
I looked at him. He smiled, but his eyes were sombre and scornful. "All right," I responded carelessly, not wishing to offend him. "Have it your own way. But upon my word, to me it is all like devil's magic."
"What is?"
he asked imperturbably. "Everything! The dancers, the number of servants and pages. Why, there must have been 200 or 300 of them. Those wonderful tableaux, the illuminations, the supper, everything, I tell you. And the most astonishing part of it now is, that all these people should have cleared out so soon."
"Well, if you elect to call money devil's magic, you are right," said Lucio.
"But surely in some cases not even money could procure such perfection of detail," I began.
"Money can procure anything," he interrupted, a thrill of passion vibrating in his rich tone. "I told you that long ago. It is a hook for the devil himself. Not that the devil could be supposed to care about world's cash personally, but he generally conceives a liking for the company of the man who possesses it. Possibly he knows what that man will do with it. I speak metaphorically, of course, but no metaphor can exaggerate the power of money. Trust no man or woman's virtue till you have tried to purchase it with a round sum in hard cash. Money, my excellent Geoffrey, has done everything for you. Remember that. You have done nothing for yourself." "That's not a very kind speech," I said, somewhat vexedly. "No, and why? Because it's true? I notice most people complain of unkindness when they are told a truth. It is true, and I see no unkindness in it. You've done nothing for yourself, and you're not expected to do anything except," and he laughed, "except just now get to bed and dream of the enchanting Sybil." "I confess I am tired," I said, and an unconscious sigh escaped me. "And you?" His gaze rested broodingly on the outer landscape. "I also am tired," he responded slowly, "but I never get away from my fatigue, for I am tired of myself, and I always rest badly. Good night." "Good night," I answered, and then paused, looking at him. He returned my look with interest. "Well?" he asked expressively. I forced a smile. "Well," I echoed, "I do not know what I should say, except that I wish I knew you as you are. I feel that you were right in telling me once that you are not what you seem." He still kept his eyes fixed upon me. "As you have expressed the wish," he said slowly, "I promise you, you shall know me as I am some day. It may be well for you to know, for the sake of others who may seek to cultivate my company." I moved away to leave the room. "Thanks for all the trouble you have taken today," I said in a lighter tone, "though I shall never be able to express my full gratitude in words." "If you wanted to thank anybody, thank God that you have lived through it," he replied. "Why?" I asked, astonished. "Why? Because life hangs on a thread. A society crush is the very acme of boredom and exhaustion, and that we escape with our lives from a general guzzle and giggle is matter for thanksgiving, that's all. And God gets so few thanks as a rule that you may surely spare him a brief one for today's satisfactory ending." I laughed, seeing no meaning in his words beyond the usual satire he affected. I found Emile waiting for me in my bedroom, but I dismissed him abruptly, hating the look of his crafty and sullen face, and saying I needed no attendance. Thoroughly fatigued, I was soon in bed and asleep, and the terrific agencies that had produced the splendours of the brilliant festival at which I had figured as host were not revealed to me by so much as a warning. Chapter 25 of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few days after the entertainment at Willowsmere, and before the society papers had done talking about the magnificence and luxury displayed on that occasion, I woke up one morning, like the great poet Byron, to find myself famous. Not for any intellectual achievement, not for any unexpected deed of heroism, not for any resolved or noble attitude in society or politics. No, I owed my fame merely to a quadruped. Phosphor won the Derby. It was about a neck-and-neck contest between my racer and that of the Prime Minister, and for a second or so the result seemed doubtful. But as the two jockeys neared the goal, Emile, whose thin wiry figure, clad in the brightest of bright scarlet silk, stuck to his horse as though he were a part of it, put Phosphor to a pace he had never yet exhibited, appearing to skim along the ground at literally flying speed. The upshot being that he scored a triumphant victory, reaching the winning post a couple of yards or more ahead of his rival. Acclamations rent the air at the vigour displayed in the finish, and I became the hero of the day, the darling of the populace. I was somewhat amused at the Premier's discomfiture. He took his beating rather badly. He did not know me, nor I him. I was not of his politics, and I did not care a jot for his feelings one way or the other. But I was gratified, in a certain satirical sense, to find myself suddenly acknowledged as a greater man than he, because I was the owner of the Derby winner. Before I well knew where I was, I found myself being presented to the Prince of Wales, who shook hands with me and congratulated me. All the biggest aristocrats in England were willing and eager to be introduced to me, and inwardly I laughed at this exhibition of taste and culture on the part of the gentlemen of England that live at home at ease. They crowded round Phosphor, whose wild eye warned strangers against taking liberties with him, but who seemed not a whit the worse for his exertions, and who apparently was quite ready to run the race over again with equal pleasure and success. Emile's dark sly face and cruel ferret eyes were evidently not attractive to the majority of the gentlemen of the turf, though his answers to all the queries put to him were admirably ready, respectful, and not without wit. But to me the whole sum and substance of the occasion was the fact that I, Geoffrey Tempest, once struggling author, now millionaire, was simply by virtue of my ownership of the Derby winner, famous at last, or what society considers famous, that fame that secures for a man the attention of the nobility and gentry, to quote from tradesmen's advertisements, and also obtains the persistent adulation and shameless pursuit of all the demi-mondaines who want jewels and horses and yachts presented to them in exchange for a few tainted kisses from their carmined lips. Under the shower of compliments I received, I stood, apparently delighted, smiling, affable, and courteous, entering into the spirit of the occasion, and shaking hands with Lord That, and Sir Something Nobody, and His Serene Highness the Grand Duke So-and-so of Beerland, and his other serene lowness of small principality. But in my secret soul I scorned these people with their social humbug and hypocrisy, scorned them with such a deadly scorn as almost amazed myself. When presently I walked off the course with Lucio, who as usual seemed to know and be friends with everybody, he spoke in accents that were far more grave and gentle than I had ever heard him use before. "With all your egotism, Geoffrey, there is something forcible and noble in your nature, something which rises up in bold revolt against falsehood and sham. Why in heaven's name do you not give it way?" I looked at him amazed and laughed. "Give it way? What do you mean? Would you have me tell humbugs that I know them as such, and liars that I discern their lies? My dear fellow, society would become too hot to hold me." "It could not be hotter or colder than hell, if you believed in hell, which you do not," he rejoined in the same quiet voice. "But I did not assume that you should say these things straight out and bluntly to give offense. An affronting candor is not nobleness, it is merely coarse. To act nobly is better than to speak." "And what would you have me do?" I asked curiously. He was silent for a moment, and seemed to be earnestly, almost painfully considering. Then he answered: "My advice will seem to you singular, Geoffrey, but if you want it, here it is. Give, as I said, the noble, and what the world would call the quixotic part of your nature full way. Do not sacrifice your higher sense of what is right and just for the sake of pandering to anyone's power or influence. And say farewell to me. I am no use to you, save to humour your varying fancies, and introduce you to those great, or small, personages you wish to know for your own convenience or advantage. Believe me, it would be much better for you, and much more consoling, at the inevitable hour of death, if you were to let all this false and frivolous nonsense go, and me with it. Leave society to its own fool's whirligig of distracted follies. Put royalty in its true place, and show it that all its pomp, arrogance, and glitter are worthless, and itself a nothing, compared to the upright standing of a brave soul in an honest man. And, as Christ said to the rich ruler, sell half that thou hast and give to the poor." I was silent for a minute or so out of sheer surprise, while he watched me earnestly, his face pale and expectant. A curious shock of something like compunction startled my conscience, and for a brief space I was moved to a vague regret that with all the enormous capability I possessed of doing good to numbers of my fellow creatures with the vast wealth I owned,
I had not attained to any higher moral attitude than that represented by the frivolous folk who make up what is called the upper 10 of society. I took the same egotistical pleasure in myself and my own doings as any of them, and I was to the full as foolishly conventional, smooth-tongued, and hypocritical as they. They acted their part, and I acted mine. None of us were ever our real selves for a moment. In very truth, one of the reasons why fashionable men and women cannot bear to be alone is that a solitude in which they are compelled to look face to face upon their secret selves becomes unbearable because of the burden they carry of concealed vice and accusing shame. My emotion soon passed, however, and slipping my arm through Lucio's, I smiled as I answered, "Your advice, my dear fellow, would do credit to a Salvationist preacher, but it is quite valueless to me because impossible to follow. To say farewell forever to you, in the first place, would be to make myself guilty of the blackest ingratitude. In the second instance, society, with all its ridiculous humbug, is nevertheless necessary for the amusement of myself and my future wife. Royalty, moreover, is accustomed to be flattered, and we shall not be hurt by joining in the general inane chorus. Thirdly, if I did as the visionary Jew suggested—" "What visionary Jew?" he asked, his eyes sparkling coldly. "Why, Christ, of course," I rejoined lightly. The shadow of a strange smile parted his lips. "It is the fashion to blaspheme," he said, "a mark of brilliancy in literature and wit in society. I forgot. Pray go on. If you did as Christ suggested—" "Yes, if I gave half my goods to the poor, I should not be thanked for it, or considered anything but a fool for my pains." "You would wish to be thanked?" he said. "Naturally. Most people like a little gratitude in return for benefits." "They do, and the Creator, who is always giving, is supposed to like gratitude also," he observed. "Nevertheless, he seldom gets it." "I do not talk of hyper-physical nothingness," I said with impatience. "I am speaking of the plain facts of this world and the people who live in it. If one gives largely, one expects to be acknowledged as generous. But if I were to divide my fortune and hand half of it to the poor, the matter would be chronicled in about 6 lines in one of the papers, and society would exclaim, 'What a fool!'" "Then let us talk no more about it," said Lucio, his brows clearing and his eyes gathering against their wonted light of mockery and mirth. "Having won the Derby, you have really done all a 19th century civilization expects you to do, and for your reward you will be in universal demand everywhere. You may hope soon to dine at Marlborough House, and a little backstair influence and political jobbery will work you into the cabinet if you care for it. Did I not tell you I would set you up as successfully as a bear who has reached the bun on the top of the slippery pole? A spectacle for the envy of men and the wonder of angels. Well, there you are, triumphant, a great creature, Geoffrey. In fact, you are the greatest product of the age. A man with 5 millions and owner of the Derby winner. What is the glory of intellect compared to such a position as yours? Men envy you, and as for angels, if there are any, you may be sure they do wonder. A man's fame guaranteed by a horse is something indeed to make an angel stare." He laughed uproariously, and from that day he never spoke again of his singular proposition that I should part with him and let the nobler nature in me have its way. I was not to know then that he had staked a chance upon my soul and lost it, and that from henceforward he took a determined course with me, implacably on to the appalling end. My marriage took place on the appointed day in June, with all the pomp and extravagant show befitting my position, and that of the woman I had chosen to wed. It is needless to describe the gorgeousness of the ceremony in detail. Any fashionable lady's paper describing the wedding of an earl's daughter to a 5-fold millionaire will give an idea, in hysterical rhapsody, of the general effect. It was an amazing scene, and one in which costly millinery completely vanquished all considerations of solemnity or sacredness in the supposed divine ordinance. The impressive command, "I require and charge ye both, as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment," did not obtain half so much awed attention as the exquisite knots of pearls and diamonds which fastened the bride's silver embroidered train to her shoulders. All the world and his wife were present, that is, the social world, which imagines no other world exists, though it is the least part of the community. The Prince of Wales honoured us by his presence. 2 great dignitaries of the church performed the marriage rite, resplendent in redundant fullness of white sleeve and surplice, and equally imposing in the fatness of their bodies and unctuous redness of their faces. And Lucio was my best man. He was in high, almost wild spirits, and during our drive to the church together had entertained me all the way with numerous droll stories, mostly at the expense of the clergy. When we reached the sacred edifice, he said laughingly as he alighted, "Did you ever hear it reported, Geoffrey, that the devil is unable to enter a church because of the cross upon it, or within it?" "I have heard some such nonsense," I replied, smiling at the humour expressed in his sparkling eyes and eloquent features. "It is nonsense, for the makers of the legend forgot one thing," he continued, dropping his voice to a whisper as we passed under the carved Gothic portico. "The cross may be present, but so is the clergyman, and wherever a clergyman is, the devil may surely follow." I almost laughed aloud at his manner of making this irreverent observation, and the look with which he accompanied it. The rich tones of the organ creeping softly on the flower-scented silence, however, quickly solemnized my mood, and while I leaned against the altar rails waiting for my bride, I caught myself wondering for the 100th time or more at my comrade's singularly proud and kingly aspect, as with folded arms and lifted head he contemplated the lily-decked altar and the gleaming crucifix upon it, his meditative eyes bespeaking a curious mingling of reverence and contempt. One incident I remember as standing out particularly in all the glare and glitter of the brilliant scene, and this occurred at the signing of our names in the register, when Sybil, a vision of angelic loveliness in all her bridal white, affixed her signature to the entry. Lucio bent towards her. "As best man, I claim an old-fashioned privilege," he said, and kissed her lightly on the cheek. She blushed a vivid red, then suddenly grew ghastly pale, and with a kind of choking cry, reeled back in a dead faint in the arms of one of her bridesmaids. It was some minutes before she was restored to consciousness, but she made light both of my alarm and the consternation of her friends, and assuring us that it was nothing but the effect of the heat of the weather and the excitement of the day, she took my arm and walked down the aisle smilingly, through the brilliant ranks of her staring and envious society friends, all of whom coveted her good fortune, not because she had married a worthy or gifted man—that would have been no special matter for congratulation—but simply because she had married 5 millions of money. I was the appendage to the millions, nothing further. She held her head high and haughtily, though I felt her tremble as the thundering strains of the bridal march from Lohengrin poured sonorous triumph on the air. She trod on roses all the way. I remembered that too, afterwards. Her satin slipper crushed the hearts of 1,000 innocent things that must surely have been more dear to God than she, the little harmless souls of flowers, whose task in life, sweetly fulfilled, has been to create beauty and fragrance by their mere existence, expired to gratify the vanity of one woman to whom nothing was sacred. But I anticipate I was yet in my fool's dream, and imagined that the dying blossoms were happy to perish thus beneath her tread. A grand reception was held at Lord Elton's house after the ceremony, and in the midst of the chattering, the eating and the drinking, we, my newly made wife and I, departed amid the profuse flatteries and good wishes of our friends, who, primed with the very finest champagne, made a very decent show of being sincere. The last person to say farewell to us at the carriage door was Lucio, and the sorrow I felt at parting with him was more than I could express in words. From the very hour of the dawning of my good fortune we had been almost inseparable companions. I owed my success in society, everything, even my bride herself, to his management and tact. And though I had now won for my life's partner the most beautiful of women, I could not contemplate even the temporary breaking of the association between myself and my gifted and brilliant comrade, without a keen pang of personal pain amid my nuptial joys. Leaning his arms on the carriage window, he looked in upon us both, smiling.
"My spirit will be with you both in all your journeyings," he said, "and when you return, I shall be one of the first to bid you welcome home. Your house party is fixed for September, I believe?"
"Yes, and you will be the most eagerly desired guest of all invited," I replied heartily, pressing his hand.
"Fie, for shame!" he retorted laughingly. "Be not so disloyal of speech, Geoffrey. Are you not going to entertain the Prince of Wales? And shall anyone be more eagerly desired than he? No, I must play a humble third or even fourth on your list where royalty is concerned. My princedom is, alas, not that of Wales, and the throne I might claim, if I had anyone to help me, which I have not, is a long way removed from that of England."
Sybil said nothing, but her eyes rested on his handsome face and fine figure with an odd wonder and wistfulness, and she was very pale.
"Goodbye, Lady Sybil," he added gently. "All joy be with you. To us who are left behind, your absence will seem long, but to you, love gives wings to time, and what would be to ordinary folks a month of mere dull living, will be for you nothing but a moment's rapture. Love is better than wealth. You have found that out already, I know, but I think and hope that you are destined to make the knowledge more certain and complete. Think of me sometimes. Au revoir." The horses started. A handful of rice flung by the society idiot who is always at weddings rattled against the door and on the roof of the brougham, and Lucio stepped back, waving his hand. To the last we saw him, a tall, stately figure on the steps of Lord Elton's mansion, surrounded by an ultra-fashionable throng, bridesmaids in bright attire and picture hats, young girls all eager and excited looking, each of them no doubt longing fervently for the day to come when they might severally manage to secure as rich a husband as myself, matchmaking mothers and wicked old dowagers exhibiting priceless lace on their capacious bosoms and ablaze with diamonds, men with white buttonhole bouquets in their irreproachably fitting frock coats, servants in gay liveries, and the usual street crowd of idle sightseers. All this cluster of faces, costumes, and flowers was piled against the grey background of the stone portico, and in the midst the dark beauty of Lucio's face and the luminance of his flashing eyes made him the conspicuous object and chief centre of attention. Then the carriage turned a sharp corner, the faces vanished, and Sybil and I realized that from henceforward we were left alone to face the future and ourselves.